on the stream glass. If you say things,
Excellent.
they will be on the internet forever.
Ah, damn. No more slurs.
Yeah, I heard you talking about how Strago's lores, and some of the words that were coming out of your mouth were not in favor of this old man. It seemed like some elderly abuse to me.
Yeah, he deserves it.
No, I think you're right though. About like by the time he could do cool things, everyone else could do cooler things. So
Yeah, I love blue mages as well. Like, it was I just every time you have any sort of ability like that as well. Like, I loved using it in 7 and 5, but in 6, it's just like it
no,
feels like because it was so good in 5, they were just like, let's make it like okay, but then you don't get so many of the good stuff until like mids, World of Balance, World of Ruin. Sorry.
So I'm
It's
gonna
just like,
ping the mutated Marvel folks in Kevin's stream or in Kevin's server and everyone in the modded Marvel server. That
yeah,
sounds.
that's one.
Oh wait, should it be tournament player? What did he do for the last one? Oh no, you did it
I
on the
think he
last
did just
one.
Modern Marvel.
Okay.
Oh,
No, I mean on the.
I think pretty much everyone who has tournament players. I mean, tournament player pings like a lot of non-modded players as well. So
Okay,
maybe not.
you're right.
This is the part 3 of potentially part 4.
Yeah.
Part 3 of potentially 4 of the discussion. I'm on.
Okay, so getting it up on the modded
We have no
Marvel.
Jin.
We have no Jin. This is true. But just a sec, I'm gonna make sure that I do have a stream chat. So even though I am 99% relying on you, Glass, for stream chat. Oh wait, is it not bringing me up a stream chat? Okay.
Should be. Hamon's the only one in there so far. Or we got
Okay.
at
I
least 16
sometimes
people
my
already. Very cool.
Twitch gets a little angry. Oh, it's loading. It's just taking a moment. So I had a question. Our characters with matchup defining tools section is kind of the biggest tier by a large margin, and I think there's more things going into this tier. Do you think we need to divide this into two tiers?
Yes, I was gonna probably wait until we had finished the list, but I think like it feels like obviously our list is ordered,
Yeah.
but it feels weird to have like Charlie and Ultron in the same tier.
Yes.
So
I agree
I
with
feel
that.
like because I was thinking about this while we were doing the last one and like vaguely over the past week as well as like it's simply as like characters with powerful matchup defining tools and then characters with matchup defining tools could be an okay split. But there might be a more like nuanced way to differentiate between the two. Because the thing is, every character that's also in this list, besides like Ultron and Spider-Gwen, has good support value as well. So it's not a case of we can't just do like
Agreed.
matchup defining tools on point, because I wouldn't narrow down the list enough. Especially as, like you said, there's going to be a lot more characters going into this list. So I think it probably is worth us like finishing the list as is for now, and then
Okay.
once we have like a baseline of what's in there, we can say like, oh, this is the cutoff for like these characters are, like exceptionally good, and then these are the rest of the characters.
I feel like exceptionally good is actually all of these characters. Like when I think about when they're in their advantage state, every one of them I'm like, dang, this is not
Yeah,
easy to fight. But then I feel like the ones in like the top third of this or so are also like, oh, in neutral they get into their advantage state so easily in comparison with most of the cast.
yeah. Like glancing at this, I'd want to say Cyclops is probably the cutoff. But
That
then you can always like you could then like make an argument for Ken, and then make an maybe not Laura. But I'd say from at least like Chris, I'd probably say like the exceptional ones within the exceptional tier.
so
Uh,
do we want to make a just a new row now?
but what would we say to differentiate it? Also, well, I guess that characters with exceptionally match up to fighting tools.
Like characters that are obviously unfair. Like
Yeah,
the characters in the bottom half of this are unfair, but most of the things are not obvious. I mean, aside from like Evil Ryu blowing up your team with a super or something like that.
yeah.
I
But then I
feel
wouldn't say that's unfair because that's just like a lot of characters have that in the base game as well. But that's just like his thing.
no,
So
but
yeah, I think
he his
that's
is
fine.
better than the base game ones because he gets to like do do multiple against assists in more situations than most of the base game cast.
Yeah,
So, are we doing some characters that are obviously unfair?
I love that as a title for a list of it.
Like, cause I think that everybody above them is like very clear that they're obviously unfair when you look at their tools. It may not be like King Thor or some of these other characters where you're like, oh, I need to see how it works first. But like, once you see it, all of them seem pretty obviously ridiculous. Darn, I
Yeah.
still can't get the Twitch chat. That is unfortunate. Oh well. Oh, I could probably use a different browser in order to access it. Just a sec.
Oh,
Sorry,
maybe.
it's taken me longer to get things up. I do not ever adjust Microsoft Edge. So
Yeah, it's cool.
just going to get that set up. .tv and
Beat the boss before.
Kevin Ha. Okay. We got some loading, but is the chat still not loading? The tragedy.
Oh no.
No, the stream is.
Can you
loading,
not see your chat in OBS?
Oh, in OBS it does not. I do not have something that feeds me the chat. No.
Oh, rip.
Or there's probably something I could add to it, but I do not know the thing I would.
Wait,
need.
I have an idea.
Oh, I like ideas.
What if I stream the stream chat on Discord?
Actually, that could be super helpful. Yes, please.
Well, let me pop it out.
Okay.
Oh.
So just making sure that the things that I'm capturing are the tier maker. I have Marvel running in the background, and we're going to be starting on the row of Devil May Cry characters, which I think we're probably going to have a lot to talk about on, because
Hell yeah.
This, or actually the first half of this row, lots and lots to talk about. The second half of this row, I think most things can be said in a relatively short period of time.
That is true.
But just a second, with that in mind, DMC1 Dante, DMC5 Vergil, and Gloria for our initial starting team of nonsense.
Oh my.
This team would just be fine to play. Like,
I was just about to say, yeah, this is like that's just legit a fantastic team.
As long as Gloria's in any position except for where she is right now.
Yeah. I'll make some music play.
Oh, so Glass, could you tell me some about this DMC1 Dante character and
boy can I. So he's
Oh, did I lose you? People, can we hear Glass? Glass, I am not getting your stream properly. I think I lost you for a moment. Oh, you can hear me? Okay. Let me try ending the call and recalling. Join call. Let's see. Oh, I see the text now, or the chat. Is there audio for you though? That's the thing that I need to make sure. Oh. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, I could hear you.
Oh, I can see my circle bit green now as well. Yeah, my Discord is on like 100. Oh no, 140 is normal because of the call. Well, my circle wasn't going green.
Yes, you're always important to have a green circle. Be ready for all the things that could happen in your life, even like Dr. Doom getting shot here.
Okay.
I think I'll just rely on you to acknowledge whenever someone says something important in chat that we should address.
Okay. That's fine.
You have the eyes to do multiple things and the brain to handle it.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, so DMC1 Dante, he's like, despite being Dante, he plays he plays similarly to regular Dante, but everything is a lot different. So his movement is very, very different. So he has no double jump, he has no teleport. So he has purely ground-based movement and has somewhat limited ways of altering his air mobility, but they're all very powerful options besides the dive kick. The main thing is that he uses Sparta instead of Rebellion, the sword in his back, which is notably much bigger, goes much further as well. So his stand light has absurd range. It has the restored hit stun of vanilla, I believe, so it will very reliably chain into medium from a lot of distances. besides one exception, but we'll talk about it in a bit. His medium has like a forward step to it too, so it was already really good before, but it has exceptionally more good at, like just attacking from a safe distance because he steps into it. He has a very unique target combo with medium, which is like a Devil May Cry thing, which also makes it really easy for him to hit confirm. So instead of committing to a heavy, he can press medium twice, which is absolutely fine for his damage. And because of the increased hit stun, he can just visually hit confirm into heavy quite reliably. One of his biggest changes is his stand heavy is now Trish's stand heavy. So it's this huge overarch sword normal. Like, this is a sword normal that Trish can like deal with some matchups just by pressing this button. It's a tad slower than Trish's is, but again, he steps forwards. It's a great anti-air button, great poke, ton of hit stun, so it's easy to hit confirm. You can hit confirm into just straight into Stinger or go into Weasel Shot, which again we'll cover in a bit. But overall, his grounded normals have become a lot more consistent, a lot more reliable, when they were good before anyway. His crouching light and medium, I believe, are the same. So crouching medium probably has slightly more range because it's Sparta, and his crouch heavy is fine. It's still a button you never really want to use, but it's fine to poke with because it just is a... I think you can cancel it earlier, whereas with regular Dante you can't actually cancel it until like he's finished doing the first stab. So yeah, you can cancel it immediately now, which is important. So it makes it much less disastrous if you whiff it. His Stinger is one of the bigger changes in that you don't need to bolt cancel anymore. So it's just this huge like ground covering poke. Stinger's regular Dante is arguably best normal as well, but you can cancel it on whiff, and that is significant. One of his biggest weaknesses of regular Dante is that despite Stinger being his best move, it's bad if your opponent jumps. And if you whiff Stinger, you usually die for it at like a decent level. But it is such a like an uncommittal poke now because you can poke just like do Stinger into the Sparta Slash. I don't know what the actual name of the move is called.
Also Stinger.
That step. Oh yeah, I guess it is.
He has 3
Stinger
stingers.
level.
He has 6H Stinger, which is good. He has 214L Stinger, which is good. And he also has 214M Stinger, which is good. But it has a dead zone that you can, against like small crouchers like Wolverine, I think, where it'll just like go over their head.
Oh, that's hilarious.
In some situations, but I think maybe Tabs made it a little bit more consistent.
I remember that being one of the changes of this game. They got like something got nerfed and it was made more consistent. But again, overall, just this like huge disjointed poke that is so hard to deal with. This is closer to his regular Stinger, and that it's kind of bad if you whiff it, but it's got like a obscene hitbox that's normally not an issue. And it gives you a hit confirm if it does work as well. And it's one of his highest damage starters because it's just like the light one in particular is just a single hit of like 100k. We'll do 90k from scaling.
That's another thing. When you just flail with him, if they are above you, it will arbitrarily hit them. It doesn't matter what side you're on. Like, the M hits far enough behind him and the H hits far enough behind him that you could just kind of do things and it'll hit characters that are above you.
Yes, it is very easy to just commit to a full chain on an anti-air, and it will usually like could reliably work. There's times where you need to delay the S so you don't end up launching them over your head and then you go past them so you're facing away from them. Because he can hit the medium and heavy, but it's hard for him to like knock down at some situations. His jump S does hit up and behind him as well, but versus some characters it'll whiff. Although speaking of jump S, again, totally different button. His Helmbreaker is a command normal now, but jump S is a big shotgun blast, which does like 100k or 130k on hit. Will instant overheads nearly every single character because there's an obscene hitbox above and below it. I don't know if it actually is a projectile, so it's just this like 135k, which is ridiculous. It's one of his main combo starters too, which is mad, and can chain into Helmbreaker like you see there. So it gives him like this just at any point he just has an instant overhead threat on majority of the cast. Will lead into like a very high damage, high meter gain combo. His jumping normals I believe are the same. Otherwise, they just have like good hitboxes on them, good Dante normals basically. But he also has enemy step, not ball move, in the air. So a lot of his moves also become very non-committal because you can fall with a dive kick, which is his only air special, into ball move into something else or enemy step into something else. You can just constantly poke the opponent with overheads and make them have to respond, because otherwise you get put into what is basically an infinite block string. Because push block doesn't move this thing far enough away.
He's limited to like 9 per jump or something weird like
I think
that?
it's like that because he used to have a TAC infinite like Chun-Li where he didn't have to land. And then so to have limit the amount of times you could do it in the air to 10 or 9 or 10.
Yeah. Whatever number that was.
Yeah. So his normals overall are they are better. They're better because they're more consistent. Stand heavy is insane. Stinger is ridiculous. Jump S is ridiculous. Helmbreaker was severely nerfed in the last patch DMC 120 got. It used to be like, I think it used to be Vergil's Helmbreaker speeds, like 12 frames or something, but it got reverted to Dante's, which is 20 something frames. So it's much slower on startup now, where it used to be near enough instant, but it's still very powerful. It's still Dante's jump S essentially. It's not an overhead.
Oh, thank goodness.
Unlike, I say that with a question mark. Yeah, he's not, because doing just blocked it crouching there. So because it's more like Vergil's Helmbreaker instead of Dante's. So he doesn't have it as just like this huge falling anti or overhead option from anywhere on the screen.
Oh,
Well,
but
not
he
anywhere,
does
mostly on
get
the screen.
to do enemy step. Like, he gets true block strings out of it in a lot of contexts because he has both going into the dive kick, going into pop S when S has so little startup, going into high time, which his high time is arbitrarily the best high time because he could like go into weasel
He recovers
shot
in
out
the
of
air. Yeah, which is it makes him very annoying from a design perspective because he can just do this big forward advancing. All those normals are really anti-push block because they move forwards. His stand light has such a low block stun that it's dangerous to push block it because the amount of times where I and people I've played against have tried to push block light and gotten hit by the medium, because his medium is so slow and his light has so little block stun, that he just has a frame trap built into his normal chain. But he's always stepping forward during his sequences, so it's difficult to push block as a result. And it's very easy to just get frame trapped, and he can just like full string into. So he has two versions of his launcher. He's got regular S and then down S, which is high time, which is the one that he raises up into the air with the opponent. But he recovers into the air and can cancel it into Weasel Shot. So it becomes very difficult to punish, and the only real way to like punish this is to reposition by getting underneath him. But
which
it's
is
just this
also
weirdly
scary
like safe
because
move
he
to
could
do
also
neutral.
do that.
Yeah. So it's like the best launcher in the game as a result of that as well. Technically, it's not a launcher, but it fundamentally is. But those are his regular normals in Helmbreaker. But one
also, he has
Go ahead.
the best stand S. Like, along with having the high time, which is better than an S in a lot of situations. The general thing in Marvel is that when you press launch, that's where you're committing. And unless you're like Wesker or something where you get to be safe, like, it's the one thing where you cannot cancel into things. But Dante
Yeah.
is privileged. He could immediately go into anti-air guns and then cancel anti-air guns into Weasel Shot. So he's never unsafe on S if you time it fast enough.
Yeah, so the guns are the next big thing. So this is one of the things that makes DMC1 Dante quite obscene, among other things as well, are his guns. So he still has all the same gun sequences, but he has one extra one as well, which is the two-hand. But importantly, they have a much more generous window. They are completely free. You can mash them and they'll come up for sure. Whereas before they were like 2 to 4 frame windows, and they could all chain into each other on whiff, which is huge. So yes, he can. If anyone super jumps, he can just do stand heavy, up heavy, which will change scat shot, which is his forward shooting guns, into his up guns. You can do them on whiff from S, so you just can do clay pigeon from anywhere, which means he can attack any height on screen except directly above him. But then he's got really good buttons at hitting above him as well, and he can chain all of his guns into each other. So if you see someone do these up guns, you can chain those up guns into Weasel Shot and then get a combo from it as well. Or just get a combo from it without it as well, because they do this long, floaty, fixed hit stun juggle, which is like obscene. So you cannot jump against this character, or you can, but you have to. It's a big risk to jump against him, and it's hard to approach him on the ground because he has these huge disjointed sword normals that are very easy to confirm, very safe. He doesn't even ever need to special cancel the result of it as well. And it very frequently leads into a particular sequence where he just does like heavy or S dive kick, S dive kick, S dive kick, which is one of his in the air. That is one of his highest damage combo starters. So even though he starts from a scaled hit, he still gets like a ton of damage, a ton of meter gain from it too.
Like,
and he has a way to
that
loop
was 500k just like flailing.
Yeah. So you once you figure out like his combo like logic, this is a character you can flail with and get rewarded for it very significantly as well. So one of the things that really go ahead.
One other thing to note is that the up guns and S follow-up guns are different guns. If you do the
Yes.
up guns when you are full screen, it'll catch them. If you do S into guns, it goes at a much sharper upward angle, so it's much closer to that like high time, the like high time angle of coverage. And they
Yes.
fall all the way to the ground essentially with the S ones because it's just like clay pigeon or whatever. While
Yeah.
they fall most of the way to the ground with the other guns.
Yeah, two-hand I think is I'm gonna assume is the name because that's just the name of the assist as well. But he also angles them down, so he starts shooting at like a 70-degree angle and then angles it down. So he covers pretty much everything in between super jump and normal jump height with those guns as well. So he has forward guns which will just hit horizontally across from him on the ground. He has Weasel Shot, which will hit horizontally across from him on the ground, but hits crouches. It's significantly better than regular Scat Shot. You just combo the guns together. That's hilarious. So it's Scat Shot's normally good against like people standing because it's the fastest gun you can go into, as opposed to Weasel Shot, and then you can go into Weasel Shot afterwards as well. But one of the biggest buffs that DMC 1000 got is you can do Weasel Shot in the air. So it's when we were talking earlier about how there's one key way of him alternating his air mobility, and Weasel Shot is one of them. So he has a special cancelable command projectile that covers an absolutely insane angle that is almost impossible to attack unless you're preemptively moving underneath it. He can do it from any height. He can call assist while he's doing it normal jump height and confirm from it too. Yeah, doing it multiple times in the air. You can mash to extend it too, so you can like alter how long you're doing it for. So he just has this like really, for lack of a better word, weaselly way of attacking in the air, where you have to respond to you have to react to everything he's doing. You can never really predict it because he benefits from doing like short bursts of Weasel Shot, long bursts of Weasel Shot, mid shots, whether he does multiple times in the air, whether he just jumps and does nothing at all. Because there's been people I've played against where I'll jump with Dante and then they'll move underneath, try and move underneath, again preempting the Weasel Shot, and then they get hit by something else, or they run into a jump S, which easily converts into Helmbreaker and gets a big combo from too. But it's with certain assists, you can just combo from this from full screen, because you can do Weasel Shot plus assist, which will hit them, and then you dash up Stinger or dash up whatever. So
that's another thing I think is notable about Air Weasel Shot is when an opponent is covering the ground plane, it lets you deal with people who are doing horizontal ground control things, and then you get to do stuff with your assist because it's a normal, so he gets to still summon assist during it.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. See, he's constantly attacking from angles you can't really contest, in really safe ways, very non-committal ways, and it usually leads into a confirm if you get hit by it. And even if you block it, he just gets like, he still has Dante's amazing ground mobility, so he can just plink up full screen and just do it inside overheads when he wants. And realistically, if this was all DMC1 Dante had, he'd still be extremely good. But he does have a bunch of specials as well. The specials are fairly unremarkable by comparison. Round trip is good. It's not like other round trips where I think he still has access to Stinger when he throws it. It's not like Vergil's round trip, sorry. Oh no. But yeah, because regular Vergil uses the sword for Stinger and high time, when he throws round trip he can't do those command normals. But yeah, Dante still can. I think it's more of a limitation rather than whether he can or can't, or shouldn't be able to do it. But it's fine. His guns are okay because he can enemy step cancel the guns on the ground, and he's got a nice little reference with the Quartz Forward Heavy, the grenade launcher. He can dash cancel the end of it, or roll cancel the end of it specifically as well. So his Quartz Forward Medium guns, so I should say. So you can hop out of the guns after about halfway towards the end of the recovery. So again, it's just like a very non-committal. He's still able to block within the first 3 frames of bold moving, and I think on like frame 9 or 10. So it's not as good as Hunk's. If you remember, if anyone watched the last one, Hunk's hop is absurd. It's like bold cancel on crack. But the gun's just kind of extra things you poke with, and they're fine for combo sometimes. Also, I don't know if there's any of the other specials you think are worth mentioning.
Let's see. So you covered round trip. We talked about both of the Stinger specials. Oh, that's another thing, is like you could just be at like 2/3 of the screen away and poke with this one, and it is good.
Yeah, it does a pretty sizable like bit of chip damage as well. But it's quite often the opponent will sit still in anticipation of your guns, or like just a defensive jump S, and so you just poke with this for free. So it's just like a tight little thing as well. But his DP specials are the Ifrit gauntlets. DP heavy, the orb is again that's like fine. Playing against Screamy, he's used it for incoming sometimes, where he'll do DP heavy and you dash underneath it as they're falling in. So it's good versus characters like Air Mobility because it's just this really static projectile. It's not particularly durable either, so it loses to most other projectiles. But it's like an okay Sonic Boom, not Marvel Sonic Boom, but like Street Fighter Sonic Boom as a projectile that you can just kind of move with. But it's one of those opportunity cost things where in the time you spent doing DP heavy, you probably could have just done Weasel Shot and gotten more chip damage and mileage out of it as well.
I feel like that's the thing, is that like the things that if you're trying to control the ground, you either want it to be round trip because you could do the most things while round trip's happening, or Weasel Shot because it controls things from an angle that most characters can't hit, or you want to just be like, oh, my button hits 2/3 of the screen.
Yeah, that's just it as well.
And I feel like he has a bunch of other things that like technically exist and are good for combo video things, like. But being able to use any of his guns into the Weasel Shot is nice for if you're doing like horizontal ground guns or even down guns. Being able to like have access to its various suite.
Yeah, it's like that's one of the cool things about Scat Shot, the horizontal one, is you can against certain characters you can poke with Scat Shot and then see what your opponent's doing. So if they're doing something defensive, you can go to Weasel Shot. If they jump, you can go to two-hand. And so he just has like a lot of flexibility in these pokes with his guns as well. So like safe, flexible, non-committal. It's just like insane how like hard it is to get into Dante as a result of this as well. So he is, as opposed to regular Dante, this makes him significantly better on point. And regular Dante is fine on point as well. But DMC1 Dante has so many good matchups into nearly every single character as a result of this. He doesn't have like the same kind of oppressive counter zoning other characters have, but he has like a psychological counter zoning where he makes your opponent second guess constantly. Because they want to like super jump and then Dante just does up guns, or they do like a lot of ground pressure like I was talking about, and then you just jump over it and do Weasel Shot plus into delayed assist call. So he's got like everything you would really want in a point character in that regards. He also has. Well, he has 3 supers, but he basically has 2 supers.
Yes.
His Quarter Circle Forward super is Jackpot, so it's the final shot for $1 million. Obscenely good. It's like Projectile Bionic Arm in that it's just this like very low startup, very quick like, assist obliterator. Much like Evil Ryu's one as well. This also does like that really slow floaty juggle too, so it's so good to DHC from. It also makes him extraordinarily good as a team super partner. Because he's good both as the Team Superer and the Team Super-E. So if you have a character that has like something to poke with, and then so you can like use Dante's to poke with, and then your point character converts from, or you have a long super that DMC1 Dante supers with, and then while the other super's going on, you just do things as Dante. So he has high-low, like really good high-low pressure because of jump air, crouch light. As well, it's just unreactable in a lot of situations because he still has an 8 frame crouch light. It might even be slower. I think DMC1 Dante is 1 frame slower than regular Dante, but the buttons themselves are just so much better as a result that he's just hyper flexible. And then he has round harvests, as a super too, so it is just 1-for-1 Trish's Round Harvest,
I think
which
its
is
durability is better. It eats a lot of supers. I'm not sure if it's better or if it's just like don't see this property of Trish often, but I have so many times where I'm doing something like a photons there, and then I get it's like, and then it's just like, oh, round harvest. Wait, what? How did I get an additional thing on playback? I guess I matched too hard. Oh no, the super. I ended the super early. But if you DHC into round harvest, it arbitrarily eats, like, if Hunk is doing super guns or something like that, it will eat the super guns from Hunk.
Oh wow, yeah. I don't think it has that much durability for Trish. Let me quickly check something.
So like it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, I will just do this, and then I will wait like 3 seconds, and then that way it will not DHC. Okay.
Yeah. So according to the Bible, Trish's Round Harvest has 1 durability point, so it will lose to any other super. And then this, as
obviously not.
you've demonstrated, yeah, as you've demonstrated, just cleaves through everything from, like, as soon as it's active as well. It seems like it has less post flash startup than Trish's as well, because it's like still in Dante's hand. Oh, maybe there's like a couple frames of it as well. But...
yeah, it has a little bit, but it's like, I think if you get like somewhere in between like 5 and 13 frames where you're DHCing from something else and they were either in block stun or were far enough away or whatever, it will just generically beat everything else that's going on the screen.
Yeah, this is another one of Dante's most nerfed moves. I think it had like 15 frames of startup added to it. To make certain combos harder, but also so you can just do it in neutral constantly. But you can still do it in neutral constantly. It's just you can't do it like on reaction to his opponent's super flash as easily, depending on the super. But it's just like this really good poke out. It makes him really easy to DHC out and in from with both supers, because they're both basically unpunishable supers, unless they're done, unless like Jackpot's done point blank. But he also has Devil Trigger as a level 3, and it gives him, it's more of a beam super in terms of what Devil Trigger does, because it triples his sword length. So he just gets like full screen normals, which is hilarious. But he still, it doesn't like give him a speed boost, so it doesn't have like as much of a chance of opening people up, because you can sort of just super jump against him and it's fine. But it just gives him hilariously long sword normals.
Also, it enables the Cosmic Light special.
Oh yeah.
I remember being entertained that, like, I was like, dang, is this actually something you should do? It's like, probably not, but it also did 646 and was very simple and consistent. So it's like, oh,
it's just the easiest thing to go into in Devil Trigger. It also gives him the secret top tier assist, which is Devil Trigger High Time.
I didn't even know about this one. Okay, just a second. So, High Time is B, or...
No, Y.
Okay, Y. Let's see, so full screenish. Okay, so.
But yeah, it's just this huge like 2/3 screen, because it comes out in front of the character as well. It's so fast. It just has this huge hitbox. Again, it's more of a meme assist because you have to play High Time and spend 3 bars to get it. But it's just hilarious how kind of good it actually is. But it's not really worth using because his other 2 assists are completely ridiculous.
Oh, just let's get him out of Devil Trigger for a second.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it lasts a decent amount of time.
I think it's 7 or 10 seconds. It looks like 10 seconds, not counting hit stop.
So
Devil Trigger is normally 7, so I'm going to assume it's 10. But yeah, so his alpha assist is essentially Plasma Beam. It's just the 2 guns. He comes out in front of the point character, which is slightly worse. But it's like really active.
Right? Because it leaves them on the ground.
It leaves them standing. Yeah, that's true. So closest to Unibeam. It does a little bit less damage on them as well, but it also has, and it also doesn't juggle as well as it used to. It used to have this insane slow fall juggle way in the beginning, but it's fast startup. It's active. It keeps them locked down for ages. It's kind of everything you want in an assist, like ground control assist. Besides that as well. This is 1 hyper as well. Interesting. I wonder if Monte's Round Harvest is like resetting the beam durability instead of projectile durability, so it's resetting per hit.
Oh, that could be.
Infinite 1 hyper, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought might be the case. Because Tristan is just a projectile; it's not beam durability. That's funny. So that means it will beat anything, which
Yeah,
is hilarious.
that was my experience of it. Was like, this is not how Round Harvest normally feels. I feel like this just wins. And then I was like, it wins against everything. I feel it might even beat like Chaotic Flame or whatever. It may be one of those ones that's just like all the things. But
Yeah, I don't know if it goes away if Dante gets hit.
it does, I believe. Yes.
Okay, the release is that. The number of hits is set to so it's
But
just
then
has
you
like
can
infinite
DHC.
refreshing beam durability.
But if you DHC, then you can't hit Dante.
Yeah, exactly. So it just
Oh, that is the thing that everybody should know. This move is amazing, but just like every other thing that's similar to this, I needed him to block. But anything that works like this in the game, where it's like, dang, this character has a cheap thing that will just make you block forever. When you start blocking this, if they leave the character on point, you should advance and guard them away so they can't do anything scary to you.
yes, it makes you just get nothing but chip damage when Dante's on point as well. So if you want to get actual mix from it, it's done on their wake up, or you DHC Dante out and the other character does the mix.
You could even just tag
Or
because
draw
it has
tag,
so
yeah.
much active
Yeah.
frames.
There's the kind of the usual counterplay to this where you as the defender can raw tag out, but normally you'd be tagging into a character that can deal with that anyway. So it's sort of a non-factor. But it is a very, very powerful tool, especially in this ecosystem as well. And then yeah, so the charge shots, the quarter forward medium as their assists, it's good for every single character. It's just a generically like powerful neutral horizontal assist. And then his other assists, which is the beta assist, is two hands. So as we established much earlier on as well, it covers like this disgusting angle from the top, like starting high and then going lower down to about normal jump height. It has like the first iteration of charge shots, this super long, like bouncy floaty toggle. It's so easy to convert from, and he's doing hit stun for ages. So if you can get hit by one bullet of this, and it puts you in this like hit stun for a long time. So it just locked out this area of the screen. It is completely useless versus crouching opponents. It's in a sense where it just wouldn't interact with them at all usually. And the character can usually hit Dante, but then your point character can still defend Dante. But so it's a good secondary assist as a result of that. Like you can just call it from full and mid screen, and there's very little your opponent can do in the air to deal with it. And especially if you've got a character that has some form of air confirm, which most characters do, you just get like a full combo from this as well. So like if you already have another character that has like a generically good horizontal assist, you could usually pick that assist and two hand, and then you're sorted as far as air control and ground control goes. And because all of his Dante's gun command normals are fixed hit stun besides down forward heavy, but regardless, they're fantastic for combos as well. So it's just like this really universally good anti-air like combo filler sort of assist. Great alternative pick. It's another thing that's not super relevant, but if you do pick high time assist, it gives him round harvest as team super.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Which is just like a funny thing he can do.
So is that the secret version of Dante? Is Dante Gamma intend to go into Devil Trigger and have the round harvest THC?
Yeah, all it takes is 3 bars, and then you get like a decently good assist and round harvest as a team super, which is funny. It's not really. I was playing Cable with the MC1 Dante, but using high time, and it came up. It came up like as being useful a lot more, lot more frequently than I thought it would, which is funny. But he just has like 2 incredible assists and then an assist that's situationally quite good. But he's one of the most flexible characters as a result of that. Is that you could play him on point, mid or anchor. He's extremely proficient in all. He's probably weakest on anchor because he has like really bad incoming besides jump S, defensively that is. But he kills so fast in X Factor, much like regular Dante, because it offsets a lot of the scaling from some of his bad hits, but he's just fantastic anywhere.
Oh, that is another thing. He could double trigger in the air. It takes 3 meters, but it's still like worth being aware of.
Yeah.
But,
it doesn't have a hitbox that should be relevant later, but it just gives him a way to do stuff
yes.
in the air.
Oh, and he could
when
fly
normally
after
he's...
that.
Oh yeah, that too. He gets flight and he gets meteor, so it's like airplay but really fast and much less durable. But I think it's Devil Trigger's otherwise quite underwhelming.
Agreed.
Um,
So, with all that in mind, I, where are you thinking of putting Dante?
so after I already thought of Dante really highly,
Mhm.
and then after like exploring more of his options more regularly, I want to say he's in like the top tier, like above or next to like Captain Marvel Moonstone is where I put him. I think he's so good on every single team. I think he has so many good matchups. I think he solves a lot of characters' issues. He's like his assist punish game, the ability to rotate in and out and preserve health. I think he's got more health than regular Dante as well. He might be 950 instead of 900, but he
Young
probably is just
Dante.
900. But he just has a constant presence in the game, and it can always execute his game plan really well.
Yeah.
I think really highly of him.
I agree. I think that like he has that ideal suite of support tools with like a horizontal ground control assist along with other situationally good assists if you have like other horizontal ground control. His DHCs are just like very capable of winning the game. There's a lot of
Yeah.
situations where either Bullet being able to just like chunk an assist or to punish something a point character is doing is great, or Round Harvest's ability to eat everything lets you just like take a situation where it's like, oh no, I'm going to need to like block this, then they have an installed DHC, and I need to hold some nonsense and being like, no, you just get to get this out and stop them. And then
Yeah.
on point, I feel like his ground control is good and his near ground to ground control is good with the weasel shot. I think that he's in a similar boat to Guile in that way, but much better in the air. I also think that it's relevant that like there's multiple characters that do stuff from the air that most characters can't really mess with. Both Guile and Dante are characters that are like, no, you can't actually just be mashing
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
in this location that most characters can't hit because he has the high time, he has the S follow up guns, and he has the up guns or two hander. So like I feel like he has less dead zones than most of the cast, and he kills people dead. Oh, he also has like infinites or whatever, so he's an ideal damage inflation engine. I think we neglected that on like Ground Harvest is good because a bunch of reasons, but another one is that he gets a full combo afterwards, which builds
Yeah.
up a
He can
ludicrous
build
amount of
almost a
meter.
full bar. I think his
Yeah.
combos have been enough that he, like, besides that he has an infinite with just guns, but that's something that shouldn't exist, so it's not something I didn't really consider for his placement. But he used to be able to build over a bar in between every round harvest and have like a essentially a looping infinite,
Yes.
as long as you had one bar, which made him the best damage engine, like by a margin.
So, do you think he's better or worse? I feel like Captain Marvel and Moonstone have less downsides than him because they have aerial movement, but that like he has a sword and the
Yeah,
sword
I
is
think
very good.
and that's what I meant by the screen presence. Is there's so few dead zones for like
Mhm.
Moonstone. There's a big mid range where like if she
Mm.
guesses wrong on a beam, it's actually quite bad for her. Same for Captain Marvel. Like her Captain Marvel's beams are better, but they also have like quite a bit of recovery.
She
Whereas
can't
Dante
bolt
just doesn't
cancel her
have.
beam.
Yeah, exactly. There's no ball canceling. There's no like, oh, you blocked one shot of Weasel shot, or an assist got hit by Weasel shot. I can cancel into Devil Tree or into Helmbreaker as you're dashing under me
Hmm.
as well. I think that alone, because they have like the same sort of benefit to a team, and then DMC1 Dante has like extra as well.
Hmm.
And to the point where like even though he's a support where Doom like you can play on point if you really wanted to, but DMC1 Dante is a a support character you kind of want to play on point
Hmm.
because of how good his presence is as well.
So,
I
is
think
he as good as Guile? Is the question.
I there's an argument that he might be better
Okay,
uh,
but
because you mentioned it
Krauser.
where he really could be. I think like they both do a very similar thing in that they both have like huge normals they're poking with.
Mhm.
I think Krauser attacks from angles that are much harder to deal with, but he doesn't have uh like Krauser's good at mid and close range and
Mhm.
fine at full range, whereas Dante's like good at he's strongest at mid range, good at full at max screen, but not fantastic up close,
Mhm.
but he's still fine up close. Um I I'm really tempted just because of the flexibility to put Dante above Krauser. And I'm a
I
big
think that they're
voucher for
pretty.
Krauser as well.
Yeah, I think that like Krauser. I feel even though the Dante has a lot of things, a lot of them are just like good versions of things that exist. While Krauser, I feel like his stinger is a thing that doesn't really exist outside the context of
Yeah,
Krauser.
he does have a lot of like incomparable benefits. I think it's probably again
Pretty
really close
close.
between these three,
Mhm.
as in Krauser, Dante, Guile, um, as well. Probably, and I think these four, even including King Thor,
Yeah,
both
I
like
agree.
this is the thing that really sets them apart is they just have like really because Dante does have improved versions of other things. He also has his own unique things, so, like
Hmm.
Weezer Spot and the safety he has as well. But I
Agreed.
think he probably could go anywhere among this lot.
So,
But my
okay.
bias from Krauser says that he's probably fine there.
So, if with your bias for Krauser, should we put him just over Krauser? That way, when Tabs sees that Krauser and Guile are somehow not top five or whatever, he'll be like, I can make an adjustment. We'll
Oh.
put DMC1 Dante between these two excellent
Yeah,
gentlemen.
I
Sound
want
good?
Krauser to be as high as possible. Like it's like the tech when you're trying to downplay up player characters. You want it to be like you don't want to play the toppest tier. You want to play like the thing just outside the toppest tier.
Yeah, you
So
want
it's
to
the best, but not likely
play
to be changed.
the top tier character that the way they're top tier doesn't look bullshit. Like a Captain Marvel or a Moonstone, those characters, despite being good, are not very likely to get heavily nerfed. While like any of these characters to the left of them, there's a chance that it's like, oh, this character has one thing that is so incredibly repulsive that at some point it's like we can't tolerate this.
Yeah, and to be fair, they've all been from Guile onwards. Actually,
Mhm.
Guile got buffs. He got some nerfs as well,
Yeah.
but he's got buffs
Mhm.
alongside nerfs. But DMC1 Dante up until like X have all had pretty severe nerfs at some point,
Yes,
and they're still up here,
exactly. So
which is hilarious.
DMC1 Dante in the middle of the top tier. Very, very
Yeah,
solid.
I
Makes
think it's
every
up there as
character
well.
better. Like, oh, and that's the thing is that like you don't need to think about team building at all. He will be good on every team. There's no
Yeah,
character that doesn't like his assists. There's no character who doesn't like his DHCs. Like he
yeah,
oh
he is just
and
like
DHCing
go ahead.
in from him when you have either Bullet or Round Harvest out makes some characters feel very privileged too. If they have something like Krauser install and then the person just needs to like hold Round Harvest and can't advance and guard him away, like it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
Dante team super with Krauser on point is also like hilariously good.
oh, I
With
haven't seen
Krauser second Dante on point because
that.
Krauser does the big like two slashes and the flip slash.
Mm.
That will do. It does 780k to an assist.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Gloria just dies as an assist there.
Yeah, I think Hunk would die as an assist. He's 750 unless he got
I,
buffed again.
I think Hunk actually got below 750 life. Someone may need to correct me on this, but I
Yeah,
feel like
I think we had the same
he
conversation when we were talking about Hunk the other day
yeah,
or
because
last
I
week.
feel like
But
he had that thing where it was like he was tied with the lowest normal health characters, and then Tabs was like, this character's still kind of nonsense, but I've already nerfed Grenade and Shadow Movement and all these things. I don't really want to nerf those things more. Let's make it so his health is lower than the thing, but I may be misremembering things. So
yeah,
with that in mind, do we want to move on to his brother?
yes, we know DMC 5 Dante characters split. They're like 18 years apart. I think these characters. Hunk is 750. Okay. Yeah,
750,
Hunk at
okay.
one point was a million. He got brought down. He got brought down to like 900, then 850, then 750. But
Okay,
yeah,
that makes sense.
but please take it away with DMC. But interestingly, I think from this point onwards, besides Gloria, this is where you might disagree on some things. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts
So
on DMC 5
this
Dante.
character's weird is my first thought on him. Not even just like it's just like a bunch of basic Marvel things don't quite work normally, so you need
Yes.
to adjust stuff. So like he has a lot of normals. First of all, he has like regular like light, medium, heavy, but he also has like a back light, medium, heavy, and a forward light, medium, heavy. But his cancel windows for things are determined by which weapon he's using, so unlike normal Marvel characters, you can't just like cancel from any normal into any special. Like if I try to do uh do my round trip there, but I tried to do it out of that. I don't get round trip. I get back heavy instead. So he can't cancel from multiple of his moves into multiple of his other moves, which seems very counterintuitive,
Yeah.
and I don't know exactly how to rate the power level of some
Yeah.
things where it's like, oh, if this was just cancelable into by one of his best pokes, then it would be very, very good. But since he can't cancel into it from certain pokes, that makes it so like it's hard to evaluate all of his tools, at least for me in that specific way. What are some of your feelings on that, Glass?
Yeah, like the logic is that he can only cancel the weapon into the special of the weapon. So his light specials are the Beowulf, which is back normals. His mediums are Force Edge or Yamato, which is the main sword he uses, and then his heavy specials are the Force Edge, like round trip and so on. So that's why they cancel only into those versions of those moves. But it also is very counterintuitive. He also has like only a handful of good specials to cancel into that aren't like teleport or blistering swords. So there's times where if you use the wrong button, it can be unfortunate. I think him having back normals for his chains and also having down back normals are also very unfortunate for swinging defensively. Because there are times where you want to swing with like Force Edge or Yamato because his stand light, he just has like the generically good Vergil stand light, stand medium, and you might accidentally get his Beowulf light, which is back medium, backlight, sorry, and then eat shit for it as well. But there's no the cancel thing is only a downside because there's less flexibility. But I think that's the but there's like logic behind it, but it doesn't really fit like Marvel per se.
So I feel that's one of the things where it's like, oh, he doesn't work quite normally. But like he still has a sword that hits 2/3 of the screen away and has amazing properties. So and along with that, he gets to be a bit more Unga because when he's doing punch, he gets to armor through stuff when he's using Beowulf. So being
I don't think it's
a
frame one,
sword
but it does have armor,
in range, but then being an armored character in close, I think is very scary potentially.
Yeah.
I think that Beowulf normals are underrated. They also have weird things about if you charge them, they could armor through multiple moves in a bunch of situations where it's like the armor during the charge and then the additional armor during the swing. That is a thing I have noticed about his behaviors. So like armor, not quite entirely sure how good it is, but I think that it's probably decent. And
Yeah, I mean, it's good to it's better to have it than to not have it.
yeah. And then like
But I think it's another situationally useful thing. It's more like read based than reaction based. Because unlike some other armored normals, like a lot of like if good armored normals have like huge range and as like we're talking like Thor stand heavy, Sentinel stand medium, crouch medium. Whereas I mean yeah, stuff like Vergil's heavy and back heavy are really good. Or back heavy, sorry. But they're very like committal in some cases. Whereas for the other characters they're still committal, but there's other things they can cancel into.
So along with that, let's see. I have notes, so I don't need to just do this off the top of my head.
Oh yeah, definitely a character we need notes for.
I first of all, I don't think I have a good enough understanding of him to have like a highly informed opinion because like a lot of his things is like I don't know how to weight stuff. Like he only has access to certain cancels, and like Vergil, he doesn't get to do cancel on whiff into things unless he goes into a super or something. This super is also very unreasonable for a bunch of different reasons, but things that I think are pretty good about him in general. His round trip stays in place. It has a hitbox forever. It's like Gloria's, but it's bigger and doesn't prevent you from killing people. And when he does it in the air, he does this little hop backwards, which I don't think is particularly great, but lets you get some situations. He no longer has infinite block strings with it, thank goodness.
Yes.
Other moves that I think are contextually pretty good is Judgment Cut. I think against certain characters, movement types is actually very good.
Yes. So this was a very big point of contention for Vergil for a long time, because he was such a complex character, or I'm gonna be mean here and say he's more of an overloaded character than complex, but this was like the easiest move to go to because it's his current charge move. So round trip is now reverse DP and Judgment Cut is his button release special, but it's a tracking Judgment Cut. It has kind of okay tracking. It's the move I associate closest to this is Beautiful Joe's Red Boomerang, in terms of how it's like it tracks. Is where if you're constantly moving, it will normally always whiff, or you can avoid it. But like Isicera was saying, there are characters that just have such poor ground movement or very limited air movement that just really have to hold this move a lot. Particularly because Vergil can do it from angles that are like unattackable. So it's like you normally have to go to Vergil when he's doing Judgment Cut rather than just kind of exist on the ground, and then he can of course still cover his the approach with assist calls and so on as well. But it also gives him a big confirm if he does hit them. So because the confirm only happens on hit, you can execute the sequence as if it was going to hit. So on block nothing happens and it's fine. They just block Judgment Cut, but on hit you can get the perfect Judgment Cut, which gives like a big juggle, and you can sometimes get something from it if you execute well enough as well. But I don't think this move got any changes in the one little patch Vergil got.
So,
But I'm of the opinion I don't think this move is that good.
yeah, I think that it is contextually good. In certain matchups, it is very strong, but those are matchups against characters who weren't that good anyways.
Yeah, and that's usually the case, and that's where I kind of stand. Is I think this, on a player-to-player basis, I think the move is very good. I think objectively the move is fine, but it's like something you kind of throw out every now and again, as well, rather than being like his actual main neutral tool.
Though, along with that, let's see. Other moves that I think are good. His drive, if it hits people in the air, this is mainly something I notice as an assist, but I guess also matters when on point. It has that property where they just fall all the way to the ground pretty slowly. So you could, no matter where
it like
you
bounces
are
them
on
up,
the
and then it has like a big like floaty juggle. It's a bit faster than some juggles, but because they bounce so high, it's again just dead easy to convert off.
And then also on the ground is good. It's a great assist as well, but I think that even though it got nerfed, one of the things that is still very strong is his M teleport. It goes full zoom screen away no matter where he is on the ground, and characters who have bad movement and bad projectiles can't punish it, and he could just run away forever.
Yeah, like fade away movement and teleports are really. I don't think people understand just how effective they are. Is this like that movement can solve certain matchups if a character has bad ground mobility, because they could just never get away from Vergil well enough. The trade-off to him having this though is he has no cross-up teleport anymore. Light and medium, light still goes in front, heavy still goes up and in front of them, but medium instead of crossing up is the one that goes full screen now as well. So that means he has no way to cross up traditionally with a teleport, as he did before as well. But it's arguably, I don't want to say better, but it's more for the more control-based style that he has. Although regular Vergil is very control-based as well. It's less mix-up oriented, in the sense of like assist plus teleport, as well. But he has other options to alleviate that.
So
Not doing 200k is hilarious.
He also, blistering swords for regular Vergil is something you need to invest 2 meters in because that thing is obnoxiously powerful. This character, on the other hand, you get to just like do it. You also get access to individual swords. So he has movement tools with it and all of that jazz. So him having both spiral swords, like in spiral swords, he doesn't have the teleport back, which I think is very important for making it so he's not as much of like a dark anchor character as base game Vergil.
Yeah.
But I think that spiral swords is still one of the best things you could do in the game.
Yeah, it's just like it's so hard to attack Spiral Swords unless you have a super that instantly hits full screen and at Vergil's head. I think it has slightly more startup. It feels like it has more startup than normal.
I think
It
you're
actually
right.
feels about the same. Oh, maybe it's like it might be frames, but it could be placebo.
But I think it's still like you don't really get to swing on him a ton if he's activating it. Like it's his turn. He gets to take
Yeah.
his turn. And then having access to blistering swords without needing to spend more meter, I think is very powerful. And certain characters it will just like it will just be able to like win neutral because if you just like let me get him because like while you're blocking it, and you saw how the first 4 of those just comboed there, where he can just get a bunch of things and it'll beat everything. So I feel like blistering swords lets him get started very easily. He has a bunch of moves. Okay, so which of his moves do you think you should never use? I think that's actually kind of important for this character, because with a lot of characters, it's like, okay, you know the moves they should use, and that's what you prioritize. But with him, I feel like there's multiple moves you should probably just not touch. Like, I think that his rising sun is not as ideal as base game Vergil's rising sun, or at least outside of combos.
Yeah, he has a lot of like combo only moves.
Yes.
A lot of his air specials are like this as well. As a result, his air DP medium is fine because like the falling, especially because you can ball cancel it. We've only done DMC1 Dante, Shugunda. This is the character 2.
Yeah, all the characters in the first section of this row, this team is probably going to take as much as the rest of the row combined.
Yes, very likely. So something I found is that his regular stinger is, as in DP heavy, is like okay. Tiger Knee heavy stinger is plus on block, or void deep stinger I think. So it's because you can do it like a pixel off the ground, and he lands because he has falling momentum afterwards. So it's just like this like decently good poke that combos on hit, which is a lot better than I thought it was as a result. But it might be like easier, but like that's plus when it hits like that as well because you land immediately afterwards and it has a lot of block stun. His quarter cycle forward medium is like a funny move because it crumples on hit. Oh no, it pulls it in on hit rather. It used to have a glitch where you could dash cancel it, but I don't think you can anymore. But it's like
I got one of the dashes as soon as he said that.
Never mind.
It leaves them in the frozen state.
Yes. So it's like a hit grab basically. So it has a hit of scaling because it's technically hit them with a 0 damage move, so it doesn't show on the hit counter. That's why it said 2 hits at the end there. But it's just this thing you can kind of poke with every now and again. So it's like okay. I think assist will block it, or it might have the thing where it has, depending on whether you're player 1 or player 2, it prioritizes the assist differently. But I don't think Happy Birthdays. But it's like a very safe poke. I think his reverse DP medium, the cross up slash, is another like noob killer basically, because it can only ever cross up, with the exception of if you do it if the opponent is in the corner. Vergil can't steal the corner with this move. So if you do it versus a cornered opponent, it will hit same side. So it has it's like a brain mix-up where it shouldn't work like this, but just because of the limitation of the character, it does. Where you can accidentally you'll just hit someone same side by accident.
Oh no, I think Ed actually changed that. I think Ed helped patch that specific thing, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, maybe I might have an outdated version of Vergil in that case. So I might end up saying some things that are wrong. So if that's the case, just correct me. But okay, it's that makes it worse technically, because that means it can't accidentally hit same side.
No,
does he still have the bug where you can cancel?
You can make it hit same side if they're jumping. A lot of the time, it's a random, just like if they're in that like weird mid-screen range, like here, or they. When I get hit by it by jumping and then holding forward, I have definitely had plenty of experience of being like, oh, it hits with the slash just before, on the backside of the slash before they get to the ground. But yeah. I don't think you could like time it to do that intentionally, but like it happens. Like, it is something that happens even though it's not a thing that
Yeah,
I
because
think
he
is
does
worth
that.
planning
It
around.
does a stinger afterwards as well. And it probably has there's some interpolation for moving forward, so it can make it hit cross up, especially if you're like falling from block stun where you have a hurt box through your legs. But otherwise, it's it's a gimmicky move. It's not really good at all.
I feel that's most of his moves. Like,
Yeah,
let's see, Lunar Phase, combo tool. Oh, actually, being able to go into blistering swords in the air makes some of these things very much less bad than they otherwise would be.
yeah, and blistering sword is really powerful. Like it's, I sort of touched upon it as well. But being able to do this for one bar, it also gives him access to it in instant overhead at all times because you can do S cancelled into sword release, and Vergil will like hover in the air. So you can do S sword release button, like jump S, sorry, sword release button, and he'll just do like a little hop into sword release into that as well.
What's the sword release for DMC5 Vergil again? My brain is failing me.
It's S blink light, so you get jump S into sword release and then like falling light. You can also do the Remora style one where you do like S quartz circle back S in the air and he'll cancel the S into blistering swords and hover in the spot because it halts his momentum when he goes into blistering swords. With the exception of if you cross over someone, he gets zigzag momentum, which is really funny. So he'll just like, yeah, that halts him. But if you do the S going over them and then go into blistering swords, Vergil will just reverse it. Yeah, exactly like that. He just gets like crazy momentum carries with blistering swords as well, which is one of his actual like real mix-up tools.
Yeah, blistering swords being 1 meter and arrow K, I think, is one of those things where I'm like, oh, this character's probably not that good because Judgment Cut's mainly scrub killing, the teleport thing is mainly scrub killing, but then I'm like, oh, but blistering swords being 1 meter.
Yeah, like that is a real, like a genuinely powerful tool. I think the regular, like the single blistering swords are also actually quite good. They cost 1/6 of a bar. And it's a very minor thing, but it does come up where he doesn't build any bar while the small blistering sword is active, because it still counts as being hyper. So he just has this like 1/6 of a bar projectile. Actually, no, but would you mind checking the durability on those as well? Because I worry if they're still hyper durability. It seems like the kind of thing that would have been caught by now as well, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's still a mistake, or if it's just medium durability or something.
I assume that they're hyper. Actually, instead of assuming, let's see
Oh, yeah,
what
we can check.
happens if I. Oops. Definitely eats plasma beam.
Yeah.
Let's-
So it's at least medium because that just went completely through an entire plasma beam. I think they might be medium
Yeah,
anyway.
They beat everything, is what it looks like. So.
Yeah,
worth
so
being
he
aware.
has a 1/6 bar projectile that will beat any other projectile, which is like actually it sounds expensive, but it's very much worth it. Like it can stop a syscall plus point character. It's quarter circle back, light, medium, or heavy. Nova. And yeah, being able to do them in the air while you're falling too is just like it gives him like a pseudo mag blast that maybe I don't want to say it's better, but it just has this thing you can fall with, which is hilariously good. You can also press S after you do blistering swords to delay the shot, so you can mess with people's internal timing as well. So if you do like quarter circle back heavy S, it will not heavy S at the same time, heavy then S. He'll summon it and it will shoot on a greater delay, which can help with certain like keep away in certain combos.
Yeah,
You
this
do
move
air
is great.
singular blistering sword on 0 meter.
Hmm?
I was thinking he might be able to do meterless blistering swords in the air, or a single air quarter circle back, but with no bar.
I am not. When I do quarter circle back in the air without meter, I get teleport. Which
Yeah,
is weird,
this
'cause
was the
that's
other thing
not-
I realized.
That's not
It gives him a
down.
different special move.
Oh, does
Because
this
I
give
had
him
this
the
happen, but I didn't know
better
why,
medium?
and that makes sense.
Okay, so he has some bonus stuff going on.
Also, that's actually something else very important to mention. He can teleport in the air while he's in the air, which is huge. So he can be at super jump height and do medium teleport and go from super jump height to grounded full screen away from someone, which is insane. So he's very good at like escaping character pressure. So normally where regular Vergil is like their single swords are 5 height. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So his blistering swords are hyper durability, which means they will go through supers, which is obviously unintentional. But as he is right now, and it's not been changed, he's had a 1/6 bar special move that will beat supers, which is comical.
Do it after flash, get to block, and still get to hit you?
That is insane. Yeah, so we're figuring things out live. That's how that's the case when a character has like a huge moveset like this as well. But I'm sure that will inevitably be changed. But yes, we kind of went on a tangent after your initial question, which is like there's a lot of moves where we shouldn't really use. But he has like 80% combo filler. But he has like some okay special moves, and he's got some obscenely good ones, i.e. blistering swords. I think his round trip is still really good, and his teleports are really good as well.
Then, and then as you had mentioned, the Tiger Need version of the Deep Stinger, or is Deep Stinger the special one, or is that the hyper one?
I think Void Stinger is the hyper, Deep Stinger is the special. Yeah, Void Stinger hyper, Deep Stinger special, and then Stinger.
Void Stinger is also quite good, by the way.
Yes. Does it? We haven't even, besides swords, we haven't even spoken about his actual supers yet as well, and his supers are ridiculous. But does Void Stinger still go through projectiles? Because that was this move's key thing, is it's extremely low startup, and will just punish supers from anywhere on the screen because he just walks full screen. Yeah, that is like 1 frame startup. Because you can see the projectile stop moving when Isicera does the super, so you can see how quickly the super starts up.
Yeah.
But it just randomly drops sometimes as well, which is funny.
So he's amazing in that way. I feel like it's hard to judge him, but then it's like, well, he has spiral swords, and he has 1-bar blistering swords, which he has access to in the air, and he has Tiger Knee Deep Stinger. He has a Helmbreaker. It's not. It doesn't feel quite as fraudulent as base game Vergil's, but is still quite good.
Yeah, I think importantly he can solo pick up from this because his forward S is also high time the OTGs, and he can cancel it into Stinger as well. So he gets rewarded for Helmbreaker more. So like he's good in a completely different way regular Vergil is. Like he's such a different character, but I think his ground ability is arguably worse. Because he has an atypical forward dash. You see that like blur that Vergil moves with, that's just his forward dash, it's not command movement. His back blink I think is slightly worse than normal. So it's harder for him to run away, but then he has medium teleport. Oh no, it's still the same, it looks like. But he has medium teleport to run away from characters. He's got a lot of his good specials require meter. And then round trip by itself doesn't really do anything, it's just like a big wall. Because like round harvest, if someone blocks it, they just get push blocked. But it puts a big massive hitbox on the screen. You can do it in the air to stall his movement too, which is really nice. So he's good in like a very annoying way. So how I feel about Vergil though is like he's obviously not a bad character, but I just don't think he's that good. I think he doesn't have like the right number of tools to deal with a lot of situations, and he's so entirely dependent on meter, it feels like. That you can't really play him on point in the way that you can play regular Vergil. He has an unblockable super if you charge it for 5 seconds, but it's only situationally useful.
With certain THCs you just get it.
Yeah, with Jill notably you can do it on block as well, but you can dodge it with a crossover cannon.
Oh no. I need to...
Maybe with Gloria if the sparks hit in a certain way.
So I hold... Nah, hers ends a little bit faster than it starts, Jill.
Yeah.
But this character though, where do you feel we're putting him, because I feel like his meter use is very good, but I don't feel his neutral actually builds him that much meter safely.
That's exactly it. That's the really like Vergil and regular Vergil and neutral. He gets so much bar from round trip, and he makes people. Oh, we didn't actually. DC, we didn't even talk about his regular assists. I think yeah. Well, let's talk about
we
that
should do
first.
that.
Yeah.
You are 100% right.
Thank you, Nova.
Just a sec.
And there's actually something else we alluded to that I've with DMC1 Dante that I didn't mention here as well, which is his Devil Trigger. But yeah, so his Devil Trigger has a hitbox, and I believe you can also do it in the air. So he has like,
and he could do it as a whiff cancel to things where most stuff he's not able to do that. Though a lot of his combos just stop working properly in Devil Trigger, which is a little weird. Like, a bunch of his stuff you just need to do entirely different things in order to get the value out of them.
Yeah, a lot of his special moves operate differently or have like extra parts of them. So you essentially have to like learn a second set of combos or do like simplified combos for both, which is not a good thing, but it's just a thing. But his assists do change in Devil Trigger. So his base assists, he has Drive, Rising Sun, and I think he still has Rapid Slash.
No, he has the he has not Vajra.
Oh, sorry, yes, he has his Air DP medium.
So Alpha.
Alpha, I think, is dry. No, it should be
Alpha's
the
the
overhead
overhead.
slash.
Or not
Yeah, cleave,
overhead.
I think
That's
it's
not
called.
an overhead. Gosh, please don't let that be an overhead.
Yeah.
I don't think it is, but it's tracking, and if it hits aerial opponents, it is a hard knockdown, I believe. Oh, ground bounce.
It does a mini ground bounce, so it's actually quite hard to combo from. You have to be like ready for it, essentially.
Oh, and as you saw there, that just like whipped Doom in that other situation.
Yeah, like this assist was given to him, I think, before he properly released, and there was a lot of debate about like how to make this move not completely obnoxious. So Vergil was very vulnerable above the character he tracks. So he floats there for a bit before he comes down. So pretty much any character can just like launch this, or do like a jumping button to hit Vergil out of the way on reaction. It's
his worst assist,
fine.
I think.
Yeah, it's fine in that it like it's the only assist of its kind because regular Vergil doesn't exist on 2099. But it's still not. I don't know if it's his worst assist because Rising Sun is also real bad.
Rising Sun's at least an enormous hitbox.
Yeah, but the difference between DMC5 Vergil's hitbox and regulars is that DMC5 Vergil doesn't move forward when he does Rising Sun. It's like a Sagat DP where it just goes directly vertical. So he doesn't move like up forward at an angle. A little bit as well, but not nearly as far forward as regular Vergil does.
Oh,
that might
the
just
second,
be
look at the second hit still hits crouching Doom from this distance though.
Yeah, I think regular does that too, but it's fine. In Devil Trigger, it's a lot better because it has a huge hitbox. But his best assist by like quite a margin is Drive.
Drive is so good, especially as we mentioned against aerial opponents. They bounce forever, and it's just like very easy to confirm in a bunch of situations that would normally be hard for most characters to confirm.
It was nerfed in a way that it doesn't go full screen. It goes like 75% of the screen distance. So it's not like a traditionally good neutral assist, but it's usable in like loads of situations. And as I mentioned a couple of times now, the big bounce makes it so easy to combo from, and it's 2 hits. So even on grounded opponents, you can easily hit confirm it as well. But it's just like if you're playing DMC5 Vergil, you would pick this assist. It's just like so much better than the others by like a significant margin. And then the big thing Cave wanted to be different was that all the assists having like an extra step to them in Devil Trigger. So his we'll get to 3 ones, I'll show off as well. Oh no! Oh, there we go. I'll do it easier. But Drive, he does the overdrive part of it as well, I believe. Yeah.
And if
so
you dash with it, they go so far.
But yeah, it's just like it's just the point version of the move. So it does an insane amount of damage, insane amount of quarter carry. Vergil's extraordinarily vulnerable in between this, so you have to cover it. But it's still like it's just like massively layered assist. There's obscene chip damage, ton of damage on hit, great for combos. but it's like sort of like Sherry's, where it leaves him on screen for a long time, but you kind of get there's a lot more mileage out of it in that sense because it's active for ages. I don't know if I can't remember what's different about Rising Sun besides the different hitbox. I think it might be that I don't know if he does Luna Phase at the end of it, or if that was just an idea that never got put in. Oh, this he does it twice. Yeah.
Oh, he does the Killer Bee, or not Killer Bee. What's the name of Vergil's Killer Bee? Shooting Star?
Oh, Starfall.
Starfall.
Yeah. So every assist gets like an extra bit added onto it too as well. So it's like, again, it's cute. The fact that's a soft knockdown instead of hard knockdown is actually a bit tough. If it was just regular jump S, like the floaty bounce would be a lot better. But again, it's kind of annoying. It also does a lot of damage. In terms of like Vergil's actual Devil Trigger too, so he, like a regular Devil Trigger, he builds no bar during it, but he does like 20% more damage. He actually takes 20% less damage, or takes 10% less damage as well, and it lasts for 20 seconds. So it is a big committal to go into as well. Like, you can see how slow the bar's going down as well. You're seeing the extra bar, which is just the indicator for when you can do Perfect Judgment Cut too. But he essentially becomes a different character for 20 seconds. Because but it's also sort of counterintuitive. You don't really want to go to Devil Trigger unless you have 5 bars, because you then have no bars to do all of his other good options as well. But he
some
gets
of his moves just get worse, like multiple.
Yeah,
of his
which
moves.
is unfortunate.
Like anything where it's like, because one of the ways that it was like symbolized that he's more powerful is that the attacks get additional hits, and additional hits are not something you generally want in your neutral tools, because it allows you to get advanced and guarded and punished. So like a bunch of his stuff just gets like worse in neutral. But with all that said, we still need to put him in a place.
Yes. So I think by the fact that if we have to 12% damage, 15% and 15% damage. Thank you, Nova.
Thank you, Nova.
I think purely because of blistering swords, he has to go in obviously unfair. Like that.
Yeah.
It's like it's just a ridiculous, like, because this is how he's existed since the beginning. He just has a hyper durability special for an insignificant cost.
And the air super version is also very good of being able to just be like, oh, I could go into super blistering swords, and that gets rid of his committalness and a bunch of things, because like he is a super committal character if he doesn't have resources. But Vergil's like that too, except Vergil goes into spiral swords and then he's no longer a committal character. This character's like that, but he could do it in the air.
Yeah.
But it requires meter.
So I'm with you in that. I think it is quite difficult to play as this character, because I really don't think he's that good.
I feel like if he doesn't have meter, he's not even in this tier. He's like, without meter, I feel like he's worse than Charlie. But all of his amazing nonsense things he could do with meter, the Void Stinger that will instantly on reaction beat the majority of projectiles in the game, meaning that like it's that Red She-Hulk thing where it's like, oh, if this tool didn't exist, then people would just be shooting at him and it would be fine. But because this tool exists and it goes full screen and is fast and is projectile invuln on frame 1, I feel like a broad variety of game plans just don't work against him.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the catch, though, is like he's only, all of his tools feel like they're designed to beat other tools. So, but on the basis that the opponent has to be like doing something. He doesn't really have, to me, what feels like a very definitive game plan.
Like his advantage state isn't really advantage state. He's not gonna.
Yeah, he doesn't have traditional mix-ups in that sense, but he doesn't have a way to, like you talked about earlier, but he doesn't have a way to like build meter or neutral without spending meter to get into that situation. And his meter, he has very much like a surplus of meter spending than gain. Surplus whether it was on the right word to use there. But the outgoing is much greater than the incoming. And I think that really hurts him. He's got really good supers. He's got some like combo supers as well. He gets Dimension Slash and Devil Trigger, which does an insane amount of damage. But then he doesn't have that on, which is actually a really like such a crucial thing to regular Vergil, is being able to do Dimension Slash to defend your landing. And then DMC Vergil doesn't really need to defend his landing, but he doesn't really attack in a traditional way because they're all mids. So it's he I think to summarize my thoughts, I think so. Like pros, he's got the best regular projectile in the game. A suite of good supers. Round trip is fine. Deep stringer is fine. I think his normals might actually be worse than
Worse
regular
than Vergil.
Vergils.
Yeah, well, worse than regular Vergil is not. Like you could say that
Yeah, that
about
doesn't mean they're
99%
bad.
of the cast. And and having armor normals as a bonus for certain situations, I think, is also useful.
Yeah, I think the problem is they're attached to back command normals, which can get him killed in a lot of situations. Because instead of doing his 5-frame stand light, which is one of the best normals in the whole
Yeah,
game,
that
you might
thing's-
accidentally get his 8-frame backlight, which will lose in scramble situations a bunch of the time.
Or the
As
OS
well.
with the back H, where you're
Yeah.
like, I'm going to throw like a reasonable person, because everybody in Marvel should always be throwing, folks. But when you do this, and it's like, oh my gosh, I ended up getting the kicks instead, and it's multi-hit so they could advance and guard, and all of this nonsense. And
Yeah. So I think because he just doesn't play the game normally. And I think because he doesn't have like a great advantage state, and then even when he does spend bar to get the advantage state, it's like it really depends on the opponent messing up or doing something unsafe. This might be outrageous. I think he's worse than Laura. I think,
worse than Laura.
yeah, I the or not as impactful as Laura is as well. Actually, I think his assist like Drive is good.
Drive's not as good as Berserker Barrage, though. Drive is
Yeah.
nowhere near as good as Berserker Barrage.
But it just feels like he flails a lot.
I feel like he's a character that is team composition dependent. If you put him with Cyclops or Gloria and you're like, oh, I am pretty confident that I could bring in this character with 4 meters, I think he's ridiculous. But
Yeah.
I think that is a very small percent of team compositions. I think that, like, outside of, like, Gloria, Cyclops, and Stars Jill, you're probably not going to be building enough meter and neutral with your other character to take advantage of the fact that his meter use is so good. And then
Yeah.
all of his, like, good tools that don't cost meter are, like, decent, but they're mainly good against bad characters.
Yeah, they're all like stalling tools.
Yeah.
And he's not like he doesn't get anything from the stalling in the way that like Chun-Li jumping around is like her stalling benefits the team, or like Clay can stall at super jump height by getting spells up and such like that as well. I think also the fact that he's quite frankly a bad anchor as well.
Though he does like having lots of meter.
Yeah, but again, like it feels like it's really difficult for Vergil to make a comeback, but he's good at maintaining advantage. But it's hard for him to like make something happen from it or make a comeback in that sense. So that's what it feels like to me. As well. I think that really holds him back.
I think I want to put him slightly higher. I think I want to put him just above Cyclops, just because I think having things you could do on reaction with meter that entirely destroy matchups is valuable enough to be up there. And
yeah, Void Singer is really messed up.
Yeah, Void Stinger's really messed up, and blistering swords and then blocking and waiting for them to shoot, because they'll shoot anyways, and as we saw, they beat like Photon Array and stuff.
Yeah, I do have a small counterpoint of Void Singer though. Again, using Red Shield because the comparison is that he no longer gets a combo from it. He used to be able to cancel the end of it into Judgment Cut, Perfect Judgment Cut, but he doesn't get that anymore. I think he can do Void Singer into Void Singer, but it also does really low damage. It does like 200k.
It's definitely a thing you should DHC into something out of it, as opposed to just like.
So again, it's just that kind of meter necessity. So I suppose that's fine, but it just adds to like the strictness of his team building. But it's still an option. It's like it was less than 5-frame pre-flash and it's projectile destruction, so it's just inherently a really good thing because it's one of those things where like you wouldn't really. You can also only do it on the ground, which is pretty normal. Whereas then a lot of characters, rather than can't do their option, they just don't do it. I don't know if there's any characters that are so like dependent on a super or like a really telegraphed projectile.
No, because even if the projectile's not that telegraphed, he gets to do it on reaction to a lot of things. Like, I think that his his ability to reaction punish with that is very high. But I'm only arguing that he's 3 slots higher because had him right under Wolverine Laura, and I
Laura,
just
yeah.
think that his meter use is just like pretty game defining.
Yeah, I think okay, comparing it to Cyclops in that case, I think much in the same way that like Vergil can spend a bar to punish things, I think Cyclops also gets to do that with Hyperoptic Blast
But
as
Vergil's
well. Like
is safe and leads him to be plus on block because he has Blistering Sword super. And it still punishes things because it'll go through all the supers.
yeah.
Like, I think, but if you feel that it is correct for him to be under Wolverine Laura,
I'll
I
I'll
am okay with that.
I'll
Let,
compromise and put him below Cyclops.
below
That's
Cyclops.
my
Below
my
Cyclops. Okay.
yeah. I think
Below
I understand
Cyclops,
that
who
like
should be his friend, because Cyclops is good at building meter and neutral, and that's exactly the
yeah,
type of friend he wants.
this is almost a good team.
Mhm.
Just in just Cyclops, Vergil, and then someone else afterwards. But
Okay,
yeah,
but feeling
I'm
good
really
with
not
this?
convinced on this character, but he has like just this like weirdly out of place, extraordinarily good tools, and then some like okay tools.
Yeah. And weird restrictions that every other character doesn't have.
Yes, yeah,
That
the
make it
special cancel
very
thing
hard
is
to
like
play.
really counterintuitive.
Yeah. Or
So
even if it's
he's
like it's understandable, it's like you are losing a large amount of options that you would normally have if you were any other character. So it makes it so a bunch of his tools where it's like, oh, this tool would be good if it went into long duration pressure tool after like, and then he doesn't have his long duration pressure tool as a cancel for it. It just
yeah.
feels kind of frustrating and bad, but then like enough of his things are bullshit that I think that this is a pretty reasonable spot for him.
Yeah, okay, I'll concede there as well. He's in that area. It's like 2-3 places are relatively insignificant, but about there.
So
I think if
there's
this,
another
what
character
would you
on
think?
this
How
list.
do you think this would change if single blistering sword was regular durability? Like it
Uh,
probably should. I'd say like
maybe.
it being like it probably shouldn't be like 5 low durability like a regular fireball for costing that much bar.
No, it should be like a buster or something.
Yeah, like a 10 low durability projectile. But do you think that would change his placement as opposed to it being like the unintentional hyper durability?
I think his other uses for meter are just so strong that even without that, he would be good. But I think he would be a substantially worse character in the air if he didn't have that.
Yeah, because he doesn't have just like a projectile destroying way to land
Mhm.
as well. But
That he could block
okay,
during.
yeah, okay, but yeah, if you don't think it would be like, of course he would be worse at landing. I don't think it would
Mhm.
change that much compared to like Ken
Mhm.
or Laura. So okay, let's
Yeah,
leave him there for now then.
I think that's a reasonable place for him. And I have strong feelings on this character, but I am also the most biased person as both the primary person who plays her in bracket and the person who made her.
Okay.
So, with those biases in mind, I would be interested in hearing your thoughts first on this character and where she is within the ecosystem. First of all,
Interesting.
in the UK, do you have any Glorias?
No, I tried her a bit myself. She's a bit too big brain for me as well. But this is like an actual complex character as well. She has like a suite of tools that they all flow into each other as well. I think she has like obscenely good normals. Like we talked about with Dante as well, but she has the Trish stand heavy, which is just like a really good button as well. But it also destroys projectiles. Her crouching medium, the slide is the best slides by like a considerable margin as well because it has a billion active frames. It's relatively easy to confirm as well. It's so easy to meet you with this move when people wake up, and she gets a lot of knockdown situations and has to go for reset. So this situation comes up a lot, where meet you stand medium into crouch medium into such is very powerful. She just has really good fresh lights, which are great for hit confirming as well. Her as well. Her dive kick is different than Trish's. It's from what I understand, it's faster, but it has a much worse hitbox or much worse hurtbox.
So
Oh, it seems to cover quite a steep angle as well. It goes down more than it goes forwards.
oh, her dive kick is lots of things. Oh, first of all, on her slide, faster startup, farther travel distance. But its hit stun is actually lower than base game Trish, and its hitboxes are also smaller, so it doesn't anti-air as well.
Okay.
But it's still amazing because it goes 2/3 of the screen, or like half the screen, and it low profiles everything while going the majority of the screen.
Yeah.
But her dive kick actually, so it goes instantly like a lot of dive kicks, or like it's like a Wolverine dive kick where you just start moving downward, as opposed to it being the like hover, pause, and then move downwards. So
Yeah.
that makes it feel different from Trish's. Also, she has 3 different angles for her dive kick, even though it's all on one button. If you do a normal jump forward, or if you jump forward, the angle it goes is the most far forward. But if you do a neutral jump, it goes less distance, and if you do a backwards jump, it actually is almost like in place vertically or horizontally.
Okay.
So, and this includes if you're using like complex movement tools, like that one's going to leave me in like normal jump forward state, so she could manipulate which way she changes her air momentum with dive kick with her other tools.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, having a way to manipulate dive kick angles is very significant as well. So you have to constantly be watching Gloria to be able to see what dive is about to happen, among a lot of other things as well. So her normals are just like generally fantastic. Stand medium's more novelty because it has the significant pushback, like a donkey kick does as well. But you typically don't use this in strings.
Yeah,
Just 'cause
standing
of the
medium
numbers.
is her worst button. Every single other button is amazing.
Yeah. And she has the ability to air dash cancel her specials, her air buttons, which Trish can't do. So, can she double jump cancel heavy or just the medium like Trish, and then air dash cancel everything else?
So she has air dash on everything. So
And that includes knockdown jump S like Doom does.
So that, but then she also has jump medium, which is you may look at this and be like, how is this any better than the move that's her worst move? But this is actually her best normal. It's just the hardest thing to use, because when you do it, you can air dash cancel on whiff like Marvel 2. So when you do it, you can have access to other things. You could also jump cancel it on whiff, so you could block at any frame during your jump medium. And you could also dive kick cancel it on whiff, so it is incredibly good for being able to just do a bunch of other things. But also it reduces her minimum air dash height, so you could car jump medium into air dash in order to be able to have a faster air dash. So she has a lot of things where it's like you can manipulate her frame data by adding in additional buttons or tools, but every single thing you're doing is costing her health. So you're like, oh, I'm able to get a 3, somewhere in between like a 3 to 5 frame faster air dash that's going to hit an overhead earlier, but in exchange I'm losing like 5% of my life or so.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we might as well bring up the health thing now as well, because she has subnormal health.
Yes.
To begin with, she's
620k.
620, and then also loses a percentage of her health. Well, it will be a flat amount, but obviously it's a percentage of her health every time she does any normal.
Or
does that include specials as well? Oh, specials as well, yes.
Every tool she does costs health except for her supers. Her supers cost her no health.
Yeah, I think so. When it comes to like low health and health drain as well, I don't ever think that this is like a limitation in that sense. Like, objectively speaking, it is. But for when a character that has this sort of options has such powerful options as well, it's essentially a non-factor. Especially because the other like gimmick that Gloria has, she has intense health regen when she's tagged out or DHC'd out as well. Because she gets, is it like a 0.1 second install that gives a rapid health regen? on tag out.
Yes. I think the health matters for her differently than it does for... I think in general, like, I don't care about a character's health in fighting games because, like, if you just don't get hit, it doesn't matter that your health is
Exactly.
low. And she's very good at not getting hit, so it's like, okay, why do I think she is specifically different in that context from normal characters? So one of the things is that while you're playing neutral, you are going to run out of health just by doing things. You won't be able to kill yourself, but just like all of the stuff she's doing is going to build damage for her. And then I think it matters in this game because Chip can kill her very, very easily. So once you get down to around like this amount of life, you can't block a block string or else you will die. So I think that one of the things that's important is that because she damages herself to a degree, one of the things you need to do is you need to get her out so she could get the health back. She's a character that you can't OCV with as a result, because if you do, you'll just get to the point where like jab into DP on block will kill you.
Yeah, as well, and also she has ridiculously low damage, so she can get multiple hits very easily as well. But also and it's worth mentioning now she gets no bonus from X Factor.
Yes.
She just gets the cancel.
Oh no,
so
she gets a bonus, but it's no damage and no speed. So she gets 0% damage and 0% speed. But if you look at my bar, her meter build's already amazing. It's something worth being aware of. But in X Factor, her meter build is very high. So that built me like 4 bars. So she gets to do more things, but since she can't convert damage or meter into damage, it just means that she's going to be able to spend essentially unlimited meter on doing unreasonable mix-ups, but on hit she can't actually kill you even in X Factor.
Yeah. Her like optimal combos will top out at like 400k.
Yeah.
As well as point like Strider looks at Gloria and from his ivory tower with his high damage.
It's true, and at least that's the other thing. All her meter spends don't do damage. Like, one of the things that's normal in Marvel is like, okay, you end your combo with meter usage because that's the thing that's still going to do damage at scaling. But her only thing that you could combo into is this, and as you saw, that was a 16-hit combo that did less damage. It did less than a third of Dante's jab.
Yeah. So her whole shtick is that she's one of the biggest, or is the best enabler in the game, because why did she get to hit? She essentially has an infinite supply of bar, because her meta game is just absurd. She's building 3-4 bars in one combo. It's like this is kind of what Servbot wants to be.
Yeah, like Servbot and her build the same amount of meter, but she has the next to the best normals in the game, while Servbot has next to the worst normals in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And she has multiple good ways of spending bar as well. So besides like the insane pressure she gets, it leads into her, is it Clockwork? Is the name of the super?
Yes.
Or, yeah. Which is the super useful that did 16k damage. She can kill herself with
a grounding bolt is the only way she could kill herself. Every other tool, she could get herself down to 0 life, but grounding bolt will kill herself. And
that's funny.
Every single person who has played her in tournament, there's only 3 of us, and all of us have killed ourselves in tournament with that move.
That's hilarious.
It's just how it goes.
But with regards to Clockwork, it's like the main powerful tool or the main thing that it matters, it persists when you DHC or tag out as well. So it's designed to be done in such a way that you use it immediately DHC, or wait, can you DHC frame 1, or do you have to like wait a tick before you DHC for it to become a... Okay, so yeah, so you just DHC immediately, and then you've got this like big floaty juggles that lets you like either loop supers or add in a ton of extra hits during all this fix hits done, and build bar in the process, and then spends whatever you want to do as well. So Gloria will build multiple bar, and while she can't spend the bar to loop supers, she can DHC into another character that can then... Characters can't ordinarily loop their supers, can then loop supers, or get some form of setup, and then they do the damage to kill. in the process. She has another, or the other super, which is her command grab super, which has 3 versions. Because it's like She-Hulk's, where it's in front, in the air, and then one where she tackles forward.
Yes.
And I believe the tackle forward one is projectile invincible.
Yes. And it is like Vergil Void Stinger, where like if they are, oh no, Raccoon is so small, I failed.
Oh wow. But yeah, as you see, it snaps them out and then does a bolt when they come in on incoming, so they have to take an incoming at the same time. So, get more of a punishment tool.
I died because I didn't have my life turned on and I had mashed buttons. So that's the thing, where even in training mode, I just died there, which normally I do not die in training mode. Plasma Storm? Okay. Plasma Storm exists. So it's invulnerable. She won't go quite full screen, but she goes pretty far. And then it's unblockable on their other character, which means that if they have a Dark Anchor or something, you can kill their Dark Anchor without needing to get an incoming mix on them. I
didn't know the bot was unblockable. I thought you just got a mix.
Oh no, you get to kill them. It is unblockable and tracking. So even if you're, or I guess you could hard drive out, or Phoenix Inferno, or Gloria teleport, but for normal characters you die, or you get a Gloria combo, which is probably not going to kill you, but like she should be able to hand you off to someone who can't kill you.
Yeah, losing the anchor because your point got command grabbed is certainly something.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like in base games, sometimes you're like, I don't care if my first 2 characters get hit because I'm going to Dimension Slash on incoming, X Factor, and then kill their whole team with the other characters having been batteries with their dead corpses, but like she can punish that strategy.
Yeah. It feels like it skips a few steps as far as the point to hit anchor situation rather, but it's just one of them Gloria things.
There are a lot of things that are in the one of them Gloria things.
Yeah, and the other main way of her spending bar is the EX teleport as well. So it's 1 bar and 200,000 health, or it's some amount of health.
Yeah, around 33% of her health.
Yeah, so about 200,000 then. But it's a frame 1 invincible teleport that puts her on the opposite side of the screen, not necessarily behind the opponent. So in response to any super that doesn't hit behinds, she has a 1 bar get out of jail free cards. And as established early on, because she builds so much meter during her combos, even just playing neutral because the opponent has to block for a long time, that you will often have at least 1 bar to escape really any situation as well. And I understand, from what I understand from what you mentioned earlier, she can do it in the air as well.
Yes, so she is in the privileged crowd of Phoenix and Sentinel, where when she's on incoming, she can get on the opposite side of the screen without, and it'll take a third of her life. So like she's in a kind of scary situation, but like she can get out for investing meter, and she could use that on reaction to a bunch of things too, where if there's a super flash and Red She-Hulk's going to punch, she could teleport to the opposite side, then blink dash in from behind and punish and things like that.
Yeah, you've done that to me several times.
It's good, it is worth doing. I do recommend.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that because of how powerful it is, it actually eliminates a lot of options. So much in the same way Void Singer does with certain projectile supers. This means you basically can't do anything with a flash that doesn't hit behind your character, because she will escape it, and then because her forward ground movement's really good, she can almost always punish it as well with just kind of several plinks into S or like super jump dive kick or something. But sorry, several plinks into crash medium, I should say, not S. Her back plinks are like quite poor, so it's not normally a factor.
Backwards.
Yeah.
All of her forward movement is like slightly above average, and all of her backward movement is substantially below average.
Yeah, her air shot forward is ridiculously good as well, because it like launches her up forwards.
It does less than it used to, but it's still quite good.
Yeah, but
I did
it's a good way of
at some point.
but she can very easily get to super jump height, able to call assists, and because she has such good falling options in like jump medium into anything or dive kick or grounding bolt as well.
Oh, her air dash down is also incredibly fast, where like it's to the point where if you're at normal jump height, there's no button you could press to do like there's no like Iron Man air dash down light or Nova air dash down light. She needs to get all the way up to super jump height to make a button come out, but that means like she has a footsie's range when she's at super jump height. And she could use it with adjustments to like get around things. So if they try to anti-air, you could get around it, but it's also fast enough that if they're trying to like they need to be preemptive in anti-airing it. She also has the dive kick. Dive kick's hurt box to hitbox ratio is worse than Trish's, but it's so fast that that's hard to deal with. Voltage is amazing because it will hit them without your body needing to be there, and it hits down to the ground, so I could be up at the top of super jump height, and then I could still get a confirm with if I have not bad execution. So she could like hit with that. Grounding bolt is also a thing where it's like, oh, you were blocking on the ground and then you were throwable by someone in super jump height. So when she is above you, she has, I think, the best suite of tools for hitting below her despite not having like a ground bouncing foot dive.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and
especially
she could set her trap. And setting her trap is also very good because it has a hitbox on the ground, just like Trish. But she does. But being able to set it in the air, she could be very threatening afterwards because she is so fast.
Yeah, it basically becomes impossible to attack her if she's in like a certain angle above or in front of you, because of the escape options. Because of how good her air mobility is, things you can like set up on the ground to put a wall in front of her. Because of voltage, having like even though it's a dinky little projectile, it just puts a lot of like it covers a very disgusting arc from ground to super jump height to ground again, which makes it highly effective at locking off an area of the screen. So like the immobile characters really struggle.
Yes.
And then she has the glyph that will nullify. She has two versions of it, right? There's one that the one that faces them nullifies projectiles. The one that's facing the camera.
They're all just normal nullification.
Okay.
It's just that they have bonus useful properties beyond that. But so like this, if someone is just like punching at or like attacking, especially if they have a giant Vergil sword or something, it means that it's very likely the attack will intersect with this. So she could like get in situations where other characters cannot. But if you just like mash crouch light, it's low enough that it hits under the thing. So unless you have like a weird crouch light, like the sadness that is Moonstone's crouch light, if your crouch light is better than that, it'll go under it for like 90% of the cast. But then the thing is, since she could cancel into this, like if you see when she does one of her voltages, she takes a moment to fall to the ground. But she could cancel one of those into that, and it will change her fall speed, so you could use it to get additional frame advantage off of any of her tools there. So she could use this as a way to change her fall speed, along with preventing hitboxes, and it is very, very strong, but kind of hard to use.
Yeah, especially if lows do go underneath it as well, but it's good at just kind of, even if people want to swing at you from the ground and have like an okay anti-air normal like Vergil S or Dante S or something of the sort, it just becomes a non-factor because the glyph will negate it at the same time as well. And her round trip is also very, very good because it doesn't go anywhere, but it's also really active as well, and it lasts for a long time, so you can tag out if you wanted to as well from this too. But it's also one of their best combo starters because it puts them in a ton of hit stun while they're on the ground, and lets you go into battery charge, which is her down S or down heavy. Down S. So which like I don't know what the speed boost is, but like doubles her meter gain as well. So she can build 5 bars in like 5 hits. not exactly 5 hits as well, but Oh yeah, she's building bar and whiff as well, which is very, very significant. So much in the way Cyclops can.
Except for her, it's
this
only
just happens anyway.
jump medium. It's jump medium is her button that like pretends to be a Marvel 2 button. Because in Marvel 2, you wanted Dakara whenever you're doing an air special of any kind. You wanted Dakara your highest meter build button into it because normals built meter on whiff like third strike. And so her jump medium is like a Marvel 2 button. Except it also does things like reduce her minimum air dash height.
Yeah, so it's a big utility button at the same time as well. And actually, sorry, there was another meter spend option which we forgot to cover as well, which was EX voltage as well. So this is a big, like, huge visual noise because it does all manner of glyphs at the same time, one after another. It can pull you out the corner, it relocates you, so you have to track your character and what Gloria is doing at the same time, on top of what Gloria is doing. But it's one of the... I feel like anytime I've seen someone block Ears Voltage, they've been hit straight afterwards.
Yes.
As well. It's obscene to defend this move, because she can layer things before doing it. And afterwards as well.
Yes.
The after very rarely matters.
She gets to, after, I forget if it's like somewhere in between the 5 to 8 frame range, she could dash cancel it, so she could be doing stuff while it's doing all of its things, both ground and air.
Yeah.
But it does take a third of her life, so it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you're essentially hitting yourself with the raw super in order to have a very unfair mix-up that also wins neutral.
Yeah, I would take that trade every day of the week.
Yeah, it's very good. But like, it is one of those things where like sometimes you do it, then they X Factor throw you, and then do an OTG super, and you just die, and it's like, oh, that felt pretty terrible.
Yeah, but again, I think because it's dash cancelable, there's still a lot of counterplay to it. Quite counterplay to like someone X-Factoring, because you can be in the air or on the ground. Mm-hmm. Like you can do rising jump light, throwing inside overheads, or is there jump too floaty for light to hit on the way up? Not too floaty, but too fast. Oh no, still hits on the way up.
She hits instant overhead light.
Because Trish technically has like the best instant overhead in the game, but she can't combo from it normally. And I believe Gloria can't either, but with EX voltage happening at the same time.
But there are some characters that have the life of profound sadness where they're a little taller while crouching, and that lets her do those types of loops on them.
Oh, yeah. This is something Trish can do as well anyway. So it's just... Oh, not the air dash, but she can do like jump light heavy ass and combo from it, which is nice. But yeah,
no,
so
light heavy never combos for air normals. There's not enough hit stun on light.
Oh, okay.
But her air ass is fast, so it does work.
Yeah. But it's not unreasonable for Gloria to set up fuzzy situations all the time, because someone is able to block an overhead. There's typically a lot of things on screen keeping you in block stun. And so you'll be stuck standing, and then you have to guess between like another instant overhead high-low that you could combo from solo if you wanted to. As well meterlessly, and then spin bar if you wanted to. That's actually something else I forgot about. I only noticed it happened a little bit earlier as well, but her sword almost 2 chip damage.
Yes, her sword chips and her movement things chip, her dive kick and her slide. They don't chip very much, but it's that thing where it's like, even if you're not getting opened up, you do need to pay attention to your health over time, because she's damaging herself, but she'll get out at some point and get it back, and you will not get back what was taken from you. So
yeah, so she, I suppose to summarize, she has top tier forward mobility, but quite poor bad mobility. She's got some of the best normals, if not the best normals in the game. She could build normals. She could build meter on whiff. She could just chip damage on block. She has the best mix-ups, like by far.
Outside of unblockables, because I feel
like yeah, they're not really mix-ups at that point.
But no, I think that she is the highest tier of mix-up in the game outside of like Firebrand or Sogenmu or things.
Yeah,
like that.
There's so much visual noise that it's just hard to follow a lot of the time. As well, there are a lot of things that have been tuned down, but they're still just difficult to put above them. Sorry, I said to put above them as I read Akatsu's Yeah, active message.
what did
But
he
it's
say?
still difficult to follow. He was just asking where the MC Dante went, and then Hunt. But Hunt currently is in the top 3 for now, but it will change in a moment.
Yeah.
She has no full screen presence, but is able to close the gap into that mid-range, close range where a lot of characters really can't contest a lot of her options. She's extraordinarily safe, so despite having to spend a lot of health to do things to keep herself safe as well, like outside of forcing scramble situations, she's almost untouchable, unless the Gloria player makes a mistake. But again, we're talking from a tier list perspective where the player wouldn't just make mistakes.
No, I think that's actually something that is worth noting in once we get to the tier placement part. I think that we'll talk a little bit about what we value in tier lists because I think she's different from every other character in the top tier for like why she's good.
I mean that's fair as well.
Where
But
feel like she's taking very advantaged risks while the rest of the top tier are like, oh, I'm just not going to take a risk.
yeah, I mean I suppose that's fair as well because that lack of full screen presence is the difference. Where like a lot of the rest of the top tiers are like unapproachable, but Gloria is able to like make her or like force situations that let her be able to approach you, and then set up just disgusting mix-ups, just outright gruesome stuff, over and over and over again. And while she doesn't damage, as we talked about earlier, she's the best enabler in the game as well. So she makes any character behind her that spends bar reasonably well, like their power levels go up several degrees as well. So again, we were talking about with DMC5 Vergil as well. Like he's so meter dependent, but if you had Gloria and then DMC5 Vergil, she can build so much bar in neutral and get Vergil, and then he gets to do whatever he wants to do, I suppose. And despite having to spend health as a resource, she gains it back so quickly, and she's encouraged to tag out anyway. Because her assists are fantastic, because her DHCs are incredible, or DHC I should say is incredible. That she's constantly being rotated in and out. But her only real major weakness is being she's terrible on anchor and has no full screen presence and does no damage.
Yeah, bad anchor, no full screen presence, cannot combo off of throw.
That's
actually
funny.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're about to talk about the thing. Her throws matter a lot as well because they apply a speed boost to yourself and your opponent. And this, again, speed typically isn't always a bad thing as well, but it can mess you up if you're not prepared to be like 30% faster. Because you'll do like your normal combos, and it turns out they're actually X-Factor combos in terms of their execution, and then you mess up.
Yes, that is true. There are combos that you only get to do if Gloria has thrown you, where there are things like, for all of the random like very good tech monsters like Colossus that has been optimizing things, all your combos could do more damage because you could actually link more things together. I know this is like that unholy knowledge thing of the Call of Cthulhu, where it's like, oh, you've optimized so much and now you're doing over 1 million without spending any meter. Well, if you gave yourself a speed boost at the beginning, you'd be able to link together things you wouldn't be able to otherwise, so you could actually have an even more optimized combo.
Yeah, but normally it doesn't matter that much because Gloria is so low on health that usually a very simple combo into OTG Super will kill her anyway.
Yes.
As well.
Oh, but the throw...
And to answer your question, so CWHC in the chat said, if the opponent has a good get off me assist, how does that affect with Gloria? And it's somewhat irrelevant. I think there are some DP assists that she has to deal with as well, but there's no... I don't think any of them are like... Are there any still in Frame 1 Invincible get off me assists? Like, all the DPs were nerfed, besides Ken's maybe?
Armored Colossus assist will get through, and Ken assist will get through.
Okay, Ken DP I think is the only true like DP assist still.
And,
like Frame 1, Invincible to Frame 1 active, and then Colossus because it hits crouches as well, the power release, or whatever it's called. But I think ultimately it's because it's so player based whether you get hit by the assist, and all good players will know how to play around against Invincible assists or like reversal assists. So it normally isn't that much of a factor that would affect a character's placement,
Yeah, and
because that's a
she
more of a
also
player
has
issue than a character issue.
good answers. Whereas like some characters, like, oh, if all you could do is melee, then you need to be like, I can melee, but I need to be at a space where I'll be like doing lows where my hitbox is small or something. Her footsie's range is back here, so even if somebody is trying to like summon a 10 because they think that you're gonna be here and you just like get them with that, you don't need to worry about 10 assists.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, you were about to start saying something.
oh yeah, one of the best moves she has that is also very hard to use is grounding bolt, but I think that this is the best vertical poke in the game because it destroys all projectiles that are hanging out around it. If she is higher than you and you're in the air, you have frame advantage over her when you get hit by it. If she is lower than you, she has frame advantage over you if you get hit by it. So in every situation that most characters, like we were saying that DMC1 Dante is so good because he has stuff that's going to hit all the way up there, Gloria also has that trait where she can like poke and then be potentially very threatening off of the poke and do it in situations that most characters can't interact. But the thing I wanted to mention was base game characters that are good. All of them can win through non-interactive patterns by chipping out the opponent. All of them can confirm off of throw into a dead character, and all of them do damage. And Gloria has none of these things, but she's still a very top tier character.
Yeah, she's the best offensive character in the game.
Oh, that was the other thing I was
like-
going to mention. You just reminded me on that is, I think Gloria in power level has the highest peaks, but her valleys and her average are lower than the characters that are above her in the tier list. Where I think that if the Gloria player is very, very good at reacting and their reactions are on point at the moment, so they're like adjusting what they're doing when they see their opponent do something, since she has so many like cancels in order to change her behavior, and she's good at predicting player behavior, so she's able to start accruing advantage in ways that will persist even after she does something to change her behavior on reaction, and her execution's on point. I think if all three of those things are in alignment for her, she is able to have a positive matchup against everyone. And
Yeah.
except for X. X, it's still bad because Ryu Engine just beats a bunch of things. But other than X, I think that when she's doing all those things, she just wins. But then, like, you never want your game plan to be, oh, I outplay or read my opponent. That means that as soon as you're playing someone who has a better read on you than you do on them, your game plan is going to stop working. So I feel like when she has all three of her things of like good player reading, good reactions, and understanding how to react to situations, because she has like so many variable things where it's like, oh, if she wants to do this and then get to the ground, or wants to do it then shield cancel to get to the ground faster, or go into the bolt so she could get an invulnerable roll that'll cross up where she doesn't have a hurt box but you could use an assist around it, or if she does it and then she does it into a hop so she could get additional aerial movement. Like, she has a bunch of choices in every situation, and if you do the wrong one, often you'll just die. But she has a bunch of things, so if you react to the situation, you should just kind of win in a lot of cases.
Yeah. So it's... But yeah,
and she has assists. We didn't talk about any of those yet.
Oh yeah, there's so many other things as well. But yeah, she has... I mean, granted, assist is definitely good, but it's complex. I'd say she has two fantastic assists and then two fantastic assists and then a situational assist.
Yes, I think grounding bolt is actually the best assist in the game, but it's also the worst assist if you just summon it in neutral. Because like, if you just summon it in neutral, I think it is actively a symmetrical assist where it's like it's not actually better for you than it is for your opponent if you don't have a plan. But then the other ones, even if you don't have a plan, they're just great.
Yeah, round trip is incredible. There's significant lockdown. It has decent tracking as well, so it'll kind of follow people up to about normal jump height. But it's probably the best true lockdown assist in the game as a result of that, because of its length of lockdown. But normally you need to have another like primary assist, and this is like your other key assist. So for characters that have high low pressure, this is the best assist for them. As well, because it will keep them on the ground for ages. You can set up fuzzies, you can do instant overheads and then combo from it as well, which is
also
excellent as
pulls
well.
people out of the corner, which is nice for characters. Like we were mentioning that now Vergil gets to go into the corner with this. For the characters that are like, dang, I have a good left-right mix-up, but when people are in the corner, I can't do it. Like Yun's dive kick or something. This means that you get to get them out of the corner, so you get your best mix-up even if it's cornered, and the lockdown is long, and all of that.
Yeah. You still have to time it correctly. Again, it's more of a play issue than an actual issue, but because you can't be hit left right while your in block's done. So it lets you set up a situation after the round trip block's done ends as well. But the lockdown still primarily it's best for high low, but it sets up a left right if the character has it as well. Again, specifically for characters that can't get into the corner if they're cornered.
Yeah, in general, it turns whatever your best mid-range poke is into your best mix-up.
Yeah. Provided your character has some form of mix-up. Like, it lasts long enough that every character can set up something, like even if it's like a bad fuzzy.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's
Even
something.
against like that, being able to be like, oh, you get your fuzzy off of it.
Yeah. We're still talking about this team because there are 3 very complex characters, Dwayne.
Yeah,
Well, there's a lot to talk about.
These characters are probably this team of 3
bulk of the
characters is
stream.
probably like the highest density of needing to talk about a character.
Yeah.
Like I think the next 5 characters we could do in the time it took to discuss DMC1 Dante, which was the fastest of these characters, even though he was still pretty substantial to discuss.
Yeah, almost for sure.
Oh, but she has more than 1 assist.
Yes, and she has, is it EX voltage assists?
It's back voltage and into up voltage.
Okay, so it doesn't cost bar.
No, it doesn't cost bar or damage for health. It is.
Yeah, but this is another like fantastic assist at pulling people out the corner, which is the goal of back voltage. So it's like it sets up a nice little delay projectile at the same time too, but it's one of the best for this is like the primary one for setting up the left-right mix-ups at the same time as well. But it's a really good poke assist because it just hits mid-range almost instantly, and it can.
The way I like to think about it is, you know how Akuma Tatsu is an amazing assist? It's like a Tatsu, or the back voltage part is like a Tatsu that starts at the full distance of Tatsu, then comes back, instead of starting next to you and then moving forward. So it has an active hitbox very far away from you very early on.
Yeah.
Oh, and also covers, we've talked about how important the different spaces are. It hits up to like not quite super jump height, but almost all of super jump height. It's like 80% of super jump height, so you can't get them when they're at the very top, but you could get them when they're almost at the top. So it's both like...
Yeah. It's good at catching people as they jump or as they're falling.
Yeah, it's great anti-air. You could use it to control the airspace, so it's like... It's good for footsies up to about 2/3 screen on the ground, and footsies up to 2/3 screen in the air as well.
Yeah. So it's like a more flexible assist as opposed to Tatsu, where it's like exclusively close mid-range as well. And then the final assist she has is Grounding Bolt, but 3 times.
It's 2.
It
used to be 3. It used to be 3, but the thing is, this, when you just do it, it hits you and it hits your opponent. So if you just both get clipped, you will be at the exact same amount of frames. So in general, if you're both stand hit or crouch hit or air hit, whatever the case may be. But because of that, it also has no recovery. So you saw how, or let's see. Like, I was able to poke with Vergil standing heavy twice because I was able to use the first bolt as a Roman cancel for the tool. And And then, so you essentially can make it so your grounded tools have no recovery as long as you time grounding bolt the correct number of frames in advance of them. You get 2 Roman cancels a specific distance of time apart from each other.
Yeah.
Which,
So
if
this
you
is what I
have
started
it,
about
is
being
broken.
the hardest to use.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can essentially make any move 0 recovery or like 1 frame recovery. But then it's so easy to kind of accidentally hit your opponent at the same time and just reset your combo.
Exactly.
But it's one of those things where it's best when your opponent's in the corner because it covers a fixed space. You can kind of manipulate it to have the same kind of order of operations every time. But mid-screen or versus a moving opponent, it can be tricky. But it's also possible because it still hits at vertical super jump height. It can just bring your opponent down, or even bring you down to the grounds as well. So it just forces neutral situations in like in almost like an uncontestable way.
But
Yeah.
then, if they understand it, they could do every single thing you could do with it.
Yeah. So it's makes it a lot more complex as well. So it's more like risk rewards, but because you control when it's used, you normally skew the reward in your favor. But it is possible for the assist to completely backfire or just mess up something as well. I remember trying to use it in combo videos where you get like one hit of a super into Gloria resetting you and then doing it again and blah blah blah. But it's a fascinating assist as a result
bullet,
as well. But
it lets you combo off a bullet very simply. That's hilarious.
yeah, so it has what seemed like nuanced usage, but again, it's like being able to eliminate recovery is. So I think it'd be a lot easier to use if it was only 1 bolt. So I think the second bolt makes it like, because the second bolt comes out in front of where it happened the first time, and it can hit your opponent. It's easy to like, it makes it less abusable, rather than just like 0 recovery assist call.
Yes. So, with all those things mentioned, where do you think she ends up on this your tier list?
We've alluded to it already in previous. I thought she was going to be behind Hunk, but when you lay out everything, is that she's not a non-interaction character in the traditional sense, but she's able to force so many beneficial situations that the opponent can't really swing out of, or is forced to block in a lot of situations, or they have to guess correctly. Alongside all the other neutral tools, like she can build meter by whiffing a neutral with a jump medium, but also sets up a lot of other beneficial situations, like being able to cancel with a dive kick and air dash. You can then use the air dash into a dive kick to manipulate where a dash goes. You can nullify projectiles. It's overall like it's so easy to force an advantage state. I don't want to say easy, but it's so
she
likely to
like, the way I like to think about it is like, if you've played a tabletop game, you know how there are dice with different numbers on them, and so a lot of characters, they're like, oh, my advantage state, they're flipping a coin of 50-50, and I have a D4, and that means I have 3 potential win states and 1 lose state, and that's better than their 50% win rate, 50% lose rate. She gets to roll like a D20 where it's like, oh, I have so many different things that could lead into like greater advantage state. And so she is guessing, but she is guessing when the deck is stacked in her favor continuously.
Yeah, like the initiation tools, like crouch medium, her dive kick, jump heavy, air dash, all that stuff is so powerful, and then everything after that is even stronger, and all the defensive tools as well. Like EX teleport is the best move in the game.
Dang, I could see that.
Just because it's like it's uncounterable essentially, or like you can't actively counter it. You have to preempt it.
It's one of those things where like the win is that you let her get away, and now she has no tools that are close enough to interact with you, and she lost a third of her life, but then she's not in block stun and she's not in hit stun. So is that it's like,
because that's the key thing when it comes to defense. Defense isn't just about blocking; it's about evasion and escaping, and she has the best escape tool in the game.
Yes.
But I can see why she would be third as well. I think the top 4, well, the top 5 in particular, are just like they're all like obscenely broken in their own ways. as well. Gloria does have a lot of rule breaky things, a lot of skips in that regards, and that's what makes her. And the fact that she is such a powerful enabler, like she makes any two characters behind her like ostensibly better. And if you put powerful characters that use meter behind it, then you just have like an all-powerful team, realistically as well. But she's the character that benefits the most from a damage engine. Doesn't even need one because you can just have a character that has a quick enough super that they can do it 2 or 3 times, and you can kill any character from all the advantageous situations Gloria can enact.
She's the only
Yeah.
character in the top tier that goes an entire tier placement down if she doesn't have assists. Like, all these other characters are very self-reliant, but Gloria would rather have Bishop with 1 health on her team than she would have 5 meters and X Factor.
Yeah, because at the very least you could spend on bar to DHD into Bishop, and then Bishop gets to use all that bar, and then you get Gloria back in.
Exactly. So she's more reliant than these other good characters, but her peaks are the most unreasonable. She has mix-up that is not reactable. Like, her advantage mix-ups are things where it's like, you need to play a read against the person to not get hit by it. Which means, like, if you're a predictable mixer, you are substantially worse with Gloria than a bunch of other characters because, like, sometimes it's not about reacting to what you see on the screen. It's like, oh, this person really wants to cross me up. You just know they do. And she when you fall into autopilot patterns like that, she gets much, much easier to deal with. But I think that she's below these other 2 characters because both of these characters, they have ways of winning the game that don't require interacting and are very likely to lead to wins over the course of time with very low risk involved. So I think that's what keeps her from being higher. But like, I think the reason she's better than Hunk is just that her peaks are so... She has the tools to fight every situation, and her advantage state is incredibly powerful. Her advantage state is some of the best advantage state in video games in general.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
like I feel the same way about Hunk as with X, and that I think Hunk gets more chip damage over the course.
Oh yeah.
And I think Grenade is like really obscene, and I think he has better incoming mix up than even Jill and X do, because like Grenade bouncing off the wall and dashing into the corner, and then his damage being higher helps. But it's just a case of like these are almost certainly the top 4. It's just a case of where Gloria fits in. Like, at what point does X characters keep away? You can't really see X character because then people think about X. Well, at what point does Y characters keep away get outclassed by Gloria's offense? Essentially, and I think it's fair.
Depending on
Gloria, because X has just so many air options. As well.
I think that's one of the big differences between Stars Jill, Hunk, X, and Gloria is that Stars Jill and Hunk are so amazing at controlling the ground from the ground, and X and Gloria are also pretty good at controlling the ground from the ground, but to a lesser degree. But X and Gloria are characters that, like, when they take to the air, they are also incredibly threatening, while both Stars Jill and Hunk lose the things that make them the most powerful characters because their dumb cancels are all ground related.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we're feeling good for the placement of Team DMC.
Yes, took a little bit over 2 hours, but we managed to get 3 characters down.
I think those are going to be like
the most complex by far.
The most complex team. I think that our next team we could probably do in less than the time to do DMC 1 Dante.
Yeah, I agree as well.
We're starting.
That gives us Thing, Dan, and Talbain.
Yeah, these characters are cool at all, but I think that they would be much easier to explain.
Yeah, they are much more one-dimensional, but in very different ways. Yeah, it's It's Akatsuki. If you're curious about Orange Hulk being better than Thanos, you can watch the last part. I actually spent quite a while talking about Orange Hulk, and I became an Orange Hulk believer as I was talking about all of his options. Because I thought quite low of him, and then I started saying all the things he has, and then Isicera topped up the information, and then it's like, actually, this character's kind of sick.
Yeah, he's
but
also
he has
surprisingly
real.
fun. Like, it's one of those things where I feel
Yeah.
like a lot of people, especially people who are like high technicality players, will shy away from playing a Hulk character because they're like, I've played against Hulks and I've just felt dumb when I run into their big armored move. But Orange Hulk is not that. Orange Hulk is like,
Yeah,
oh, you're
he's a
doing
totally different
complex
character.
movement, you're mixing people, you're able to play footsies, everything is just like great.
Yeah, and he still has an armor option with forward heavy.
Yes.
Or
Or forward
which is
medium.
nice. Forward medium, that's correct. But anyway, so now we're on to Thing. So
Okay.
this is another like a very simplistic character in Thing as well. The key thing, well, movement we're talking about a bit as well. He's got alright buttons. He was made pre-custom animations, I believe. So he has like other characters' buttons, but they're fine. So he has Nemesis Crouch Heavy, but its armor starts up much more quickly, so it's actually a pretty decent poke. His buttons are okay. Like in terms of pressing buttons, he's got just Hagar normals, which are like very like mid-level normals. His air buttons are also okay. His jump S is actually kind of good. Actually, no, his jump S is deceptively bad. Like the boulder doesn't have as big of a hitbox, so it doesn't hit as well as you think it would. But it has like an okay button. It's
better
also
like
jump
right
heavy.
under him and
Oh, no, jump
less
S is
in
there,
front
yeah.
of him. Like
Yeah, it has
the-
more startup than it looks.
It's just like the arc that it takes is not quite as forward as you would think. So it's like you want to be like hit with the later chunk of it if you want a good hitbox for it. Because earlier it'll just like whiff things. And heavy is a very
Yeah.
similar hitbox, but does not
Yeah.
go as far under him.
Yeah, that's Hagar's jump S. So it has like a pretty nice hitbox, but it pulls up his hurtbox, which is kind of nice when you're jumping in. But otherwise, his normals are fairly underwhelming. So he's got forward
But
heavy,
he has knee
which is
drop. Knee drop is better than just
Yeah.
okay.
yeah. So it's Frank's knee drop, which is a really good button. It's plus on block. It's also an overheads, and you can combo from it solo because it's one of its specials is caught something back light OTGs, and you can jump cancel as well. So he has like essentially Helmbreaker, but good in a different way that you can solo combos from, also, which is really very nice too. But all this is to say that the normals don't really matter because his movement's terrible. He has Hulk dash, so he can plink, but he has to do a very fixed like roll first before he can actually do the second dash. So there is a very big delay between his dashes, which means it's difficult for him to maneuver into space where the buttons are effective. So by extension, his crouch heavy is his best button because it moves and has a hitbox. While also being armored, which is nice, and it can also be special cancelled as well. But the thing kind of has to move in the same way Hulk does, where he has to dash and then jump cancel into a special. So his rolling attack, which is what's like a forwards specials, are kind of the go-to. They can be spaced to be safe. Like you can hit them really late and end up getting a combo from them as a result, which is nice. But like grounded's light is pretty decent as well. So you can do so rather than Tiger Knee, but just jump cancel. So you do it on the grounds, TK it out of the dash. Yeah, you can make it hit late and get a combo from it if only the last hit hits or one of the last hits. And set up a pretty good situation. But his buttons are so slow that if you don't get like the right plus frames, he would still get interrupted because you can throw him before the normal will connect. But as a result, he's pretty decent at forcing scramble situations as well. But otherwise, the rest of his specials... Oh, and he's got the boulder throw, his air special, where he just chucks the boulder, holds him in the air as well. It's actually kind of good, because it has really high durability. Tron's boulder has 10 low durability, so this will beat most projectiles. But he can do it quite low on the ground. And yeah, he has like essentially like a dive kick. It's almost like Magblast in that sense, but it feels ridiculous to compare it to Magblast, because it's just the thing. But he can attack from pretty decent angles, but it also has like a tiny bit of recovery, which is unfortunate. So they are essentially always safe, especially from the times he attacks from. It does an okay amount of chip damage. I think they do less damage than normal as a projectile. They do like 70k instead of the normal 80 to 100. So he doesn't rack up chip as quickly as other characters do, but it's a relatively safe option you can attack with, which is nice. But otherwise, the rest of his options are combo tools. His damage is obscene. He does... it does 80k, so it's actually pretty normal. He has up there for like the highest meterless damage as well. So he builds bar and does it, but it's also very just difficult. It's difficult to just get hit by the thing anyway because he doesn't have any real mix. It's all setting up frame traps or spacing traps. But when you have as poor mobility as the thing does, he's so vulnerable to push block. Because once he gets pushed out, it's so difficult for him to get back in again as well. And yeah, the quarter cycle back specials are all combo tools. And his DP's just a combo tool as well. The anti-gamma charge-esque move. He's... Nova just mentioned it in chat as well, but yeah, his supers are quite good. I don't think they're that good. The quarter cycle back special, which is like the defining one, is he summons Human Torch to do Chaotic Flame. But it has a ton of startup. And also doesn't do that much damage. So it's not as devastating to get hit by as... Whereas Chaotic Flame will do like 70k more damage, but this super is big. This is, I believe, an invincible reversal with OTGs that will bounce so he gets a full combo from it. And his level 3 is also an invincible reversal too that he gets a combo from. So he's good at kind of busting out situations, and because he's quite healthy, I'm going to assume he's still 1.2 million as far as health goes. So he can survive in a lot of situations, and then builds bar by using his health, and then kind of bust out. It's not as good as other reversal supers because he doesn't go anywhere when he does the quarter cycle super. So it's like worse Red She-Hulk in that sense. But it's an option, which is nice. From support, he's got a good super to DHG into. The Chaotic Flame is nice to like whiff a DHG into, I suppose. It makes him good to DHG from like projectile super into projectile super. And his assists, I believe, are really underwhelming as well. I think he has quarter cycle back heavy. Yeah, because this gets, it's like Hailstorm but less severe because you get rid of all the startup by DHing into it as well. That assist is like fine. It's like a pretty generic lockdown assist. The fact it knocks down actually makes it slightly worse because the opponent you can't really pick up from the knockdown, but also your opponent gets a tech roll and call of an assist. And then that's just an OTG assist, and then this is that which knocks down as well. Yeah, those other two are irrelevant. So you'd pick Rolling Stone if you're playing this character, but they're otherwise fine. I actually don't know what things Team Supers are. Does he only have Punch Super?
So Punch on Gamma. Punch.
You could Team Super with them a point, and it'll
Beta.
give you the Team Super Super.
But apparently I can't hit two buttons. All three of them are Punch.
Okay, that makes this Team Supers much worse.
It makes
Again,
them
they're probably fine
better
for
on
combos.
point, worse on support, because like if you just do it, and then even with these are not particularly ideal Team Super things, but like he's still gonna be able to just like kill off of this, right? With an invulnerable startup.
Yeah. But yeah, it's best on point because OTGs is, yeah. We've seen Nick Bad use this a lot as well. But he often doesn't really need it as combos. It's good for conversions and happy birthday stuff too, I suppose. But yeah, so otherwise he has a very straightforward kit, which makes sense. Jimmy Tango, the person who made this character, it's his first character, so there's a lot of like simplicity to it involved, and you can't really expect Thing to be like a complex character anyways. He's a hunking piece of rock. But ultimately he's got very terrible mobility. He's got like a quite good projectile. Yeah, no mix-up. Terrible mobility. His supers are fine. He has a reversal, which is nice. And then no real support value besides like an okay DHC.
That sounds great to me. Though I do think that like his air projectile is surprisingly good. Like it's one of those things where it seems like it should be just like a generic bad projectile, but the angles that he gets to choose from for it are all good.
Yeah,
like they're all
and the durability
very
as well.
important.
It'll often beat like assist plus projectile in a lot of situations. It's been changed. Okay, never mind. The durability is lowered, so that makes it much worse. So it's just a regular fireball. But yeah, so the angles are the big defining thing. It's sort of like Weasel Trot in that aspect where Thing can see what you're doing and then take the appropriate response. in quite a non-committal way.
Oh, he
But
also
not
has
nearly
an
as
air
good, but
super.
it's an option.
I forget that he even has an air super, because it's like having
Oh,
an
yeah.
air super is generically good because you could get a character out in DHC, but like it doesn't seem to have particularly great properties other than that. So with
Yeah,
that in mind, do we want to try placing thing on here?
Yes. So I feel like Thing falls into the same sort of struggles that Monster Hunter has, but I almost want to say technically better because he has an overhead with knee drop. So he has, but his assist is quite bad as well. His mobility is really killer. I think if his fireball was still 10 durability like Tron Rock, I'd say I'd rate him more highly. But I feel like they both do the same thing where they're both killing from any hits they get, but they so very rarely get actual hits.
I think knee drop is good. It helps. Like, I think if Monster Hunter takes to the air at super jump height, you could kind of just run under her to the other side of the screen and then make her life miserable again. But you
Yeah,
can't
like she
really
has a
do
jump
that
heavy
in
to hit
this
underneath her, but a super jump height, she's helpless. The reason I'm assuming it's an overhead is because Frank's is an overhead. If knee drop isn't an overhead, that makes it noticeably worse. But it still is an air option he has.
I believe it's
Like being able to change your air momentum is a pretty significant thing in this game.
Yeah, like it makes Doom stand, or I show a thing when you can't see it. It does make Doom stand block. It is an overhead, and it gets to be plus on block too because you have that thing, and you get to jump cancel instantaneously.
Yeah, I think it's plus anyway. If Frank's regular knee drop is like +4 on like tall standards.
Nice.
So there should be that had a pretty generous hitbox there because I didn't touch Doom, but it still made him land. Still made him block. So
that's
yeah, but yeah, you can set up fuzzy situations. Like this uses the push block as well, but it's a fun thing to do with assist, I suppose. So again, pretty much any character in the game can set up some sort of fuzzy with an assist. But Thing has a way to attack from the sky, which is nice. I think that alone, and the fact he has a full screen super, probably makes him better for Monster Hunter.
Okay.
And the armored crouch heavy is very nice. Armored forward advancing crouch heavy is pretty significant.
Especially since he can do stuff on block and just like get into stuff safely.
Yes,
but
yeah.
The thing is, I really highly value being able to dash and crouch block. Like,
yeah,
I feel that that's one of those things that, like, both forward and backward, I feel that just being able to be like, oh no, I'm in Footsie's range. They moved in a way I didn't expect, and now they're swinging at me. I can react by pressing down back right now, and Monster Hunter can do this, and Thing cannot.
Yeah, what that means is you're forced to jump up back to block things, and if you jump up back wrong, like you mistime something or you misjudge something, you then lose all that space by jumping back. You can then cancel into like boulder or knee drop or something, but you have to give up. You're basically taking a risk by moving forward every single time as well, which is unfortunate. But Monster Hunter at the very least can but she has better ground movement and has a greater effective range because of her stand heavy. So they both want to do the same thing, which is counter poke a lot of the time. And I think Monster Hunter can do that better.
But then, like you were saying, if she super jumps, he's just better at super jump than she is by a substantial margin.
Yeah, I suppose it just comes up to whose weaknesses are less severe at this point. So the Thing is technically better in the air at super jump height specifically. At normal jump height, Monster Hunter still has a massive hitbox and arrow. And Thing has a full screen super. Despite having a lot of startup, it's still a full screen super, which lets him interact with assists more reliably.
So I think they're pretty close to each other. It could go either way.
But I think around there is fine. I don't think it's terribly important whether he's above or below her.
Okay.
But maybe above just because of the knee drop being an overheads. Armor crouch heavy is actually quite good, and
Rocky Start's good. It covers like very important angles, and he has choices, multiple of them. And
the
and
fact he recovers in the air is important.
Yeah, the fact that he could knee drop afterwards, where like that thing you were mentioning about if Hunk or someone does like angled air guns, not Hunk, one of the characters who's worse than Hunk, Psylocke. If Psylocke does
Yeah.
the angled down projectile in the air and you dash under it, you just get to kill her for it. But if Thing does angled projectile in there and you dash under it, he knee drops, and it's a hitbox that is very hard to mess with and is a hard knockdown. So on trade, you still get to kill them a bunch of the time. Like,
Yeah,
it-
so
it's pretty-
that part of the kit just works nicely together as well. So yeah, I'd say about Monster Hunter is fine.
Okay, in between Monster Hunter and Jake, sounds like a reasonable place for Thing. Now, I think that we're about to talk about the strongest character in the game, or at least he would
Yes,
say so.
or at least he believes he is the strongest character in the game.
Okay,
So we are now
Oh,
on
I
to
need
Dan.
the Saikyo style. Saikyo? Is it Saikyo or Saikyo?
I think it's Psycho. Because Saikyo. Dan's interesting. He's been designed in a way that's kind of true to form, in that he's very goofy. He's got like some kind of neat stuff because despite before we talk about any of the normals, like the key thing Dan has is he can cancel anything on block or hit into a taunt. Or attack plus S if it's easier for depending on the controller. So whether it's a special or a normal, he can cancel the normal into a taunt. If the taunt connects, he can cancel the taunt into anything, in any normal specifically. So or special too. So he actually has like okay mobility because he has directional taunts with neutral, back, and on the ground he has down taunt as well. But he has forward, back, neutral, and down taunt on the ground. So he just has like surprisingly good mobility options. His regular dash is pretty subpar. I think it's about the same as Ryu, so it doesn't really go anywhere. His walk speed's bad, which doesn't really matter. But he has the worst fireball in the game. In that it's just static in front of him. I think his normals are overall pretty mediocre. His crouch light's kind of okay. Because I think it's rapid fire. But his stand light's terrible. His stand medium's stand medium, the swipe kick. Yeah, stand medium's okay, but stand heavy's pretty bad. It's got a lot of startup and not that much range. His crouch heavy is actually quite good because he like sweeps forward as he does it. And has a ton of pushback too as well. So crouch heavy is like actually an okay poke. The problem with his crouch heavy is that he doesn't really have anything good to cancel it into from max range. I don't think max range crouching heavy into forward roll combos or into forward taunt.
No, let's see. What can he get off of max range? Oh, does Hadoken work at max range? Oh, so he could do like...
Oh, so you could do that into... and maybe into roll or something. 2H always worked into 6H. I didn't think 6H went that far. But maybe Dune's tall enough that it does combo if you do crouch heavy, forward heavy. Okay, that works.
Yeah. I think his standing medium is actually better than you were giving it credit for. Because it cars him forward a very far amount. And I think this may be sacrilegious to say, but Dan's pressure is actually good. But it is only good as long as he's right next to you. So having something that will like deal with having like ways to get back in, I think is important. So being able to like Kara into his other stuff, I think like helps him a lot. So I do think that his 5M is slightly better than you were saying, but everything else I agree on entirely.
Okay. I mean that's fair as well. For anyone who's melee range, anything forward advancing is important. But yeah, I mean Goldnut just said it in the chat as well. Goldnut just said Dan has an overwhelming lack of neutral control, and that's like the big thing. His specials are ultimately really bad. So the fireballs are they don't go anywhere, and they also do very low damage too, so they don't really do much chip damage. You have to charge them for them to go any sort of distance. They're active for quite a while, which is kind of nice. But they also
Only if they're
have fairly low.
Even if the ones that are uncharged have like no active frames either.
Oh wow. Never mind.
It's only if you charge
so yeah.
it, and then it's a long time. But like without the charge, there's sadness.
Yeah, so he has the Dan kicks, which are in Street Fighter, fantastic move. their best tool is probably to cancel into taunt. Because they can set up like a tricky overhead as you saw as well. But the problem with like multi-hitting forward advancing moves is they're vulnerable to push block. And if you can push block and make Dan whiff the taunt, then he has to eat shit for it.
Yep.
So that's the key thing about Dan is he has like really good high-low pressure because he can set up stuff like this. He has to read the opponent's push block or have the opponent in block stun to set these things up. Because anytime he misses a taunt, it's like GG's.
Right.
He's got a DP
he has
as well.
One
I don't know.
actual move that's good. Like all of his moves are bad, but he has one move that's good. That's Light Dan kick in the air. Because it has a hitbox all the way to the ground, and it's plus on block.
Yeah, so fundamentally a dive kick in terms of how it operates. It pops up and then goes down as well. The downside to this move is that he's stuck in it all the way down. So unlike some of the other characters that have like infinite active frame normals like Chris and Hagar, or Stars Chris and Hagar and so on, if Dan does it from too high up, you can get underneath Dan or behind him and then hit him on the way down. It's harder to hit him with a normal because it has like a big chunky hitbox around his knee. But otherwise, yeah, it's that little like pop forward that kind of screws him up because it's fine as like a normal jump option to make someone block in the corner. But otherwise, it just doesn't. It's too telegraphed for it to really be effective. I think as well.
And then anything else that you feel like mentioning about Dan?
I mean, his supers. He has one real super. So he has the Gao Hadoken, which is. You saw it earlier. I think you did it by accident as well. But it's just like it's big active hitbox in front of Dan. It's also massively unsafe on block because Dan stands there for ages. But it doesn't go anywhere, so you can't do anything full screen. I didn't realize it was that active. That's actually kind of interesting. That makes it good to DHC from. Actually, does it stay when you DHC out? That's important to note. It does say, okay, so it's a good DHC out option as well, which is fine. But that can set up some interesting situations by making people block with. That might be Dan's best move as a super.
Probably.
But then all of his normals do quite low damage. The taunt does low damage, so it's hard for him to like build meter on block because he's constantly getting pushed out and he doesn't really have specials to set things up. I think it's heavy Dan kicks Kevin for his assist. But he's also got his in heavy quotations install super, which is if he gets off the whole super.
Wait.
I think it's called circle back.
I thought it was the taunt button for some reason.
Yeah, he does a long series of taunts, and if he finishes the taunt, he is while this install is active, he is unkillable. He cannot die during this install. But then I think he dies when the install ends.
I think his life gets down to 0 when he does. Like if I turn off my life recovery and then do it, I believe that he can still like take damage or his life drains or something. I forget exactly what it was, but yeah, it's not ideal. But
yeah,
not done.
The thing is, you can set this up because in the same way that if you've ever watched Aeonian play and you see him like with Phoenix Wright super to do this, you can DHC into this after you've killed the character with a capture state super, and this super will finish before the next character comes in. For what it's worth. The super doesn't last long enough for him to do the super, get hit, and then die. The super will run out before he would get killed by the combo, so it's normally not a factor. It's just like in neutral he wouldn't die, but it's not a real thing as well. I think he has a Raging Demon as well, but I don't know if I'm making that up.
No, you're right. I just forget.
But it's the Raging Demon is the one that kills him.
Wait, which?
Or does damage to him at the very least. I don't know if it's a normal Raging Demon.
I don't think it's...
HH back, medium light.
HH back medium.
So yeah, reverse demon.
Leaves both of you at 1
there we
pixel. For those Smash players, sudden death mode. But Yeah, with that in
But
mind, Dan, I think, is clearly better than Bishop because he has actual pressure if he gets next to you.
yeah, so
And
it
he
makes me
has
think of Jake, but he has no
persistent.
neutral options.
Yeah, but not as good as Jake.
Yeah.
So is he better than Sakura? Oh, we didn't look at any of his assists, even though they're all
Oh
bullied.
yeah,
Just a second.
yeah. He has like a paper throw. It builds bar and throws paper, but he's on screen for ages. He has heavy down kicks, which is actually okay, but it risks on a lot of crouches. And I think fireball, and the fireball's like worthless.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because you see how he pops up? That makes it whiff on most characters after the first one. This builds a bar after like a second. If the down kicks just went forward, they'd be ridiculously good. But because they go up, they can whiff in a lot of situations. If you make do wall block, the second hit whiffs, I believe, at the worst. But oh yeah, that too. But it's active on the way down, which is okay. But unless you're covering it, it's the opponent can just like safely poke.
It's like a
Dan.
drones that you could only summon in melee.
But yeah, so it's situationally okay, but otherwise all of his assists are pretty bad. And it's difficult to DHC into Dan at the same time.
So
So
that stated,
but yeah,
definitely better than Bishop. Is he better than Sakura?
I think part of me wants to say because he has real pressure, yes, but Sakura has more neutral options than Dan does.
This is true. And
But I
Dark
actually
Sakura
think-
has like a fireball that controls the most important
Yeah.
like angle. So
Like Dan has a very fun super to use with that fireball super. I can imagine that being like if on any other character that's from like Iceman up, I think it'd be quite good. But again, Sakura has a similar issue where she just has nothing from full screen unless she's in Dark Sakura. But I think Dan is probably worse than Sakura. He has good looking pressure, but it falls flat to push
just
block.
advancing guarding. Yeah.
And Sakura has an overhead, so so she probably has more of a chance to open people up normally. Because Dan also has pretty telegraph pressure. Where if you see Dan kicks, you know it's an overhead.
No,
So-
you could do Dan kick into taunt into either overhead or low. Like if you time it so the taunt comes out, or I should just put here. It's slightly less bad than that. Not substantially. But depending on how you make the taunt hit, you can still get either that was overhead and whoops. I mean, I have bad execution with Dan, but like that overhead and lower are relatively the same speed.
Yeah, but then like you can see from the AI is like push block, stand block. Usually will beat a lot of those options. Like the slightly delayed push block, stand block.
That
means
was
you
overhead,
won't really
though.
get to
I would have been opened up by that one because the overhead was very, very low.
Yeah, but that's just it. Is you default stand block and then do a delayed push block. So the crouch light, even if it hits, gets pushed away, and then he gets nothing from it as well. So I don't think it's fine pressure with assist. It's probably much better.
It's also
but-
substantially better than Bishop, who has nothing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I don't think there's
And
any argument
also,
there as well.
Like, I think probably also better than Sakura, but Sakura has actual neutral tools in comparison. Not like good ones, but like her big
They
fireball
are
is
functional
big.
tools.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Dan being he's next to Sakura. It's either above or below as well. I think.
I think below is right.
Yeah.
Like, because Sakura
Sakura's
you
like
have
okay
the dream
normals.
of going into Dark Sakura or Sunburnt Sakura mode, and then you have a beam, you have a real fireball, and like so the dream is there with her. Dan's only dream is like you get to do a cool looking thing into the super that makes you not die, and you happen to not die in a situation you would, and you feel great, and then you die right afterwards instead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so Dan bottom two, and then we move on to.
As is reasonable for him.
Yeah.
This character not bottom two, however.
Yes, this is Talbain. So this character is significantly better. This character got like a swath of buffs and made him go from probably in Bishop tier to like one of the stronger characters. He did get a nerf pretty recently as well, but nerf mainly as super. But I still think this character quite highly. He's got Pretty terrible standing normals, but all of his crouching normals are really good. Like his crouch light is rapid fire. His crouch medium has like a cartoony thing where the normal gets bigger, like his foot gets bigger at the end, so it's like actually a pretty good poke. His crouching heavy is ridiculously good. It is essentially a sword normal, but he swings his whole body forward. So it just like propels him forward. It hits low from really far. It's easy to confirm because it puts the Mareborn. You can go in straight into launcher and then like jump medium into dive kick, beast cannon rather, and get a nice easy combo from it too. His stand light is like it's too stubby to really be a reliable anti-air. Stand medium I think is pretty terrible, and it's good for combos like stabilizing stuff. And his stand heavy is like too slow to really be useful as like a neutral. Like if it was more forward movement, it might be a lot better. But it's just the fact that crouch heavy outranges it by almost twice as much means you would almost always go into the single hit crouch heavy rather than the 2-hit stand heavy in nearly every situation. His air buttons in isolation are okay. Like his jump medium has a very nice horizontal hitbox, but has a really big dead zone underneath it, or above it rather. It hits exclusively horizontally. So when you're launching into it, it can whiff in some situations. However, as you can see on screen right now, he has a command hop. So by just doing attack plus S, he like hop forwards, and you essentially get an instant overhead from mid screen. Shocker will be in the next batch, but he gets an instant overhead from like mid screen, so he is like a giga overhead dispenser, but also has really threatening lows. So in situations where he could do hop into overhead, he could also do dash low, which makes him very, very scary from that kind of mid range, unless there's already things statically on screen against him, that is. And all this leads into ridiculously high damage combos. He is one of the highest damage combos in the game. Characters in the game, sorry. He just does really high base damage anyway, but also builds a lot of bar, and he has the best best install for purely from a damage perspective. So he builds no meter during it, but we'll get to that later. Oh yeah, I forgot that his nunchucks actually reflect projectiles now. He used to be able to mash them and it just be active for ages, but now he has to time it reasonably well. He also has one of the most interesting. He has a low profile walk. So when he walks forward, he goes low profile like
Felicia or no?
Ami does.
Oh yeah.
So he can actually walk under a lot of beams as well. So he can't walk under Ice Beam, most notably. So Ice Beam he shoots from too low down, so it's the only beam he can't really walk under. But he can low profile a lot of things as well, and that is significant. He also has down attack plus S, which is like a little dip forwards on the ground. So he like almost. It's like Felicia's cat and mouse, where he like hops forwards like that as well. So and he can pass through, which is very significant because it sets up a very strong left-right game. So interestingly, that hop has like 1 frame recovery. So you can do button into side swap, and he's plus on block in a lot of situations, and it beats push block as well. So once he's in your face, he's among the best at staying in your face because he can just constantly cancel into that down heavy. He fortunately can't cancel into his down attack plus S. He's very fortunately can't cancel into his neutral attack plus S because otherwise he could just do button into overhead constantly. But instead it's balanced by him just being able to do a mid and like crouch heavy into like duck low or pass through into like low from cross up. So he is constantly in your face. And not to mention he has beast cannon as well. It's fine as an approach tool. It's like a you can just do assist plus beast cannon. It's somewhat neutral skippy, but you'd rather do like hop into button because it's a bit less committal. I think one of the more interesting things about beast cannon is grounded heavy beast cannon puts him at super jump height and air actionable, so he can get to super jump height as a melee character without any extra like a double jump or a wall jump. And does he have a wall jump? Actually, not think about it. It feels like he should have a wall jump.
Yeah, no. I agree with you in feeling, but I do not think he has one. His wall jump is just his hop when he's next to the wall.
Yeah, essentially. But he doesn't have Witches, fortunately. Which is, again, fortunate for people playing against him. But as a character with no additional air mobility, or like non-special air mobility, he can get to super jump height and call an assist, and then essentially kind of air dash forward with air light beast cannon. So he has ways to maneuver around the screen relatively safely with assists off screen as well, which is something a lot of grounded characters and a lot of melee characters don't have the benefit of doing, which I think really works in his favor as well. And He's got like a flash kick as well, but I think it's not particularly relevant. I don't think it's invincible at all, so it's just like a thing he has for combos.
Yeah, it is for style points, and that is it.
Yeah, it's one of his optimal it's his optimal meterless combo ender, and that's really what matters. But his supers are also quite good. Quite in quotations. Yeah. Actually, really, his supers are fantastic. His Beast Cannon super it's like Modoc's Battering Ram, where you can direct it 4 times after you do the initial thing. I've done that before, where you roll the input by accident as well, but you can do that as well. So he can he just gets a lot of guaranteed chip damage with this, and then he can just move backwards and fake it out. So it's good for setting up like chip situations. And there are some setups he has where you can use this to like make people block into they block an assist and then set up a high-low, because you can't push block supers. So while the super background is on specifically, so you can make you block while the slow assist comes and puts you into block stun, and then do one of his like unreactable high-lows, which is really nice. He also has a beam super that comes from the opposite side wall, which also makes it one of the best assist punishers in the game. It used to be like 1 frame startup and much faster. It got severely nerfed to be like 15 frame startup or something, or doesn't appear till frame 15, but it's still really quick. And this will annihilate assists. Also, it's just one of the best, like, it's his only actual projectile, but it's when he's so good at just like either DHing into this to get Talbain in safely and kill an assist, or he's low on health, your opponent calls an assist, you do this and DH out, and like Dan's big ball super, it will come out as soon as you input the super. So you can just kind of do it and DH out, and then this big thing covers your next character coming in as well. So he's one of the de facto assist destroyers, despite not having actually any like point projectiles. And then the kind of tour de force is he has an install, which gives him essentially Sugenmu. So it's a clone that attacks on a delay. This sets up like unfathomable high-low mix-up because of the way his overheads hit as well. So he can set up unblockables on his own, even if the opponent's push blocking. And because of how long his crouch heavy is, you can do like dash of hop overheads, dash to counteract the push block, and then go for crouch heavy low, and just set up solo unblockables. With assists, you get this multiple times. And he also gets his highest damage combos while he's in his install, because he can loop Beast Cannon into itself. So he just converts every hit off of these like unreactable high-lows into crazy damage, which will kill you. He builds a lot of bar when he's not in install, because he's putting you in block stun for a long time, and you block a lot of normals at the same time. So he kind of defies a lot of logic with melee characters by just having all this damage and meter gain, despite not having projectiles, or despite having all the meter gain, well, the damage is expected. But he has just like unbelievably good supers. He has surprisingly good air mobility. He can get from super jump height to the ground with jump heavy Beast Cannon. He can get from ground to super jump height with heavy Beast Cannon. He can air dash around with light Beast Cannon. His Beast Cannons have follow-ups too, so you can do like light Beast Cannon to down back or down. Or you can go up into back, and he's able to exist a lot of places on the screen where most characters can't.
Though that is one thing worth noting, is if you do any of the backwards facing Beast Cannons, he faces the wrong way in the air, so your attacks will not go towards your opponent.
Oh, okay. That's key to know.
But it's still, I think Beast Cannon is the reason, or like the primary reason he's a good character.
Yeah, if he didn't have this form of mobility, because you can have all the high-lows you want in the world, but if you can't get in, it doesn't matter. But I think he uses assists really well because of it. He's able to call them safely. He can destroy other assists without his assist calling, because it makes the opponent scared to call assists. He has super jump height confirms as well, which is another really important thing, because his Beast Cannon has a lot of hit stun now. It's like most air hits into medium Beast Cannon just let him combo from that sort of height too. As far as the downsides go, besides the standing normals being bad, his assist selection is pretty mediocre. They're like oddly okay. His Beast Cannon assists is just like active.
It's active,
I don't remember which
and
assist
it goes
is which.
very far. Like,
Yeah, so it's
hits full screen.
It's like, this is what Rolling Stone wants to be. It's just like a physical projectile. So it actually does go full screen, which is pretty crazy. But it would normally get beat out by things otherwise. It's just like a good poke, realistically. Million Flicker, which is the nunchucks, is pretty neat. They nullify projectiles, so it's just like a static thing that exists. They're okay for lockdown as well. And then Y I think is flash kick, so it's not a usable assist. Or not Y, but his other assist is
Yeah,
Y.
no, you're right. You are right on both things, both that it is Y and that it is not a usable assist.
Yeah. Wait, did it come up behind the point character?
Like, look at how close I am to doing. This still doesn't work.
Oh my god, yeah. That might be in contention for the worst assist in Balance Swap.
It's
There's definitely something
pretty
wrong. I
rough.
think there's something wrong with the assist right now. Okay, it does have a hitbox. It just hits like long startup. But it probably is the worst assist.
Startup's okay. Is startup actually?
No, as in
relatively
it doesn't hit when it looks like it should.
Hmm.
Well, maybe
But,
it doesn't have enough active frames. That's it.
Yeah, I think its hitbox may just be like too small and
Yeah.
not where it looks like it should be.
Yeah.
But it's actually I want to test something.
And Chicken as far as saying launcher assist is pretty bad, you'd be surprised.
We're gonna. Oh, actually, no. This is, even though it has a terrible hitbox, it seems like it becomes active pretty close to when it touches the ground. Not quite.
Yeah, it might be like frame 1 active.
I think like 2 or 3, but like pretty close.
Frame 1 for when you land. So it takes 6 frames for an assist to land. So probably like very, very close to that afterwards.
Yeah,
I think
but
even if it was invincible, it probably wouldn't be that good.
Yeah.
But
The
it's-
hitbox is just too small. So I think these cannons is best assist just because it goes full screen. It's one hit that's high damage and it's essentially soft knockdown. So it's decent for combos. If your character can do something where they put something on screen, Dan can't because he's sad. But if you like shoot into summoning it, it could like follow up your shot and be okay, and then soft knock them on them afterwards. But like his assists are not the reason you're playing this character.
Yeah. Oh, and Kyosuke mentions Talbain's level 3 as well. It's fine. It's just like a strike in front of him that crumples. It's good for
It
combos.
looks very cool though.
Yeah. Anything that goes into like dark screen, I think is super cool. Like Shades of Yuri. But it does low damage, but it crumples, so you get a combo afterwards. I think it's reverse DP or half circle back.
No, it's
Or maybe Raging Demon.
Which is kind of obnoxious because if you hit with like a crouch light or a stand light, then it won't combo into it. So like, but that's
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to assume it's invincible, so it's like a reversal essentially. It's fine. It doesn't really change that much about the character. It gives him like it helps with like comebacks, but he gets more damage from spending 1 bar on install and do beat kind of loops than he does from. Nova thinks that super just slowed on hit.
What slowed on hit?
That Jon Talbain's level 3 slowed on hit.
Oh, like a Joe super? Is that what she's saying?
Yeah. She said, "Does that slow on hit?" Did I see that right? We'll just see if it does.
I think so, but if so, good sleuthering. This is far enough? Not far enough. It is also short range, that's worth noting, because like his jab, it's barely farther than his jab. No slow for Doom. Oh, do I still have glass? Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, so I was just watching and trying to look at it. But yeah, I don't know what you saw that thought of it. Yeah, it doesn't. It makes sense. It wouldn't. It would probably just be a mistake if it did. A slow knockdown audio. Oh, maybe.
Oh, that could be.
But yeah,
with that
Talbain,
said,
I think.
Should we go to their tier placement, or are there other things you want to discuss?
Oh no, I think that's pretty much everything. Again, he's a pretty straightforward character. He's got a lot of options. Some of them are completely useless. Some are fine, and he's got some really strong options as well. But as far as Talbain goes, I do think quite highly of this character, even like after the nerf as well. I think his damage and capability, I think his destruction capability, I think his pressure as far as being a melee character is ridiculously good, and he has good air mobility as well. I personally, I'd probably have him, like looking at this list, I'd probably have him in between Strider and Chris.
Wow, above
Yeah,
Strider.
I do. I think the way that they both apply pressure, again from them on point, is different in that I think Talbain can like apply his pressure from like as soon as an opponent blocks it at any point, he can basically get from full screen into your face and beat push block, which I think is significant. I think he has a lot of like really obnoxious tools because of his beast cannon as well, like being able to essentially neutral skip. Even though it's physical, it's a big hitbox, and he can put himself in the air as well. And I think his damage engine potential is very nice, but I think he does lose quite hard to basically everyone in the top tier.
Yeah.
As well, because of the fact he's a melee character as well.
Yeah, like I feel like the nunchuck reflections would be good in so many matchups, but then looking at the top tier, it's like Moonstone, it'll be a beam. Beams don't get reflected. Captain Marvel, it'll be a beam, won't get reflected. Guile's EX Boom can't be reflected. DMC1 Dante, there's a bunch of projectiles, so reflection just like goes back into other projectiles and doesn't really help. And then Krauser,
Okay, he'd probably do okay into Krauser, to be fair, but I think Krauser, when he's in Power Unleash, he doesn't need to do projectiles, and he can hit Talbain from out of range. Talbain can attack.
Yeah. And then King Thor is attacking from an angle that it doesn't matter if Talbain tries to reflect. Also, I don't know, Mighty Bolt may just arbitrarily win because it's a super?
That is true, because projectile reflection still needs like projectile durability. It can only reflect certain, like, it has to be there's certain flags that need to be like it can reflect up to light or up to medium, because there are some projectile reflections that might lose to medium as well, and Thor's is above that, so that would make sense. It just doesn't nullify it at all. But I also think that because he can't do any, like, the way. How do I phrase this? Because he can't cancel the flicker into anything, it's more of a stalling tool than like a neutral winning situation. Because the opponent can very likely put out more projectiles than Talbain can like reflect or count or block and then move in against. It's probably fine to like call an assist dash forward flicker to cover the assist. It's fine. But then it's again versus the airborne characters, it's not helpful at all.
Yeah, so I feel like you're right that he just like loses to all of the top tier, but like for most of the characters below him, I think that he fights them pretty well. Mainly just like a lot of characters, like their normal or their poke that has the best hitbox is like around the same level of Beast Cannon, but Beast Cannon's in all directions. And so I feel like he's just able to do well against that. But the thing that makes me want to put Strider 2099 above him is Strider's assists are amazing, and Jon Talbain, the best thing that he has is Beast Cannon going full screen and being very hittable in that process.
Yeah, that is fair. I think that Talbain's damage engine potential, I think, offsets his like weak assists.
Okay.
Because the fact that his install does like 420k, which is like nearly as much as lightning loops. Yeah, like it will out damage 2 DHCs, and he also builds like a third of a bar at the end of it, if the character lives long enough. So like regardless of how low damage the point character is, he has such good DHC utility that I think makes up for his lack of assists.
Okay.
And the fact that this isn't like atrocious, it's usable.
Yeah, it is definitely usable.
Because I think the main reason you would pick Strider is because of his assists in this sort of metagame as well. And like he's fine on point. I don't think he can apply his high-low pressure the same way Talbain can, because despite him having sword normals, they are still technically shorter range than Talbain's are.
This is true.
Because that crouch heavy is just insane.
Dash is still cracked enough that they.
Yeah, true.
I don't think we directly said that, but Talbain's dash is amazing. Like he has command dashes and a command hop, but also his regular dash is very, very, very good.
Yeah, he just has like generically good dashes as well. So he has. Funny enough, probably the best walk in the game because of the low profile walk, but his dashes are really good, and he has the 2 command options, and then special movement with
the
Beast Cannon as well.
I think you've sold me here on putting him above Strider, even though like but I really like Strider's assist. I do think Strider's assist is like game definingly good, just because like it has a delay.
I think there are more teams that Strider works for as a result.
Oh,
it's like you need with Talbain second, it needs to be like whatever point character Talbain, and then like has to be a grounded assist, a grounded neutral control assist. Whereas Strider has such flexible assist options.
That makes sense
as well. I think they could go either way as well. I think if you feel like Strider's assist put him above Talbain, I won't disagree with it.
I think Strider's assist makes it so he belongs on more teams than Talbain does, but I don't know if the teams he belongs on are necessarily better than the best Talbain teams, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm saying, because like Talbain can be used for his DHC potential, but he's also just really good as a point character. And then Talbain with 2 assists, because you could play Talbain with Strider. I mean, you could play them together.
Yeah,
They
they're
actually work
good
really nice
together.
together.
They definitely
Now I
get a
think
lot
about it
of
as well.
value out of each other.
But I think,
Ki-
oh man, this is
Actually, in
tough.
both directions, that would be really satisfying because you have the Dragon Super and you have Legion, and both of them have installed DHCs to just do something behind the degenerate take control of neutral thing. that,
Yeah, that's like feature. So what do you use to play Talbain Strider? Or the other way around?
but
Um,
I think either way, they're close enough together that I don't think it's unreasonable to put either on either side. I would, because I value assist value pretty highly, I think I would put Strider above, but I can entirely see
Yeah.
being like, oh, but Talbane makes it so you DHC into level 3 damage instead of level 1 damage, so you have way more meter for neutral, and some of his neutral is him having install and being, oh, that's another thing. He could chip when he's just pressuring people, especially in install.
yeah, that is true. He can just like finish off characters. He also has absolutely absurd incomings offensively as well, because he can do cross up beast cannon, like diagonal beast cannon. So he's very like, I think Talbain's probably more likely to hit people than Strider is, but then Talbain's more dependent on assists to play neutral. But then
And
that
Strider's
install is just so
dropping more
like
than-
egregious.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna put Talbane here over 2099.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. But again, that's interchangeable.
And with that, we got past this round of characters. Are you ready for the next 3?
Yes. So that now moves us on to, let's get this up. So Shocker, Colossus, and Hinata.
Oh, I feel
So that
like
is-
the first of these characters will be probably one of the fastest characters we talk about in the thing. Can I
Yeah.
speedrun it?
Let's speed run Shocker. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we can cover Shocker in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, so speedrunning Shocker here. There are 3 things that are good about this character. One is his jump S. It is active forever. It has a billion years of hit stun. The hitbox is enormous. You could like jump away from people and hit them with it in a bunch of situations. Since it is active and has a bunch of hit stun and block stun, you could just like press it early and then go into late falling shot, and you will be 1,000,000 units of plus. And being 1,000,000 units of plus is helpful in this game. And it's a wall because it's the Iron Man normal, so like most characters cannot interact with it because it's giant and disjointed.
Yeah. It's basically like a big Iron Man button, but probably better than his down heavy. Because it's the active frames really matter. This is a big like Cali King character thing where they just all have really good jump S's, or kind of most of the time have really good jump S's as well. So again, this is a button you kind of press, not really expecting to hit someone, but sometimes they get hit by it as well. It just puts them in block stun. I think all of his other buttons are bad.
Yes, every other button is bad.
His crouch heavy is his only low. It's also just direly slow. So he basically has no real way of hitting anyone unless they like run. Actually, it's faster than I thought it was.
But the main thing is like you're just trying to like counter poke people with jump S because all your other buttons will lose, but jump S will win. And then if you counter poke, you get to like confirm because his stuff is actually good on it. Oh, and then that's his second good tool is that so he has projectiles and he has something that is really creative and cool that we don't really have in the ecosystem, which is he gets to shoot and then react to being like, oh, I thought this person was crouching on the ground and summoning an assist, but they're actually going to the air. And he could aim his second shot to be and react to what he sees the opponent doing. And I think that is really, really cool. Unfortunately, if he's at super jump height, he's Taskmaster. He guard breaks himself when he does air projectile. So you never want to do projectile high up in the air unless you go into super because that's the only way to make it so you could do stuff on the way down. But otherwise, you just want to use this move when you're as close to the ground as possible, because you could confirm from half screen away it's a good poke. And just like very solid, being able to like have frame advantage, control the ground plane, and you could react if they go to the air. So I think that this move is amazing, and being able to reaction change which direction you're shooting is great.
Yeah, it's interesting because his air fireball is better than his grounded ones as well, because the air fireballs do 70k, or fireball rather 70k, but the grounded ones do 40 each. So the grounded fireballs, they don't really do that much chip damage as a result, but his normal jump Tiger fireballs, or just like instant air fireballs, are so powerful. Maybe not so powerful, but they're genuinely like oppressive for a lot of characters to deal with. And the fact he can cancel into them, or cancel them by landing really quickly and get confirmed on them, because he just has exceedingly high hit stun, is really nice. And then the third thing that's really powerful about him, I mentioned earlier as well, is just his beam super. It's very, very fast startup. It's a beam super, so it hits full screen very, very quickly. Uniquely, it lets him recover in the air, but also it lets him do multiple supers in the air, unless that was taken out. But being able to do multiple supers essentially lets him kind of like obliterate assists. So he has a means of building bar in an okay way.
Their super, he only gets one now.
That was changed then.
But
I saw
it pops the assist up enough that they fall back to the ground hard knockdown, and you could super jump and do it again. So
it forces like a specific interaction from your opponent to deal with it, or just let their assist die, essentially as well. So it gives him some form of full screen presence, lets him interact with assists, because the main weakness of his little buster shots is that they don't pierce. So you can the point character can body block assists, and then there's nothing really you can do about a shocker unless you spin bar. But then it's his only real thing to spend meter on, so it sees like fine spending bar and doing 50% to an assist, or just outright killing them if they're low enough as well. But he can cover a lot of cool angles.
That's everything to say about Shocker, though. He can angle.
Yeah.
He has beam, and jump S is great. And you want to make sure that the projectiles are done as close to the ground as possible, because he guard breaks unless he uses the super to gain back actions again.
Yeah, but all of his other moves are, well, his ground pound is for combos. Everything else is actively bad.
Yes.
And that's Shocker. His other supers are bad as well. They're not even that good for damage. His assists are atrocious as well. He's got some of the worst section of assists as well, because his fireball assist is forward, then up forward instead of forward. So it makes it worse.
I think that one is slightly less bad. It's okay.
It's like
it only does 40k on hit. Oh.
Yeah, so it does no chip damage. It's got high hit stun, which is fine, but it's more of like it's like a worse X buster assist in that sense, where it's like X for shooting wrong.
It's everything that's bad about X's assist with none of the things that are good about it.
Yeah, but it's the option you would play if you pick Shocker, because otherwise it's ground pound, which comes out next to your point character, so it has like negative range.
Oh, slightly behind. Let's see, if I am this close it'll hit, but that close it won't.
Yeah, so again, another assist that it's purely an OTG assist that might be in contention for like worse assist, and then that's just like this is technically an anti-air assist because that fireball goes up a bit, but it's pretty meaningless.
Yeah, like even if they're like super jumping and I summon this, like, it does have a lot of hit stun, but like it also has a lot of startup, and the hitbox is not that enormous.
Yeah. So funny you say that, Shugundo, is he used to be able to do he used to be able to cancel his DP into other DPs, and it gave him block string infinite, so he had to remove it.
So Shocker, only one usable assist. The other two are bad.
And jump S is fine.
Jump S is fine.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about Colossus? Or actually,
let's play Shocker first.
Yeah, placing Shocker. So because he has a good jump S, a good ability to like reactively change his projectiles in order to cover things, and he has a beam that can OTG for killing assists. I think he cannot be in Bishop tier. He actually has good things, but
Yes.
everything else about him is bad. So I think he's better than Dan. I think he's
Yeah,
better than
I think
Sakura. I think he's
it's
better than
interesting because
Serpot.
so do I. I think he actually has like those two tools, as in the projectile and the beam, are like
Mm-hmm.
helpful things in Marvel. I think he's better than Carnage. I actually I don't know if I can't say he's like he's bad, but I think he has like actual utility.
Yeah. No, I think being
As well.
able to react to what your opponent's doing and change your behavior, it like certain classes of player are very heavily rewarded by it. This is one of those things where it's like a low level player will get a lot of value out of getting tons of damage out of a character, but a high level player, I think that gets disproportionate reward about being able to observe what the opponent's doing, change their behavior, and punish it. So I
Yeah,
very highly value that thing. I think I may put him above Monster Hunter, even though like
I
Monster Hunter
I'm
has like
genuinely considering it. I think
that feels
like
bad
he
though, because
because
like every other tool, like Monster Hunter has like 15 tools. He only has 3.
all right, okay. Here's my argument to keep him below Monster Hunter
Okay.
is he is quite helpless. Anything above, like at normal jump height and above, he's pretty helpless.
Agreed.
Besides jump S,
No, you're right.
whereas Monster Hunter has, like, even if it's bad, she has dual blades to like spin through the air
Mm-hmm.
and change her ability in some way. And like she also has a really good jump S, but also a good
Mm.
jump heavy and arrow
Mm. No, you're right.
as well.
He has
I think
that sad
Shocker,
line in
like
the air.
the beam really saves Shocker from being like bottom one.
Yeah.
But I think otherwise, I think he does the same thing Carnage does, where he just puts out big like air hitboxes. But I think the fact that he can play neutral against some characters, even characters better than him as well,
Yeah.
and the beam super helps his placement. But I don't know. I considered it for a moment, but I don't think he's better than Monster Hunter or Thing.
No, I think you're right. I think in between Monster Hunter and Carnage is a good place for Shocker, where it's like he's substantially better than Bishop, but he's still substantially worse than someone like Red She-Hulk.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Although I think in the last list he was above. Yeah, you had Red Shield as third lowest last time,
Yeah,
so he was
it was
above.
just that I was like, dang it, if this character doesn't have meter, they just lose the game.
She's
And
alright.
which is true, but like this is Marvel. How often do you have actually 0 meters instead of
Yeah.
like a low amount of 1? Because as soon as she's at a low amount of 1, she jumps up to here for sure. But it's just like at 0 meters, I was like, how often is she gonna have low meter because she can't build meter in neutral? But it's like she could build enough meter, and she tanks enough to build meter that like arm is a threat a high enough percent of the time that she's just better.
Yeah, yeah. But cool.
But
So
okay,
shot goes there.
and with
That moves us
that,
on to Colossus.
Colossus. Okay, I feel I'm not properly educated in this character. What are your feelings on Colossus?
Um, I'll go out of the gate. I don't think very highly of this character at all. I think he's got very very mediocre buttons, and I think being a big body with bad mobility and bad buttons really doesn't help his case. I think his buttons just feel really stiff as well. So they have high hit stun, so they're easy to confirm too. But there's a lot of situations where like whiffing a button either results in death or you having to gamble on one of his unsafe specials, as well, which I think is really unfortunate. There's a lot of situations where like his change whiff on hit. I think it helped because they added like forward movement to his medium and his heavy, which helps. But it's like once you start a block string with Colossus, if the opponent's blocking, you're actually in a really bad situation because there's
Yes.
no way without an assist to keep yourself safe. But because he has no real, he has a forward heavy overhead as well. It's dead slow. So even among like slow overheads, it's like quite reactable. But like there's so like low threat besides his command grab as well. But then like it just feels so safe to up back against Colossus a lot of the time because he's so vulnerable to push block. But it's almost like Hulk pressure, but without any of the actual strength of Hulk. And I think quite lowly of Hulk as well. As far as his specials go, his tackle is like fine. He's got like the tackle to the ground is good because it has so little recovery, but it's still unsafe on block. And there's a lot of situations where if Colossus is at a mid range, you can just kind of normal jump, and he doesn't really have any options anymore. He has an air command grab, that I think moves forwards quite slowly. So it's, but I don't know if the hitbox is good enough for it to really be considered like a threat at super jump height. Because yeah, he does like kind of awkward hold and then dashes forwards. But that was one of his most recent changes.
Circle back light version. Wait, what? Does this thing? Oh, is the light one just a hit throw and not actually a throw? Let's put you on BlackHeart. Okay, light is a hit throw, and then the medium one. Oh, it has the sad life range. You saw how his arms went right through him when it was.
Oh yeah, that's like a Thor heavy command grab range.
And then the heavy one, he moves forward slightly, but it takes him forever.
Yeah, can he act on the way down from heavy?
Yes.
Okay, at least there's that. So it looks like it still has a ton of recovery. So if you miss, it's a pretty bad situation as well. But it's just like really, I don't want to say higher risk, but you just have to take a risk pretty much any time you jump as well. So he very much struggles on point as a result of that as well. He was given a couple options to like help with keep away. His back heavy, like he walks forward, or like he does like a little dash forward to go through projectiles. I don't know if it's active enough to last versus some long-lasting beams. So it's good versus like bullets. Sorry, but for single projectiles. But against like bullet characters, I think it lasts longer when it parries beams as well. That's kind of cool. And you can special cancel it.
Yes.
Okay, at least that's an option. I'm gonna assume it doesn't go through supers. I'm gonna hope it doesn't go through supers.
I would also hope it does not go through supers.
Because the thing is, it looks like if you see this, you can probably react to it and just do a super as well. I don't think Colossus has a reversal. Okay, it doesn't go through supers, that's good. But I don't believe, because Colossus has, well, he has his level 3, which might be a reversal, but then how often do you have 3 bars to break through, like, beam into super? And then armor install as well. Which is probably the best thing about Colossus, is the armor install. Oh, it is power unleashed as well. I think this is invincible on point. Well, they got rid of the invincibility. It cost him health to do it, but again, that's relatively insignificant. Oh, it is insignificant. He's 1.1 million. I thought he was still 1.2, but he's actually less health than Hagar. Oh, it's armored. So he has an armored, like, uncrouchable reversal, which is nice. So you probably do, like, run into that, but then you also can't combo from it without X Factor.
No,
so it's like...
I think that if they're in the air, if I remember correctly, like, if it hits anti-air, then you get to, like, do stuff if they're high enough, I guess.
Okay. I suppose that's a thing. It's a fine, like, anti-air read on people, but then a character like this, it just...
Can't get the timing.
Oh, that looks like too much recovery.
Yeah.
But even then, it's still a good option if someone's jumping at you, because he doesn't have any armored normals, from what I understand. Maybe his forward heavy is armored, the overhead, because it's slow enough it looks like it should be armored. But yeah, like the stubbiness of his normals, despite being like a big target, is really unfortunate.
No armor on 6H, or at least not instant, or at least not early. Oh, also he has the obnoxious thing where, like, sometimes if you do a string... Oh no, never mind, I've been misinterpreting. But yeah, his normals are, like, all ground and all air normals are sadness. Like, none of them are very appreciated.
Yeah, so he just kind of has to poke constantly, and then not really get much from it. So I think he has like a follow-up to his commands, his tackle, like the one that goes in the air that goes down and ground bats or something.
What was the command for the follow-up again?
I don't know. He's had it for a while, but I don't remember what it is. But he has one where he like tackles downwards. I'm sure someone in the chat will know. CWOTC should know because he played. Apparently, it's attack plus S.
Attack plus S. Yeah, his damage is very easy. That is at least the thing.
Okay, there you go. So he has some form of super jump height confirmed, which is helpful. But yeah, over time he's been given some extra ones. His damage is easy. It's actually surprisingly like lowish for the sort of character he is.
I think
like-
that he can. Can't he always kill people if he just like does the loops with. Like if he goes into those, I think he could break 700k meterless without assist.
Yeah, I think maybe. But I suppose what I mean by a character like this is that he doesn't
actually hit you.
he doesn't hit anyone. The only time you'll ever really see Colossus get hits is if people get hit by the overhead, or actually that's pretty much it.
No. Oh
Or,
no,
like, tackle
you're
or something.
forgetting the most common way to get hit by Colossus, which is he installed DHC'd out 70 seconds ago in the match. And then you're like, okay, I killed these two characters. I have the sickest incoming mix-up. I'm ready. And then he just mashes a button on incoming.
Yeah, that is
and
true.
it's
That is
like,
completely true.
oh.
That's how Colossus starts his comeback. But that's just it. You tag him out. The often where you'll see Colossus get tagged out is Arbor install and DH him out or tag him out for an armored assist. His assists are kind of technically better than Shenko's, so it's like slightly more worth it. I actually quite like Senpubu, the pinwheel.
Oh yeah, Senpubu's
Just
great.
just
Even
generally,
out
it's
of
like really
gold.
good as a lockdown.
Yeah.
But Colossus has like he has three like alright, or he has two alright assists and then one that's better than I thought it was after Isicera pointed out to me. But his A is just the tackle. Yeah, so like armor tackle is fine. This is like Talbain's but better when he's installed. Actually, it's much worse. It goes nowhere. It's a good mid-range assist. I think it putting them at super jump height is situationally bad. Because a character like Doom getting hit by an assistant ending at super jump height is good for him because he can move out of the way. But if you put a character like I don't know, like Shocker at super jump height, it becomes much harder to. Did that trade?
Yeah, I don't believe it's actually. I think it'll just lose if I do that.
Is this not armored? Armored assist. Or did you just tag out?
Oh no, no, he's not armored here, so I think that he's just like winning.
Oh no,
let's
sorry, I
see.
thought you did the armor install and tagged out. Sorry, my mistake.
No, this is without armor.
Okay, well that's sort of what I'd expect would happen. But it's got like a pretty generous hitbox to it because it hits quite early, so you can see he still moves even though he's like already sent Doom to super jump height.
Yeah, so it seems like one hit can still hit him, but it's just like a good hitbox.
Yeah, but some of these will lose to pretty much any assists.
Yeah, like if someone is summoning a beam assist, the most common type of thing in the game, and you try it, oops, not that assist, and you summon him, he will for sure lose to any type of horizontal ground control assist, so he just can't be your like primary footsies assist.
Yeah. And then the beta assist is power unleashed.
I believe so. And this is the one that has the biggest difference in between being in and out of this, because right now he'll just get hit consistently, but then if we bring Colossus into install and we do the same thing, he just gets a very, very easy confirm that is pretty enormous and will beat everything.
Yeah, so the big like defining thing with it and Lariat is that it comes up next to the point character rather than in front of, but also hits crouches, which is significant. Whereas like the main counterplay to Hagar is for a lot of characters is just crouching. You can't do that with Colossus, and Colossus also gives like a big floaty easy juggle as well, which is nice. It also makes it really good for incomings because it's such a big circular hitbox. So like just calling it and dashing under someone is like very valid. But it's one of those things where like it's pretty reasonable to play around, but it's harder to because of the fact you can't duck it. The fact it comes out so far back by comparison to Lariat is like quite detrimental. But it still has its uses. As you get off me, if people are just like relentlessly rushing down, or recklessly rushing down, I should say. And then his gamma assist is his launcher.
So I'm going to get, or I will start select. So Gamma, that's like that was a thing that was doing okay against some of what was going on. Let's get Doom to the corner, of course. But so he's throwing this out. That armor is from frame 1. It will just beat everything. Any single hit will just like get tanked by it, and it's actually good. I didn't realize it was actually good, and then it was like, oh no, this is actually good, and it doesn't need armor to become good. It's just already armored.
Yeah. Oh, I actually didn't know it was armored without the install. That's
Yeah.
actually quite funny.
And frame 1, it's like he touches the ground into it, so it is a reversal assist. It's a reversal assist against things that are not multi-hit.
Yeah. So that actually makes it considerably better than I thought it was.
Yeah, I think it's
because
his best
frame
assist.
1 anything is like armor invincibility is crucial. But that does make it. It's not good to like counter call necessarily, but it's a very good. That makes it a very valid reversal assist. If the opponent like messes something up, and the fact it's also a real launcher. So if you get someone gets hit by this and you super jump afterwards and hit them with an S, it knocks them down. So you get like a proper combo off of it. But that also means they're in a significant amount of hit stun because it's a real launcher, and launchers have like tremendous hit stun, which I think is hilarious. So there is a very real possibility.
Too.
Yeah, it's fast. It comes out in front of the point character, which is what you want from a reversal assist, and it's armored. There is a very real possibility this is Colossus' best assist.
Yeah, I feel like this is his best assist out of install, and then in install it's the orb, just because the orb being that knockdown and just being the circle where it'll hit behind you as well in case someone's trying to do some dirty mix-up, and you're just like, no, it doesn't matter. Your dirty mix-up, this is on top of me and I am safe. So I feel like if you're not going to be able to cheat him out into install, that the launcher is a substantially better assist, but then if you're able to cheat into install, you want to use the orb.
Yeah.
Or you
They
may
are
still
still,
want
like-
to use it, but
Yeah, they are still like okay assists at best as well. There is the fact they are like quite close range assists.
I think the
despite
launcher one's actually good. I think the launcher one's not even just okay. I think launcher assist is actively good because like it
Yeah.
hits from this distance, which is pretty far, and like it will go through if people don't have multi-hit things. It's pretty free. It's good.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being. I think this might make people play Colossus a bit more just to try out that assist.
It's a cool
'Cause I-
assist.
Because I don't like the character, but I want to play launcher assist because launcher assist is, like being a real thing is hilarious.
Yeah, his launcher assist is a good assist. It's not even like this is a Marvel 2 meme that characters had launcher assist. Shuma took that and was like, how do I make that actually interesting and worth using? And it's like, oh, if you give it armor, it becomes interesting and worth using. Yes, and he was 100% accurate. It's interesting and worth using. You use this good assist, it is just a good assist. It's a class of assist that I think is game defining, but then Colossus's weaknesses on point make it so you would rather have a different game defining assist.
Yeah, I think it's more of if you're like a person that's particularly attached to Colossus, it's beneficial. But it's like I don't think his assists are good enough to pick him specifically for as well. But it occupies a unique place, which is interesting. I think the fact he has like the important thing about the armor install is the fact you can DHD into him as well. So he's like actually fine to be off point because you can DHD into the armor and then get him back or back out or so on as well. But otherwise, I think he just has like he has so many more weaknesses than strengths.
Yes.
That I think are really killer for the character.
So with that in mind, where would y'all want to put him? Because I feel like he has some good support value with like a DHC that does damage and an install DHC. He has multiple assists that are like pretty good, but then I feel on point like everything is kind of a struggle. His normals aren't there. His ways to move forward seem to be like committed. He doesn't have like a safe way to move forward in neutral against characters who just like play good footsies. I feel like having the anti-projectile tool is helpful for him and lets him beat like autopilot zoners, but like the type of character I feel that just makes his life really hard is someone like DMC1 Dante. If somebody has a sword and they're not doing something that he could projectile armor through, and they could just like swing from 3 times the distance he can, except it's also faster than his fastest button, I feel that's just like very challenging for him.
Yeah, I feel like the launcher assist alone probably sticks him into like the influential strengths and weaknesses as well. I just don't know if he has enough neutral options to really be better. Like I really feel like Bison having one really powerful special move is the benchmark for this, and I don't think Colossus has that. I think his tackle is fine. Like in armor, it's okay. Again, it just beats autopiloting. But as far as like normally, I just don't think he has the options to deal with any reasonably good character as well.
Yeah.
But he has an assist that occupies a unique place as well. So I think at best he's underneath Bison in influential strengths and weaknesses. But I think that's being quite generous.
I think he's better than US Agent, and the question of whether he's better than US Agent and is viable, I think that he's at the cusp, like just after Bison, where it's like Bison's is a degenerate tool that moves forward and deals with the most common thing in the game. Colossus deals with like the second most common thing in the game, which is people holding forward. And
Yeah.
if you deal with the second most common thing in the game, that's better than what US Agent is doing.
Yeah, that's where I'm standing as well. It's like in my heart, I want to put him below Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
But I think the assist utility and him having an install DHC just is like, that's fine.
Yeah.
And so I think like
and launcher
from
assist
Colossus,
is like actively good. It's not even just like, oh, this is an okay filler assist. Launcher assist is actively good.
yeah, that's it. And I think because he has a place on a team, despite all the other weaknesses as well, I think that sets him apart from like US Agent and below as well.
I agree. Like with every character we have in Viable, you could hard read your opponent and beat them. But I feel like all of these characters, just like their matchups against these characters are just so hard.
Yeah.
They don't. They're the types of characters that make these characters seem even more unfair than they already are. But
yeah, I think that's
has a purpose
yeah, I think
to
that's
exist. Fine. Okay, now we're going to another Shuma character. Oh, I just wanted to check my listing because I wrote Shuma updated a bunch of his characters, and I want
I think
to make
Hinata's
sure.
was colors.
I don't know if Hinata
Oh, she
got
didn't get
one.
any
I don't
changes.
think she got one, but
No, she was untouched.
I wrote in the notes when we're getting to the Shuma characters to just go over what their changes are.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense.
But Hinata, what are your feelings on this lady?
So this is a character I didn't really know. It was after we decided to do this that I really explored Hinata a lot more as well. I think she's in kind of a weird place where she has pretty good ground movement as well. Like her blinking is fine. I think her buttons are generally quite poor. I think she has a rapid fire light, which is good. Her sweep is like fine. She has a slide. It's like Strider slide where it's like really good range but can't be cancelled into a launcher as well. So it's like good poke with an assist, and the way it knocks down is interesting. And yeah, you can get quite specific ranges where you link from it afterwards, which is different from Strider 2, which is nice. But I think it's character specific and very range specific whether you get a pickup from this as well. But her normals are otherwise like quite underwhelming besides slide. I think her crouch light is a low despite not being like a low move. So, which is like the saving grace of it, because otherwise it would be like rapid fire Nova Light. Because it's very rare for like horizontal punches like this aren't normally lows, so it's just kind of a lucky thing that this is actually a low for her, because otherwise it would be like terrible. Besides being rapid fire, her air normals are like fine. They're all like very normal. Her air down heavy is actually kind of good, because it's like this. It's like a Wesker jump pass essentially, and it also ground bounces. So it's like it's a really good air to air poke, and if people challenge and miss their throw attempt or something, they just get ground bounce. And it's really non-committal at the same time. And Nero hasn't happened yet. Nero's going to be in quite a while. But she is essentially a melee character. She has some projectiles, but they're not like neutral winning projectiles. Her quarter second forward light is just like a mid-range poke. It has a deceptively bad hitbox. Like the tip of the quarter circle light fireball thing doesn't have a hitbox, so it's more or less a close range move. It's durable enough, which is fine, but then there's not really anything from it besides just confirming into super. Something I learned that's interesting is her quarter circle forward medium. So the quarter circle forward medium and heavy have follow-ups. So with medium you have to tap medium again twice to do the 3 follow-ups. But it's also jump cancelable. So you can jump cancel the last hit of the medium follow-up, unless that's been fixed and I've got an older version again. Oh no, it's still jump cancelable. I don't know if that's intentional. There's no like real reason for her to have this. But yeah, it just lets her do this. It doesn't mean anything because you can push block any hit of this, and it makes she can't like do any of the chain on whiff. So it just like it's just a thing she has. And then her heavy one is actually plus on block. So if you do heavy with no follow-ups, it's plus on hit, so you can link afterwards, and I think it's plus on block. So it's just like an okay poke, but it doesn't really go anywhere. So it's just like a mid gap closer, but it just makes like push blocking kind of defeats a lot of her approach. She has a traditional overhead with quite poor range, the forward medium, so it's an option, which also helps. And it's like a normal overhead, so you can just cancel it into a launcher, or specials as well, which just gives her combos, which is nice. Her DPs, I don't know if they're actually useful at all. I didn't get a chance to play any matches with her. But they don't have any invincibility, they just put her in the air. They're not even that good for combos. There's probably some loop you can do with like DP into really low quarter forward S, which is this move here, the only projectile she has. This move has been nerfed a lot since her inception. So she's extraordinarily vulnerable after she does it. I think she guard breaks herself after she does it as well. So it covers like a really good angle. That 45-degree angle is very, very nice, but you just don't really get much mileage off of it. It's more of a like... Oh no, she can do it 3 times. That's good.
Okay, so the way it currently works, it's gone through a lot of iterations. If you hit them with it, you get to do whatever from pretty far away. But the thing that was changed, to my understanding, is if they block it, it has no block stun. They just get to start acting almost immediately afterwards.
Yes, so that's... I think it stops you from doing like Tatsu into this as like a block string loop. But it also makes it extremely easy to punish. So it's... Did it have a boomerang effect? I don't believe so, Shugundo. It didn't have a boomerang effect. So it just makes it like more of like a desperation poke rather than this is like a real thing to do. Oh, that's actually the other funny thing. Is her medium Tatsu on landing has an extra hit at the end, the headbutt. But only if the hits whiff. The prior hits whiff, I think. But it's not an overhead, so it'd be really interesting if like on whiff this was an overhead, because it'd give her like a real mix-up option between light Tatsu and
she could loop with it.
Oh, it is combo. That's cool.
She could loop for a while.
Yeah, she actually has other combos that do like pretty decent damage.
Yes,
but
damage is not her problem.
Yeah, but ultimately, like a lot of her kit is like also a light Tatsu is not as it has the same sort of properties Ryu's Tatsu does, where she does it changes the momentum instantly. Air light Tatsu that is, but it has like a much worse hitbox. The air one that is, but yeah, you can link it on it, which is nice. So this runs out of its active frames fairly early, so you can't really do it in the same way you want to. Onslaught's going to be next, but you can't use it in the same way you'd want with Ryu. So it's like having a tool that's worse than Ryu's is a bit unfortunate. So overall, my real impression of a kit, she has a lot of moves that are like combo moves, and some okay specials. Some stuff that's obviously been iterated, so it's not nearly as good as it once was, and not really that many neutral options. I think the most defining thing Hinata has is she has an invincible air super, which is the thing that like sets her apart from a lot of characters. So her quarter circle back super in the air, the kicks, or the DP maybe, is like frame 1 air invincible. It's invincible for a long time as well, so it's difficult to challenge it on the way up. You have to hit like the latter half of the move, or punish it on the way down as well. So there were times where Gimlet would just whiff through this post startup, which I thought was funny. But otherwise, I don't know if you had any notes from any exploration you had with her as well. I feel like I'll let you say your piece first
One
if you have
thing
anything.
worth mentioning, I agree with everything you said there. Having invulnerable air tool is good. Along with her dash being fast, she has the Strider thing where she inherits a ton of momentum when she presses a normal out attack, which I think is worth being aware of because it makes her footsies much better than they would be otherwise.
Yeah, I suppose that's true as well. I think having like stubby physical normals as opposed to like huge sword normals in the way Strider does is a little bit detrimental for that, but it just aids with like essentially a melee character again as well. I think actually the other thing I thought was like, or I think is one of the best reasons to pick Hinata is her alpha assist. She has 2 like whatever assists and then one of the best assists in the game. Or the best mid-range assist in the game anyway. So her alpha assist is like this whole sequence with on block. It keeps you in blocks on for such a long time that there's not really anything like this. There's a tiny gap at the end there that, if anything, just frame traps you because it makes you think you can press something, but you're just in blocks on for a long time. It lets characters set up fuzzies. It's all fixed hit stun, I believe, so it's good for combos. It hard knockdowns, which is ridiculous if it hits. Because it just gives you a million years to hit confirm, and she like comes out quite far forwards, so it has like a decent range as far as like poking with. From looking at Doom, there's only a gap. Oh, yeah, there's tiny gaps in between all of them, which is a bad thing for the person defending because it means it's very easy to miss a push block if you're trying to defend like a left-right. But there's not really anything you can do to like interrupt this because of how low the gap is between those. But it's just like, it's way better of an assist than it probably has any right to be as well. But it makes some characters have really fucked up pressure as a result of it.
I think it's the thing that's worth highlighting here is that this move on point is not something you should be doing because advancing guard destroys it, but assists do not have the same relationship with advancing guard. So
Exactly.
when the opponent mashes on advancing guard and it's an assist, she just stays in the entire time and continues to lock them down.
Yeah, it's egregiously good.
And like you
that's
saw
to the point
there,
where oh, go ahead, sorry.
like you saw there, it makes it so your point character also is not getting pushed away as long as you time it so their advancing guard isn't in between the frame your point character hits and her. So it makes it so strings that otherwise would not be safe to go for because they would just like advancing guard the second hit or whatever are actually reasonable when with Hinata assist or Gloria assist or anything like that.
Yeah. The only thing I was going to say, like, it's to the point where it doesn't actually matter what her other assists are because of how good this assist is. I think her other assist is like, it's Tatsu and I actually don't remember.
And her DP, which I think her DP is
Oh,
not invulnerable but fast. And the hitbox
Yeah.
is also not that great if I remember right. Well, it's okay.
But yeah, that definitely looks fast, so it seems fine. It comes out in front of the character, and that's like the important thing. It actually comes out more in front of the character than I think it's meant to.
It could get hit though. It's one of those ones
Yeah.
where like if Doom is just like mashing crouch light or something, this is
Yeah, it's not high, it's not up enough or forward enough for it to really be that much of a threat. I think it's possible for this assist to just whiff because of how far forward it comes out. Like if someone's moving towards you and you're defensively calling it, they could probably get in between you and the assist call.
it actually seems like it's hitting probably their like second frame or something because She's not getting beaten very often here.
Yeah, and that's a 4-frame crouch light from Doom as well. Maybe it's alright, but again, the other assist is just so good.
Yeah. So, with those things stated, her only notable super is that she has an invulnerable one that could be done in the air. The other properties of her supers are just like you use them for combos.
Yeah. I think it's invincible on the ground too.
Yes.
But it's like just that super, it's invincible, which is like to be fair, a big saving grace.
Yes.
I think realistically, I don't think Hinata's that good. I think as far as like melee characters go, she's missing a lot of things that like they really need, but she just has a bust out option. But just has like a lot of kind of generic mid-hitting tools that don't really help beyond like her slide kick being good. So ultimately, I think her having an invincible reversal saves her, in my eyes anyway, from being purely in just like the viable tier.
Yeah.
And the fact that
it's like that Sentinel thing where it's like Sentinel has so many sad life things, but then there's like, oh, he has hard drive and his assist is good.
Yeah,
and
so like
his
for the fact
jumping
you probably
mediums will,
would pick her
like,
for an assist. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say more of the good things that are true about Sentinel, but we already know that despite his sadness, he actually has like multiple things that are quite good about him.
Yeah, I think quite highly of Sentinel, but yeah, so she has a really good assist, so there's a reason you would pick her off point. And then a really good defensive tool in incoming, which kind of combines with the fact she has a good assist as well. But I think she's not great on anchor. I think she loses to nearly every single character above her. But she just has like a couple tools that let her play the game a bit more as well. So I think, as far as her placement goes, I'd say she's better than Colossus. Do I? Oh man.
Air Invulnerable is pretty nice. I also think that like her dash is actively cracked, and I do rank that very
she has
highly.
good dash.
Because like if I feel like that's one of those other things that scales very well with player skill is just being able to like dash, jump, and summon assists. I feel if your dash is good enough, it just rewards that skill more. And
Yeah,
her
that is
dash
true.
is that good.
Yeah, I think having like a very generically good assist, that again kind of stands out from a lot of other knockdown assists. Let me say that in English. A lot of other lockdown assists. Having an invincible reversal that she can do it in the air on incoming is helpful, and Slide is good.
Mm-hmm.
Tatsu's like fine. She has a rapid fire crouch light that shouldn't be a low, but is a low. So,
and she could punish things with the air shot. Like, even though it's not something you should be just like mashing in neutral because the block stun is so low, the hit stun is like a year. So it's one of those
it does
things...
fully stagger. So that is a real punish option. Like if you see someone commit to a beam, you can like super jump up forward beam. Oh, sorry, super jump up forward shot and then punish it.
Yeah, or the thing that I think is better for it is dash into jump forward into medium tatsu into the thing into shoe. Is it shoe or soccer ball? Whatever the projectile is called.
Okay. Someone said shoe earlier, so I'm going to assume it's shoe.
Okay, shoe. But yeah, I feel like that one puts you at a range where you could reaction see what they're doing because they're still on screen. So it doesn't pierce, if I'm not mistaken. So you want to make sure that they don't have an assist standing in front of them. But like, I do think that being able to like play footsies by doing dash jump, medium tatsu into shoe to punish like projectiles is pretty good.
Yep.
So is
okay,
she as good as
fair.
Bison, or is she Psycho Crusher's just too good? You're thinking, or
yeah, again, she just doesn't have any like neutral steely options in the same way. I guess like Tatsu into Shu is like fine, but it's also relatively committal because there's so little you can do after the quarter circle forward S if it doesn't hit.
Yeah.
As well.
No, if you're at super jump height, you recover in a relatively safe way. But if you're at like normal jump height, they could dash in and jump button.
Yeah. But again, it's like the. I don't know. I think like the blitzkrieg of Cycle Crusher, and the fact it's an assist as well is really that just that benchmark we were talking about a moment ago. That I don't think Hinata really gets past.
Okay, I'm down with that. So just above Colossus, just below Bison, has stuff that you should be scared of, but it's only a limited thing. Better on support. Probably in a situation where if she needs to fight the really good characters up here, she's just gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But
Do
she has a place on a team.
she has a place on a team. So would you like to move on to the next team of 3 characters?
Yes, so we have now a very interesting trio of Onslaught, Hayato, and Carter Slade.
Oh my gosh, these characters are definitely a something. Onslaught.
Yes, so
Hayato.
Onslaught was the first Shuma character. So we're now getting to like there's a long row of Shuma characters interspersed by a Kevin character, who was also aided with by Shuma.
Yes.
But Onslaught was the first of Shuma characters that got some changes in the patch updated yesterday or earlier today.
I have my notes because I made sure to copy paste. And so Onslaught, he's got a new color. Oh no, I should have chosen the new color. I'm a fraud. New intro and outro voice lines. His health was
You're
reduced.
still on the list as well.
Yes, his health
still on
was
the previous page.
reduced by
Yes, by a significant margin.
yes.
Normally, health reductions don't matter that much, but like going from like 900 to 750 seems like a lot, but that character's normally dying on one combo anyway. 1.3 to 1.15 is a pretty considerable difference. Because he went from being the highest health character in the game to like in the upper average of high health characters as well. So a difference of like losing nearly 10% of your health does hurt a lot in neutral because you can afford to take less chip damage. He's still taking much more chip damage than most other characters can, but he's got his combo weight stabilized in an earlier patch as well, so he's easier to combo normally. He still has issues that just arise with him being so big as well, which is kind of unavoidable. But being more stable to combo and having less health makes him much more susceptible to just dying. He's still going to get snapped out in a lot of situations, just by virtue of him having a ton of health. But it's otherwise, it's something that like long term will cause the Onslaught players to lose like one extra game per X amount of games, if that makes sense. But as a result of him having less health as well. But as far as him as the character goes as well, he is remarkably versatile as well. So he is the biggest character in the game by quite a significant margin, but has excellent mobility as well. So he's got Dormammu dashes on the ground, which are quite unfortunate, but he has an 8-way air dash, which is important, but also a teleport. So he is a character that can take to the sky pretty confidently and get his way back down to the ground pretty stably. They are Dormammu teleports, so they always teleport in relation to your opponent and always put Onslaught airborne, which is fine because Onslaught has some fantastic air buttons. His jump light is like it's just like a knee. It has a deceptively bad hitbox. So there are lots of situations where light looks like it's hitting and doesn't. His medium is also fine, but his jump heavy, which I believe is no longer armored.
No longer.
Yes, it was one of his most egregious buttons before as well, but it's now just like a big, slow button. You basically never want to press it in neutral anymore because it doesn't have that armor. It has like it's a good like fadeaway button, but I think in any situation where you would think about pressing heavy, you would just press S. So his jump S, which is what you're seeing here as Mag Blast, this isn't a same command Magneto has to do. It gives him like one of the best specials. It has a limited range. It fades away as it reaches to about like the bottom of Onslaught's feet. But it lets him basically dash in with a projectile that he can special cancel because it is a projectile. So it's very difficult to contest. It usually wins a lot of trades because it is just a big disjointed hitbox, which is nice. And Onslaught winning a trade is huge because he does big boy damage. On the ground, however, he's got fine lights. He has a low crouch light, which is important. His mediums have a ton of hit stun, which makes it really easy to hit confirm. But his grounded heavies are the armored ones. Did crouching heavy get his armor removed as well?
I believe so. I believe the only armored one now is stand heavy.
Yeah.
But it's still a big wall bouncing armored thing with a good hitbox.
Yeah, it does have surprisingly low range, but it is just an armored move, so it's one of his best defensive options to press. I think the armors also happens later, which makes it a bit easier to like counter poke. It makes it less mashable on wake up, but it's an option, so it's a really good anti-air option when someone's jumping at you as well. So that's just the general like best way to use armor is in unpredictable ways. Crouch Heavy being armored was hilarious. Like hitting into an armored move and then getting crumpled was one of the worst feeling things, but fortunately it's more stabilized. But it's still fantastic for his combos because he can just like easily hit confirm Crouch Light, stand medium into Crouch Heavy, and then kind of do whatever he wants. But otherwise, other than that, for his like main suite of specials, he's got the DP, which is the little shockwave thing you see there. It's like the one with Pillar in that it occupies different spaces on the screen depending on what strength you do as well. They also put the opponent into a really slow floaty knockdown, but has a dead zone at full screen. I think this move got moved forward, so it had a bigger dead zone for more characters. Where it used to be like Dormammu, where only really thin characters could dodge it, but you can essentially just like step forward and it hits full screen. But puts you a ton of hits at a super jump height as well. It doesn't knock down anymore, which is also pretty significant. His drones are also like fine. They take a bit longer to start up now, and I believe they now go away if Onslaught gets hit. So he used to have a thing where drones would summon frame 1, so if you do the special, you would get hit and the drones would come out no matter what. But that's also been fixed now, or adjusted, I should say. So, but they're still pretty effective. Drones are just naturally a good move as well. You recover before they finish, so if you get the coverage to get them out, they're nice. The bombs are important because the bombs don't go away if Onslaught get hit. They are the combo breaker ones. So they're like another good defensive option. They're actually a pretty good move for regular Sentinel, but they also cover a really disgusting angle because they fly up forward. They hit like a kind of a wider swath, and they also hit directly in front of Onslaught, whereas regular Sentinel's bombs have a little dead zone in front of them, which is good for Onslaught. And then he just has like a big Sentinel as well, which is very nice. So the Sentinel itself is important because it also has really high durability. So I believe this might still be 10 low, which means it deals with a lot of other projectiles quite nicely. This might have also had its hit stun or its durability reduced.
I think it's like Bird Bomb.
Okay, so that means it destroys like most things as well. It will just kind of nullify a lot of others. There's also 4 hits now instead of 1, so it scales things. Instead of it being like one big hit of like 120k, it's now 4 hits into 130. Which matters for doing like, into beam super, because this beam does now less damage. Like, that used to do like over 400k, I think, just doing Sentinel into beam, if it did hit. Yeah, I mean, that still does a lot of damage as well. You get a significant amount of damage for if someone misjudges durability or something, which is nice.
Oh, and the hitbox on the Sentinel is very enormous. When it explodes, like there are definitely situations where you could think like you're past it, and it is the hitbox is far enough behind it that you need to be.
I've been hit by it from behind, and then the Onslaught player's gotten the combo because you're in a like big floaty hit stun from low jump height to above normal jump height. But it's just by virtue of it being a big Sentinel. There's going to be interpolation on it as well. So he's got some like pretty okay keep away options. Like he's got stuff he can do in neutral at full screen, which is nice. But he can also instantly close the gap with his teleports. The Sentinel hitbox has been corrected according to streamer as well. So that's nice. So I imagine it probably still hits behind. It's fine if it does as a projectile.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it was before.
Yeah. But with that, what that means is Onslaught's able to play like a stally keep away game from full screen with poking with shockwave, poking with drones, and blitzing through other people's durability. And then if people get to autopilot on their durability, Onslaught has a teleport and he can go in and punish you for it as well, which is very significant. He does also have a counter. This is one of the other things that got a change in this patch as well. It had its active frames reduced. So it used to be active for 27 frames, and now it's active for 21. 21 is still a long time, a lot of active frames as well. Most counters tend to sit around, like on the higher end is 20, so 21 is still pretty generous. But his counters are also very interesting because the counters that hit his physical counters will put you into like a Magneto grab, so you get hit by like Magneto's regular throw and he puts you into the little like stony thing. Yeah, and he gets a combo from this too. It does the glitchy back throw because of her boxes and so, but it's normal. And then the projectile counter just shoots a disruptor, which is nice. I actually think one of his counters gives him a teleport.
So the way he has the medium counter, the heavy counter, and both of them are projectile related. The heavy one also has a hitbox for in close while also being a projectile related one, but if we just like throw some me and throwing photons. Okay, so those are some photons coming out. with one, he has the disruptor, which is it's like a magnum. It will beat everything. It takes control over the ground, and then he could do it into super and 330k out of like being able to blow up anything like an assist or whatever. He's invulnerable during enough of it so that if there's other things shooting at him, he'll still win.
Yeah, that's pretty normal with cannons.
And then he also has the heavy... This is fascinating. It looks like the hitbox of the force field doesn't interact with the lower photon at full screen.
Oh wow, so it actually is only the part that the projectile, the counter is, the like force field is on, is the counter.
Yeah, it's getting caught. I did not expect that interaction, actually.
I mean, it makes sense because the counter's only around that part. So I kind of like
But
that.
you could shoot his feet. Okay, that makes certain projectile interactions much better against it.
Yeah, I think the most common projectiles in Palette Swap, well, the majority of them, it's fine. It's going to be stuff like Jill and Hunk that can shoot your feet and then upwards. That is going to matter. So and he does unfortunately have a bit of trouble with them both, but it's who doesn't? Besides some others. But anyway, it means that like despite being a big body and a big target, he has like a lot of really good defensive options. The counters matter. Like being able to use them well, I think, is key to Onslaught being scary. Because as we've seen like Ed perform, there's been situations where it looks like Onslaught's losing, and then he gets one good projectile counter into Disruptor, and then like Super and X Factor, and then he kills from that. So he just has a good way to like steal a lot of damage in neutral from like a couple pokes. As well, which is good. And then he has this super. So his drone super. The drones, I believe, aren't random. They always hit in the same way every single time, which is very, very important. But it makes it very good to DHC in and out of Onslaught. Well, actually, am I misremembering that? Do the drones go away if you DHC out? Or do the ones that are on screen stay on screen?
DHC. So if you hit him, they go away. If you DHC out, they go away.
Okay. The DHCing out when they go away is a bit unfortunate, but they also they are really good because they cover up to super jump height as well. But they normally mean if someone misjudges this, he gets a
or just doesn't
like
summon any new ones. So it's not.
Oh, but the ones on screen. Okay, that's what I thought would
stay.
happen. Yeah. That's fine. I thought they would disappear, the ones that are on screen. So okay, that's okay
No,
then.
it just won't spawn. It's not like Hyper Sentinel Force where it'll always spawn the 3.
Yeah, that's okay then. And then, yeah, so he's a good DHC engine as a result of that as well, because he can just put a bunch of hitboxes on the screen, or he can DHC into it, skip the long startup, and just get to the good part, which is all the supers here. All the drones appearing at the same time, essentially, as well, which is good. He... Again, this is... A lot of Onslaught changes happened while I wasn't active, but is the Headcross Super armored not invincible?
Yeah,
or is it just nothing anymore?
It is armored, not invincible.
Okay.
So, like, if we... do that. Oh no, this is what happens when you record a thing. Oh, but it showed how good it was anyways, because it tanked photons, then it tanked the trap, and it still hit Raccoon there.
Yeah, so that means it's no longer invincible startup. It's still very fast startup, and the armor is good as well. It'll still blow through a lot of things, but it means you can't just like blitz through projectile supers without losing like half your health.
But you can punish a lot of things with it, and DHCing into it lets you like, especially if you have another DHC left. I think it's quite good.
Yeah, it's still really powerful. It's not as obscene as when it was completely invincible. So he's got a good beam super. It whiffs on a lot of crouches because of how tall Onslaught is. So it's more of a punish tool, like after you've done Shockwave.
One thing actually on that about the difference in between the armor and the invuln, it actually has some different properties on interacting with other people's invulnerable supers now, because before it would lose to the ones that have like longer invuln, like maybe a Red She-Hulk arm or whatever, but because it got armored instead, it'll beat a bunch of the other invulnerable supers because it'll just tank the hits and then
that is
keep
true
going. So it makes it interact specifically better against like other people that have degenerate invulnerable moves, but he's gonna chunk health with it, and against other classes of things it could be not great because you'll be at your last quarter of life or whatever and then eat like unscaled beam damage and die.
Yeah, and importantly, you can't do it like on reaction to another flash point blank because you'll just get hit before it becomes armored. as well. So again, much worse than it used to be, but it's still like really good and situationally better than it was before versus other invincible supers. Yeah, that's it for supers. Oh yeah, he's got hypergrav as well, which is it's fine for combos. It's like a really annoying poke, just because it hits like 95% of the screen away. So there's times where even Magneto players will just kind of in neutral, they'll just check people by doing hypergrav from full screen or like above normal jump height, and it just catches people. And because Onslaught, like by the time you do it, he's landed. You can't really like guard break yourself by doing it in the air. So it will still have recovery, but you don't get stuck at normal jump height doing it, or stuck in the air doing it the way Magneto does, which is interesting. And then yeah, he has Tempest, but Tempest is bad. It's good for combos.
Oh, so why Tempest is bad? I think that a lot of people don't understand that Tempest is bad, because some percent of the time Tempest is amazing, but it's that it's not 100%, and you would rather have something that is good 60% or like 100% of the time than something that is great 10% of the time.
Yeah, it's the opportunity cost thing, where the time you've spent doing Tempest, if you get bad RNG, you just get hit for it. But then, in the time you've done it, you could have just done like drones or shockwave twice, or done hypergrav, or anything else really. But like doing that where you hit Wolverine for 3,000 damage, but he also recovers in the air, or also recovers while you're doing it, and can just kind of tech roll forward through all the other stuff. Is really unfortunate. So it's you use it at the end of combos because it builds a ton of bar, but it's otherwise it's really not good.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people want to use it as an assist because it's like, oh my gosh, it hits full screen and it's a lockdown and all of these things, but like it having variation means you can never rely on it to hit any specific area you want it to hit. So you can't use it as part of a plan to control a specific space. You could just like hope it's close enough. Like that one only the last rock even interacted whatsoever.
That's just that.
So yeah, that thing seems more amazing than it is. It is a trap. Do not recommend. It is combo food.
Yeah. Yeah, so actually, should go into a point on the next one we're going to talk about. Shockwave assist, actually kind of good.
Amazing.
It's active very quickly. It's got it hits super jump height. It's got that big hit stun from the same way when he's on point as well. So if your character has like any reasonable way to confirm at super jump height, or even normal jump height as well, if they get hit by it on the ground, that it's like just a really good combo starter because it's only 2 hits, which matters a lot. So you can just get like a nice chunky bit of damage from like a super jump height hit as well. And super jump height hitting assists are like very, very important. So
And
not as good as some of them, but it definitely. Yeah, those the fact it's 2 of the shocks instead of like just being 1 matters. Because there are situations where like 1 shockwave would miss, but then the second column hits instead.
Yeah, and there'll be situations where like they'll block the first one, and then because of the fact that they need to block the second one and it's delayed, they just need to fall in a kind of awkward way. So I feel it's very, very solid for controlling like the near airspace. It's similar to King Thor's, where it's like it's easier to confirm combos because of how it hovers, but it's more hits than King Thor's, and but it's just like fast and wide and tall. It's very good.
Yeah, so and I think the fact it's the light one actually is helpful because that means it's useful in the corner. Because medium would be good in neutral, but it would mean it would whiff in the corner a lot. But in the corner is one of the most common situations because it's the most. The time where people are most predictably at super jump height is if someone super jumps in the corner and they don't have an air dash. There's only one way they can fall. But mid screen they might have, or I guess it can't really move backwards. So you can only move forwards. And like backdashing and calling this is a good way to cover people trying to escape the corner, but also staying in the corner. So it helps a lot in that regard. And then his third assist is hypergrav, but it has half the range as it does on point. So it's like somewhat of a meme assist. It just catches people sometimes, but it doesn't really have the same. Well, actually, it goes a bit further than I thought as well. Maybe like if point Hypergrab goes like 95% of the screen, then this goes like 65.
Yeah, this goes like zoomed in screen distance as opposed to like almost full screen. But
Yeah.
I think
It's,
the shockwave assist is just so much better that you should always
it
be using
is
shockwave.
Hypergrab is like combo video assist.
Oh,
Some
the shockwave, another thing, I don't believe it's impacted by hit stun scaling, so it, along with being a good neutral assist, it's also a good combo assist.
yes, and it OTGs. So it's
And
like
it OTGs.
I think having a like a neutral something that helps in neutral that also OTGs is like actually pretty good for combo best because there are some characters that struggle with OTGs. So it's if you're ever in a situation where you're picking a character for an OTG assist, pick a character that has something that helps in neutral that also OTGs, i.e. like Shockwave and such.
Yeah, so the ones
And
you
hunk heavy
want the
guns.
most, Shockwave from Onslaught, Hunk Heavy, and Jill Guns. All three of
Yeah.
them OTG while also winning neutral for you in important ways.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, so as far as a breakdown of summary of Onslaught as well, like he's for a big body and being so vulnerable, he's surprisingly like effective. He has a lot of keep away options, some decent stalling options. He's got fine mobility because he has an 8-way air dash and teleport, even though his ground mobility is bad. But he can do the Dormammu thing where you do a full backdash, jump up back, air dash up back, and your super jump height with teleport as an option, and you can call assists, which is very nice as well. He gets combos from all those throws. It's really, really high damage. He's got actual high-low pressure, so he can like kill you. He can actually hit you and then do kills from those hits as well, which is really nice. His counters matter. The projectile one specifically as well. Like you can shut down a lot of people's keep away by like surprising them with a disruptor that wall bounces from full screen. He's got really good assists, an okay assist, and then a terrible assist. He's got great DHC, great supers, both on point and DHC into him as well, which makes him a lot more versatile. So he can be played more or less anyway. He's definitely better as a mid. He's functional on anchor, but there are weaknesses with having such a big body as a third character, like by himself. And he could play up a point if he wanted to as well, but he struggles at 99. So it makes him like he has like Dormammu-esque character where you want to kind of bring him in on point rather than start him on point. So when he's got resources to spend, or you can bring him in with advantage and keep the advantage. He's good at that too.
Oh, can I
as well.
complain about one thing that I do think is meaningful?
Please do.
Okay, so Dormammu, when he teleports, he can tri-jump on you from any of the teleport positions. When Onslaught teleports, none of his air dash into buttons are fast enough that they come out before he reaches the ground, so he cannot overhead you out of teleport other than just like falling button.
Yeah.
And I think
And
that's
I believe Jump S
big
is just a mid.
difference. Yeah, and S is a mid, so it doesn't matter. He doesn't overhead. So I feel like not.
That's important counter
teleport
matchup
is
experience.
not, like, his teleport doesn't let him mix you like Dormammu's does. It only gets you the left-right part of the mix. It doesn't also get you the high-low part of the mix. Where like with Dormammu, if you block and assist and he teleported, he gets to high-low you, and Onslaught does not get that.
Yeah, that is pretty crucial as well. So the teleport's more repositioning than explicitly a mix-up tool. Or well, you can mix up with drones and assists and such, yeah, but you can't get. It's not like a teleport into high-low in the way that like teleport into air dash down into tri dash is like somewhat real if there's an assist on screen. You're never gonna get away with it uncovered. But because he has like actually good air dash speeds, it's possible to say that. But Onslaught, yeah, he's ultimately a character. He's really been brought into line. He used to be like really, really egregious. There was a lot of unfun aspects of fighting him as well. But he's been more like normalized as far as this size goes as well.
So with all that in mind, do you have other things you would like to highlight about Onslaught before we place him, or do you feel relatively?
No, I think that was we covered like a lot of the key aspects of him as a character as well. I'd say I in the past I would have probably maybe out of like bias of losing to him all the time was putting him in top tier, but I don't think he's at that level anymore.
I agree.
I think a lot of his tools have been brought online. He has less egregious like armored options as well. But I would say he's certainly in like the characters that are obviously on fair level, because he has a lot of like counter neutral options, and he can hit all the angles, and he's got like surprisingly good mobility. It's just more like where he ends up. I'm like looking at this list. part of me was to say like either above or below clear.
That sounds reasonable to me.
I think Leon just like looking at the characters surrounding them. I think Leon just has a better spread of matchups overall as well. I think they beat the same sort of characters, but Leon beats more characters and loses to fewer characters.
And
I
Leon gets
think
to cover more things with the same guess. When he parries, he covers projectile and he covers melee attack. So like if somebody's like try jumping with a beam behind them, then no matter which one hits first, you win. But with Onslaught, you need to actually like predict which will hit first.
yeah, I think the health nerf like for Onslaught it was like harmful for neutral, but I think ultimately like still doesn't really matter because he's gonna a normal like a decent level Onslaught should be getting snapped out when he gets hit anyway. It's very not worth spending like if you're gonna leave yourself with no bar, you don't want to leave you like you don't want to leave yourself with no bar to kill Onslaught and then two other characters come in with like 4 bars. But because he's not as good on anchor, because he doesn't have like he has to take a lot of incomings despite having an air dash and a teleport. I think that hurts him as a point, like when he's on point, not necessarily as a point character. However, I think Clea wouldn't get snapped out, but I also think she's quite bad on anchor by comparison. Well, as like in a comparison as well. But I'd say because Onslaught has like real support value off point. I think above Clea, below Leon is where I can like visualize him.
That sounds around right to me. I feel like even though it was not this patch, it was in a previous patch, him losing armor on air heavy meant that now he went to the state of being like at risk in the air as opposed to like being able to just very safely be like, okay, I'm putting out an armored button, and then if they don't do something that would get hit by it, I'm just going to cancel into teleport, and I could do that on reaction to like seeing what they're doing. But now if somebody swings into him, they just get to hit him because all of his stuff is not that fast.
Yeah, and that's just it as well. But he's still like solid on the ground, and stand heavy is still a real like armor option.
It is,
especially as an anti-air.
I think that this is a good spot for Onslaught, and I feel like Shuma's done a good job of making Onslaught cool and powerful, but also removing a lot of the aspects of him that made him less fun to play against. Like, I feel the air heavy armor change and the drones going away when he gets hit change made such a huge difference in just like how many matchups feel like robbery versus not.
Yeah. Like it feels like when you lose to Onslaught now, it's just kind of you're losing to like Onslaught things rather than just unfair things. Like him getting off drone super into teleport left right mix up is like if you let that situation happen, that's just like an Onslaught thing, so it's fine. It's annoying to get hit by, but it's not like unfair to get hit by. In the same way that just like Onslaught doing a fadeaway jump heavy, you've missed your air throw attempt and you get ground bounced by an armored normal. Unfair. But I think he's in a really good place now as a character.
Also,
and still very, very strong.
Now that we're getting into the 3 rows level of here, is it cool if I take Cyclops to Charlie and move them all down?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we can do as well. I actually thought you'd done that already, but I didn't consider to. I didn't see the empty row in my head.
I think it makes it hard to move it into slot 1. But
yeah,
I guess
it might have been better to do it starting with Cyclops, but
that's true.
We've committed to the bit.
Cyclops can.
Oh yeah, just move Evil Ryu afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, then move Evil Ryu down. Was he before or after Stars Wesker? I felt they were very close.
I think he was above because he was next to Venom.
Okay, there we go. So these characters obviously unfair. Onslaught still obviously unfair, but not one of the most like game defining characters anymore.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, so Cyclops. What do you think stops him from being in like obviously unfair?
I feel like Cyclops is good in like 80% of the matches against fair characters, but then he runs into a matchup like Jean, and it's like, oh, I think he when he can't do the thing, or like Jean or Guile or King Thor, I feel like if he's in a situation where he can't do the thing he wants to do in the matchup, that he ends up being at pretty substantial disadvantage. Well, I feel like Rashid has enough like mobility and other things so that he doesn't end up in situations where he just like can't do any of the versions of his game plan.
Okay, I see that. Yeah, I think Cyclops is a good benchmark then in that case. Cyclops to Rashid, I should say, is a good benchmark.
In between
those
those two is like the division point, even though they're both very good and both worth putting on your team.
Yeah, for sure. Cool.
Okay.
So that now moves us on to Hayato.
Yes.
Yes.
I
And I know you think highly of this character, so I'm
do.
curious to hear your thoughts.
So before I talk about the things I like about Hayato, things were changed with him. He, as you can see, has an awesome new model. He looks great. He has adjustments on hurt boxes and hit boxes, which could mean many things. He has new animations on multiple things, which changes how basic hitboxes work on a bunch of stuff. His health is at 1 million. He got a new color. Oh dang, I forgot to choose the new color for both Onslaught and Hayato.
Damn.
I'm a fraud. I'm not a good presenter.
Yeah.
But these characters are so cool that they're fine on their default colors as well.
Yeah. I should mention that health being 1 million is a nerf. He was 1.1 million.
Okay.
So he's gone down to 1 million.
And then Kagon, the 4L, increased startup by 21 frames. So his overhead that goes into things now is substantially slower, or like is substantially slow, but it goes into a bunch of stuff. And he got a new route out of it that works on crouchers, so his overhead, he could do stuff out of it there. And then his quarter circle back attack plus attack is 3 more frames before the projectile comes out. I do not actually know if that change influences anything, but it doesn't seem like it's really a thing. But I mean, like it doesn't
I think what that means is if like someone does a super in Hayato's face, the projectile doesn't just spawn instantly. Like Hayato can get hit and then the projectile doesn't spawn.
Okay,
That's my understanding of that change.
And I guess like it makes sure. Oh, it probably makes sure that you don't get the instant DHC without him having like an active hurt box for a while. Because if you DHC immediately, it doesn't spawn.
Yeah, so I think it was like it spawned instantly before Shuma confirmed. So yeah, it was just like if you did the super, as soon as the active frame started, it came out. So you couldn't stop it from happening if you didn't hit startup.
Yeah, so I think Hayato is great, and I think that he already had good normals, but then some of them got even better. Like I think it was his dash medium is now like pretty solid. It's not quite the Leon one, but very good. So let's see. His sword is a Vergil sword. It eats projectiles. I think that this actually matters for Hayato, because if somebody is like throwing plasma beams, he can just like get through it and do stuff. And it's not very low risk. He could do it with multiple different tools. So all of his different sword stuff, he gets to just beat up beam characters on the ground very consistently. Along with this, he has degenerate forward advancing moves and things that have big hitboxes with fast startup. I think the most important thing is dash 6H, because it's a move that eats projectiles that goes 2/3 of the screen, and you could confirm on hit into like combos. And is plus on block because you could do it into shine into jump cancel.
Yeah.
So another thing is, so everything he has, or all of his normals, you can get rid of their recovery by doing quarter circle forward light and then jump cancel backwards, so that you could just block out of them. So all of his stuff on hit or block or whiff, you get to block preemptively instead of waiting for the moves to end.
So even though it's a command jump, you can block during that jump.
I believe so. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that you're like both that and the ability to like put hitboxes out, if I'm not mistaken. You could.
But then you could attack like instantly out of it as well, like it was a jump.
Yeah, you could block instantly as if it was
Okay,
a jump,
that
and
makes more of it. I assumed you couldn't block during this because it's like a
No.
special jump.
you could block immediately and you could attack immediately. I think you could even throw immediately. Just a second. Let me check this jump. Not quite. Not quite immediately, but pretty close to immediately, like a couple frames. So
Yeah, it's like an insignificant delay, basically. So
Yeah.
maybe there's like like
It's-
2 or 3 frames where you're
yes.
vulnerable.
Probably not even that. I think that you could get. I think it is like maybe 2 or 3 frames, right? But like you get to block immediately out of any of your normals, and I think that is good, especially on reaction to like super beams and stuff like that. So he is very good at, if somebody plasma beams, he is able to just like jump through it and hit with his swords and do that. It's very low commitment, and he also is able to travel across the screen quickly with the hitbox. He has a sword. So you know how we were like Hinata, like she's not that great of a character in a lot of ways, but she has an air invulnerable move. Hayato has that too, but his doesn't take meter. So if we have Doom doing like some butter guns here, if you just like get into him, you go through that nonsense because you're invulnerable frame 1, and it will also
And that looked like it also
projectiles.
negated projectiles. Yeah. I was gonna say it did look like it hit the beam, so
It's both. It is both invulnerable frame 1 and it eats projectiles. So you could like jump in and be at a relatively far range and beat even like let me do air photons and wait a while because or else I'll DHC. So oh, why did I get a super jump there? Interesting. But, like on reaction, you could go through, but it'll lose its hitbox in situations like that because it's like Vergil sword. But having air invulnerable thing that you get a full combo after means that he is a very threatening character because he can do degenerate movement forward into invulnerable move that also destroys projectiles. And if you have like a reasonable assist of some variety, you also get to just do like invulnerable poke plus assist to be plus on block while beating anything that they do.
sounds good to me.
So his dashes are pretty good. They're not like amazing, but they're like they're good enough. Main thing is that like he gets the like Kara dash into 6H, and that thing is actively good.
Yeah. Does he also have the slidey dash as well?
A little bit,
Like slide-
not as much as Hinata, but like dash into crouch medium. I think crouch medium might be one of the ones that got a new animation, and that one's pretty solid. So
Yeah.
he
I
has,
think
like,
there's a lot of
his-
situations you would use crouch medium. It feels like crouch heavy is just better to use because it's like significantly better range. And
I think
Again,
that they're
it's
pretty
essentially the
similar
same.
range now. Actually, it's just like his heavy cars him forward a little bit, but like dash crouch medium and dash crouch heavy have around the same hitbox. Oh no, you're right. It's a little bit farther.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I would have thought it was bigger than that, but if it's similar, then you might as well poke with the medium because it's you can
Because you
save
get
a
a
chain.
chain.
Yeah.
And also the both 2H. One of the things that's nice is 2H goes into his 6H. So anything that gives you more things into 6H is good because 6H gets around advancing guard and all kinds of things.
Yeah. An important thing because it does actually put you airborne, doesn't it? So that means if you get push block, you can land and stop the push block, like from like the landing cancels push block pushback.
Oh, is
So there's
it
times where
landing? Okay.
I don't know if it's actually airborne, but it's one of the things like because I don't. Can you special cancel it like immediately, or do you have to land?
No, it's not actually airborne. It looks airborne, but it's not. But you get to like do stuff out of it that adjusts your,
Okay, never mind then.
your like if you so like because you have access to the cancel, like you see like it's one of the ones that you could use to just like cancel advancing guard and stay in there, and then also be able to go into your stuff off of that. So
Yeah.
So like being able to have like forward advancing move. Oh, and jumping for L, different animation slightly. This thing out of the hop is very solid for like a far-reaching overhead that will hit like crouchers.
Oh. Will that hit on the way up? On someone like Doom? Like if you just
Yeah,
move the jump and do back
his hop is lower than his jump. Oh, but he still has that. But he doesn't get to the combo off of it when he does the non-hop version because his follow-up hit is too high. Oh, actually, no,
Okay.
he could do it with the S. Oh, that's one of the other things. His command strings, now, like, he could do them out of his normals. And he also can do them into launcher. So being able to go into launch and also being able to do things that go into them makes them more useful in a few ways. But
Cool. I think the rising back light is useful if you're using it like instant overhead with an assist, because it's non-reactive as opposed to like. I mean, you can't really react to the slash.
yeah, especially because
Because you
slash
cancel it
could,
immediately.
this is low while this so 2M 2H is low while 2M into that is overhead. Wow, I can't up forward and oh, but actually at that range it's not quite. Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. So like you,
I'm sure it shouldn't be that difficult to like learn or lab at like a specific range.
yeah, and
Hives. This Hives is very different from Marvel 2 because he functions.
yeah, this character's good. I think they are good because invulnerable thing that goes into full combos, way to deal with zoning that is pretty solid. He has okay air mobility. It's not like good, but it's worth being aware that he has it. And also the fact that when he's coming down from it, he could still like invulnerable through whatever you're doing. So if you like try to anti-air with jab or something, he can just like kill you for it sometimes.
Just DP into super, yeah. Just a quick answer, go on. As far as doing just crouch medium into back light, the reason why you'd want to do the Shien jump cancel is it beats push block. So if you go to crouch medium straight into back light, push block medium will make the light width. But if you do crouch medium into special into jump, going into the special will stop the pushback from push block. So you get crouch medium into an instant overheads that beats push block at the same time as well. But sorry, as you were saying about the attack process in the air.
Yeah, attack plus S in the air is okay. He recovers and then gets to do things, so I think that is a big saving grace for it. Like, I don't think you actually want to poke with it. I think it's like you use it to change your air momentum while also being able to block on the way down. Or that's what I think of it as, at least. Though it also beats projectiles because it uses a sword, and that's pretty nice.
That is true.
But
Yeah.
overall, I feel like he does better interacting on the ground because he has dash 6H, which is great. He has also his shine in general is just like a big forward moving hitbox that has no recovery because you could go into the hop cancels.
Yeah, it's a really fast startup as well.
And
The
like,
light one at the very least.
he also just like has a big active threat range because of dash 6H into either quarter circle forward or DP. Like one of them being invulnerable and one of them moving super far forward is like he's just like a threatening melee character who destroys projectiles, who has invulnerable options, who also gets a speed boost in this mode, but I value speed boosts highly, but I don't value them as highly when you only get them once you hit someone.
That makes sense.
Because like I value when you could get them in neutral or out of something else like that. But because he has the ability to deal with projectiles, and he has good footsies tools, and he has like degenerate invulnerability that like gets to be plus on block with assists, and that I think he has decent enough air stuff, including invulnerability in the air that confirms into a dead character. I think he's pretty good. I think all of his supers are bad.
That's where I was standing as well. Like it makes him harder to play off point as a result.
Though this assist is very good though, because this assist will in fact like if you get it out, it's a forward advancing thing that I'm not gonna have the time to get through like the plasma bead, but it gets it's a forward moving assist that has a pretty big hitbox that's fast on startup. The first hit is like pretty early on, and then it's very confirmable. Because like the second, even though there's a delay before the second hit, they're both very long hit stun. So
Yeah.
it's pretty confirmable. I would say that it's not as good as a Tatsu, but it's like it's a great value Tatsu.
It's a possible option, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so what else does he have? I'm assuming it's like DP and then the forward slash, like the attack process.
The other tools he has, DP, and DP, I don't believe this is invulnerable. Yeah, it's like the medium one, so it has no invulnerability. And then the Gamma Assist is the overhead one there. As you can see, if you're a little too close, it won't really hit. But it is an overhead assist, which means you can do unblockables with it. It also hits people out of normal jump height decently well.
Yeah, I remember trying to use this with Talbain. And then Hayato. I was testing out Hayato on Anchor. I came to the conclusion that this is quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's like...
Just use Alpha.
It seems okay, but it's...
No, Alpha is actually decent because it will beat projectiles some % of the time, and it has a ton of hit stun, and it moves forward and has a good hitbox. But all of his other assists shouldn't really be touched, in my opinion. So
yeah, that's fair.
I feel like on point, he's a good character, but then like he has a good assist, but no good DHCs in, because you would think someone with a slow shockwave would have a safe DHC in, but he manages to want to pose the entire time. So
yeah, that was like the if you recover quicker, it changes combo structure a lot as well, so he kind of has to do it. But it's makes it like if you're not DHing him and when you're hitting the opponent, it's like rough.
Yes.
The Hayato's life. I think it's also worth mentioning just to round up the moveset. He has a grounded attack plus S as well, but it's not good. It's
never
like
use this move.
Bad. It's bad Berserker Slash.
Yeah, never ever use this move. It is bad. It has a lot of startup. If you want to mix someone up, just like hit them with an overhead instead. If you hit them with an overhead instead, you will be happier. And then you could also hit them with a low. So just overhead low game them. Do not go for the left-right. Or if you're gonna go for left-right, use like his decent dash, get under someone while they're moving, and then like hit them from the opposite side with like a light or a medium or something. Don't go for attack plus S.
Yeah. Golden Nuts also informed that Hayato has a command grab, which I actually didn't know about.
Yeah, he also has a command grab. It's fine. Its range is not that great, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. It feels like in situations where you'd go for it, I'd probably... he has an inordinately good normal throw, because it stores normal throw, but also means that the opponent's in such a knockdown for such a long time, you can raw tag to another character and just combo normally.
Oh, that's good.
Instead of just doing a Hayato combo as well. And that is like quite significant for ground throws.
So
yeah, maybe it depends on the character you tag in, but I can't remember who I was testing it with. But I was testing. You could with Hayato, you could tag into Talbain and then OTG with Talbain by doing jump beast cannon, and get a combo from that.
So overall,
well.
I feel like Hayato on point is a good character. He's, I think, in a realm that is similar for Talbain in being a melee character that doesn't lose to people who will just shoot him. And
yeah, I'm certainly not more convinced. I thought like I didn't think Hayato was bad, but I didn't think as highly of him as you did. But yeah, a lot of what you explained makes sense as well. I think his almost complete lack of support value is rough.
His
But then
assist is actually fine though. Like it's just the
yeah,
DHCs
okay,
are
fair
all
enough, yeah.
terrible. The DHCs are
But
like
it's just like
actively bad in every way.
yeah, and I think having an okay assist doesn't always make up for a bad DHC.
Agreed.
But everything else about him is like
Pretty
good. Like
good.
having sword normals is fine. I actually don't think his grounded sword normals are fantastic. I think they have deceptively bad range. Um,
I
the
think the
reason
6H
for
is
this,
good. The
yeah,
most
6H is fantastic, but stand heavy and crouch heavy, not so much. The reason being that you'll notice with like pretty much every sword character is they step forward into their normals, and Hayato doesn't do that with stand heavy. So it actually has deceptively bad range in situations where like there are a lot of characters that would get hit from like that range, like because Zero steps forwards, Strider steps forwards, uh, Dante steps forward, so that, like the moves have more range than they look. But Hayato doesn't go anywhere. So stand heavy whiffs in some sad situations, but crouch heavy is like fine. It's like Strider's crouch heavy in that it covers like that swoop around him, it'll hit behind him as well, which is nice. But it has like deceptively low range. 6H like fixes a lot of his hit confirms because everything links into it, or chains into it, I should say. But his medium is better. I think his stand light is also deceptively bad. It has quite an unfortunate range, but it does rapid fire, so it's like okay as an anti-air, but I don't think it rapid fires quickly enough to juggle properly.
No, it might
his
have
crouch
with
light
the
now is...
animation change. Oh,
No, I mean with the animation change. This was me testing him earlier today. Okay, it works well enough.
just a sec. Let me not have them in the corner where they aren't experiencing pushback, because it could be. Oh no, it's even. No, it's fine. But
Okay.
it does have a weird.
It's worse against grounded opponents, but it's actually fine as an anti-air then. It's like a soul bad guy 5k. But not as good.
Yeah, like I feel the animation changes helped him in a lot of things actually. Like his crouch medium, dash crouch medium is just very good now, I think, because like having something that can both chain into crouching heavy for the low and also into the hot mix up for overhead, having access to both of those out of a good poke, I think, is important.
Yeah, that's fair.
But with all that stated, where do we want to put some Hayato in here? Because it is that thing. No safety HCs. His but then like on point, he's one of the best melee characters because he has answers to things that would otherwise be a problem. He has invulnerability in the air for free that leads into a full combo. Like a lot of the other characters, like Ken, if they do invulnerable thing in the air into full combo, you need to like DHC into an install or something. Hayato just gets the full combo on his own, which I think is kind of valuable.
Yeah, that is nice as well.
And
I'm
can
still
happen
not like...
on incoming, which is very
Yeah,
nice.
that's like that as well. Like it forces you to meet him on incoming, or risk him just escaping.
Mm-hmm.
Although I suppose if we wish the super, it's wish the DP, it's bad.
Yeah, whiffing the DP is bad.
I'm torn because I don't feel as informed on this character as well. So I'll defer to you as far as like where you think you should go right now. Because if you feel like he's on the same level as Talbain as far as like what he does, or like how he not necessarily what he does rather, but in terms of him, like his lack of struggle versus characters where most melee characters would, that probably means by default he should be at least where Talbain is.
I
think
feel that, but then I remember that Talbain, along with all those things, also has an install DHC and a beam DHC that doesn't go away if he gets hit.
yeah, and I think that's huge. I think like Hayato getting worse, like making the team worse by being off point, despite having like a decently good assist, I think is a struggle.
Okay.
And
I think around DMC5 Vergil level is where I think I want to put him, because I think that he's probably around where Talbain's power level is on point, but then Talbain is a complete character for a team, and Hayato has a good assist but terrible DHC, so he's not a complete character for a team. And I think that is a tier difference in characters, is when you're pretty similar on point, but one of the characters has like good DHCs and the other character has bad DHCs. That's an entire tier difference, I think.
Yeah, I think having good DHCs makes up for a lack of assists, but lack of assists doesn't always make up for a bad DHC, or a good assist doesn't always make up for a bad DHC. I still think because Hayato is probably better at executing his game plan, I probably would have him above Vergil. Just because I feel like it's more likely for Hayato to like win the game from his gameplay
I agree.
than Vergil would.
But if Vergil has a friend that gave him 4 meters, then I feel like Vergil requires more, which is weird because I feel like normally melee characters require the most team composition support since they don't have a way to hit full screen. But I feel like in contrast, like Hayato versus Vergil has more team building demands because he needs someone that will battery for him in neutral, and Hayato like he could just work
He
with
basically
any
just needs like a
generically fine
horizontal assist, and
Yeah.
that's fine.
So okay, I could see that where it's like DMC5 Vergil is just too needy and meter reliant, and there's not enough things like Cyclops and Gloria in the game that could get him meter on point.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced with Vergil generally, but Hayato I've been convinced as well. Also, hello tabs. Yes, we had to with the characters with matchup defining tools tier got too. There were too many participants, so Sarah suggested another tier. We've made that as obviously unfair.
Yeah, I can't see the chat because of some things. Does Tabs agree with calling Leon obviously unfair? I think he would, but I'm not entirely certain on this.
Yeah, all he said was lol the new tier.
I mean, is there
Tabs
any
thinks Leon should
character
be with
in
Jean
this
Grey.
that you don't feel this way about? Like every single one of these characters, they do a thing, and I'm like, is this really okay? Like Clea's an X Factor the entire game. No other character gets to be an X Factor for the game. Chris has a full screen hyper projectile with no recovery that can kill everything. That's a good DHC that leaves him in positive situations. Like all of this stuff is very unfair.
Yeah, I think it was just more that the fact that we've had to make a new tier rather than like these characters don't belong there.
Yeah, I feel like there is a difference between like Batsu, his light fireball is matchup defining. Every character needs to have a plan for how they interact with it because it's actively good. But that's the thing you interact with in a certain situation. Where with Ultron, you're interacting with drones just like all the time.
Yeah.
So.
But Ashuma says F those characters in particular
Mm.
in the obviously unfair.
But
very true.
your Onslaught character is living in there, Shuma.
I'm sure Shuma agrees.
Oh, also fuck Onslaught.
I know Shuma has like a DEFCON button that if you press it, it just buffs Onslaught. Just gives him invincible drones. Everything is armored.
Yeah, I'm aware Onslaught has the potential to become even more dastardly. But Hayato.
Speaking of dastardly.
Oh, dastardly.
We have. We're about to do. But yes, I agree with the Hayato placement as well. I think without having played him enough on point, because I only ever played him as like an anchor, I was a bit less informed as well. But we are now into the dastardly Carter Slade.
First of all, like before we get started on this, I think of him as a zoning character, but his plink dash forward is something else.
Yeah, it's a roll, but it has Wesker speed. So he just has like full Wesker speed dash as well, which is insane.
But would you like to start on some thoughts on? Oh, before we start on thoughts on Carter Slade, Carter Slade received adjustments, right? I believe. Did I not put this?
I don't think it was a balance change.
Was it an aesthetic thing? Or did he not?
Oh no, he wasn't one of the changes.
He wasn't one of the
he wasn't.
ones.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on Carter Slade?
So this character was a doozy. I think when he came out, he was kind of like underwhelming, and then he kept getting like alternate adjustments and like changes to make him like feel better, and then he just got like extremely good. He has like really nice normals. He's got like a fantastic crouch medium. He's got like Chris crouch medium. It's actually a little bit better because he throws a shotgun instead of a knife. He's got like an insane slide kick. I think this has also been nerfed, but it's still really good as far as the slide kick goes as well. Like it has its momentum start immediately. It can be spaced to be like it doesn't really matter. You can space it to be safe as well because you can chain it into safe moves. His forward heavy's like comical because it's a shoulder tackle that has immediate momentum starter. But there's no like wind up to it. So he just tackles you with like a shoulder from ages. I think it has fixed set stun as well. So like it's like dead easy to confirm if you hit someone in the air. If you do like crouch heavy, forward heavy, it's like brainlessly easy to convert into launcher as well. His stand heavy is fine. I feel like his I'm trying to remember his standing normals actually. You almost never see them, but it's 2 hits, so it's like fine for combos, like hit confirms rather. But it has a lot less hit stun than his other. Oh, sorry, a lot less range than his other like key normals. So most of the time you're going to be pressing like crouch medium, crouch heavy as your pokes because they're lows and they hit really really far, which are really nice. His air normals, I don't remember them in particular. I think Jump S is Wesker Jump S. So it just has like a really good circular hitbox around him. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jump S is just like a good classic Wesker Jump S that stops on like right below him as well. So it's such a good falling button. He's not a character that's generally in the air that much, like falling from super jump height. So it's not a major issue, but it's just like a good defensive button to fade away, like jumping away with, or if you end up at super jump height because someone's dropped a combo or whatever. It's a pretty decent falling button. But he also has a dive kick. I don't think his dive kick's that good. It has a ton of recovery. It is on overheads, but I think it's unsafe on like really unsafe on block, and I don't know if you can cancel the recovery into anything besides like X Factor. So it's a bit less effective as far as like traditional dive kicks go as well. Well, you can I guess you can cancel recovery into assist call, but from like super jump height, it's kind of deaf. Oh, you can cancel it.
I think he can, but
But there's nothing safe he can cancel into.
Yeah, I don't think he has like a thing that he should cancel or like.
Shuma said it can only be the attack plus S. So I suppose it's meant for combos mainly. Like on hit, you would combo into it, the knockdown, and then do load. But on block, you get it.
He also can cancel it once he has bullet. Never mind, that thing's great. Oh, but the bullet goes over the head because of the change in its size. Okay, never mind, it's fine.
Okay.
Oh no, you could time it to work, so he could still be plus out of it as long as he has a bullet.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a bit difficult to time, but versus like really tall crouchers, i.e. Onslaught, it's much more effective because you can't really duck the slug at that point. But okay, it's situationally okay, but it's a good way to alter his momentum. Same way that he can use his quad circle forward special in the air. He has one air special that isn't slug. That lets him. It's like a hit grab. Yeah, which is really interesting. But he also recovers in the air, so he's able to like. He really can use it as like a pseudo mix-up tool, and the fact it can steal the corner is actually pretty significant because it gives him left-right mix-up in the corner, which is funny. Because for being like a zoner sort of character, he is like ground control character to just have like randomly be able to do like TK light or medium or light heavy or medium command hit grab into the corner with an assist and just get left-right. I think it's amusing. But the key, like, defining thing of Onslaught, of Carter Slade's, despite his decently good normals, are his guns. So his gimmick is that he loads a slug with attack plus S. So this loads a shotgun, and then whenever you have that stocked, you can do quarter forward S, and it shoots this slug, which is the rifle that I think it's the rifle he carries. Yeah, like a single hit. It's had its hitbox reduced, so it used to hit most crouchers, including small crouchers that would normally duck other guns. It made it very difficult to like approach Slades by walking forward or dashing and crouching, because you would still block the slug as well. But it wall bounces on hit, which gives him like a long time to set up also. But when you load the slug, you can go into one of his other guns. So he has several follow-ups. I think he has even more follow-ups than normal now as well. But yeah, the Quartz Acrobat Medium is this horizontal gun. He has a version where he goes into Weasel Shot as well, I believe. Yeah, the Quartz Acrobat S. So he does like a hop back gunshot. It shoots in a different angle, so it does like 3 shots, down, forward, forward, up, forwards. I think there's 4 shots there. But it covers like all of grounded, which completely stops people approaching you. And if you see someone get hit by it, you can hit confirm this into a slug. If they're standing or they dash into it, for example, as well, which is important because it does a significant amount of damage. The fact you can do slug in the air and on the ground always gives him an option to like defend himself versus people running towards him, and also gives him super jump high confirms, like really easy super jump high confirms besides sidekick. But it gives him a creative way of like doing keep away because he has so many options from a lot of different tools. Light is just like a OTG, it's a combo tool mainly, you don't use it for anything else. And heavy is like a flash kick. I think the heavy follow-up is invincible.
Yes.
But it's very difficult to use it reliably as a reversal, but it's more like if you get a player reading the opponent that like attacks you when you try and go for the slug loading, then you can just reversal them with the kick. And it's soft knockdown too, so you combo from on hit, from like any sort of hit.
And it's decent on incoming. You could set yourself up to be at an ambiguous location where left and right will both be covered, have an assist, and then be invulnerable.
Yeah, so it's good against people that like to mash on incoming as well. While also the benefit of just getting a slug loaded too, which is nice. So the way I've explained it all sounds like quite long-winded, but he can do a lot of these things very close together, and just do a lot of flexible options, like one after another. He's got fantastic ground mobility, so you can manipulate where he is really well, and mix in a lot of his other keep away options too. Of course, with heavy, this shotgun, it is significantly better than it used to be. Yes, there was a ton of recovery, so it's like it's not necessarily fantastic. You usually do it leading into the slug. You would not often do quarter circle forward heavy by itself, because blocked or chicken blocked, it can be punished. But like doing it on block and then seeing someone move and then releasing the slug, it's just like the kind of the core of Carter Slade is making people play around quarter circle forward S, just because of how like immediately powerful it is, and its presence. It is like. Again, we'll get to where he's placed anyway, but it's a very matchup defining tool because you have to play around slug at all times when it's loaded anyway, or play around Slade getting the slug, which he can do quite easily because he can cover himself decently well. Not to mention he can call assist the whole time he's doing this. I believe well, not necessarily during everything. The slug load is a special move, so you can't call assist during it, but you can like do things. Unless that was one of the changes you got.
No, he could summon assist during his slug load.
Oh, interesting.
I would not have
that makes it a lot better.
That makes it, especially if you have like a reactive thing like the shockwave or like an invulnerable assist or any of that. It makes it so he could have more like reaction nonsense. Oh, and it makes this better because you don't need to summon the assist ahead of time in order to do the invulnerable poke with it. You could just wait.
Yeah, that actually is a pretty significant difference as well. Funny enough, when he was on release, he actually couldn't cancel the slug load into X Factor either. It couldn't be cancelled by anything. But now being able to call assist during it has made it like tremendously better. And so the rate at which he gets slugs has gone way up as well, which is huge. So he just has this like huge presence at mids and long range, but also has like good normals for counter poking and attacking with crouch beating, crouch heavy into forward heavy. Even quarter circle forward light's actually pretty decent as a poke. It's sort of like Dante's Stinger in that case. I don't think it's as safe. Oh, I forgot he still has this. The anti-air guns too.
Oh, you could get a full combo from that. Cool.
Oh, that's sick. But yeah, it also means that he's, despite having really powerful ground control, he has ways to attack opposite side super jump height. There is a dead zone like directly above him outside of him doing flash kick, or his version of it. As well, but he's not too much of an issue because he's got okay air buttons. You have to be a bit more proactive about flash kick in that case. So being able to do like anti-air guns into flash kick like that was highly effective, or I imagine it's highly effective. But it lets him control space quite nicely. As far as the supers go, he has one of the supers that I think it's called super back is the Darkfire Breath super. It's his higher damage super, but importantly, oh no, that's just level 3.
Yeah, that was just
also super cool. That looks like he gets a combo from it as well. Reverse DP, sorry, is the fire. But yeah, so it's his highest damage single bar super, but it takes off his hat. It sounds like out of context, just sounds insane to say that that's like a downside. this really high damage super, but he loses his hat. So you have to attack plus S to put his hat back on, and then you can load slugs again. As well, so you essentially have to do that. You have to spend 2 moments to buff it, which again, being able to call assist during attack plus S means it's better. Actually, can he call assist while doing the hat put on? Or just slug load?
Just a second. Yes. He can...
Okay, again, that makes that significantly better. Because it was once like a pretty notable weakness because you had to spend like a lot of, I guess like time. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm thinking time economy is the only phrase coming to head into my mind at the moment as well. But it's yes, basically I just waste time putting on the hat again just to use a powerful super. And he's got another super that I don't believe takes off his hat.
Yes, his other super is...
It's invincible.
Is it? I don't think... Just a sec. I don't think it is invulnerable. If it is, it's even better than I thought. But...
I feel like he has a super that's just randomly invincible, but again, I could be misremembering. Or
just level 3, I think. Yeah, it's not invulnerable.
Okay, that's good.
But the thing that it is it hits super jump height instantaneously.
Yes.
So if you have Carter Slade in second, it lets you instantly punish people trying to move over your head by DHCing into them, which I think is quite good.
Yeah, it's like Iron Fist Spirit of the Dragon, but wider. But it having the start it does is very, very important. Oh, it also takes off his hat as well. Okay, that's somewhat important. Wait, does Carter do more or less damage when he had his hat off? Because his dive kick did 104,900 there when his hat was off.
Let's see, so I did Slide and it's 70k, and then I take off my hat, like an honest Ghost Rider, and it did 81.2k. So...
Okay.
Hatless...
That's some percentage increase.
So when his hat is off, there's nothing protecting you from the fire around his skull, so he does slightly more damage in order to...
So did you say it did 81,000?
81.2? Let's see. And then if I put back on the hat, which takes a while, it's 70k, so it's getting a little over a 1/7 of a boost. Right?
Well, I'm just doing quick maths. It's a 16% damage boost. So yeah, roughly 1/7.
So yeah, I don't think the damage boost matters at all, but
Yeah,
I guess
you almost never want to have the hat off because you just lose access to too many too many important tools. But it's just a thing. It's like if you're in a scramble situation without a hat on and you get hit, you're doing slightly more damage. Technically less damage because you don't get slug load right away. But otherwise it's fine. He also has surprisingly good assists. So he's a character that's like the Darkfire super, I believe, is just safe to DH into. If it's like Firebrand, it has very little recovery. But this is essentially the same as regular Ghost Rider's Chain of Rebuttal Assist, but it knockdowns instead of wall bouncing. That's slightly worse, but it's still like very disjointed, very fast, hits very far. So it's just like a nice little like snappy assist.
Though it's worth noting that against short characters, it will go over short characters.
Okay, that's fine. I think the Chain of Rebuttal would as well, so that's pretty normal. Oh, that pretty cleanly goes over them as well.
So then he also has
Beta. I think Beta's anti-air gun and Gamma's the shotgun.
Yes, that is the case.
Yeah, this is pretty nice. This is a good like secondary assist. It's like two-hand but probably worse because it only covers one angle. Whereas Dante, DMC1 Dante's two-hand covers like a very horrible angle, horrible in a good way, from super jump height downwards. And then shotgun's just like fine. It's pretty active. It shoots 5 projectiles, so it's really durable. But he just has like a pretty decent selection of assists. So you can, even though he's almost exclusively played on point, because his DHUs are quite poor, his assist selection is nice. So if he ends up off point, if you're just recovering health, for example, he actually is still very effective there. And his supers are fine for damage.
Kind of like bargain bin Dante.
Yeah.
Where
I
like
do think there's
Keep-
some novelty with the lasso, but missing on crouches on well small crouches and tiny characters is you just make it essentially ineffective.
So I feel like lesser DMC1 Dante in support value, but then like this character is some nonsense on point in a few different ways, especially against the characters who don't have a particularly good answer to that specific string. Because like that string is very hard for a lot of characters to deal with. Because like if you can't normal jump forward against it and get over the entire thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So like if your answer is to get over it, you're not going to, and if your answer is not to get over it, then he could try to shoot you again.
yeah. And but the fact that you can like hold on to the slug for when he needs it and like play reactively in a very safe manner, I think is very beneficial to him as a character, as well. Because like being able to just completely shut out a movement option, like if someone's already air dashed, they dash into like doing super jump slug as well. It's worth the slug in the air moves him backwards too, so like it can pull him away from danger situations. So he can create space while keeping you out and pushing you backwards. Which I think is nice. It's just like option keep away characters like this don't normally have that kind of flexibility of movement. Like very grounded characters don't normally have that flexibility of movement in the air, which I think is a nice little touch.
Or a dash
also.
like this either.
Yeah, that dash is like keep away characters having cracked dashes is ridiculous because it means like if they're ever in a scramble situation, like you get hit by an assistant tech away, they can just click full screen instantly, and then you can't do anything to stop it.
And then
But yeah,
6H carring so far is like almost full screen out of it, or almost full zoomed in screen, is full zoomed in screen out of a dash.
yeah, and again because it moves instantly, it just like it feels like it has less startup than it does because there's no like wind up to it, which is big. So ultimately, I do think Slade is like a real strong character.
Yeah.
I think he has like decent matchups into some of the top characters. I don't think he necessarily beats many of them, but he gives them trouble.
He gets to interact.
Which is more than some characters can say as well. And Slug having the durability in the hitbox it does is nice. Top right for Slade, yeah.
Yes, so
So
where are you thinking he should exist within this ecosystem?
I feel like he has the same sort of impact Stars Chris does, but I think Stars Chris actually does it better.
And Stars Chris has the Magnum DHC.
That's just it as well. Like the Magnum being like slug turbo, where because if you get hit by a slug, it normally resets to neutral, which is like the benefit of playing against Slade, where you can at least, even though you just took like 300k damage, you can still forward tech, like land and forward tech, and close some space. But like getting hit by a Magnum from Chris normally means you die.
Yeah.
And you can't out durability it because it just beats supers as well. And I think they do a lot of the same things in neutral in the terms of how they keep out as well. And while Chris doesn't have the same level of mix or like the mix options that Slade does or the movement he does, I think he controls the ground better. So I don't know if I would say Slade is better than Chris.
I think that Chris is slightly better than Carter Slade. I think that Carter Slade having the cracked dash and really, really good slide and command normal is pretty impactful. And I think he's way better than Stars Chris in the air. But then, like, Carter Slade has, like, DHCs that are good for some specific utility, but not really what you should be doing. And then Stars Chris has, like, what I would view as one of the best DHCs in the game.
Yeah, it's just like again, this is that like line where it needs to be so impactful. Like you either need to be so powerful on point, i.e. clear, or have like such an impactful super that I think it doesn't like he's because Slade is really good on point and has like a really good option, but it's not better than Cleo or Stars Chris's options. But I think he does better in more situations than Talbain does. He's a bit more flexible in that regard when he's on point anyway.
And the other thing that I think makes him better than Talbain is the similar things for why Stars, Jill, and X are better than Gloria is that, like, Talbain's going to try and interact with you at some point to win the game. Carter Slade is like, oh, I am happy to be on the opposite side of the screen from you, and accruing, like, a little bit of value over time, and just, like, eventually your health's gonna run out.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
think
and the
that
fact he
that's
like when he
good.
does hit you, like because he can counter
Oh,
poke
he
pretty
also
easily with
kills
his
you.
buttons. Yeah, he does a lot of damage, because he's got such high base damage and a lot of moves. He builds a lot of bar in the process. He's not able to use the bar that effectively because he has to give up the hat to DHC out. But that's normally not that much of an issue because you'll DHC out into something effective. Because like a team like Ed's for example, where like Heart Slated to Onslaught, that DHC is fantastic.
Oh, his
And then
THC
you
is also good, by the way. Not this one. The one that is not on alphas.
Oh, there's a glitch camera there.
Because he gets to like do stuff pretty early after Flame Breath, and even though if it's the only thing happening, it's not the best. I mean, it's still like good, but it's not like safe.
Yeah.
If there's anything else going on, he normally gets to be plus because it ends its animation faster, like you're saying the Firebrand thing.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, in seeing that as well, Hayato's THC is actually pretty good when he's not on point.
Yeah. I had
So I didn't even
also
consider that.
thought of that. It is long duration, forward moving thing with lots and lots of duration. But
Yeah.
with that in
So
mind,
and I think THC is normally not like unless THC is like the defining thing between a shell,
Mhm.
not really that impactful, but it's like a nice thing to have.
yeah, like
As well.
your THC needs to be notable to the point that it's like Ami THC, where it lets something unfair happen in neutral, or Dante THC, where it's like, oh, you are going to be able to damage inflate so heavily with this THC for almost every character.
Yeah. The THC is to make your opponent get second guess calling assist the entire time in neutral, as well as big. Which again, Dante is really good for regular Dante, even
Yes.
DMC1 Dante,
DMC1
especially
Dante
DMC1 Dante.
also quite
Yeah.
good at this.
But yeah, I think Heart Slade is sitting pretty up there.
Yeah.
As well. He's a very, very solid character.
So, do we want to move on to the next three characters? Because right now I know it's much later in your time bracket. How are you feeling? Should this be the cycle?
Oh, no,
or...
I'm fine time wise as well. I woke up pretty late today as well, so I'm not like tired now.
Okay. So, do
I'll
we
get more this time
want
as well.
to move on to the next three characters?
Yes. So that will give us War Machine, Kyosuke, and Saki.
I'm excited for each of these characters, actually.
I'm also going to quickly use the tool. Be back in a minute.
Using this opportunity to get these things set up. And thank you to everyone who's watching. I cannot see the stream chat because my computer is not behaving well in relation to Twitch right now. But I am grateful for everyone who is here, who is contributing. Glass has been managing, talking with y'all wonderful folks. Thank you for being invested in the palette swap community. We appreciate it.
The fight is on. It's do or die. Fight! Maximum! First attack!
Sorry, I'm not being too talkative. War Machine, pretty cool though. So this is a wonderful character made by Kevin Ha and Shumariachi. So people mainly know Kevin from the wonderful work that he's done with WNF, for running X Factory, for being the home of palette swap tournaments and community edition tournaments. But he also plays this game and has been invested in the creation of this excellent character, War Machine. So shout outs to Kevin Haw being amazing. We appreciate him and we're glad he's part of the community. Slow machine, armored slow machine, but slow machine nonetheless.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. So now we have War Machine on screen. So I know this is a character you've played to quite some success.
I like this character, but
Yeah.
I think a large part of me liking this character is that they have sword normals and they have non-interactive ways to start a fight. And those two things I value very highly. That like when he's at this range, like very few characters have something that contests a button like that.
Yeah, his heavy normals are, or stand heavy and S particularly, are like fantastic as well. It's one of the things that was really good about Iron Man as well, but these moves have been like turbocharged as well because they've got that chunky bit of hit stun and a bit more range as well. But please, I'd love to hear you go into detail about the strengths of the aspects of War Machine and the strengths and weaknesses.
So War Machine, I think that having an 8-way air dash generically good. His is much more challenged than the other 8-way air dashes that we have in the ecosystem. His air dash down is good. His air dash down forward is contextually good, but he wants to use it at super jump height as opposed to at normal jump height because he's able to get that heavy out, and being able to get the heavy lets him approach from a range that most characters can't interact. So let's go over his buttons. Jab is fast, but I don't have like super strong feelings on it. Working on Crouching Doom is good, but it seems like not super ideal for interaction. Crouching Light is like, it's good enough because it's a mashable crouch light, but for some reason I feel like it should go farther, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think that is just 1-for-1 Iron Man's.
Yeah. But then, unlike Iron Man, his movement is a little bit better than the Iron Man.
Oh yeah.
Which helps a lot. Also, he unfly into button can be quite good for him. So he has, and Air S. Let me just look at my notes for like the best way to articulate some of these things. Just a second. 8-way air dash, flight mode, disjointed large normals is a great place to start with the character. These are also things that Gloria doesn't have a flight mode, but anytime you have a character that both has mobility and also the ability to put out a hitbox in front of them that doesn't have any hurt boxes connected, it makes it hard for most of the cast to interact with them, because most characters with swords, they're in that DMC1 Dante status where they move up and they move down. They don't really have an array of things to do off of it. But War Machine has the combination of that flight mode. His flight mode is like, you could get to certain places quickly, but other ones are a little bit slower. He's one of the types of characters that you need to like do the 90-degree dashes. You don't want to be doing any of the like air dash down forward, air dash down back stuff, because you just like will get kind of stuck. But like if you're doing, if you want to move air dash down forward, you air dash forward into air dash down, or air dash down into air dash forward. But I feel like the combination of giant buttons and movement is very powerful. He also has fly. His fly has relatively low startup, so it makes everything better to be able to like cope with something and then not really commit because you have flight mode.
Oh, hello.
Oh, can you hear me? People,
Yeah,
can
sorry,
you
my
hear Glass?
internet cut out for a moment as well.
Okay. I think that his best special is Smart Bomb because it's like Magnetic Blast where it comes down with a hitbox for you and then you get to do what you want. So I like having the ability to put smart bombs down and then also have stuff out in order to like interact because it makes it very hard for people to get in on him. I think that the main things he's good at is building a wall and then being able to adjust that forward and backward and also vertically in a way that makes it so I feel very few characters can interact with him when they're playing footsies with him. I think his projectiles are pretty challenged against characters who are not tall crouchers. Like unless they're an Onslaught or something, you need to kind of rely on like the crouching one, which is slow, the medium, or work with some of his command normals. And the command normals
that's how I felt as well.
But like the command normals are enough. I feel like his goal is less to be shooting people from full screen and more to get into that like half screen distance where his normals will beat all of theirs and he has better movement than them. And I feel like that is more of his win condition. Also that he could like approach from the air, I think is very important. Because like we were saying with King Thor, having things you could do from super jump height that impact what opponents are doing on the ground is just generically good.
Yeah, for sure.
Being able, his command normals are like the missile is decent to do a fly cancel out of. When you fly and you want to get back to the ground, he can, so like you can not quite immediate air dash, but you can do an immediate 6H, which brings you back to the ground and landing cancels it. So when you do stuff out of like missile, you could still like pressure them pretty immediately out of it. So I feel like what he wants to do is use some of his pokes in order to get into situations where he could use his like substantially better normals, and that he wants to mainly be confirming off of stuff like his H into high damage combos that are relatively easy to do. But like I feel like that's the main part of his game plan, and I feel that so characters who lose to sword normals lose to him, and characters who lose to characters who do things from the air lose to him. And I think that's a pretty high percent of the cast to like
absolutely.
So
like he really dominates the mid range, which is like a dead zone for a bunch of characters.
Like I feel like a lot of characters can't really do much about just like that poke repeatedly. It's a little bit execution intensive in comparison with some other pokes, but like I feel like the amount of answers a bunch of characters have is just none.
Yeah, it's like this is the kind of thing that could like it could make Vergil stand heavy with and counter poke it as well. Like that's how effective something like this is as well. And it's just good at. This is another like good anti-autopilot option because it beats a lot of characters moving forward as well. So the characters like Talbain and so on, they're going to run into jump S and jump heavy a lot in the process, just because it's a normal. There's not really any like counterplay to it besides just like not being in that zone. So then if you're not in that zone, then that's kind of exactly what War Machine wants. As well as you've shown off as well, you can kind of steal space back by just doing like flight into knee drop, the 6H. And especially if it like whiffs, you can kind of do like fake low or so on as well. I mean, 6H isn't an overhead, but it's like you can set up situations that are favorable for Iron Man, because people will get passive against like these mid-range dominant characters. Because it's like you said, there's not really an option for it, so they just kind of sit there, and then you get that space back and kill them for it.
And then along with that, so I think Spark Bomb is good. I think that his quarter circle forward moves are like, they're good against characters who are tall crouchers, and characters who are not tall crouchers, they're they're somewhat tolerable, and you will use them to put things on the screen. But I honestly think that his like forward heavy is just better than most of them, because like the startup on it is lower, and then fly canceling it into things is more likely to get you value because of its travel speed and its angle as well. So I feel like this, if you have something like a drone's assist behind it, is pretty solid. Oh, also his like high-low is very, very fast, so you never want to actually like he's walling you and he's doing stuff that's relatively slow but good at this height. But then once he's in here instead, like he has like the very fast high and a very fast low. So you just need to hold it, and you're going to get mixed, and you just don't want to ever end up in that situation.
Yeah. Like the character like this is really good at just walking someone to the corner, as well, and setting up that situation. So it's you're constantly like you have to fight for space so that War Machine can't be in your face. But then it's difficult to fight against that as well.
So along with that, his mines I think are okay. They like cover some useful angles, and covering useful angles, especially when you can fly cancel things, is nice. Like being able to fly cancel or unfly cancel it is very, very solid.
Yeah, there's never a downside in being able to just like do a special and then cancel into block.
Yes. So those are useful. Bombs are useful. Command normal 6H useful. Multiple of his normals. Any normal that uses the like far-reaching beam is useful. And then damage is fine. But then his assists are okay. They're not like they're all like horizontal ground control assists that are not like dominant. Where like that has the durability that it'll beat things, but the hit stun is very low and the block stun is very low. So like the reward you get for winning with it is not actually that great in contrast with other beams that are similar.
I actually think this is probably his worst assist, because like it has like it looks like a full beam, but it's only 3 hits, which means it's not durable. It has, like you just mentioned, it has such low hit stun and block stun that you can't really use it for lockdown the way you can other beams. And it's not fantastic for combos either, which is just like as far as like extending your point character's combo. The missiles seem fine, but it's kind of you choose between missiles and Smart Mine, it seems like. Whereas Smart Mine occupies that space in front of your point character and War Machine. And then missiles is just like, if you really have no use for Smart Mine, then you might as well.
Yes. Like, if you're like, I need a horizontal ground control assist that will keep them from shooting me, it will at least interact with the things trying to shoot you. But, unlike Hayato, though, War Machine has all of the good DHCs. But you can't DHC if you level 3 and have no meter. But, if he has a DHC that is plus on block, and in a lot of situations gets set up. It's also persistent if he DHCs out, where if you just let the first bit of projectiles fire, those are going to come down, and there's nothing that... So, like, that made the super safe from Kyosuke. So he's one of the characters like Gloria, where DHCing out of him is very, very valuable. But he's also good to DHC into, because the backpack has hitbox at flash. So if somebody is near you while you're DHCing, they will die. Along with that, he has access to an installed DHC, which leaves him armored. And that is something that people need to deal with. I think that people can run away from Gold War Machine. Like, the reduction in his speed is enough that, like, I think just plink dashing backwards with both characters or with other characters is what you should be doing when he gets into that mode. Like, you should just try to not fight him at all.
He does lose flight mode as well in
Yes.
Gold War Machine, right? Or did he get that? Okay, he still hasn't got it.
He loses flight. Oh, that's actually good to know. So if you input flight, Air S will not come out in... Kevin, this should probably be adjusted. Just as a heads
Yeah.
up.
Kevin?
I don't even know if Kevin's in chat because I cannot see the
He,
chat.
he actually is in chat. He said Kyosuke new super. But I don't think he's seen that Kyosuke super yet.
Yeah, so apparently quarter circle back S just does no command when he's in gold as opposed to giving him air S. So probably worth adjusting on that.
Yeah.
But then he also has... Now he has access to Proton Cannon, so he has full screen damaging super, because this one's actually, like, I believe, pretty decent damage, too, for a thing that hits full screen. 303, like, normal beamish, but, like...
Yeah.
But the fact that he has full screen thing, tracking thing, and install thing, and his level 3 is invulnerable, he just has, like, the best set of DHCs possible.
Yeah, like, it really was like... He didn't have Proton Cannon for a long time, or Missile Cannon, whatever, I don't know what the actual multi name is for it. But it's like having that horizontal DHC really was a game changer for him being on point. Because like the jetpack thing is cool, but he had no damage options for DHC besides level 3. But now he has that horizontal DHC, which makes him much better to DHC into, besides just being safe. And it's easy for him to end combos into other characters. Because previously there were only some characters you could really DHC into from Quarter Circle Back Super.
Yes.
But he essentially has 3 reversal supers, because both Proton Cannon and the backpack have the hit on startup, like pre-flash, and then level 3.
So he has amazing DHCs. So this is the opposite of Hayato. Hayato has a good assist but bad DHCs. Warrior Machine has like a tolerable assist and then amazing DHCs. But
Yeah.
he also... His dash works in the air, and when your dash works in the air, you're a better character. So, what are some of your thoughts on War Machine? Since I think I covered the majority of things that...
Yeah, you covered basically everything I would have mentioned as well. Like his key thing being like he is a wall of buttons, because this is what Iron Man wants to do, but War Machine executes it better because he has like the extended range. He has better hit stun. He does way more damage from it more reliably. As well, like being able to DHC install in and out, and importantly, his assists don't keep the gold armor if he DHCs out. He doesn't get armored assists the way like Colossus does, and the missiles are just good utility supers and also damage as well, which is really nice. So he's gold, but he's not armored.
Yeah, because, I could show that by being like, I tag him out, and then I tag him back in, and I can fly, and Gold War Machine cannot fly. So you could hit him and he has armor. And then it just takes a second for the effect to go away, but he is very armorless if he tags, or DHCs.
Yeah. So I think probably the only thing I think it's worth going. So like he's obviously very good point and second because you can DH him in and out. How do you feel about War Machine as an anchor? Like if he was on his own.
I feel War Machine is pretty decent at not losing, but I don't know how much he can make that like comeback where he needs to like not have any assist support to get from his like amazing footsie range into like I feel like he wants an assist to get from using this move to using this move.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about as well. I think he's just good at like maintaining an advantage, but it's just like again doing something from that advantage is much harder. Like it doesn't feel like he benefits that much from the X Factor speed boost. I mean, it probably offsets the speed loss being in gold armor, which is nice. But I totally agree as well. I think his incoming is actually pretty decent. If he had a way to steal the corner and get like a mid screen incoming with like smart mine into fly dash under, it'd be kind of cool. But there's utility with X Factor. But yeah, I totally agree. Like he at least wants an assist. Just the opponent blocks for that one moment to let you close that space, because otherwise people would just kind of super jump up back against him.
Yeah,
and you can attack people at super jump height, but you can't open them up from super jump height without throwing them.
And I do feel like him getting in between the space where it's like, in this space, he's not going to lose a lot, but he's also not doing like chip damage or anything through this either. Unless he's going with the smart bombs, which are pretty good. but like I feel like he's just kind of playing footsies. But as soon as he gets into the range where his mix is terrifying and he has an assist to help him set that up, it ends up being very solid. So I feel like for point or second is good for him. His DHCs are so good that like I kind of want to take advantage of him being on second for many teams, just because like that suite of tools is very nice for other characters to have access to. But then I feel like you kind of want to take advantage of the fact that like in certain matchups there's a lot of characters who like don't have a good option against him just like putting hitboxes on the screen in an obnoxious way.
Yeah, that's why they got that as well.
So,
So yeah,
that
so
all in
kind of
mind,
best on point, really good seconds,
Mhm.
not so great third, but still playable.
with all that in mind, what do you think about where we should put War Machine?
Uh, I think because he has like a set of tools that like nullify a class of characters. I don't think he's definitely like really good.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if I've necessarily value the tools he does have as highly as you did in the past. So I'm probably more curious to know again because I've not actually really played this character. I'm more curious to know where you think he should sit relative to the cast at the moment.
I think right now he no longer has gold assist because before gold assist was like, oh, you have the gold crouching beam and then they are going to lose neutral because the crouching beam, even though it has low hit stun and block stun, it has a million durability. So it would just like win the ground war for you, and it had armor before. So it was like once he had armor assist, which was very easy to set up, he became one of the best assist characters. That's no longer the case. So I think I put him probably around Shadow Lady, where it's
Okay,
like,
that's actually what I was thinking. I don't think he's better than Spider Gwen.
yeah.
I think they're good in different ways, but they want to be in sort of the same sort of space. But I think because he's like a very DHE oriented character, he's probably good around the other DHE characters, i.e. Shadow Lady, Marvel Sentinel. But I think he loses fewer matchups than Sentinel does
Definitely.
as well. But they do sort of the same thing as well, where they attack from mid range, they convert from like disgusting angles, and then kill you for it. But I think War Machine's less meter reliant on being able to do that. Because he just does a lot of damage naturally, and then usually spends one bar into a DHC, and that's a dead character as well.
And Smart Bombs is very non-interactive. I think the amount that Smart Bombs is not interactive is enough to put him over Shadow Lady, actually. Because, like, I
Yeah,
very
I can
highly
see that as
value
well.
things like Magnetic Blast, where it's like, if you're doing this while coming down, you technically can't block, but that only matters if they do something invulnerable or with hyper durability. Like, they need to spend meter to, like, not just have that be safe. And I feel Smart Bomb is very similar, where it's like, oh, you can generically do this and be very safe while doing it in a very high percent of situations. And I think that's a valuable tool, especially coming from an angle that a lot of characters can't hit super well.
Yeah, and I don't think it's unreasonable to position yourself in such a way that in common situations where your opponent might call an anti-air assist, you can like meaty the assist with smart bombs,
Mm-mm.
and then move around from there as well. And then it makes your opponent have to second guess where they position themselves while they're off screen, which is harder to do. So yeah, I see that as well. But I think that's more or less where I thought he would end up, based on your description of War Machine and my understanding of him.
That sounds pretty reasonable for him to me. So do we want to look at that was an amazing collaborative character between Kevin Ha and Shuma. But we have some Shuma characters in here, and is Saki or Kyosuke next? I forget for teamwork.
It was
Actually,
Kyosuke was next.
Kyosuke. Okay.
Yeah.
So what? This is one of those characters who has received 10,000 buffs and is still not commonly played. So what are your feelings on?
Yeah,
some
so
Kyosuke?
I was able to play like a pretty decently long set, or two decently long sets with Kyosuke in the past weeks as well, because I basically hadn't tried him up to this point. Like I have no attachment to this character, but a lot of the changes he had sounded interesting. He's quite interesting, like neutral wise, because he has like a couple really strong tools and then some stuff that just feels like irrelevant. But if we again starting from the beginning with normals, right? I think his normals like okay. I think his crouch and light's pretty fine. It's got a rapid fire light which helps. His crouching heavy is also decently good. It's like Talbain's where he like swings himself forwards. Oh no, it is a crouching rapid fire. I might think of a different character, but his crouching heavy like lurches him forward, so it just has a huge hitbox from out of nowhere. Not as big as Talbain's, but it's like a really good poke. I think his stand medium, which is the like horizontal swipe, I think that's kind of underwhelming, but it's like one of his better things to chain into because it steps him forward, so it stops a lot of situations from missing. Yeah, he's got a generic overhead, lets him cancel into specials and launches, so it's just like, it's fine. But he never actually needs his grounded overheads because he has a extremely low air dash height. So he has, I think it's at the base air dash height of the game or slightly less. So he can do like instant air dash into several buttons as well. You can set this to cross up. He can actually also sometimes get 2 buttons from his air dash, so you can do like light, medium, or light on the way down if you get some more height from the air dash. Versus tall characters, which is nice. So you can just like set people up to double overhead. But yeah, the instant dash light just sets up a nice like juicy cross up, which is very hard to deal with if someone's in the middle of block stun too. His air buttons are also like fine. Like out of the regular jump, they're okay. Jump S is fine, just because it's like a Wesker jump S, so it hits behind and beneath him. So it's a good like defensive falling button. But light's normally the button I found to be the most reliable to attack with, because of how fast his air dash is, sometimes it would go past the opponent at S and heavy would whiff, whereas light is the most consistent. It's also the fastest. But his jump medium's very nice. His jump medium hits on the way up, because it's like a very low hitting, or it hits like a really downwards angle. So you can do like rising jump medium with assist sometimes. Or maybe it is jump light. There's one where he like kicks downwards. Oh, it is medium. Maybe against certain characters it was up or hits a bit higher. Anyway.
But he can overhead people with these, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, it's just like it's like a fuzzy option, but you never really need it because he's got 1,000 overheads. His quarter circle back special is like a command overhead. It's also safe on block, so it's like just a really good thing to chain into. The fact it's an overhead is a bit less real because it's between heavy and doing stand heavy into like medium or heavy version. There's a big gap, so it's actually interruptible. And if you do heavy into quarter circle back light, then it whiffs. So you can actually get punished for it. So versus like playing against someone where as time went on, they realized like there's some fake pressure from Kyosuke. They're doing delayed push block makes the thing whiff, and then you can punish for it if the opponent has got good enough movement as well. But it does mean that doing the move by itself is actually pretty valid as a poke option because of how far Kyosuke jumps forward. You can just go into it without doing a normal, and it makes the opponent like look upwards towards Kyosuke. Something really important about having moves that attack from the air is that it naturally separates you from an assist. So if you like call a beam, for example, and then do the jumping slash, like the medium version, for example, it puts Kyosuke in the air, your assist stays on the ground, and it can help that if your opponent attacks one character, they don't hit both. So it's a good way to apply like safe-ish pressure, which is quite nice. But it's also just one of his best combo starters too. So you're often doing stand heavy into light slash anyway. So if your opponent forgets to push block, they just have to respect the overheads at the same time. Unlike some other characters that are like
block stuns, so even if they're like, it is very much not just safe. It is like very much your turn when you make them block.
Yeah, you're like plus double digits if your opponent blocks this as well. And like Doom's a tall croucher as well, a tall stander, which means like this is more advantageous versus smaller characters because it hits later. But Doom is like, yeah, that into jump light was a block string. Doom didn't exit block stun there. So you can set up your own fuzzies if your opponent isn't push blocking, or if you set up if you got someone blocking a long blocks that assist like Hinata A assist, then you can make them eat shit for it, which is nice. But yeah, but the fact he is an overhead dispenser but also has good lows is like really important for a character like this, because otherwise your opponent's just gonna up back you all day as well, which is nice. So he's got a DP. I think medium and heavy DP aren't useful at all. Light's like a combo tool. It's also extremely fast. So sometimes I would do it by accident. It would just like hit my opponent out of something. And it's jump cancelable on hit. So it's not on block. It has a unique side of a jump, so it has no pre-jump frame, so you can't tag anything out of it. You can only do instant air buttons out of it as well. but it's one of his other better combo starters too. It's so fast that you can do quarter circle back light into light DP and it combos. And that I think that's actually one of his highest damage starters. Gives him some cool stuff to do. But yeah, the medium and heavy DP I found no real use for. His actual neutral tool, however, is his crosscutter, so his fireballs. They are much better than I gave them credit for. The light one has like decently slow startup, or like reasonable startup rather, but you'll see at the end the fireballs connect and create a new fireball, which does this like really long floaty electric shock, which you can now convert into his new super, which is like a mid-screen, like covers like 2/3 of the screen sort of beams type thing, and just get like 300k for free as well. Like that missed some hits, but it can do more damage than that.
That did almost
well.
500k when it was at,
Yeah, so that was all the hits. That's when it hits at like an optimal space. Because it does that floaty thing, you can like visually hit confirm they're spun out, and then do dash in into the quarter circle back super, or whichever super it was, and get the yeah that's his newest super. I think that was added in the patch that reduces air dash height. But again, this is what Isicera meant, where like he got loads of buffs again and again, and no one's playing him besides Young Legend. Which I think is really interesting. But his fireballs, because he throws two of them, they're both full durability fireballs, and they would just blitz through other projectiles, like my friend I was playing against was throwing at me. Like it would beat projectiles and assists, because it's two projectiles that then dissipate into the final projectile. So it resets the durability, and it just has like a ton out of nowhere. And also quite importantly is the upper one he throws is a really good anti-air. It's really good at hitting people jumping at you because he throws it like up forwards, and despite it like appearing in front of him, it has a hitbox like from Kyosuke. So it's very often that I would throw this, my opponent would jump over this, trying to like read it, and they would get hit by the top fireball. So it kind of beats traditional like fireball counterplay, where like my opponent's just throwing projectiles, let me jump over it, and you get hit by the upper one, and then again he just converts into a super. Which is just like really effective, and you see it does like that big floaty bounce. So if you do this while calling an assist, or that long floaty fall I should say rather, it's like a really safe way to throw fireballs and just convert on hit off of like anything. So he has somewhat limited range fireballs, but they're really durable, they hit really high, they're quite fast, and they combo on hit. So it's like actually like really good as far as they go. He's still got heavy fireballs, so he can attack from full screen as well. The fireballs whiff, but they connect at the end, and you get just the final bit of the fireball as well, where they split. So he's actually really threatening from a bunch of ranges, but it's the medium fireball range is the scary one, because it's in range where you can still do the quarter circle back super when you see it hit. Hello again, Tabs. Thank you for calling Kyosuke a Kremlin groom. Spy team. So I found he can also do the quarter circle back special in the air, so it's like Helmbreaker essentially. So it's like a good way to alter his falling momentum. But something else I found that was quite useful to do was I believe it's quarter circle forwards heavy in the air, where he like slashes forwards. Yeah, like you can do Tiger Knee heavy slash, and it's a really fast way to approach with a projectile in front of you. He also recovers in the air, so you could fall with a button. So you could like do Tiger Knee heavy slash to approach in the air while your opponent blocks an assist, and then do a falling button on the way down. So if your opponent misses the push block because they're blocking an assist, you just have this like you're in their face directly above them, and they have to guess like unreactable high-low. So the other two versions, the light and the medium one, they're more combo tools than anything, so they're not particularly useful to do because they have like a lot of recovery after them. But they're decently good like fadeaway options, so if someone's jumping at you, you can dip away from them too, which is nice. And then his attack plus S is like a lightning bolt. It's a combo tool. It's so slow that it's not useful in neutral. It has also like it has a lot of hit stun. But normally if you whiff it, you die for it.
It combo only. Like, I would recommend not using that move unless you have to.
Yeah. Shuma said you can confirm air quarter circle board heavy into medium DP air. Which I suppose it's fine. It's just so if you hit it super jump height for some reason, then you can just combo with that and then do it. He has an air super, which is nice. But you can also, I don't think you.
Oh, he's too
Yeah.
low to the ground when you do the tiger need to get an air
okay.
DP.
Yeah, but that's fine. It was more of an approach tool anyway. But I suppose yeah, if you hit it at like normal jump height, for example, then I suppose you can do something like that. His super. So we've seen the Kyosuke back super. It's just like a good mid-range poke. It's good to DHC from, but it also has a ton of recovery, so it's risky to DHC into. He has, I think it's reverse DP, which is the that's no.
Reverse
that's,
DP is the lightning. And then
Oh yeah.
at regular DP is this, which is invulnerable and air okay.
Yes, this another like air invincible super. This does have a propensity to miss if you start hitting the opponent above you, because it's not like a hit grab. He always does all the kicks. So there's times where I've hit this and it's just like dropped. Actually, that hit in the situation I thought it wouldn't as well. Maybe Shuma's also adjusted that more than I was playing on the most recent version of him, but I remember that being more of an issue. But it hits more often than not, which is the important thing. But it can drop, which is unfortunate. Yeah. So it's just like a really strong defensive option, and you can DHG out from this too. So the fact you have an invincible option in the air you can DHG from is significant.
Yes.
And then the like lightning super is just fine to DHG from if you need to like a quick OTG into another character super. So I was playing Kyosuke with DMC1 Dante behind him. So doing this into that has a much worse hitbox than I thought it did. But just doing that DHG into like round harvest is really powerful for getting up quickly. But ultimately, I like Kyosuke a lot more than I thought I would. If he's got like a really good high-low game where the opponent's constantly looking high, but he also has good lows. And the fact he can do multiple overheads in a row really offsets people that like the fuzzy block. Because fuzzy blocking is where you kind of drift from back to down back in time with your opponent. So you block high into low, and you can block fake low and all that stuff. But Kyosuke is good at like just setting up multiple overheads in a row and like playing around that. And he does like pretty decent damage from this situation as well. Like his combo damage is fantastic. His good combos are hard to do, but that's not a factor. But you can usually get to a decent amount of damage. His meter game's okay. He builds a lot of bar in neutral because the opponent blocks a lot of buttons and they block a lot of cross-cutters too. So ultimately, I think he's somewhat assist dependent. No, I don't think he's somewhat assist dependent. I think he is good assist. He is assist dependent because you need something to help lock down to make advantage of his high-low game. But he also has like a pretty decent level of neutral because he's good at hitting assists with cross-cutter. He's good at dealing with people jumping at him. He has air-to-air confirmed, so he can challenge people at super jump height. He can fake people out at super jump height because he can do light, Kyosuke forward light, the one that fades backwards. Or he can attack people with like the medium and heavy versions. So he's able to just kind of like maneuver in quite a pretty like convenient way, which is nice. So he's not helpless at normal jump height, or super jump height, I should say. So he is. His assists are pretty like whatever. I believe he has crosscut as one of the assists. That's usually the one you would go for. And then he has the overheads. I think the DP as well.
Yep.
Yeah, DP's. I think DP's not invincible.
No.
And then the other.
Yeah, I think crosscutter is just like okay, but it's the best he's got.
Yeah, it's really durable and it still has the anti-air property, so it's like better than a traditional fireball, but it's still like as far as an assist goes, it's kind of whatever. So he also suffers from like the other like Shuma character thing where it's quite difficult to DHC into the character. Just because the other Shuma character thing is that the supers do really low damage, which is common for a bunch of characters. So besides that one, if you get every single hit, but it makes him like he's okay, but he's off point. But usually when keep him in as long as possible to really maximize him, and then kind of find a way to rotate him back in. Usually, if you kill a character, rather than doing it in neutral. But you can also DH him in as like a reversal by going into what's his face. And then I suppose whiffing lightning is not so bad. It's kind of like whiffing Hunk's grenades, where it's like situationally safe. But more often than not, you'll get away with it, which is nice. So I know you haven't played it much as well, but I don't know if you had any thoughts to add with Kyosuke as well.
I just think his quarter circle back light is very, very good. That's the main thing. Is that like
Yeah, I think on its own it's fine. You can't cancel it into it as much as you'd want to because push block makes it whiff quite easy as well. But it is just like your opponent constantly has to think about overheads, which is scary as well.
But yeah, I agree with you on all those things. I do think that having air invulnerable tool is generically good. I think that his air dash is so low that it's really not reactable, and his lows are fast. So like if you just have to start blocking, like it's bad. Or if you have to start blocking on the ground and he has assist, like that was low and that was overhead. So I feel like if he has assists and they're on the ground, it's a guess. And then this is 10 million plus, so like even if they block, and then like even with advancing guard, you get to get back in no matter what on that one. It's always your turn afterwards.
Yes.
And I think having it always be your turn afterwards is scary. But
yeah, there are situations where just doing light, like quarter circle back light into dash quarter circle back light would catch a lot of options, because like your opponent might try and swing with a low and you'd hop over it, or they'd try and push block it, and then you would still be in their face. You just steal plus frames constantly, which is fantastic. He gets combos from all the stories as well, which is really good for characters that get loads of plus frames.
Oh, and you may think that the hitbox is done when the lightning's done, but that is very much not the case. If he's at the top of super jump height here, the lightning goes away, but his hand will still overhead you.
Yeah, that's what I meant about this being Helmbreaker, is it just stays active for ages, and it's so easy to just kind of accidentally hit with this.
And he could go very far with it too. Now that I'm looking at it, like this is what
I found the medium version to be the best to fall with, because he hops forwards the quickest and starts falling the fastest.
Yeah. And then when you do, he ends up being plus, and you get to start doing whatever your nonsense is. So, with all those things said, how are you feeling about Kyosuke?
So I feel like I'm actually going to rate him higher than a lot higher than I thought I would originally as well.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Crosscutter is such a versatile projectile that it's not justifiable. It deals really well into other projectile characters and does well into beam assists and beam characters too. I think he has ridiculously good pressure. And the fact he has mobility at normal jump and super jump height is great. I think his genuinely poor DHEs and his lackluster assists, I think, keep him from being obviously unfair. I think like being an overhead dispenser is nice, but I don't think it's like it's not something. It's not like this makes Kyosuke broken. I again feel he's probably in the same realm I would put Ken, because he has the air invincible incoming option as well. So even if he has to be off screen, he can come in and make someone respect his situation as well. The fact is, the reversal was huge. He's similar to Ken in that he like steals neutral frames a lot, with like button into dash with Ken, and Kyosuke just like as soon as you block one quarter circle back special, Kyosuke is able to keep like up and almost endlessly relentless string of pressure as well. But I think Kyosuke has more options in neutral than Ken does, because of Crosscutter as well. And in fact, he has like that mid-range super that can just like chunk someone for like 300k and then you DH into another character as well. And I think Kyosuke only really needs one assist to execute his game plan really nicely. So you have a flex slot for your third character or second character if your neutral is on third, which makes him actually pretty good for team building. So he's again not relevant for the tier list. He's a good character for picking like Kyosuke, a character you like, and the neutral assist. Even more so if there's a character you like is actually beneficial. So I'd personally have him above Ken. I Actually, no, I don't know if I can.
I
I think
feel
Ken's
like
assists are really good.
I feel both Ken's assists are good and Ken's big degenerate invulnerable option doesn't cost meter. And
Yeah,
that I think that him being able to like dash, run, cancel, DP, and essentially hit full screen in an invulnerable way is is pretty strong. But I think Kyosuke, like Ken's mix, is nowhere near as good as Kyosuke's though, because Kyosuke has that air dash that is essentially no minimum air dash height. That he could choose to whiff a button out of it, or he could choose to do overhead, or he could choose to go slightly higher and do double overhead. And like,
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like a lot of Ken's neutral revolves around like it's like Vergil, where it needs to beat something the opponent's doing. But otherwise, he has a low into a slow overhead and like an okay throw game, whereas Kyosuke has a real neutral as well. And like the invincibility is very nice, but I think it's more of like a fallback option. Like you don't necessarily want to have to rely on the invincibility, but if you can do things that mean that you don't have to do anything invincible in the first place, I think is beneficial because Kyosuke is good at playing the mid to okay long range game, but also has a pretty decent close range game and
his
the
long
reversal if he
range
needs
game
it.
is so much better than Ken's though. That is a true
Yeah,
factor where it's if if Ken fights a lower tier melee character, he still fights them. Kyosuke can at least like reduce how much he needs to fight them by just like running away and shooting crosscutters.
yeah. Funnily enough, the matchup experience I have is against Ken, and Ken struggles so much versus crosscutter because he can't tattoo over it. It just beats Tatsu clean, hitting him from underneath every single time as well, which is really disgusting.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Kyosuke in between Ken and DMC5 Vergil?
yeah. I kind of wanted to be above Vergil, but I think we might be putting too many characters above Vergil. But I'm still not a Vergil believer.
I mean, I think he's above Vergil when Vergil doesn't have meter, but then at some point
Yeah,
Vergil gains meter, and you're like, oh wait, every single thing he has that takes meter is great.
yeah. But okay, I'll concede with Kyosuke being there as well. I expected him to be kind of like where Lilith is, but after actually really playing him, I think he's like really solid. I do think he's better than Laura Segundo as well. I think again, Laura and Ken have the same thing where they both have to interact, and Kyosuke doesn't.
Yeah.
And in a game like this, that is so valuable. The fact that he gets like, if you hit like the precise, well, it's not even that precise, but if you hit like the max range of any range of crosscutter and your opponent gets put in that floaty state, Laura has 0 projectiles, Black Alien. She has like literally 0. One of 2 characters that has no projectiles at all. But Kyosuke, like he can, especially if he hits an assist with it, because the assist gets like put into that slow floaty juggle, has to spin out for ages, then lands, and then he has to get up, and then they go away. You can keep assists off screen for a long time, which I think is really nice as well.
Yeah,
Let me talk to Black Alien.
another situation that's important that comes up is you didn't quite kill a character, like both players are out of X Factor and somebody's at like 20% life. Ken still needs to fight them when they're at 20% life. Kyosuke can have the game plan of I'm going to backdash and throw crosscutters, and if at some point we interact, okay, I'll fight you, but like you could get that last 20% of life without needing to fight them.
Yeah.
And
And also, you can have the
useful.
Fireball Stagger, and they do even more chip damage than they normally would. But yeah, he racks up chip damage like nothing else. Especially because one of his main pokes is a special move as well with the Quartz Circle Backlight.
So Kyosuke in between DMC5 Vergil and Ken, and only because
Yeah.
DMC5 Vergil's uses of meter are all unreasonable, but without meter he's probably not as good as Kyosuke.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And Shogun, the super, I don't think the new super's safe versus other supers, but if you hit it from like the tip of max range, it might as well be safe.
So do we want to move on to the Saki?
Yes, let's move on to Saki now as well. Oh, I think Kyosuke was one of the characters who got like a thing, but it was like colors.
Yeah,
I think you mentioned that at the beginning.
Oh, okay. Good.
As well. Oh no, he wasn't. He didn't get anything. Saki, however, did get some changes.
She's healthier, and she has a better bullet.
Yeah, so all of her bullets, jump heavy, stand heavy, crouch heavy, went from 70 to 75k. It's ultimately an insignificant change as well. They do tiny bit more chip damage. I think they do chip damage, but it's really negligible ultimately. The health change is actually quite good against other zoners because she went from 750 to 880k, which is a pretty sizable increase. But So it means there's less situations where she'll like guess wrong on zoning and eat a projectile into super, and she'll survive in situations where she wouldn't. So health buff is always good, regardless. She'll still die in one combo, but in neutral helps.
And when you're zoner fighting the zoner, that's like the most important time for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now this is another character I haven't really explored that much besides seeing other people play her as well. I don't know if you have. Did you ever spend much time playing her besides when she came out?
I didn't get like an in-depth. I got to look at some things for her, and I think that some of her traits are just good. But then she's another one of those characters who just like has a couple of traits that get to me, and I need to work around them. Like, other than her gun and her Air 6H, her normals are pretty challenging life.
Yeah, that's my impression. Because she's very short, she has very stubby normals. So there's very few situations where she hits someone. I think probably one of the benefits is that her forwards medium is... It's an overhead that she chains from, so she does it as part of her combo anyway. So crouch light into 6H combos, I believe. So she basically always does a overhead as part of her string, because the scaling doesn't really matter because she's really low damage anyway. So she's basically always starting a combo with low into high, which matters in a lot of situations. Because often you'll just do a chain if you happen to be in someone's face and just hit them with it. Which is nice.
Something that I think is important is that she is like Onslaught and some other Shuma characters in that she does not get to do multiple specials in a jump. She does one, and then she cannot do any other thing. She could either throw a grenade or shoot with the gun. She cannot do one and then the other. And I think that is pretty impactful in that she would be much, much stronger if she just had like normal Marvel air special stuff.
Yeah, being able to like bullet grenade, air dash, bullet grenade, air dash, bullet grenade would be like way scarier. Because like bullet is fine. It does like a nice little chunk as well. But the grenade like makes her movement a bit more predictable. Like air dash isn't fantastic. It's pretty stubby, but it's an air dash, which is better than nothing.
And
it's like
it too, which means
yeah, because she's got the double air dash. And then yeah, she has the Shuma and Dante thing where if you whiff a button at the end of the air dash, you get your momentum earlier, so you start falling rather than like hanging at the end. So you almost always want to like do a button out of the air dash, so you can land quicker, which is nice. I think her crouch heavy is like pretty impactful. It low profiles a lot of other projectiles, which is nice. So it's like a decent way to poke other things. Jump heavy is of course really good. It's like probably your best normal just because she can. It's like Weasel Shot. It covers a really nice angle, and she does it from normal jump height, and it's cancelable, so it's not like a mega committal thing. Her beams are quite nice. The medium and heavy versions in particular, because she can cancel the beams into bullet loads, which is the down S special you might have seen Saki do. So at any point you're doing like heavy beam, even though it's like really long, tons of recovery, you can just cancel it into that at any point. So if you guess wrong on like doing the beam and you see your opponent jump, you can just quickly do down heavy, or down S, sorry, and load a bullet, and then you're fine again. And then let rip the big heavy bullet, which is what you're seeing there. That's what happens when you load the shot and then shoot with heavy, which I think is nice. She can also, it might have been changed. She can do like really low TK heavy beam, and she'll do most of the beam and then land with 0 recovery. Which I think now might be worse than just regular grounder beam because she can't cancel it. I think Shuma added some minimum height to that, because she used to be able to do it like a pixel off the ground, and it would do all hits of the beam except the last one, and then she would land. But one of the other important things about heavy beam is you'll notice it did 165k damage. It does absurd chip damage because it's so many hits. It might not be in that. People might not know. The way chip damage works is a percentage of the base damage of every hit. So it's doing a similar amount of damage on chip that it is on doing on hit, as a result of that as well. Because every like 25k hit of that, or 15k hit of the beam, is getting taken off in chip damage. So it's 17 hits of 5k damage, which is like, well, it's like 85k, but 85k chip damage on a move is insane for a move that she can cancel and be completely safe. And that she can jail you into by doing crouch heavy into heavy beam as well, which is nice. And then yeah, because they're crouch heavy OTG, she can just kind of like bully assists, which I think is really funny. So she's quite difficult to call assists against in that regards, because it makes you have to approach her from the air and just kind of let your assists get hit. Because it's easy when your assists are getting hit like this, it's easy to just kind of panic and just try and throw projectiles. Then you just get hit by crouch heavy over and over again. So she's a good like. Again, that's what makes her decently good as an anti-zoner as well, because she beats other assists, which is quite nice. But the chip damage she gets is significant, and it helps her build a lot of meter in the process. She also has a beam super, which is a good like poke. It doesn't hit. There's a dead zone underneath it, but yeah, so it covers up to normal drop height. So something like that is actually really good against like a Dante trying to do Weasel Shot, because it covers that exact angle that he wants to hit someone like Saki from. Also, so she has like a nice presence at full screen. Mid screen gets a lot riskier because she still has all the same options, but the range that your opponent has to cover to make your options unsafe is much shorter, and you have less time to react as a result. So she becomes much riskier at mid range, and then as we've established, her buttons are like very underwhelming. I don't think that they're that fast, so it's hard for her to win scramble situations like that too. Yeah, the grenade joggers are also very fun too. She can make I think they all explode at the same amount of time, but because they bounce so late, they'll explode at different like heights in terms of where they bounce. So they're just like nice little things to throw out every now and again. They help cover the ground and really like dominate ground characters as a result. So without any way like to garish over this, it's problematic. But then if you playing an air character, then Saki would use like stand heavy a lot more, because stand heavy covers the angled height much more nicely. And again, like the grenades do only, I did air quotes there, 80k, but the chip damage will be significant when you end up blocking 4 of them at the same time. So she's pretty decent like racking up chip damage and just like getting random hits here and there and whittling people away. Her actual damage is really low, but then it's fine. It's offset by the fact that she does pretty significant chip damage as well.
Also, her grenades are not like a Chris grenade or a Jill grenade. When they touch you, they instantly explode.
Yes, they are very much like Deadpool grenades. Do they go away when she gets hit? 'Cause I don't know if I don't think Deadpool's work like that either.
Oh, whoops. I thought I was done recording, but... Oh, geez. Okay, that's good to know. No, they do not go away when she gets hit. And
yeah, so that makes them like a
plasma beam.
Yes, so that's normal for the grenades, because if it's like Deadpool's, that grenade explosion has 1 medium durability, which means the explosion will beat any regular projectile, which is significant. And yeah, she can chuck them out quite rapidly on the ground. So air grenade is like a fine defensive option now and again, but really, Saki's a character you really don't want to have to take to the sky to, because all the best options are when she's grounded. As well, besides doing like jump heavy to go over things, which is like a nice little poke. So she can just like rack up damage quite easily. So yeah, actually listing all these things out, it's making her seem a lot stronger than I thought she was.
No, I think certain characters are free to her. Like, I feel that like the fact that she could just have a wall of things, like heavy grenade forever, I think is something that a lot of characters struggle against.
Yeah, like trying to approach this, because like we'll get to Mega Man and a bad box at Mega Man as well, but it just covers like this really horrid like arc that covers normal jump and ground jump height. Ground jump, as in ground height. That just, especially because they bounce at the end as well. That can catch the tail end of someone trying to air dash late. But it just occupies like a very disgusting zone, and you can't out durability it, because if you have to like wait for the grenade to be on the floor and go over the top of it. So it's like trying to deal with Deadpool grenades on a character that can throw them much more quickly and also is chucking out a million other things at the same time, as well, which is pretty neat. And she has a counter super as well, I think.
She does.
Which I don't think really matters. I think it's more of a. It might be like.
Oh no!
She has a command grab and a counter.
No, so her counter super matters because her counter super.
It's frame one.
is no recovery essentially. So
Yeah, that was it.
It
Yeah.
lets her DHC in safely from almost everyone. Not quite everyone. Like if you're doing something that leaves you at point blank and doesn't have a ton of blocks done, it'll get hit. But 90% of things, it's like, oh, she's safe and coming in.
Yeah. Hey, Mystic Smash.
Oh, Mystic Smash! I can't see the chat, but thank you for contributing to so many different games, Mystic Smash. It is appreciated.
Yeah, what are you doing up at 225? What's going on? Don't be like me.
Mystic Smash coming in here, sees that there's some cheap shit afoot, and is like, oh, I could do something with this.
Yeah. I don't know if do you know anything about modded Mystic Smash? All I know is you coming into our offline tournaments and getting top 8 or nearly top 8 every single time, even though you don't play the game. Here's to watch Saki. That's it. I respect.
Wait, why did I was mashing H there and I couldn't get H for a while? I don't know what caused that. But
Oh, I just saw that.
I don't know what triggered that. I had been like mashing grenade, but I don't know. I somehow triggered a state. Shuma, if you look back at archive footage, you may be able to diagnose what happened, but something went wrong where her H stopped working.
Yeah. Hold on, it was about 6,500 into the stream, so I'm not sure I remember that. We definitely won't forget. But yes, as far as Saki goes as well, she also has like she has some fine assists and then a ridiculously good beam assist.
Yeah.
So you'll notice that because she has a big old gun, she can't hold it very high, so she shoots the beam very low, which means it's not duckable. It's the medium beam. And it does a ton of chip damage, does a lot of hit stun, a lot of regular damage as well. Shuma said there's some weird shit where the 14th bullet recovers almost instantly. So if you mash down heavy, sometimes it will glitch out. But I don't think that's what happened, Shuma. Isicera threw a grenade and then started pressing heavy and nothing happened from the heavy.
Yeah, it was very abnormal behavior. I was mashing grenades because it turns out just mashing grenade is not really something a lot of characters could deal with, I think.
Yeah, to be fair, this is what Bishop used to be like, but on the grounded version. So Bishop could do this from the air, but Saki still has that on the ground. So like this is very, very difficult to approach or get through as well, which is very nice. And then again, like we said, you can call assist in the meantime of all of this too. And then because you're constantly at like perfect height, where if you get joggled by like 4 grenades, you can just go into a super and add on like 180k. And like a lot of this adds up. So we've spoken about. Oh, I suppose the other thing too. She has a level 3 which charges an unblockable bullet, which I think is hilarious. I love that she has this. It's instant and does 300k. You can't combo from it. It's designed in such a way that it's very difficult to combo from. That you have to really preemptively call an assist to like intercept it. But it's a good way to like checkmate someone. Because watching Fluffy for a period of time was playing Saki, and there were a couple games where the opponent would come in with a low health character and he would just do stand heavy on their incoming and it would just instantly kill them because he can't defend against it, which I think is hilarious. The other quirk of it is that you can, because it loads a bullet, if you do a level 3 and then load a regular bullet, it overrides the level 3 unblockable bullet and you just lose it. So it is possible to waste the bullet.
Yes. I have done this before,
well.
and it is sadness.
Yeah. So that's like the bulk of her kit, realistically. I know you said you wanted to mention about her 6H, Air 6H, sorry.
Oh, just that, like, it's the only thing that she has that resembles, like, a normal. Where, like, her light is very short range, her medium is very short range. Her air medium's okay, but her air 6H is, like, an actual thing you could, like, poke with.
Yeah. Like, instant air dash S is fine as well.
Yes.
Because she has a pretty low air dash also. But again, she's ultimately an overhead dispenser. She only has 2 lows with crouch light, crouch medium. I'm sure crouch heavy is a low as well, but you don't use it in block strings. But you can't use it in block strings. But she has a way to poke as well. And she can also do, I think she can do crouch medium, forward medium as well. So she can do like low, high by doing crouch light, crouch medium, forward heavy, forward medium. So it's just this like, she just has this like cute sequence she can do from normal starters as well. So I think. Oh, sorry. Stand light is low. Stand light, crouch medium. Also, the throw putting a full screen is crazy.
Though her being able to still like shoot people after it is quite nice.
Yeah. Like from a positional point of view, that is significant. Because normally a character would have to like do the throw and then plink full screen, or like if they could combo off their throw, for example. But she gets to go full screen and then also just get a shot into super, which is big.
And throw shot super is just under 400k.
Yeah, that is enough to like finish off a character pretty like off of her sequences, pretty significant as well.
Yeah, like if you got
So I
just
think-
like one of those like good strings of like air dash shots in, and then like they ran into 2 or 3 grenades from the many situations that they're good in.
Yeah, exactly. And again, if they've like blocked a couple H beams as well. Also, I think it's worth noting. I do think charge shot stand heavy is like really good at forcing people to stay on the ground. Because people either try and super jump over it, in which case you could reposition easily. But this is like it's like you're setting up your own drones by shooting this, because it covers that like a really nice angle leading into jump height. As well. Of course, that looks worse because Doom has no hurtbox on his legs when he's jumping. But yeah, it just does like a little bit of damage, forces someone to the ground, stops air dashes, has like reasonably low recovery anyway. So you don't really have to worry about like even if you whiff it.
Oh, that's another
But-
thing. When she's hitting aerial opponents with their gun from mid-screen, she gets to like actually combo off of it pretty consistently.
Yeah, he might be able to take a grenade there and actually combo, like get into a full combo from that. But yeah, there's like a lot of like nice things Saki has. Where it's like a relatively small kit ultimately. Like the command grab is kind of whatever, she has it. She has the counter super, which is nice. But like again, if she only had the beam super, she'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
But having a basically a safety HC in most situations where it matters, and just like generally strong neutral, I think is nice. I think she has issues on incoming, like defensively.
She does
I
have a
don't think she's
triple
partic-
jump though,
Yeah,
and she has light grenade, which goes almost straight down.
yeah. I think the fact that her jump has like startup to it, like she kind of halts before she jumps, or at least it feels like she did. I don't know, it's pretty fine. Actually, that's fine.
That was 3 jumps within pretty fast.
Yeah. Oh, I meant the double jumps.
No, but
As well-
that's the triple jump that I'm doing. I was doing all 3 within that time period.
Oh, sorry. I on the stream it looked like a normal jump.
yeah,
okay,
that's
never
how
mind.
fast it is though.
Okay, let me fix my face. But yeah, okay, so she's fine on incoming. Having double jump and air dash as well is nice. Or triple jump and air dash is nice.
And the fact that light grenade goes like straight down when you have a double jump is also nice.
Yeah.
'Cause
This
it
character might be kind of fucking good.
She is good. I feel like she's one of those characters where like because she doesn't kill you off of a normal hit without having like a damage engine team, that people will be like, well, she's not that good because she doesn't kill you, but like she's good in enough situations that I think that she's just pretty solid. And I
Yeah.
feel like having that specific angle, we talked about why it's good with Weasel Shot, like being able to like get at an angle that most assists can't hit and then still being able to hit assists, I think is just like incredibly good.
Yeah. And the fact that like if you hit an assist with like stand heavy into beam, or sorry, jump heavy into beam, they're gonna get knocked down because it puts them airborne and you can land and do crouch heavy again. So it doesn't necessarily eviscerate assists, but she can bully assists.
Yeah. And then
which is
especially
really
if you
nice.
have a safety HC for that nonsense, because getting to pick up assist into the super, especially if the point character ends up blocking or something, feels quite good.
Yeah. And then again, if they are blocking, they're taking chip damage the whole time because you're poking with projectiles into beams, into super. That should just generally be good, but yeah, Saki's like a really, really solid character as well. She, again, has a share of weaknesses, but she's got like a slew of strengths that kind of offset them very nicely as well.
So with that in mind, she has a safe DHC in. She has a DHC for damage. She has a DHC for unblockables, which actually, DHC for unblockables. Saki is not fair with Gloria, but that is a specific other thing. 'Cause
Yeah, just
Gloria gets
being
5
hit by like
meters.
3 or 4 unblockables a game would be is agonizing.
Yeah, where it's like Gloria doesn't need to finish her combo. She just needs to give meter to Saki and then summon any of Gloria's amazing long hit stun assists to combo off of the fact that she can do unblockable, and then just do it again by building up to 5 meters because Gloria gets to do that. But
I hope you never play Saki.
if Saki's cool, I may play her at some point, but I have other characters that are slightly higher on my list.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, so I think she's definitely, with that information, we can definitely place her as well. I think she is a really solid kit to go around. I'd say as far as like where she goes, I think she's. I don't know.
So she's
in
better
my
than
head,
Bishop. That's number 1. She's better than
Maybe.
Viable, which is number 2. I think she's better than characters with influential strengths.
So do I. In my mind, I'm looking at where Leon is. Like that's genuinely where, like, as far as I feel strength-wise goes as well. I think because of the grenade, like filling out a lot of the gaps in her like stand heavy beam, and the fact that beam is so safe on the ground, and she can poke from the.
Protects her so well. Like
That's it. Because they attack in the same sort of way, but that grenade is disgusting.
It is. It has so little recovery, and then it protects her from whatever projectile someone wants to interact with her with, and then it just stays around. So, like, if they end up blocking it, it gets to be her turn again. And if they don't end up blocking it and they try to shoot through it, it gets to be her turn because it eats the projectile. So I feel she's pretty good. Let's see. Is she better than an 8-way air dasher that's constantly an X Factor?
I think for the purpose of like non-interaction, yeah.
Yeah, and then is she
because
better
Saki,
than Onslaught?
Yeah, this is. I think that because again they're both good for different reasons now. Where Onslaught also plays a game of non-interaction. It's not as covered as the way Saki's is, but I think there are more situations. So again, the natural downside to like not killing when you hit someone is that there are more situations where your opponent survives, they get more chances. I think Onslaught is the type of character where he plays like a pretty solid level of keep away, but he obliterates you if he hits you. And Saki doesn't do that. So despite probably having safer neutral, I think your opponent gets more chances to break through something than it would against Onslaught. And I think Onslaught's health helps with this, despite being 150,000 lower also.
So maybe
However,
between Clea and Onslaught? Though I do feel like Saki...
Her beam is so good as well.
Is so good.
Yeah. Like she really has very few downsides. Like her bad normals are like not a factor because she never needs to be in a situation to use them. As well.
I think characters who have degenerate things against projectiles, like she's one of the characters where like Jean Grey is extra terrible.
Yeah.
Because like she can't, once she loses her projectiles beating everything. So like I think against characters like Jean Grey, characters like Bison, characters who have like something that's just like this degenerately just beats a projectile tool or Guile with EX Boom or things like that.
Yeah.
Where it seems like if she runs into the specific matchups that are bad for her, they're actually much, much worse than like the matches that are bad for Onslaught. But that's only a very small % of the cast, and I think she's better against a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm also looking at like how she would do against some of the top tier characters. I think she does quite well into a lot of them.
Let's see.
I think she probably struggled with Guile.
Yeah, I think Jean and Guile are
Jean's like a no-brainer as well. I was looking at from like Moonstone upwards as well. I think she actually does really well against Moonstone and Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Because they constantly want to be in the space where Heavy Grenade is. They're going to get shot by Stand Heavy a lot. They're going to be calling assists a lot that get hit by Crouch Heavy, and then they can't defend it.
Agreed on.
I think Guile definitely beats her as well. Sonic Boom beating grenades is troublesome as well. Yeah. And again, with 1 million health, he can afford to take tip damage while he charges up EX Boom as well. I think she actually probably does quite evenly against Dante.
That would make sense.
I think because again, like we mentioned it a bit before as well, but like she can attack the exact angle Dante likes to exist in to get over keep away, which is problematic as well. But I think if she ever guesses wrong on a projectile, she dies to Stinger.
Yeah.
So it's tough there. I think she probably does beat Krauser.
Dang, saying that she has decent matchups against like half of these top tier makes you like. I think that's better than Onslaught's matchups against these characters.
Yeah, she, yeah, I think it's hard for me to justify her being better than Leon because Leon,
No,
they're
Leon.
both like she's better in the air with mobility wise, but Leon has such safe keep away, but then also has insane damage. The counter is ridiculous, as well. I think, yeah, I feel like there is the lowest she would be, but there's genuine argument for her to be higher than that, as well.
She seems pretty great. I think that this is a good home for her right now.
Yeah, I think if I had seen more like well executed gameplay of her, I would probably consider it to be higher as well. But just going based on like the information we have from observing her tools in training mode, I think that is good as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think that her normals being bad matters in scrambles.
Yeah, I agree.
But then she's so good at like avoiding the situations that scrambles come up in the first place.
Yeah, I think she's a character that she would rather like fish for a throw in scrambles because it puts her immediately the opposite side of the screen rather than like press normals, which works in her favor. And Sand Medium's like it can be an okay anti-air if someone's air dashing at you. It's not real, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did not think Saki was going to be the highest humor character we put on this list so far.
Yeah, I also didn't, but then gun plus grenade. It turns out if you have a gun and a grenade, most characters with those things in this game are very good.
Yeah, Bishop died so Saki could throw grenades.
Yeah. And speaking of which, if Saki fights Bishop, that is the type of matchup that makes Bishop unplayable. Like
Yes.
like that he's fine into most of these characters, even some characters that are better than Saki, but like against the person who has better frame data at shooting him and then can just like have a wall of things on screen, it's just like and she's short.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
that really matters.
Short is good.
She probably ducks a lot of other beams.
Mm-hmm.
So besides, like again, she obviously, obviously not against herself or Iceman, but against like a lot of other traditional beams, she would go underneath them as well, which is nice. But
So is Saki currently the best Shuma character?
I think so. Like really
Oh.
analyzing her tools, she almost certainly is.
I
as
think
well, which
that's
is-
the case thus far, but I think we actually have some other Shuma characters that exist that
Oh yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
think may be in contention for the best Shuma character.
Yeah. But we'll get to those ones eventually as well. I'm still fine with doing like at least one more round of characters if you are.
That sounds good. So that
Yeah.
would be Bad Box Art,
So-
Mega Man, Nero, and Yun?
Nero and Yun. Yeah.
Okay.
And welcome, Steffi. Yeah, so King Thor is that high. So it's something we really prioritize, like as far as what makes a character good is how well they can execute or win a game plan or they're neutral without ever interacting with the opponent. And Thor's one of the best at doing that.
And one of the best
as
at
well.
killing assists, and assists are very strong, and if you get to kill someone without fighting the character while they're in assist, your life is easier.
Yeah. But it's just generally he's got like better mobility than Thor does. His flight's significantly better. Like regular Thor's flight is probably the worst in the game. And King Thor's is really good.
Yeah.
Mighty Bot's strong. Mighty Punish is really good for punishing everything. He still does really high damage. His assists are like fine. But he's actually a versatile point in mid. So the reason why that's as well is like when it comes to interaction, there's more chances for you to lose interactions. So those melee characters that don't really have like good, powerful options there, they're more likely to get hit and then die, and then versus like better characters where they can't get in at all, then they struggle a lot more as well. However, we now move on to another character. This character saw like a surge of play when he came out. There were like 4 people playing Bad Box Art Megabit at the same time as well, which is funny. But I know you played him for a little bit longer than some other people as well. So I don't know if you wanted to take the lead on some BBAMM.
There's a couple moves that I think are good, and then most other things I'm like, I don't properly understand how to get full value out of this.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the things that I think are just good is Poison Puddle. He shoots it from the air. It is, in fact, if you see a Doom here, it is... If you hit it with the air section, it's just a normal, but it's a low if you hit with the puddle part. So if you have some things, it'll end up doing unblockables and blah blah blah. But mainly, it's just like it is very unintuitive to need to crouch block something from the air full screen.
Yeah, there are almost no air lows in fighting games. So
That's some
take that for
Aracune
what you want.
nonsense.
yes,
But
the only character I think of when it comes to air lows. But, sorry, you were saying.
And then the other thing that I think is pretty good for him is quarter circle forward medium. It has fast startup, and things that have to block it are actually in a pretty bad situation where he's plus forever and he recovers in time to do stuff. And it covers an important area where if somebody's like Doom and they like to move around in normal jump height because they don't have like a low dash that they could rely on, it's just very good for controlling an important space.
Yeah. Like it being so fast on startup is significant too. Because unlike like heavy shield slash, where Cap really has to commit to doing a grounded heavy shield slash, it's such a like quick option that just gets a full combo for the bam.
Ba-bam. Yes. So air medium shot good, ground medium good, fire barrier is fast.
Yeah, I like Fire Barrier as well. It's really good at covering assist calls because this is like ultra high durability too. It will absorb beams and project at the same time. It's like doing assist plus beam into that. It's no, you can't hit the bomb, unfortunately.
No, you need to use projectiles to hit the bomb.
Oh, that was it. I do think his quarter circle forward light is actually pretty decent. It doesn't like do much, but it's really durable. So similar to like attack plus S, the Fire Barrier, it just puts this like mega durable projectile on the screen that lets you move with it. Will cover your own assist calls as well, and it's reasonably low recovery.
Oh,
relative
also,
to when it actually shoots.
Bad Box Art Mega Man has a slide. It is probably the worst slide, and being the worst slide, it's still a good normal that you should use.
Yeah, that's just how effective slide normals are as well.
Slides are great. If your character has one, abuse the fact that it is great.
Yeah, and he's got the 666H as well, which I think is another type of slides.
And
Yeah,
it goes into
and that's jump
battle
cancel.
barrier cancel. But this character, I feel like a lot of their moves are hard to use. Like, even though quarter circle forward light is decent, quarter circle forward heavy is okay, but it has too much startup to like use in neutral against other characters who could shoot or can dash and hit you. So I don't feel that's worth using most of the time. I feel like the bombs they impact both him and his opponents, so I feel like they're just like risky to use and not that high value.
They used to be unblockable.
Yeah, they used to be very unfair because if he just did bomb, it would cause an unblockable against anyone below him, and that was not okay. But
Oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna say I think it used to be random the timer, but I think it always goes from like 963, 963, 963 instead of it being random. So they're still not.
9, 3. No, it seems like they're still random.
Oh, never mind. Okay, it's just a bad move then now.
Yeah, it is. I don't think this move should be used. This move should be used sometimes, the quarter circle forward heavy, because it hits like 3 very important angles, but then it has a bunch of startup and you don't really get like rewarded for it.
Yeah, it's normally used as like his OTG combo ender, but it's one of those opportunity cost things where for the amount of time you spend doing it and then recovering it, you probably could have done something better, or that's more like generically useful as well.
And then, have you found uses for his DPs? I know that they're combo tools, but
Yeah, they're just combo tools. Even if they were invincible, they probably wouldn't be that good. He gets combos from the medium and heavy one because he has like a heavy follow-up to them, which also sometimes misses on hit. But the kind of whatever, even as combo tools sometimes. His attack plus S in the air is funny because it changes the momentum, or specifically forward heavy changes the momentum, and then attack plus S makes him start falling downwards. So despite having no actual air mobility, he has a way to kind of just kind of land quickly, which is somewhat nice.
yeah, being able to change is good.
I think his quarter circle S specials are actually quite decent. They're another special that's better the taller the character is, because he has if a character can't duck the little pellet there, both his runaway shots and his running forward shots are actually extremely difficult to deal with because they're
Yes.
hideously plus on block, and you can combo them on hit. And it just lets him like reposition in a very safe way.
Yeah,
But the chip is reasonably low.
like, I think you get to just true block string against tall characters.
Yeah, they are forced to push block.
Yeah, so I feel tall characters actively do not like fighting this character.
Yeah, he just has a good way to like pester them constantly. Like the pellets aren't particularly high durability, but if you can, it's kind of like Strider in that sense, where like if you can get set up and get the sequence going, it's very difficult for a tall character to break this.
Yes.
Just because they're in block stun for such a long period of time. Shuba did remind us that Bad Boxer has an air dash up as well.
does.
It only costs 1 bar.
No, it
gets
doesn't
to do
even
it.
cost that. He has the double up one too.
Oh, I didn't know he had this. Oh, that's sick.
But you can't do it by... Chuma did adjust it. It used to not be possible to do it by holding up and pressing dash. You needed to double tap up. But,
that's kinda
but
cool.
It looks like Shuma also adjusted that too at some point. Nice stuff, Shuma.
Nice. But that also means he can do his goop pool from super jump height and call assist.
Oh, he could... And he can summon the assist while he's doing the air dash because it's not a special or anything. It's an air dash. So,
Nice. That's
that's
a
pretty
nice little bonus tool as well. That does make him a fair bit better. Because the group is, from having played against you, this is probably his best tool.
Yeah. Goop is like active and covers an important range. And the other thing that is forgettable is that Goop is poisonous. Goop is very poisonous. Let's see, dummy life regen off. So like Doom got hit with the Goop and it took...
I think it does the 90k damage that Poison Arrow does. That might be more than 90k.
It looks
Shuma-
like more
Shuma will
than
confirm.
90k. It seems like this is...
Shuma said it's 80k.
80k? Okay. Well, it
but
took
maybe
3
it's
shots
specific, but
plus
that's-
poison to take half-life from Dr. Doom, so it's good.
Yeah. And
So
yeah,
the
it
poison
is
is like something that
poison is always
matters.
unscaled.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like accidentally getting hit by this, or even getting hit by this whiffing, and you think, oh, this whiff, let me move forward, and you dash into the pool, and then you suddenly take 130k damage.
So all those things, and then you're right that he also has a version of that upwards air dash that is a super, but this super, it turns out, is air okay and invulnerable. So
Yes. So I didn't know it was invincible for a long time. But having a reversal is just like, it's classically good. And again, air okay, we've talked about it a bunch of times so far. There's a reason why so few characters have air invincible things in the base game. And we've seen a bunch of characters that have invincible options.
a lot of Shuma characters
so-
have invulnerable options, it turns out.
Yes. And then he has a like level 4 buster or whatever, like a big buster, but it's like a pretty slow projectile.
It's decent at killing assists. It's not like amazing at it, but it's not that many hits, and it'll kill anything with the life not recovering. But it is decent assist when you like DHC into something else. It persists, and then it's not that many hits, and it does a decent amount of damage, so it's worth it.
Yeah, it's just like a pretty basic fireball.
And he has the Thor thing where like his forward dash is pretty not good, but when he's trying to get out of there, he zooms backwards with his back.
Yeah, he has got like, he is a rabid scuttler. Like he can get full screen very, very quickly. His forward flank isn't even that bad.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit better than Thor's. Or maybe it might just be Thor's de facto, but his back blink is really good.
Yeah.
And then for any character that wants to play zoning, having a good back blink is very, very powerful. Oh, his assists as well. I think his assists are all like whatever.
I think his
He has,
assists are good against tall characters and not otherwise.
Yeah, he's got the quartz forward heavy ice projectile. I don't remember the other ones.
So ice, but then beta is run forward shot, which is busted against tall characters, but against other characters he's running forward and you get to hit him. So
Yeah, that might also not be that good against tall characters because he I don't know how much recovery he has, but that looks like you could block it and punish him.
no, but you still have a point character.
Yeah, I suppose it's fair. But
You
it
have
leaves
a
him
point
vulnerable.
character and
More
the
vulnerable
duration
than
is long.
Yeah. Fair enough.
No, I don't think
Oh,
you
yeah.
could punish him. Actually, I could do this. And send... No, mashing crouch slide is not fast enough to do it. He's just plus enough
Oh
that he
wow.
gets
Okay.
out of there.
Yeah. Good.
So-
Good counter pick assist versus like Doom, Onslaught, Sentinel or something.
Yeah, if the character that you are sad about fighting is tall, box art Mega Man on point and as an assist are both annoying for them.
Yeah.
But if they're not tall, all of his assists are not that great. Because he has the other one is his Gamma, which I believe is the upward shield, which is okay, but not like anything to write home about. It is
Oh, yeah,
fast,
straight
and
into
it
limit.
does actually hit much lower than you would expect and covers normal jump height, and he gets out of there pretty quickly. So those things are all nice, but other than that, it's not.
Yeah, a pretty unfortunate selection of assists. You just kind of pick whatever feels the most appropriate based on your team and who you're playing against as well.
And then can he can't DHC into E-Tank, right?
No, it's a special
No,
move.
yeah,
It's down
special.
heavy.
Yeah, and
So
I
it's
don't
a
think
one bar
actually
special that
worth-
restores 200,000 health. Not red health, just health. So not that significant. But
Because one of the things is, I feel if this was a game that wasn't Marvel, it would probably be much better. But if he gets hit by a clean hit, he's going to die. So it won't matter if he gets a clean hit. And if he's in a zoning war, like, I don't think that getting an extra couple 100k matters that much. Because if they hit you, they'll still kill you. And if you spent a meter on that instead of like shooting one of their assists with this, that was definitely not how you want your meter to go.
yeah, you also technically build your opponent more meter because you go -1 and then they build more meter from you getting health back. So yeah, if you're going to recover health, you just tag them out
Yeah.
or DH them out.
So, with all that in mind, where would we want to put some bad box art Mega Man?
So yeah, I think he's got like some pretty okay tools. I don't think they're anything to write home about. I think his normals are like generically bad, which is
Yeah.
unfortunate. I
Slide's
think his
okay.
assist selection is
Slide-
yeah,
Because it's a slide.
it's his slide by default can't really be bad unless the slide went nowhere. At least it hits low. If it somehow didn't hit low, then it'd be much worse. But then nothing really does that. I think his assist selection is poor. His DHs are pretty bad. Like even both in and out. I think having a reversal DHE is fine. But it's the fireball super is actually DHing out is fine.
Yeah, the DHing out of Fireball Super, I think, is okay. Or decent, because it's persistent.
But I think there are a lot of situations where he will beat bad melee characters that can't beat jump quarter circle forward medium, the slime pool. But I think he loses to kind of any airborne projectile character that kind of eliminates that being a factor.
And
'Cause
I
I think
think
all
he
of his-
loses the ground war against, like, most characters, too. Like, even the not that great projectile characters. Like, if their projectile's better than Charlie, it's probably good enough to beat bad art box art Mega Man's, like, take control of the ground game.
Yeah, I do think that quarter circle forward light might be better than you're giving it credit for just because of how static and durable it is. But then he doesn't really get anything from it, which is the problem. So it needs to be like a big character that doesn't really have something that can break quarter circle forward light, which is not many. So I don't think he's very good.
What
I
do
just think
you
he's
want?
annoying. But
Okay.
I think the fact he has a reversal, an invincible incoming reversal, both on the ground and the air is significant. I think he's got a good super for punishing assists, and the goop beats a lot of the characters that are inviable. But it makes me want to put him. I kind of want to. It feels like he should be inviable, but I think he's probably somewhere where like he's probably next to Colossus.
Next to Colossus? Yeah, I think maybe he should be the best viable character, like just
Yeah.
a US agent, where it's like I feel he's that point where none of the things are actively good enough to be a problem, and then I feel Colossus is the point where it's like one of the things is good enough that this is a problem, even if you're one of these characters. Where
Yeah, I
I feel
think that's
like
fair.
Bad Box Art Mega Man, none of his things are a problem for these characters. They are a problem for everyone else in his tier, actually. But
Yeah, I can imagine Jake struggling to get through the goop
yeah.
a lot of the time as well. But yeah, I think that's fair as well. Yeah, he just doesn't offer. He's the character you pick and then you build a team around, but you don't think like the band fits on this team. So I think that's That's a very reasonable place for him to be at top of Bible. I can see
Though
that.
he jumps up a tier if the other person is tall and cannot crouch. Like,
Honestly, yeah.
if,
But I think the fact that it's so variant on who you're playing against, and a lot of the best characters are pretty small besides like King Thor,
yeah,
is
it's true.
it's not really going to be a factor
Yeah, I
most
feel
of the time.
like in the matchups that it matters, people will be like, "Wait, this character has something that's good," and then in those matchups, it's like, "Yeah, he has a thing that's good," but it's not going to be against their full team most of the time because we only have like one or two people who play big bodies, and that's the only team that he would like actively beat.
Yeah.
And then the
I don't
characters
even
that
think he would
everyone
necessarily
else
beat. I
beats.
think just like be able to play into. Maybe like Young
No,
Legends, big
I
body team,
think
but versus like Onslaught, where Onslaught can just jump and teleport and he's out of the way.
no, but I think
So
run back guns may actually just leave him at enough frame advantage that he gets to keep shooting against big characters.
perhaps as well, but I just don't think it's significant enough. I think he actually beats Marvel 2 Sentinel quite handily.
Oh, that's hilarious, but probably true. Yeah.
Because yeah, he just doesn't have the durability to break through anything. He just has to deal with the running guns constantly. He probably has to block like fadeaway guns, like fadeaway up guns standing, which is also comical to think.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, I think the ban, it'd be one place apart. But I agree with you. I don't think he offers anything enough to put him in functional strengths.
Yeah, I'm sad about that because I think that he is a very unique character and has a bunch of interesting stuff, but none of it is strong enough to like be a problem for the characters that are good, but they are strong enough to be a problem for the characters that are not good.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so
Cool.
that seems like a reasonable place for him. Now, this character, I have very mixed feelings about this character.
So do I. I have a lot of opinions about this character. So I have a lot of experience versus this character because Kurumi, who I've been playing against the most, has been playing a lot of Nero, and as he's been getting better at like palette swapping this character, he's learned more and more things about him. And Nero is an interesting one. I suppose to start off as well, like he's much like DMC5 Vergil. There is a lot of like rule breaky aspects of Nero. There are a lot of tools he has that vary, like much like Blood Box or Measurement, that can get better or worse depending on the size of the character he's fighting.
This is not
and there's
fair
just a lot
against tall characters. Like they need to be taller than Doom, but if they're like Onslaught or Marvel 2 Sentinel height, the gun is so unreasonable.
Yeah, and it gets worse as well later on. This move can just like end a character's life when he's in stall. But he's got like his standing normals are just like really good. So this is where I mix already as well. Yes, they're good because they have obscene hitboxes. They are slower than Dante's. I think his fastest normal is like 11 frames, like a stand light or whatever.
In
but they just have
Exceed it's fast. In Exceed it's not slow.
Yeah, he does get like a 20% speed boost on his normals when he's in Exceed as well, something more than that. But they have just absurd hitboxes and it's insane hit stun as well, and by extension block stun. I think his normals have at worst hit stuns of mediums, and then he has edit hit stun on a lot of tools as well. So his sword normals are just like fine pokes, unlike characters like Dante, whereas Nero is like a parallel to Dante in a sense in terms of like how he swings his swords. He doesn't really have anything truly safe to cancel into. He does have bold moves, so he can like bold block a lot of cool situations. He does have the Moonstone Crouch Light as well, where his Crouch Light and Crouch Heavy are both terrible normals. His Crouch Medium is really good. It's like a Chris Crouch Medium. Or like Chris and Dante, where it swings really far. And it's a pretty decent low poke as well. But he can just like do his chain from quite far away, and it's very obnoxious. But they also have such absurd hit stun, you can easily hit confirm them. So he's just like, he can poke with a light as if it was like a heavy, and then hit confirm it as well, which is nice. More nice for Nero anyway. His jumping buttons are like the real like tour de force. As you saw there, his jump light is also pretty bad. It's like a Frank West jump heavy. It's just like it's meant to be like a dumpy little kick. But his jump medium has this just the most disgusting hitbox. It hits in a complete 360-degree angle around Nero, despite how slow it is. It has the hits that are heavy. So you can do like a rising jump medium and hit confirm it. because the amount of hit stun it has. Is why I've been hit by jump back, jump back, jump medium into land dash stand light too many times trying to like approach Nero. He has a second medium which is done on a chain, so it's not really a factor in neutral. His jump heavy is just like, I think Nero's jump heavy, and I don't like using this term a lot. I think Nero jumps heavy is the most brain dead move in all the parts up. This move hits like a 360 cleave above and below him and back to around him. It ground bounces on hit. It's safe on block. It's a hard knockdown ground bounce, so you get 2,000 years to confirm off this move as well. And then of course it gets faster in Exceeds too. So it's just like this crazy like little pop-up that keeps him in the air. It makes your like muscle memory for where someone's going to be for a throw with as a result as well. He just hits you from like crazy angles. You could be off screen, like or super jumping above him, and he'll hit you with it, which is nasty. And this jump S is like a pretty classic Helmbreaker. A jump S outside of Exceed, sorry, is a pretty classic Helmbreaker. But like Dante, he can also bold cancel the recovery of this, but the window is bigger, so you can actually like pretty reliably do jump S, like a non-Exceed jump S into bold move or like special. Whereas Dante has to time a 2-frame window to do it. So Nero can like easily hit confirm jump S hitting and like bold cancel into Buster or like streak like that. And then on block he can just bold move into nothing, into like moving around. So he just has like these weirdly. He also has a forward heavy, like a drop kick, which is an overhead. It doesn't look like it should be an overhead, but it is. So he just has these like completely obscene normals that really shouldn't be that good. The sword normals anyway, because of how slow they are, but they just have such insane hitboxes and hit stun that it lets him really safely poke from like really far away or in the defensive ways that convert into full combos, which benefit like Nero greatly as a result. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to talk about for specials.
I think it's just worth noting that, so he is a character that it doesn't matter whether you're on the left, the right, above, or below. So a lot of characters, you see them and you're like, they're facing this direction. That means they could put a hitbox, like they could Helmbreaker. It'll hit above them, then in front of them, then below them. With him, if you get behind him, it doesn't protect you at all.
Yeah, like there are a lot of characters that have backwards hitting hitbox because of interpolation or like overlapping stuff. No, Nero has like intentionally big swinging hog hitboxes that just genuinely hit everywhere. He like much like Magneto, he could probably do a whole combo with you facing the wrong direction as a result of his hitboxes. And if his specials didn't autocorrect, he probably would. So he just has like really obnoxious pressure by swinging kind of wildly, and it usually gets rewarded as a result. And then if you play a more calculated Nero, he's still getting rewarded for it as well, even more. It's probably worth mentioning the Exceed mechanic generally as well as like a preface. So the way Nero works is if you press light within 10 frames of doing the move, I think it's 10 frames of the active frames. I can't remember exactly, but it's like I think it's 10 frames after the start of the move.
Because you can blink it for his fast moves and it'll just happen, but then for his slower moves, you need to like wait until the active frames.
Yeah. So it's like something 10 frames before or after the active frames, or before because he gets it as he does it. But it also makes the move faster and does slightly more damage, and it changes a lot of his special moves as well, or changes all of his special moves that use the sword. So, speaking of his special moves, this is another character where Nero, much like DMC5 Vergil, has a ton of special moves, but I think only a handful of them are like non-combo tools, basically, as well. You saw Isicera use Blue Rose earlier, which is his gun. It fires 3 sets of shots that will just completely whiff on most crouches, but it will hit a lot of standing opponents and tall crouches. This is something else that's really important about this move is that it has a follow-up. In that if you do quarter circle forward heavy, his breaker, Buster, sorry, he will hit the 3 shots and then pull you in. He can do this on whiff. So there is a lot of times where maybe you can do, maybe he doesn't do it on whiff as well. Just keep getting hit back. Yeah, but he gets to do this like poke with the grapple, which pulls you in for a full combo. He can do this from like full screen, that you can't contest this. And as you see in the air, he bounces backwards. So it has so little recovery that you basically can't stop him from doing this. He will do this on block anyway and get a full combo and hit. So if you get hit by, if you're like reasonably far away, it's, the third bullet hits kind of late. There's enough distance for him to be able to link the buster as well, and he gets to do this in the air as well. So he covers like this insane 45-degree angle with Blue Rose that he can like safely poke with, and then go into the grapple, and he gets to act afterwards as well. So it's just like this really safe way of attacking that leads into a full combo with a projectile that can't really be contested unless you're like DMC1 Dante that can shoot that angle, or DMC1 Dante or Carter Slade will eat up that angle. But the projectiles also have really high durability because he shoots 6 bullets 2 at a time, so they can test sort of other like bullet characters as well. As you saw earlier, you can also load the gun and you get like a whole charge move as well. This move feels like it should be more useful. Because of the limitations of how like this is implemented, you can't, if you do anything that isn't release the gun, it cancels the gun charge. So you can't like do something while holding the gun. If you could hold it the whole time, it'd be one of the like best moves he has. But you get to move around, you get to shoot a giant thing. It does like 200k damage on hit, but it's very rare someone would get hit by it. There are some combos where you get to do it late in the combo, but again, that's not super important. Now his sword specials, sorry. As well, 221k on hit, and you get a full combo. So his sword specials, I'm gonna misremember the names. I always forget Nero's moves. So he's got, I think quarter circle back medium is streak, where he just like kind of slashes forwards. No, that's the overhead.
I have so many feelings about quarter circle back medium.
Yeah, so this move is, well, let's talk about this now. This move is so degenerate. It is a hyper armor. It has 2 hits of armor. It goes full screen. It's an overhead. He can bold cancel it to make it safe, which also means he can cancel it into like another special move as well. So it's normally really unsafe on block, but it's just this like, if there's ever a neutral skip move in this game, it's this move. Where if you miss time and assist call, or you don't do anything that has multiple hits, again, specifically 3 hits, and these 2 hits do not break the armor of this move. He will go through it, hit you with a 130,000 damage combo starter that he gets a normal combo from as well. The amount of times I've played Kurumi and misjudged the spacing of this move, or missed like call and assist, and got happy birthday and then like lose 2 characters in like a 1-minute combo.
Yep.
But this is like one of the core of Nero's movement as well. Like it kind of, none of his other moves are really as like useful to use on the ground as this move. I think is quarter circle back heavy the streak where he like spins forwards. Oh, that's Buster. Yeah, sorry. It might be quarter circle forward medium in that case.
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
I think I forgot all about the mashy attack, but
oh yeah, he's got loads of follow-ups, like target combos as well, but they're kind of more like cute references rather than really useful as well. This move is another. I don't know if that move's armored. It probably is. I think a lot of his sword slash moves are armored also, but you'll now realize that Nero is actually the tank of the DMC characters, where he will just blitz forward with extra hits of armor and blow through things rather than like really play neutral in the traditional sense.
So that's the uncharged version going through it, and then that's the charged version.
Oh yeah, so I think it has 1 hit of armor normally and 2 hits it exceed. But yeah, it is just completely obnoxious. It's very reactable, which is the thing as well. But the fact it's technically safe because you can just move it into something else as well. Okay, so the streak doesn't have armor. So again, that essentially just makes streak not reusable in that sense. It's a combo move. Yeah,
Isn't
no armor on that.
streak like? Wait, what's the version where he goes back before it? There we go. That one, I think, is actually like reasonable on block, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's also a good thing to bold cancel from double down, or whatever the quarter circle back medium's called, as well. So you could do bold move into swift, like sway backwards, into that as well. So it's just like this big frame, because the most common thing you want to do when someone does this move is throw, or like air throw or something as well, and you'll whiff that, and then he'll just smack the shit out of you with this move instead. And again, all of this leads into a full combo. as well. Then his so quarter circle back heavy is the heavy specials are his busters. It's actually a very cleverly designed move, but quarter circle back heavy is a command grab, but also a hit grab at the same time. So for one active frame, it's a command grab with obscene range. He can be like a full character length away from you, and it will still be a command grab. But then also combo and hit as well if he just does like a sequence. But like this hits from very far, and will like grab you. And again, there's situations where you might be waiting for him to do like the overheads or to do like a big air special, and then just because you're like
Also, he
being a
gets the
little bit
frame
passive.
trap because a bunch of his stuff, like the thing that's technically not amazing about it, is that it's technically minus, but a bunch of those things are just a frame trap into command throw.
Yeah, and it's like it's reasonably slow as well. It might be like I'm gonna guess it's like 10 to 15 frame startup, which makes it essentially unreactable. You can see the big eye, but then or the big like arm rather, and try and do something about it. But it's still like difficult to respond to, especially because he's got a bunch of other options that keep you grounded as well. And then DP heavy is I think it's only a hit grab. It just like moves him up towards you. It's like another combo tool. But it whiffs on standing opponents. Oh no, they made it hit standing. It used to only hit upon opponents. So not a command grab on that one, but just like a nice little combo extender in some situations. And then I think that's it for his main grounded tools.
Oh, he
And then-
also technically has a thing where he revs his sword. You should not ever use this because it is
Oh, yeah,
better
of course
to
it was
just
light.
do stand light and mash. Stand light
Yeah,
and
this
mash
is just like a nice
less
little-
risky, and it also puts a giant hitbox on screen.
Yeah, you can charge Exceed on whiff. So doing like jump hack medium into Exceed or stand light into Exceed is your go-to way of just having it stocked. And then you'll be able to stock it like with reasonable levels of practice. You'll be able to get the Exceed on every single hit because the window is pretty generous for it. It does take some practice, but it means as long as you have an extra light button or you're prepared to hit light every single time, it can only be charged with light or stocked with light rather.
Though the sadder thing is you don't actually need to time it. You can just mash, but that will make your hand hurt. So don't just mash. Learn the timing, because like any of
Yeah.
these things, if you just like mash the light, you're going to get it. But you don't want to be mashing light for a variety of reasons.
Yeah. Also, speaking of it sad, you also lose it if you blink.
Only if you're. I think it depends on your plink. I remember. Oh no, even on Dash there, it lost. Yeah. I think you need to like be proper on your dash timing and never have like one frame.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it is pretty easy to kind of accidentally lose it as you move around.
Yes. The one thing that I think is worth noting is crouching medium in Exceed is plus on block. So it's one of the. It's also a move that reaches incredibly far. So being able to have a thing that hits from there that's plus on block is very, very good.
Yeah, that I did not know, but yeah, that is important because he normally doesn't have anything actually like truly safe to cancel into as well. But that's so nice to know because you're like doing stand light crouch medium is a pretty safe poke, or just straight into crouch medium as well because crouch medium is his only actual good load. But yeah, he's got a couple air specials as well. DP air DP medium is like a combo move, or it's not just a combo move. It actually puts him at super jump height, would be able to recover after as well. And he can do it multiple times. So you can do like DP medium, DP medium, DP medium, and just stay at super jump height with assist available for ages. It's one of the things I personally dislike about Nero is the fact he can do special moves. Each special. This is one of the situations where he shouldn't be able to do a special move multiple times in the air, but I think that's more of a limitation of the game engine than Cave's design. But anyway, it's again just like a big giant hitbox with relatively low recovery. It puts him at a nice height to be able to call assists and then act again as well, which is a funny little thing. Does he have a DP heavy in the air?
No. DP
No, yeah,
heavy.
that's, again, he was, yeah, that's just quarter circle forward heavy. But his quarter circle back medium which is Excalibur.
I also have feelings about this move.
Yeah. So we spoke earlier when we were talking about Onslaught about how one of the best changes Onslaught got was they removed the armor from his jump heavy, because air armored moves are they're very rule breaky. This move is armored. This is an armored dive kick that he can do from any height that gives him a full combo and hit that you can bold cancel when it connects. Actually, they might have removed the bold cancel.
Oh
on
no,
block.
no, he can bold cancel.
Oh no. But yeah, so he has. This is like unchallengeable. You need to make this whiff, otherwise you just have to deal with it. But it's like sometimes even supers won't beat this because it will just it'll get like to the character doing the super before the move connects. And this move is like part of the reason why you don't have armored air moves. It is completely degenerate. Fortunately, it only has one hit of armor, unlike the 2 hits of armor that Quartz Back Medium has as well. But one is enough for it to be like just this ridiculous way from attack. So he can stall in the air for ages, and then once he's ready to, or once he's got an exceed, he can then come down with a plus on block, cancelable. It might be an overhead as well. Armored dive kick that he gets a full combo from as well. You'll notice a theme here. Is that pretty much everything leads into a full combo with a nice floaty juggle. It is pretty bad if you whiff it. That is like, it's the one saving grace of playing against this move. Is he is stuck in the ground when he whiffs this move. So if you can make...
You say that, and then we haven't discussed the fact that he has this move.
Oh yeah, I didn't even consider the arm specials yet as well. But Devil Trigger is... Devil Trigger!
So remember how like Devil May Cry 5 Vergil had a hitbox on his and could do his in the air? That's also true for Nero, except for Nero, it costs 1 meter instead of 3.
And not only does it cost 1 meter, and not only does it have hitbox, it is completely invincible, it is safe on block, and he gets a full combo from it. This is part of the reason why Cave didn't make this move a super. This is like the thing his whole kit is designed around is Devil Trigger. Well, the arms as well, but Devil Trigger in particular is like by far his best move. It is. I can't even begin to like account for how overloaded that move is as well. Like when you play against Nero, if you mess up anything, there's a very good chance you'll get hit by the. I think it's frame. It hits like frame 3 or 4. It has no flash. So it has like a pseudo flash when it does it, but if you commit to something, you will get hit by Devil Trigger. Now once he's in Devil Trigger, he gets like a nice little damage boost. I don't think he gets a speed boost, but if you've ever played Devil May Cry 4 or 5, his Devil Trigger does is it spawns like a little ghost thing that will create extra projectiles every time he does his own projectiles. And when you swing normals with him, it'll do like an extra little claw swipe as well, which I believe does chip damage. I think it makes his combos actually do less damage at the beginning because the scaling goes way up. But it just makes every single sequence safe because of the fact that the claws will like double up in terms of the way they hit, and a lot of his moves then spawn like swords, little extra swords when you shoot. As well. There was a period of time where those little swords actually had hyper durability and they went through everything and it made him the best owner in the game. But this particular sequence just makes it so you can't really beat him in a key point duel, which normally is fine. He doesn't build any bar when he's in Devil Trigger, which is like the big saving grace. But it's just like it lets him kind of control neutral in a different way for a little bit. But the fact it's a like frame 1 invincible reversal, or it might as well, it's first 1 frame invincible. That hits extremely quickly that he gets a full combo from is like obscene.
That also doesn't have a flash, so like it's not like you could react and do your own invulnerable thing. You're just getting
And I don't even want to think about how like again flash in quotations. I don't really want to think about how quickly it recovers post flash as well. But it has almost next to no recovery in its possum block. I think it might be at worst -1, but when I frame counted it, it was like +1 on block. So, but yes, he has also special. He has 2 arms. This was the kind of the unfortunate thing in the design process. Cave didn't have the time to like finish Nero, so this is he was released with 2 arms. He's got Gerber and Overture. So with, I believe it's Overture is the one he armor starts in. What he's in now is Overture, so it gives him actual movement. So Quarter Circle Forward S is like a pulse. So that I believe reflects projectiles as well. But it also has like a Quarter Circle Forward S puts them to the ground. It OTGs, which gives them some nice combo tools as well. Big disjointed hitbox that sends you full screen. Let's see if it reflects.
Doesn't seem to reflect, but it seems like
it
its
destroys them.
active hitbox reading them is pretty long and starts up almost immediately.
It's 5 frames.
It
Both
reflects
both
at
arms
the
have
very,
their
very
things.
beginning. You saw that? But most of it.
Oh yeah, I
went
did
on.
see. Weird.
Okay, so it doesn't reflect late in the attack, but it reflects early. Oh, I think what's happening is that he has an additional projectile in front, and that's just destroying the other projectiles. And that it's only when it gets to his body that it's causing the counter. That's what's happening.
But yeah, so this can reflect, but just basically destroys projectiles. It has 5 frames up, so you can do it on reaction to a lot of beams as well, pretty reliably. And he also gives him an air dash, which is very, very nice. This one is 3 frame startup. So it's meant to be like a reversal. So it's horrifically unsafe on block, unless you double trigger cancel. But it gives him a reversal option because his normals are generally bad for scramble situations on the ground. So he can just like blast people with it too. Again, just a nice little combo tool. When it's again, Cave being the genius he is, there's a way to detect when the opponent's on the ground in front of you and he does an OTG instead. So it's really good for combos. And that's pretty much what it does. The super when you do this is like the arm explosion. So it's like another super that's kind of technically safe on block because Nero launches himself full screen and it's difficult to punish. But it has a lot of recovery. So if you have a beam super, you'll be able to punish this. But grounded characters with bad mobility can't actually punish this. So it's like a pseudo safety issue. Gerbera has
the supers in Gerbera are both incredibly unreasonable.
Yes. So his ground super, he gets this beam super that's tremendously active. It does a ton of damage, an insane amount of chip damage as well. It's fantastic as a team super. But it has lost such a long time. Again, it's basically unpunishable. And then in the air, he gets Petal Ray, which has again gone through some multiple changes before it was in the state it is now. It used to have so many projectiles that crashed the game, but now it just summons a bunch of projectiles. It does crazy amounts of chip damage. He recovers in the air, or at least it's again pretty much safe on block.
Yeah,
but also does like a very tidy amount of damage. As well.
Oh, it does. No, the damage is fine. Just a second. Damage is in fact fine when you do Petal Array. Like, because you get a combo, but like 200k plus a combo is good.
Yeah, this used to do like 400k on hit. So I had to go through multiple changes to be in the state it is now as well. But again, it's just like he just has really good utility supers when he's in Gerbera.
Oh, it's also worth noting that, so if we set Doom to Advancing Guard, when, let's see, what mode am I in? I'm in this mode. So now that I'm in Gerbera, this super cannot be Advancing Guarded, which means that you can never reduce the amount of chip that it does, so it can guarantee chip kills for things.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah, it must be using like Dante's Thunderbolt thing where it can't be push blocked.
Yep.
So that's funny. But again, it makes it even better on point, makes it good as a team super. Fantastic to DHD into and out of from assist punishes. The key thing Nero happens is when you use one of his arm supers, it blows up and puts you in the other arm. But you can spend half a bar by doing down S and switch to the other arm manually as well. So just like a nice little option he has. He also gets another super in Devil Trigger with Showdown, which is his actual main damage super. It does like 240k on hit at minimum scaling.
What was the input for it again?
I think it's just his quarter circle forward super at that when he's in Devil Trigger. I don't know if he gets the other super when he is.
It is something else, but I'm not remembering.
Yeah, it might be quarter circle back in that case. It's not going to be anything special because he only has one other super option. Yeah, quarter circle back. Oh no, that's something else. It might be TP then.
Let's see, so
Yeah, that does 500,000k if you fully charge it. Because it's like overdrive, but turbocharged.
Yeah, so very good. But definitely you want to use meter for Devil Trigger and Gerbera if you have the opportunity.
Yeah, like Devil Trigger is just so obscene with how it works. This just does a ton of damage. It's basically a level 2, but like so there's a factor with Nero that really matters. It's like a lot of his best combos use Devil Trigger, but because he builds no bar in Devil Trigger, he builds your opponent a lot of bar in the process. So in terms of meter economy, there are very common situations where Nero will leave your opponent with like 4 or 5 bars. He also has like a psychological factor where his combos take so long.
Yes.
Like he genuinely has like a 30-second B&B. And it feels terrible to get hit by Nero as a result of it as well. That when you play against Nero, you don't want to get hit by him because he just has such a long combo, and it will eventually kill you, as long as he has like 2 bars. But it just with assist, it just takes forever for the combo to finish, and is very painful to get by as well. Was that jump medium that you landed and then did jump light?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the sort of level of hits that it has. Is what is horrific to get by. So with all of this being said, despite all of like the really obnoxious things Nero has, I'll come out and say it. I don't think Nero's that good. I just think he's very annoying.
Yeah, I feel like all these things that we've said are true, and this character also has no way to open you up other than Command Throw.
Yeah,
Command Throw
he
can
has
open you up, but like everything
Yeah.
else is like he doesn't have like okay, so all guard. Like that's not a low, so that means his fastest low is Dante Crouch Medium, unless
which
you're
is at
in-
best 11 frames.
And so he doesn't really have a low that's fast, and he doesn't have an overhead that's fast. So mainly, I feel the way he wins is by having a button that's bigger than someone and beating them in footsies, and he doesn't actually have great ways to like turn advantage into winning the game.
Yeah. So it's just like like a bizarre design in that he feels quite bad to fight against because of like he just has these like huge obnoxious normals, like multi-hitting armored move, like multi-hits of armor, an air armored move. He can stall in the air forever, and like he just like it feels like Vergil in a sense where he gets a lot of his hits from opponents making mistakes, but in like when you really break up, like list out how good a character is, like on as far as it compared to other characters. Was that 10 highs into a low? That's funny. That he just doesn't have those options. Like, he doesn't really have real neutral options outside of Blue Rose, and it's on the level of Bad Box Art Mega Man where that move gets better the bigger the opponent is, but otherwise it's like not that good. Although I will say,
He has
Nero's
this in
assists.
Bad Boxer. Mega Man does not have anything that's like that though.
Yeah, he does have like good normals, but they're all mids or overheads.
Yeah.
But yeah, so his assists are fantastic. He has Blue Roses and assists.
Yes.
It is essentially bolts of Bullfac. It's active for ages. Of all the like slow floaty juggle assists, it is one of the slowest
He has
juggles,
that as
floatiest
an
juggles.
assist too. Actually, I think this against the
That is
so it maintains whether you have Exceed or not.
Oh, but it does use it when it uses it.
Yeah.
So okay, I thought it would keep like the Exceed charge and then keep using it. So that's fine. But it's just like again, it's an armored assist. It's an overhead. It bounces not into a hard knockdown.
That hits full zoomed in screen away.
Yeah. So it's just like deceptively good. You still need like a real assist to pair it with too. But then yeah, this assist is ridiculous. It like if you stand block it by accident or you're tall enough to like if you crouch you have to block it. This move is so difficult to deal with. It's so good at dealing with other assists because it comes out at like that exact height will hit most assist characters as they're landing, and it's active for so long that it will like lock out assists from being able to be called. It's fantastic for combos because it has a big slow floaty juggle. It's got fixed hit stun. And yeah, so when he's in Devil Trigger, he builds no bar from this, but he still shoots the swords. Like this genuinely might be one of the best assists in the game when he's in Devil Trigger and tagged out as well. It's so like it completely shuts down all of the ground for so long.
Yeah, it's like a bolt back that doesn't have the hole in between it, and then afterwards also has a thing that you still need to block even if you're crouching. Two
Yeah.
things that you need
Like-
to block even if you're crouching.
Yeah, that might legit be the best thing about Nero is Blue Rose Assist.
Oh, did you
Like,
see
this
that?
is-
It makes the bomb jump around. That's hilarious.
See the bomb bounce backwards is funny.
Oh no, he could blow up Nero. That's right. So, how are you feeling about Nero as a character here?
So again, I might be biased quite negatively about this character, because I'm not particularly fond of playing against it. But when, again, like genuinely laying out his tools, he doesn't feel that strong to me. I think there's really part of me that wants to put him like at the top of like characters with influential strengths and weaknesses, just because I think he doesn't. It doesn't feel like he really wins any matchups. He just kind of stalls a lot, or people run into his moves.
Yeah,
Um,
I think that he wins plenty of matchups when he has a life lead and is playing footsies. But like he doesn't.
yeah,
have...
again, that's the benefit of stalling. Is like you can keep an advantage for a long time.
And just like a lot of characters cannot approach him in a safe way, like at all, just because of how big his buttons are.
Yeah. Though with that being said, there are many characters that don't need to approach him as a result, and then Nero is then forced to approach them to try and make something happen, especially if he's playing from behind. And he's got subpar dashes. His dashes are worse than Dante's, and Dante has fantastic movement. They're probably, I think they're worse than Vergil's, and Vergil's is worse than Dante movement. Irregular Vergil, that is. He's got very, very slow buttons. His stand light's like 10 frames. And again, he just really has. He's like trying to get in such a way that he's trying to. Oh, his back dash is actually pretty good, but his forward dash is bad. But yeah, like it's sort of like you fish for an overhead or like assist punishes, or you try and get into range for a command grab. But from the range where you do command grab, his overhead is much less threatening. Like the benefit of the overhead is in Exceed how fast it is from full screen, but it's still reactable. And it's vulnerable to chicken block because it's he has a voice line when he does it. You hear the rev, you see the visual effect, and then he starts moving. So it probably hits on like frame 25, which is still pretty slow. Like it's on the regular end for an overhead in this game, where like the higher end is like 21, and 25 is pretty average because some characters have 30 frame overheads. And I'm very bad at reacting to slow instant overheads. I've talked about this before. Instant overheads I can react to every day. Well, not react to, but I can deal with every day. Slow overheads can't deal with. But this move I can react to every single time. There's just so many tells to it as well.
That's the thing.
But eventually
I
it'll just hit
don't
you
think
once.
You think of it as an overhead. You think of it as a degenerate armor move that goes 2/3 of the screen that will beat almost every poke that anybody does.
Yeah, but just remembering to block it overhead is like the knowledge check essentially. But that is ultimately what it is. It's just a very degenerate poke.
And same with the jump medium one. I feel that both of these moves are incredibly easy to dislike interacting with. But they're also things where it's like, if you're just not pressing buttons and you're holding back, he's not going to beat you.
Yeah, Nero does lose like really hard to up back as well. He has Buster in the air, which I'm going to assume is still a command grab in the air. I don't actually know. The situation never came up.
No, it is.
Okay, that is a very significant like downside to Nero, is that he is forced to go for air throws. In that case, to open people up that are jumping. But that not being a command grab in the air is huge.
Also, whenever you throw someone, it's a lot of scaling anyways. When Nero throws someone, it's a lot of scaling and 12 hits or whatever. So it's just like immediately minimum damage.
There's also a psychological debuff to getting thrown by Nero, because some of his throws take like 3 or 4 seconds, as opposed to just being like a chuck.
It's a Mortal Kombat 1 animation where it's like, this could just be a super in another game. Like, if I saw Nero doing that air throw, and I'm like, this could be a KOF super 100%.
Yeah. This super would do 40% of someone's life.
Yes.
But yeah, so in regards to Nero's way, I just think he has things that look really strong, but they're just annoying to deal with, but not good. I think he's got a fantastic assist, and Devil Trigger is just obscenely broken. like in terms of like how it works as a move as well. I like that might be a reason to put him into like matchup defining because you have to deal with it as well. But I just think everything else is so mediocre that I don't know if I can how high I can really put him by comparison. Because like comparing the other invincible air assists, super sorry, like Kyosuke and or invincible air options specifically. So like Kyosuke and Ken and such. It doesn't. He doesn't feel like he has the same impact that those two characters do in a match, despite like for everything else surrounding Devil Trigger.
Yeah,
So
I think I value his gigantic circle hitboxes a little bit higher than you do, even though it's like you're not going to win against someone holding back. Like, if they are trying to play footsies with you at all, it is very, very reasonable for him to just like outrange them with giant circles that end up leading to plus strings, right?
yeah, that is fair.
And I feel characters that really do not like swords really do not like Nero. Like even some good characters who are like uh we were mentioning like Saki probably good against most things. Nero can just armor through her grenades, armor through her bullet. She can't establish the bullshit that she would normally do, and Saki's pretty good, right?
Yeah, I think it's using the Saki example. I think her beams ruin
Yeah, her beams are fine. But then
Nero
he
though.
could do super
But
jump, quarter circle back medium, and that's fine, right?
yeah,
And that'll go through grenade. It'll go through all the things that actually hit at an angle that would like interact with it.
yeah, I think in that specific matchup, like her charge down heavy would be more important, but then it doesn't hit super jump height. So
Yeah.
hmm.
I feel like Nero is one of those characters where it's like some characters lose because the opponent has a projectile, some characters lose because the opponent has a sword. I think some characters lose to Nero because he has a sword and then a bunch of good things on top of his sword. But then he can't mix you up. So I feel like he's a counter pick character and that he also the amount of armor that travels across the entire screen limits a bunch of moves that are good in every other situation.
Yeah, it might just be because the characters I played against it were like they could play around the armor fine as well. But I think if you couldn't bold cancel the quarterstaff back medium at all, it'd just be terrible.
Yeah, but
But
he
the fact he
can.
can means he has some options from it too. But then it's like nothing really happens. It's like he eliminates a lot of options, but not in like a meaningful way. Because
Yeah,
like
he's not like
the
accruing chip damage over time or anything like that to like get value out of the fact that he's eliminating options. He's just like making sure they don't do certain things.
yeah, that is true. But the reason why I was thinking that though is like the things he has that are actually threatening
Mhm.
aren't threatening from the range where his armored moves are threatening.
Mhm.
Like if he's doing super jump into like blue rose, like the angled gunshots into grapple,
Mhm.
it has the same like threat range as dive bomb Excalibur. Um, so like you would move around it in the same way.
Mhm.
So if you're playing defensively around one, the other's not a threat because you're just going to block anyway. On the ground, like if you're worried about not being able to do enough hits to beat overheads, you can just like you can still up back it and play around the bold cancel and like air throw or have some. Or if you do have an option that does 3 hits very quickly, then so be it.
Mhm.
But it doesn't. He can't make you passive from full screen, but then also be a threat at close range because where grapple is the only like real way he has to hit you. Uh, so like it lets him neutral skip into like doing a block string of mids.
Yeah.
Essentially as well. If he had a good way to like reliably set up a fuzzy where he does like rising jump medium after you block the overheads, then maybe.
Oh, so
Um,
you mean if you pair him with Gloria or one of the other characters that
yeah,
has
or something like again. But again, I don't actually think Gloria would be that good for it because
Roundtrip holds
he.
them down forever.
But that's just it. It's like it because he'd have to do something to make you block round trip and then do the other thing. And I don't think he could do a sequence long enough to like do a block string to an assist, do an overhead, and then do rising jump medium. Or I guess he could just do
No,
like
I think that it's just
falling jump
like you
medium.
do the
You just
quarter
wouldn't use
circle
quarter circle
back
back medium in that
medium,
case.
and then you bold cancel it into RS because it seems to be a block string for reasons.
Yeah.
And that one you get to summon a sister ring, so you get access to round trip into whatever mix you want. But like
Maybe, but then like he has to be at a range where he can do that.
no, but that's the thing. It starts from 2/3 of the screen away, and it's just you block it, and then he gets to make you do more, or like he gets to do things after the block. But like I think that he is slightly better than this, but not substantially. And I think that like he doesn't win games through shooting people and getting chip. He doesn't win games through mixing people very hard. And those are the two like best ways to win games in Marvel in general. And
Yeah, it really again it just reminds me a lot of Vergil, where he has to win based on what the opponent's doing.
and I
As in,
do
like, if
think he
they
punishes so many things very well.
yeah,
So,
I part of me doesn't believe him very well, but he definitely does punish things.
no, it
Uh,
hits so much of the screen. Like his threat range is very big, even if it's not a mix. It's like he has Dante normals, except better in a lot of
Yeah.
cases because Exceed makes them have better frame data than Dante's.
yeah. So where would you put him if not beneath
Pretty
Charlie?
near here. I think I would put him like uh probably right under Stranger because I think Stranger Air Eye just beats characters and Nero doesn't have any character he just beats.
Okay, I'll reluctantly concede and say that I'm fine with Nero being there.
Before we had parts 1 and 2 of the tier conversation, would you have thought Batsu and Charlie were even in contention for for being characters that I beat?
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't really played against Nero that much. Like, I'd play against Bit now and again, and then like Kurumi really grounded out the character, and like in the days leading up to the first time we did the list, and that's when I really thought about how I feel about Nero. But I did not think, yeah, I did not think at all that Batsu would be, or even Charlie would be in a matchup defining tools right next to Nero.
Yeah. But then
But
they are because both of those characters can mix you. Both of those characters can win by chipping you.
yeah, but okay. Yeah, I think Nero being in that realm is fine. That's kind of where I pictured him anyway. Well, I had him lower initially. I said next to Lilith or top of influential strength, but I'll say matchup defining tools is fine.
Because I do think like the characters that don't like fighting someone with a sword really don't like fighting Nero generally.
Yeah,
Like,
I suppose that's fair.
his jump medium will just beat some characters, you know.
Yeah, because when I think about like the things that make someone like Dante or Krauser good, and like Nero doesn't have the things that go beyond that. Like Dante has like his buttons aren't as good in terms of their range, but he can cancel them into like really good projectiles and specials. And then Krauser like has like a fairly similar jump medium. It hits like the same sort of angle, but like starting from up and behind him, but then it leads into like him doing ground strings that do chip damage and lead
Yes.
into high-low and so on as well. But again, we're comparing Nero versus like two top-tier characters, so it's like not necessarily a fair comparison. But okay, I think
Okay.
that's
That means we have one character left for today.
yeah. How many do we have after this? There's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, we're pretty close. We are on the beginning of the, or actually, this is, if we go from Yun to Dudley, that would be one more complete row because Dudley's on a row
Yeah.
of his own. But,
Okay.
so, what are some of your feelings on this, Yun champion?
So champion. Again, I feel like we might disagree on this as well. I don't think particularly highly of Yun either. I think he's got some like interesting options that like let him play the game, but I just don't think the tools are as scary or like impactful as they really should be. I think his grounded normals are pretty terrible. I think he's got a fine crouch light because he has the rapid fire crouch light as well, but his like his standing normals are all like very mediocre. Crouch heavy doesn't have the range it normally would have in Street Fighter. Crouch medium is like again he's got, because he's a short character, the buttons just don't have the range they need to have, and the creator wanted to have like the light medium heavy target combo makes his medium like very very standing medium quite weak. It's the standing low, but it's like, oh no, it's not even. Stand light is the low, but it's just like his stand medium has essentially no range and fairly useless as a result of that as well. He has like dash punch, which can be made safe. Again, like a lot of the other characters we've seen so far, it doesn't really lead into anything significant as a result. He has like a standing overheads, and an okay low as well.
It also
But it's
dash
like-
punch in very often will go over crouching characters.
Yeah, it also just loses its active frames quite early. So there are situations where like it would have normally hit, because like one of the big things about Jon in Street Fighter 4 and even 3 is that the dash punch like hits really late. But yeah, there are situations where it'll miss and you'll die for it. You can set up like spacing traps if someone's being really passive, but you can normally like defensively OS the defending the punch being a mid, and then he struggles to deal with it afterwards. It feels like he really gets eviscerated by ground push block. By push blocking when he's on the ground. If he just tries to poke with anything that isn't dive kick. But his shoulder goes through projectiles, which is nice. He has up kicks, I think. Might be a reverse DP. I don't think they're any use at all.
Agreed.
He has the command grab, which is nice. It's like Jill's, where it gives him a side switch scaled starter. So it's like one of his actual ways of opening people up. And he's got the palm as well. I don't think the palm interacts with projectiles in the way it does in 4, so it's just like purely a combo tool. As well. I don't think it also has like the incredible active frames it normally has. Yeah. Heavy might be so slow that it can't actually... Oh no, it does beat balloons. Okay. At least it's that.
No, but the thing is, if you want to do that, just go for the shoulder.
The shoulder, yeah. So, because like shoulders forward advancing, it's not projectile destruction until the end of the active frames, evidently. Well, it is long enough. But the range is like fairly limited as a result as well. He's got like okay ground mobility. His backdash doesn't look like it works the way it should. Like he stops moving really early. But his forward dash is good. At the very least as well. And yeah, air normals again pretty like unremarkable besides dive kick. Does he have multiple dive kicks?
Yes, he has
Yeah, so
light
he can
dive
change
kick,
the
which
angle.
is shallow, medium dive kick, which is going to cross up slightly more often, and then heavy, which will cross up the most often.
Cool.
So like,
Yeah, there's quite low damage as well with dive kick. But yeah, so this is a good way this is the way to like manipulate it, or to make it feel like it does in 4, where it has the different arcs. Like the way you have it with Gloria is probably the way I thought it would work with Jon, where it has different arcs depending on the way you jump. But this works as well, I suppose.
having 3 dive kicks is definitely like helpful for certain things, because like it gets to be a mix-up in between which one you're going for. Like you could choose to cross up or not cross up, and I think that's pretty important for him.
Yeah, I think that might be like one of his only
big
real
mix-up.
ways of opening people up is this.
Which he can't do in the corner, because he cannot get people... This is that thing where it's like melee character who's like doesn't have mix when they get to the corner. If you just hold up back against Yun once has you cornered, all he has is like command throw. But like he doesn't.
And
have
I think that's fine as a way to open someone up. The command throw is like command throw is fairly slow, but it's still fast enough that you can't react to it.
Yeah.
But again, it's like you said, where like can he combo from his air throw?
From air throw.
Because he can probably, I assume he can probably link something after the dive kick if it hits in a certain way.
Oh no,
Because
it's
like
generally
OTG's.
do it. It's easy mode. It's not even. Like,
Oh, okay. Okay, so at least he gets a combo from his air throw, because otherwise it'd be like he just loses that back. As well. So there's that. But yeah, he is like extraordinarily vulnerable to peak characters being in the air as well, because he has no air options besides dive kick. And so like if you whiff dive kick, then you have to reposition into the air again. As well, which is quite unfortunate. He has like a level 3, which is fine. He's got a combo super with Yoo-Hoo, but he also has Ganesian, as well. This is the thing everyone thinks about when they think about Jon. Is I think this super does this super do the thing where it doesn't actually put them in a capture state until the last hit, so they can fall out of it while it's happening.
Oh, it might. I wouldn't be surprised. But so having an installed DHC makes it so like he has a safe DHC. And
Yeah.
I believe
So what does Genijin actually do in this game?
he also
Because
has in this game it so you get to do normal into normal. So like mashing heavy does 500.
this is the Senor Hamon combo.
But it makes it so you get to change some things. It changes the properties on a decent amount of moves. I think that like
because his specials change in Genijin as well. So his lunge punch normally becomes 3 hits.
And I think also stops knocking down. And he gets combos after it because it doesn't knock down. And then he gets bonus hits on that, which I don't actually think is helpful. I think it's better to be less hits that do more damage.
Yeah, again, it's a Street Fighter thing where it does the extra hit, and normally this game doesn't matter that much in like 4 and 3, but actually slightly makes his combos worse as well. And I think he just gets like really simple palm loops as well. So yes, but they don't do that much damage. Does he build bar in Genijin? I imagine not. I wasn't paying attention when you did it earlier. I'm going to assume no because you have low bar anyway.
Nope, no beater
okay.
build. It's not like Charlie at 10% or whatever. It's just 0.
Yeah. So it's fine. It's a good utility super because again, being able to DHC into an install is always good as well. I don't think it changes enough about the character to be as impactful as it once was.
My understanding of it is it's at a tier barely above base game reuse Denjin, where it's like most people are like, Denjin's a thing you shouldn't use. It's like, Denjin's a thing that gets this character in safely with frame advantage in a lot of situations, but that's like the extent of how good I think it really is for the most part.
Oh, actually, something I'd like if the opponent's blocking and mashing push block and you're in Genijin and you do the stand heavy chain, does it beat push block? Like, will he just out maneuver out advancing guard? Because if so, because this is something Jill has with Mad Beast, is she has a sequence that beats push block that. Oh no, he just gets push block way too far. But yeah, the reason why is I thought you might be able to do this long enough that you move far forward so quickly that you can't be push blocked, and if they're in X Factor, you can time out their X Factor by doing it as well. Because Jill can do this by doing in Mad Beast light heavy dash light heavy. It beats push block of any timing, and it lets you stall out like 10 to 15 seconds of your opponent's X Factor timing. Or was it Xbox timing?
Also, it seems like when you advance in guard dive kick, it essentially does very close to nothing.
So this is the difference between push blocking in trainer mode and in game. So the reason why is like when you land, it cancels the push block momentum. However, if Jon dive kicks land and then you push block, he goes sliding across the screen the same way Doom would. So the AI will always push block on the first possible frame, which is the problem because they're going to push block before Jon has landed. The only real way to test this is if you are the defender and then you push block the Jon manually. But if you've ever seen that Doom thing where Doom will do a foot dive, air dash down, then get push blocked, and then launch across the screen, that happens to dive kick characters. Which means that at any point in the corner, Jon does a dive kick, he gets sent flying. Basically, delayed push block ruins this sort of character, because it tends to just like send the character so much further away than they normally would get that it messes up people's timing for push block. I think his assists are terrible as well. He has like dash punch, shoulder, and palm.
Yeah, not even like half circle back palm. He has 6H.
Oh, forward heavy palm, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are particularly good.
Yeah, I mean, Jon as a character wouldn't have he just doesn't have specials designed for assists.
Let's see, in install, dang,
They seem faster.
but like still
It doesn't go anywhere. It's light shoulder or medium shoulder.
Yes.
So he just doesn't travel far enough. It would need, even if it was heavy shoulder, it'd probably still be pretty bad. But it'd be
and-
better.
Darn it, why? This is Doom. This isn't a short character.
I think it being sped up makes it worse. It probably loses its active frames more quickly. And it does, because it's only doing one hit, it's doing 38k at that range. Instead of the 102k it normally would do.
Yeah. All of his assists seem worth avoiding.
Yeah, I agree, Sophie. I think Jon probably has the worst assists of modded. And to be fair, that's like fine. He seems to be designed as like a point character. Like he's a character that really needs 2 assists to function quite well. The problem with characters like this is like dive kick is obviously his best move. Like
Yes.
might be one of his only good moves. Like shoulder is fine. He has a command grab which is good. His low is okay. But his normals are otherwise bad, but that doesn't really make a difference because you're going to be dive kicking 99% of the time anyway. Lunge punch is like, on paper it looks good, but just because of push block exists, it's not useful at all. Ganajin is good to DHE into, but I don't think it not only does it not change enough, it might make the character slightly worse, but it gives him
Yes.
combos, like better combos.
No, straight up makes him worse because he's soft building meter, so even if you mix someone with your dive kick, you're not gonna like build meter off the exchange.
Yeah. So, but also the dive kick does such low base damage that he builds basically no bar from it. It does the damage some characters lights do. Like I think if this dive kick did like 90k, it'd be like better, but I don't think even that would make that much of a difference. But he just builds so little meter in neutral. He spends it but doesn't use it that well. He gets like a launcher off of Yoo-Hoo, which gives him some combos, and his level 3. How much damage does the level 3 do? I'm going to assume it does like 420 or 440.
That sounds around right.
Can't stand up for my comfort.
440.
440. That's pretty good. Like a melee character, level 3 usually does about 440. And then he gets nothing afterwards as well, which is a shame. But yeah, I just can't value the rest of the kit highly when only one tool is good, and it loses to someone being in the corner.
Yes.
Yeah, like he has the same sort of problem Strange has, but significantly worse.
And without
where
the
like if
strengths
someone
that
ends up in the
Strange has.
yeah, but yeah, yeah. Seppi says incredible on point has the weakest assist and some of the hardest supers to DHE into. That's actually a very good point, because Yoo-Hoo is a super with negative range, so you need to be like in their face to DHE into Yoo-Hoo, because he doesn't step forwards the way he does normally. He does it on the spot. So I completely agree. Like he has very bad DHE synergy as a result. Is it like he very rarely ever wants to be off the screen as a result of that as well. And for like a Weasley character that probably has quite low health, I'm going to assume he's like 850. Creator might have given him 900 because why not? But I don't believe in him being incredible on point.
I agree. I feel like there are characters who are like, oh, I don't like dealing with dive kicks, and they don't like Yun, but I think that's the only class of matchup that he has a favorable matchup in. And I don't think that's even most... I think most of those characters have at least one thing that he also doesn't like.
Yeah, I think the other problem with like a dive kick being your best tool is like, for a lot of other characters, a dive kick is just a tool in their kit. And they tend to be like fairly generically powerful unless they've been designed to be bad. Like even Carter Slade's dive kick turned out to be like okay. But when a dive kick is your best tool, then it's about as good as like another character's regular dive kick is unfortunate. I mean its speed is beneficial. No dive kick was really that fast besides like Gloria's, but then Gloria has a million options from it as well. Into and from it. Yeah.
It does the same... No, it doesn't do the same damage. Hers is a little less, but like it does around the same damage as hers too.
Yeah.
Which very few characters can say that their damage is near as bad as Gloria's.
Yeah, but yeah. So to summarize with Jon, generally poor spread of normals. Dive kick is really good. I think being able to mix up the dive kick is nice. Like fake dive kick isn't as strong as a thing in this game as it would have been in a base game. Like you could dive kick if someone's mashing push block, you can like whiff light dive kick in front of them, and then do like jump heavy dive kick, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, terrible assist. Oh, I didn't know he had a double jump. That's cool. I think he has a wall jump as well for some reason. So he has some mobility there, which is nice. But that also means with a double jump and wall jump, it means he can he can jump, wall jump, double jump, wall jump, and get to super jump height, which is nice. But again, it doesn't really accomplish that much because you basically set up one dive kick. Sometimes one dive kick's all it takes, but it's like sort of whatever.
So with that,
He's got fine supers for damage, terrible to DHC into. Genasian arguably makes him worse because he builds no bar during it, and his combo damage doesn't really change that much.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to be quite harsh here, and I feel like Yun probably exists in Viable.
Yeah, I think viable.
I don't think he brings anything to a team, and the fact that like the main draw to him having an install that makes him worse is
that you could
really
play a character with
unfortunate.
terrible assists not on point.
Yeah, and I genuinely do think it makes his assists worse because they get faster and they lose their active frames. So with that being said, I feel like part of me wants to say that he actually did belong there between Shocker and Monster Hunter, but I think he has a greater way to open people up than Monster Hunter thing does. Simply because he has a command grab and a way to get point blank.
Yeah,
But
and dive kick, even though it is his only tool, like having that in footsies and having 3 variations of it is good.
yeah, I think so. By extension, I think it's. Also, I'm assuming it's not an overhead.
No.
Okay, yeah.
Though
But
having
yeah,
a double
I
jump
think
helps a lot for like being a shitty melee character.
yeah, that is true. Like Trish having a double jump and dive kick is very nice because you can again just fake out. But it's there's that as well. Any new members in top tier? I think since Dante, he's been the only one as well. I don't know if you were here for it, but we put Saki in like the best Shuba character at the moment. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
That was like the big breakthrough.
Characters that got added to top tier this time were DMC1, Dante, and Gloria.
Oh yeah, Gloria as well. But I think we all knew Gloria was going to be there. But yeah, so
Okay, just one moment on that.
yeah.
So Gloria is the only character I have ever seen in a fighting game where I have talked to people and I have had people say, this is hands down the best character in the game. They are unfair. They are broken. And also had people say, this is the worst character in the game. She's substantially worse than everyone else in the cast and she dies to everything. I've never seen a character like... And the thing is, I think it's kind of a good barometer for how well people understand Marvel, because I think the people who are like, she may be the best, she is broken, like, understand all of the different things that are good about her tools, while the people who are like, this character is bad, just see the fact that she's low damage and dies easily.
Yeah, you can see people's like... barometer is a very good word for it as well, but you can see people's like priorities as like what makes a character good in a game as well. And like it's so easy to go like low damage character, they're probably bad. But then not look at like the suite of other tools the character has. Like the character has like 35 strong tools and bad damage, and they see the bad damage.
Yeah, though I do think like when you're playing Marvel, you feel like there's no other game where you're like, this character just took half of the opponent's life. They are so low damage. I feel salt that I need to play a low damage character that just takes half your life instead of killing you. But yeah, I think that this is a pretty good space. We're getting a little vertical here, where it's starting to get to the range where they could barely fit on one screen. But that's just because we have so many characters. I think we only have 8 left, and that'll be the remainder.
Yeah. Considering there's only 8 left, do you want to try and just get them out of the way now? Or do you have something else to do today?
I am entirely fine with that. It is going to be so early in the morning or late at night or whatever word you want to use for you. But
yes,
okay.
Because I feel like I don't know when we're going to get time to do it again, and also it's only going to be 8 characters.
Okay, and I do think a lot of these characters we're just going to be like, we haven't gotten to have enough information on some of these, so we're just going to be more speculative. So
yeah,
I'm not sure if that's more or less time, though.
Yeah, I think some of them we could probably be quite swift with. But I think actually there's some of them. Actually, a lot of the characters that might be quite
Marvel versus Capcom.
talk about it. But I think let's try and suck it up. We'll see if we can go.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, we actually have your hypeness coming
yes.
up next.
We have Juri, then BlackHeart, and Demitri. So these are. I know some people are very interested in hearing about BlackHeart and Demitri as well. And then there's. I can quite easily talk about Juri as well because this is the character who's like a lot of the visuals you see. That was all Kali Kings. Like the models are by Mu. A lot of the effects are like the Kali King special as well. But the actual moveset and how she functions was my doing, which is why she's a collaborative character. So Juri, she, in terms of her design, so she's designed to be like very much like a pest character. So she's got extremely good ground movement. Her plinks are fantastic. It almost looks like she has a thing where like the movement's built into her dashes, but she doesn't. They're just that good. She has like a very like good like close range to mid-ish range ground normals. They've got very generous hit stun, so they're quite easy to hit confirm. Very good crouch light, rapid fire low. She has a sweat of lows as well, like crouch medium, crouch light, crouch heavy. They're all like decently good poke lows. Stand light is like deceptively long range for the regular stand light. Stand medium, somewhat of an unfortunate part. It's like a point blank range button. It's good for like air to airs, but generally you don't want to do it in strings because it can miss on certain crouches from a range. And then stand heavy is a good like gap closer because Juri swings forward as she does it as well. This used to be one of her other buttons strengths, but we got changed to forward medium as a result as well. But yeah, she's got 2 or 3 command normals. She's got forward medium, which is an overhead. It's deliberately quite bad. You can't actually combo from this outside of her install unless you use an assist, and it's not like other assists where you can chain into S for it. This doesn't matter. She has a million other overhead options. She has forward heavy, which is like a step kick. It's another good like gap closer. Both hits are special cancelable, so you can confirm one or the other depending on what you need as well. There are some situations with a second hit whiffs as well, like that as well. So in which case you have the option of back heavy, which is rather than stepping forward, she does like a 2 kick hit downwards. It's got quite high hit stun as well. So it's really good to cancel into specials from. And stand medium is also 2 hits as well. So you'll notice there's a theme where she has like a lot of multi-hitting moves, but her scaling's very good, so it normally doesn't matter that much. Her air normals are all like very deliberately chosen. Her jump light is a Street Fighter jump medium. This instant overheads nearly every character in the game, just by simply jumping with it. But she also has a double jump, which is close to Strider's, which will halt her air momentum early. And let her do an instant overhead on every single character in the game with instant overhead jump light. Oh, sorry, what was it you said? I think your mic cut off for a second.
Oh no, I was just hyped the jump light, jump S, dive kick was a combo as an instant overhead on characters.
Yeah.
So if
Also
you
deliberate.
fuzzy someone, you just get to kill
Yeah.
them.
And she can set up fuzzy situations quite nicely. As
Oh,
well.
and
She
it
can get
combos off of jump S. So jump S into it is both like a mix up on block, but also like a combo on hit.
Yeah, and you can dash jump light and it will work as well if someone blocked it and push blocked. Jump medium's like a pretty ordinary horizontal kick as well, so it's fine. Jump heavy like hits slightly down forward, so it's a good like jump in move as well. It can whiff in certain situations, the jump medium, but it doesn't come up anymore. The hitbox has changed enough. And then jump S is a fantastic falling button, so it's like we saw it with Slade where he had like a kick that went down, and Juri's like she pulls her hurtbox up and then kicks downwards, so it has like a nice chunky hitbox you can fall with. And again, as you saw earlier, it's special cancelable, so you can like cancel, just go straight into jump S or jump S into dive kick or jump S into her attack plus S special and like mess up people's timing as well. So normals are all like deliberately chosen to help her operate at like a close range, and because she's got a great dash, you can go from mid range to close range very quickly. Her dive kick is it's probably the thing people like look at the most when you see Juri. The dive kick is deliberately very mediocre, so it covers very nice angles. There's 3 different versions of it, so she can alter the angles quite nicely as well. But they're quite slow, and you actually have to hit them properly for them to be plus on block. They have land and recovery, and they usually combo and hit, depending. Like unless you hit them really badly, you'll typically get a combo and hit as well. And then the heavy one has follow-ups like that as well, which is nice. But they're not her main tool. They're there for kind of beginner players that have a tool to go in, but because it's they're quite slow and they have recovery and they're hard to make plus. They can be like the trap for some people because they'll whiff it and get punished for it and then think Juri's bad and blah blah blah. But it's only one of those options. The core of her kit is in her Fuhajin, the stocks. So it works a bit differently in this game. It's like a mix of 5 and 6, where light, medium, and heavy will each charge a different empowerment for quarter circle forward specials as well. The Fuhajin is important to her kit because the kick itself will nullify up to medium durability projectiles. So this will nullify whole beams. It will nullify things like an Arthur Lance. It is like, because it doesn't advance forwards as much, it's just meant to clear the screen of something, like to cover an assist call and let you move inwards, or something else creative as well. But it's a good way to just like halt down beams as well. Reverse DP also goes through projectiles as well. But the point she was made, we didn't know that there was like a way to make things intangible to projectiles, so it does destroy projectiles. I'll probably just leave it like that because it's a fun option. But this flip kick's also an overhead. It's not like invincible until, or not projectile destructive until active frames, or till the end of the active frames, I should say. So you have to use it kind of late or kind of close for it to be good. But it's good for going through projectiles instead of whole beams. But then Fuhajin is what helps with beams. As far as the quarter circle forward specials go, light is the fireball. Unstocked, it only goes about like maybe a quarter or a third of the screen as well. So it's just like a fast plus on block poke. You can pump them out, but then let's face it, they can be pushed up fairly easily as well, but they're very low committal, so it's not really an issue. When you have it stocked, it will go full screen. It will never run out of time. So if you do it and the opponent moves backwards, it will keep traveling the whole length of the screen until it goes off screen as well. And then because there's no fireball limitation in this game, you can use it to cover your own approach. The advantage of a low profile fireball, as we talked about with Clear, is it doesn't interact with any other fireballs, barely any other fireballs. It will, like, you can use it to low profile the beam and just have a projectile active at the same time, because Juri has a very low profile crouch while she does the move. So she can have this obnoxious move on the screen and force people to either block it and deal with it, or jump, in which case you can attack them in the air as well. Quarter circle forward mediums is like better combo for the move. It's not on overheads. It just like forward advancing. It's good to poke with. It's I believe it's plus on block when she's in Feng Shui, or in stock, sorry, because it recovers quickly. Or it's more plus, but it's plus when she's in Feng Shui. And then quarter circle forward heavy is another like forward advancing double kick. This is another combo filler move. It's not that useful for pressure because it's 2 hits, so it can get pushed pretty easily. But it's also her main move to go into Feng Shui engine, in which we'll go over in a moment too. Her DPs are designed in such a way that they all do slightly different things. So light DP is it can be made safe. It has a lot of active frames, so it can hit really late. But it's just generally like a nice little poke to do with assists. All of her DPs can be done in the air. The light DP will change her air trajectory, so she'll stop slightly and then start falling. But it also carries the momentum if she like super jumps up forward, she'll keep going. Her medium DP is one I think is quite interesting as well, because it puts her in the air, but she recovers in the air. So she can like do medium DP and then fall with a button. She can also like jump, do medium DP, and then be at super jump height, able to call assists. So you can do like jump, medium DP, double jump, dive kick, and move around the screen while able to call assist the whole time as well, which is all versatile. And then heavy is like a combo ender, so it's very slow startup. It's a hard knockdown, so it's one of it's our highest damage combo tool as well. So the name of the game is try and do that move as many times as possible. But it also makes her air-to-air confirms really easy, because you can do like medium into heavy into heavy DP, basically, is one that will just combo for you. So she's got a lot of options that if someone is at super jump height, she can challenge them there quite easily. It's the riskiest of her, like, or the more committal, so if you just like autopilot into it, sometimes you can whiff it or mess up or whatever, but she has like dive kick, follow-ups, regular dive kick she can cover from in some situations as well. Doesn't have that much hit stun when it hits an air opponent, but it's enough that when it hits a ground opponent you can cover from it. And the last of her moves on the ground, well, actually she can do it in the air as well. You've seen us do it a lot so far as well, but she has an attack plus S special, which she puts a static projectile in front of her on the screen. So it has quite a bit of startup. It's like 28 frames startup. But this projectile is extremely high durability, so it will beat most beams by itself. But you need to do it preemptively rather than reactively. So it's like you can use Fuhajin to cover an assist, and then you can use assist to cover you doing this move. And you can just kind of set up at full screen or from mid-range pretty safely. But this is an option that's better for her against bullets. Because the Fuhajin, because it nullifies whatever it hits, it will hit like a couple bullets and then get hit by the rest of them. But then this, being active in a stationary projectile, helps a lot more with bullets, but also still useful against beams. But again, because it's preemptive, it's not so easy to use. But importantly, she can do it at super jump height, so she can completely hold her air momentum. It pops her back slightly, so she can like alter her air movement quite nicely as well. But it lets her lock off an area of the screen at super jump or normal jump height, and then approach that way as well. Where normally someone might try and jump against a grounded character, it lets her attack in a very cool way. It's also really good for incomings, like really good for incomings. Which is, those are her specials, and then for her supers, she's got we've got 2 level 1s. The main level 1 is like a damage super. It's the quarter forward super. Well, technically she has 2.5 level 1s. It's just like a nice combo under. This super is really good for THCs. Oh, I hate that it still misses in some situations. I've never been able to get that super perfectly right, but I'll fix it at some point. But it just does decent damage. Like a bulk of the damage from her combos will come from the super as well. That last hit does 120k at minimum, so all the damage is in that last hit. But it's quite easy to DHC into and out from, which is nice because it has like a big floaty juggle. It's harder when you use it mid-screen because that juggle will put them full screen opposite from you. But it's also really good as a team super. She always has that for a team super. So if you've got like a character that has like a quick move, you can do that from full screen, and Juri's just putting out a ton of projectiles on screen. And then as you saw just there, if you hold heavy when you do the super, she'll just do only the last hit, but it's 5 hits and pierces, which is really important because the other super doesn't combo on Happy Birthday. So this lets her end Happy Birthdays and punish assists. So it doesn't do that much damage, but it gives her an option at full screen if someone calls an assist. So she gets like gradually weaker as she moves away from the opponent, but she has different options to use the neutral depending on the position of the screen she's in as well. I think if you hit the super late enough, you can combo from it. Like if you're far enough away, you might be able to like dash and do heavy DP or something, but I've never thought about that, but just seeing it there, it looks like you might be able to. Yeah, you almost certainly can. So you could actually like hit a character, dash in heavy DP, and then do another super if you wanted to as well. So that's a cool way of how to dump bar. I quite like that.
Or if you go into Feng Shui Engine, the other UC meter that she has available off of OTG afterwards, because like it hit with the full screen, and then
yeah, and then you could do heavy DP into Feng Shui, and then just get a combo there as well. Nice. More people need to do that. I think the only one playing Juri at the moment is Kankola. So shout out to Kankola. I think they're getting ads at the moment. So I'll answer Kankola's question in a minute, but let me just type something. Yeah, so her pressure up close is insane. She has like such incredibly good high-low game because of her instant air dash. Double jump, instant overhead light, rising jump light, rising jump S on some tall characters. She has really good lows. She has good ways to kind of get steal, turns back, and then when she's in Feng Shui Engine, which is her install, it's an install that it took a lot of thinking to like figure out a way to really make this move exist in the game in a meaningful way. But it does quite a lot of things. So it gives her a 15% speed boost, which is just like a nice thing. None of her combos really change for the worse with this, because everything else gets better. She gets an instant air dash, so much like Kyosuke, she has a super low like air clearance air dash, which lets her do like instant air dash light, instant air dash medium, like any instant air dash anything and strong. She can then air dash cancel her air normals, so she could do like rising jump light. Actually, I don't think she can cancel the. Oh, she can still cancel jump light. You had to change jump light because it used to be unique, but the gimmick unfortunately gave her an easy infinite, so
Yes.
had to be changed. But she can do like rising instant overhead into air dash buttons and combo from it on her own. Because of the speed boost, it also lets her combo from a forward medium overhead, but it's just like it's a thing, but it's not super important. She has it because it's just true to the character. She is able to then jump cancel her heavies, or stand heavy, crouch heavy, and forward heavy. She can jump cancel, so she can do like crouch heavy, jump light, instant overheads, air dash heavy S, and do like a low into 3 overheads that beats push block. So she then becomes like one of the hardest characters to block next to Gloria as a result of that as well. And she also still builds meter during French Ranger, which is important. So that she's like, because it's like a core thing of her character, it's designed in such a way that she should probably be in Feng Ranger most of the time. But there's no real benefit to being in Feng Ranger at full screen besides having the air dash and like a quicker dive kick, because the dive kick becomes like really plus, which is nice.
But it does let you fill the screen with these.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. Well, there's still more things as well. But so what it gives her is she always has the empowered projectiles, or empowered special moves rather. So she gets the full screen OTG fireballs constantly, and it gives her like really good keep away options against a lot of other characters as well. So if there's a character that's kind of low on health and doesn't really deal well with things on the ground, you could just launch like 3 of these and make them take to the sky, and then you can affect them with the sky as well. But you can set up your own mix-ups with this too. What else was there? Oh, her jump S becomes a ground bounce. I think on everyone, or it might just be airborne. Yeah, it's on airborne. But it has a slightly slower bounce speed.
It's on ground too.
Yeah. So it gives her like another really easy air-to-air confirm. I just thought it was a cool thing as well. You can, because it has a slower bounce, like before they hit the ground, you can actually interrupt the jump S ground bounce as well. So it's good for confirming, but it's worse for her combos. So you want to make it so you want to save that ground bounce so you can use her ground bounce later with a quarter circle forward medium as well. And then she just has like a damage level 3 as well on DP. Level 3 was done entirely by Kyler King's incredible work on this move. Super cool. And also very interesting, she has just enough recovery that if she's still in Feng Shui Engine or has quarter circle backlight stocked already, then she can link an OTG fireball after this. So if you manage to get this done in such a way that you have that stocked, then you get a nice little like hit afterwards. But you need to be in install or have it stocked. So you could do like fireball into Feng Shui or fireball into another super.
Or if you have stocks fireball into one of her other specials. Oh, I don't think you mentioned that about her, is that when she has stocks.
Yeah, that's the other like really cool thing. I got distracted while we were talking about the way Feng Shui works. So so she can cancel any special into another stocked special. So if you have stocked quarter circle forward medium, you could do quarter circle forward light and then chain it into a quarter circle forward medium special. If you have 2 stocks, you can chain into 2 specials. But because you always use the first stock you use, you can never chain more than twice. When she's in Feng Shui Engine, she always has the empowered version, but she still needs to charge Fuhijin to be able to chain between the specials. So there's, even though she's in Feng Shui Engine, she's still prompted to use Fuhijin or have it prepared to like really open up her combo damage and pressure as well. And then, like I mentioned, the quarter circle forward medium is plus on block in FSE, so it's like actually a pretty good poke. Similar in the way that Kyosuke's is, but it's not nearly as good. It just has like nice forward advancing, hits slightly late so you can frame tap people with it. Combos on hit, so you get like a nice poke from it too. But she's designed in such a way that she can be played like very simply and still be like okay. But she has like more complex set of kit. A more complex set of tools that like complement each other in her kit, and then you can use them when you use them like really effectively. Let her play against a lot of the bad matchups still pretty well. As well, she fits on pretty decent place on her team. She's really good as a point. She's fine as a great as a mid as well because she's got damage engine potential. Because DHing into Feng Shui Engine lets you add a ton of damage, but also build meter in the process, which is very nice. She's pretty good as an anchor. Like she benefits from the speed boost a lot because she has. Again, that strong high-low game. It speeds up all her anti-keep away options, or anti-projectile options. Has crazy high-low. She kills even faster. Because the damage is otherwise like fine. It's on the higher end. She has like 700k for a bar, which is like, for like an optimized solo combo, which is good for like a fast character. But X Factor speeds that up massively. So she gets benefits from basically all the game's tools as well. I suppose the only other thing to talk about is her assists. So their assists are, again, designed in such a way that they're fine. She has her alpha assist, I believe, is the just that front kick as well. It's actually like okay as an attack move because she moves so far forwards. That's so unfortunate that happens, that it hits one hit and the next one whiffs. It gets faster in Feng Shui. It comes up very quickly. I wanted to make this an invincible crossover counter too, but I don't think I ever did. But it also has the same property where it will put them in like a slow juggle, so it makes it easy to convert from as well. Where normally the second hit is quite a fast juggle, takes them off the ground. Her beta assist is the most like applicable one, so it's not just her fireball, but she does Fuhujin into fireball, so she always does the charge version of it, which means you get the projectile nullification into an OTG fireball that goes underneath everything else and is active the entire time as well. So whether you have Fuhujin stocked or not, she'll do the charged version always as well. So yeah, stock and then release. So you always get that slow version. There's really cool combo video stuff you can do with it as well. And yeah, that's correct can color. You can't re-DHE into the engine. And into Feng Shui rather. And then the last assist for the Gamma is the OTG. Oh, sorry, the overheads, medium overhead flip. So it goes through projectiles, OTGs, and hits overheads. So it might actually be our best assist because it's somewhat degenerate. But yeah, it's designed in such a way that it misses at point blank. So you want to use it from like the correct range. And if they're in the corner, then it can't miss. But it just has like nice little properties, but harder to use mid screen. As well. Yeah, this is great for extensions because it does a lot of things, and it being OTG helps alongside it being not just for OTG, but it's not like a real neutral assist. So Juri's got a kit in such a way that she's never going to have the main assist you want. You want to have like a key assist and then Juri. But then you can have like a pretty flexible point character because she can be mid or anchor. Oh, sorry, mid or point, like very reliably, situationally anchor. And she's very easy to rotate in and out because her install's so good. That's everything as far as the breakdown of the kit goes as well. But from an outside point of view, is there anything you wanted to add from the bit of time you played with the character?
So her being able to build meter and install, I think, is just so important to how you choose to play the character, because I feel like one of the things that happens occasionally with in Marvel is you're like, okay, I'm going to not be an idiot and hard tag into get kill, so I'm going to DHC into an install super, and then you get schmixed immediately after DHCing into your install super and lose the character and build no meter. But she does not have that problem because you activate and you're still able to build bar with her. And I think that makes it so it's nicer for her to be able to do things. I like her in a lot of ways, and I feel like one of the things that's really nice about her is that she's both good at the like playing footsie side of things, being able to like weave in and out with like pretty solid movement, and like if she gets into the range where she's like double jump bait, she's unblockable, or it's a guess. She gets to force a guess that people cannot physically react to. I really like the aerial attack plus S against certain characters, just because it'll eat so many things that are high durability that a lot of characters that may be a little bit more similar to Juri don't really have an answer for those things, and I feel like this just like helps a lot with that.
Yeah, that's what that was meant to feel as well. I didn't want it to be like perfect at anything, but have some options, whether they were hard or easy to use, as well.
Yeah, so I like Juri. I think she's strong. I think that she's having an install DHC and an assist kill DHC that she can potentially just combo off of. I don't think you actually even need to be far away now that I'm looking at this. Yeah, you don't even need to be far away. I think as long as you hit with it, you could just confirm after it.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's even better. Yeah, because it has 5 hits, so it pulls them up more than the last hit normally does.
Exactly. So I think that
Nice.
means that if you DHC into her, she's one of those characters that... Oh, so you could DHC into install and then do install loopy things, or you could also DHC into that and be like, this will happy birthday, and I get to do install things afterwards if I want. So, like, I think that having a variable amount of how much meter she spends is one of those strengths is like Moonstone kind of, where, like, Moonstone doesn't need to spend 2 bars every time you DHC into her, but having the option makes everything in life better.
Yeah. Yeah, which I think is one of the things I like the most. So there's just so many like paths you can take. Depending, you mentioned it like earlier, it's like you can choose to play the character in different ways, and it can like vary her power level as a result as well. But
So,
yeah, although that can have sometimes where you miss a hit of that super, but again, it's somewhat irrelevant.
So with all that said, where would you think about putting Juri in this ecosystem of characters?
Yeah. So as far as like the character's weaknesses, I think like attack plus S is good against bullet characters, but it's still she's not great against non-beam characters or non-beam projectile characters as well. I think she has a bit of a dead zone at like the super jump corner. Like she can attack it, but it requires her to be out of the most comfortable zone, which is 45-degree angle or normal jump height or ground height near a character as well. But she's also good at catching people when they land because of attack plus S as well. But it's more like, because it's more proactive than reactive, it doesn't always counter the tool someone chooses to use as well. So I think, as far as, again, my bias goes as well, I think she's got excellent movement, great versatility on team as well. So despite not having super assist, she's got great DHCs. Good at building meter, good at spending meter, great user of X Factor. It's fine with incoming because she has double jump, she has dive kick, she has DP, which isn't invincible, but it just lets her move around in the air. I feel like my bias wants to put her a matchup defining tools, or like towards the operator. I don't know if I could say that she has anything that's obviously unfair. I think she's got like a bunch of strong tools, but nothing really like makes me think that anyone's going to go like, oh, this character's broken. Or besides like instant overheads and the unreactable high lows as well. But then
Yeah, I think
maybe
when she's in install, then people will be like, this character's some nonsense. But like, she needs to invest in that. And like,
I don't think that's an issue.
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's not even like Sogenmu or something where it's like, oh no, when you activate Sogenmu, you are just an unfair character. Where it's like, oh no, you still need to do stuff with Juri. It's not like when she's in install, she beats all durability for free and everything. It's like she still needs to play the game, but she's faster and better and has better mix and has better neutrals. So I think that,
I maybe in that case I'd probably have her next to like Rashid.
should she be the bottom of characters that are obviously unfair? I kind of feel like she's above Cyclops instead, but I think it could be either or space. Because I feel like...
I think Rashid can attack like angles off screen, like a super jump height from such a safe way, and he's such a safe character. Like that is like that basic tool makes him better, I think.
And he could do that thing where he could win without interacting. And I do think that even though Juri can do some non-interactive stuff, she really thrives when she is interacting and using the fact that she's fast and has decent movement and other things like that.
Like the non-interactive aspects of her neutral is such that she can then get in to interact with
exactly.
as well. My bias wants her to be in that tier, but I think from you, since you're looking outside in, I'll defer to where you think she belongs.
Yeah, I think either of these two places would be reasonable for her, is the thing, though.
Okay, then next to Rashid.
Okay, so, dang it. It looks like the start of this tier, just like, I feel like in the characters that are obviously unfair tier, aside from Leon, Spider-Gwen, and Ultron being characters that need to be played on point, you could throw all of these characters into a bag, randomly select any 3 of them, and you're going to have a good team.
Yeah, that's really the funny thing I think that sets that team, well, that set of characters, because like you could do it with the tier below as well, but you might end up with something that's like unfortunate. But there's like characters that are getting to the point where they could be put pretty much anywhere, but have certain weaknesses that kind of hold them back. But yeah, I see that with these ones as well, where they kind of, but yeah, besides those three like point only characters, really could just put them, well, and clear as well. You could probably just kind of put them anywhere, and they'd be okay.
Yeah, and they will make your team better. Like, if you're someone who's like, I feel like there are some people that feel bad about playing one of the best characters in the game. These characters give you the feeling of playing the best character in the game, but you get to pretend that you're fair even though you're not. So I think that
Yeah.
appeals to a certain class of player who's like, I do want to be doing a bunch of unfair things, but I don't want people to be complaining because the character's as common as Hunk or whatever. And
Yeah.
I think all of these characters, Juri is definitely on that thing though, where it's like sometimes she just gets into install and mauls you in the corner and you die.
Yeah, I've both playing her when I was testing her out and seeing people like try and defend her, where she just gets like 12 instant overheads, air dash mix-ups in a row. I've seen people get so saucy with her that like you get the hits, but you still go for the mix-up anyway because you know they're not going to block the mix-up afterwards regardless.
No, that's when a character feels good, is when you're like, I could win the game right now, but I could win the game while resetting them and feeling even better about it if I do this right here.
Yeah, exactly. As well. Oh, hello, Rudy. Blade is not on the list yet because he's not out.
Yes,
He's
these-
he's in beta, he's mid rework, so it might be quite far away. Yeah, Golden Nut's exactly right. I don't think War Machine's that underrated, Stephanie. I just think not enough people play him in the way that makes him the strongest. I think Joker's doing a pretty good job of it because he plays Iron Man, so he understands like how like the wall of buttons is meant to be.
Yeah, I think very few players want to play the thing where they're controlling space with normals, and more people either want to rush someone down and be getting in their face or shooting them forever. And I think it's only a very small array of players who are like, oh, this character's normals are unreasonable. I could stand at it, or I could move at a range where none of their tools work, and my 3 primary tools still can hit them.
Yeah, exactly right.
So I feel like it's just like a less commonly approached archetype, but the people that are good at that archetype just make it so hard to interact with for a lot of characters.
Exactly, yeah. You talked about like at the very beginning. Actually, it might have been before we started streaming as well. But like, there are some characters whose strengths are better suited to certain like archetypes of players, and when they're in their hands, you really see how effective the character is. As well, because you could give like a rushdown player DMC1 Dante, and like they'll do fine, but it's not really the thing DMC1 Dante's good at. Or like you just said, where like those really like zoning screen control type players who get like War Machine in their hands, and he just feels untouchable.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Krauser being top tier. If you want to hear about Krauser, I spoke about it for like 40 minutes straight in the last part.
Highly recommend.
He's my favorite character.
If you get the opportunity, watch the previous videos in the series. If you're like, why is Krauser good? Every character up here, we talked like at least 20 minutes about each one of them.
Yes, I mean Dante we spent 40 minutes talking about as well.
Yeah, well, Dante
and Gloria
is
as well.
up here, and he also happens to... He's in that wonderful space of like, there's just so many good things to say about him. All of these characters, except for Guile. Guile has 2 good things to say about him, but they win the game.
That's all he needs. Yeah.
But everyone else up here is like, they require discussion. And honestly, everyone here too. Like, all of these characters took pretty substantial discussion about what all their tools are and why they're good, because they have enough good tools. With
That's
that,
right,
do we want to try and cover BlackHeart next?
Yes.
The last character before the new batch of people?
Yes. So, yeah, Demitri will mark the newest batch release as well.
Yes.
But BlackHeart was in the previous one also. And had you played this character for a bit when he came out?
I did not play him in bracket.
You did a lot of testing for him.
A few of his tools work, and I was like, I have strong feelings about this.
He got nerfed like 5 times in the span of a week. As well, he got some buffs as well. But he's probably the next 7 character. He might be the one I have like the least informed opinions of, and just more like speculative opinions on, as well.
He's
so I don't know if there was anything note-wise you wanted to take on.
Okay, so notes on BlackHeart. I do have some notes on BlackHeart. Scroll to the BlackHeart section. He is... One of the things that needs to be mentioned is he has a bunch of situations where he can't summon assists where every other character can summon assists. Like, if I do jumping for normal jump and then press heavy and assist one, or forward heavy and assist one at the same time, he cannot summon assist during any of this move.
I didn't know we couldn't do that. That is actually severe.
That is a problem, but this move is broken, so it's like, okay, it is a thing that covers 2/3 of the screen that he could instantly cancel into dash, that also poisons the enemy, and the poison, I'm not sure if it's greater than Poison Tip. I think this one is greater than Poison Tip. Like, let me turn...
That looked like it might have been like 80 to 100k as well, but if it's default, it would be 90, because that's what Poison Arrow is.
So, like, it goes a decent amount, but, like, you only need to be hit by one of the pigs, and there's so many of them.
Yeah, and then they still do, like, they're doing 80k on their own and then doing 90k at least of poison damage afterwards.
And then in Marvel 2, one of the things that was true about BlackHeart is this controlled a lot of space, but it didn't do any... On block, all it did was build you meter. It didn't do any chip. But with this, he does chip damage with this normal, and this is very important because it builds tons of meter while simultaneously being from an angle that most characters can't interact with. Also, he can dash cancel it on whiff, but that means that he could do that and then have additional hitboxes out at like any point while he's falling, and that is very good. So it's just like, it's very hard to interact with. It chips, it builds meter, it also will randomly beat the majority of projectiles for
Yeah, this was one of the most changed, because it would just like beat full beams, because each little demon that spawned had its own like multiple durability, and it would just blitz through things. And it got changed a couple times, but it still does it.
Yeah, that was like 3 of them beating beam, and then the others still connecting with beam. So like, you could use it to beat other zoners, and then melee characters are sad fighting this because they can't interact with this at all. So I feel like he's one of the characters that like really makes melee characters the thing you don't want to be doing in this game.
Yeah, having like a Mag Blast-esque projectile, it has that Smart Bomb thing where it just covers this really like disgusting... Actually, Segundo just mentioned Smart Bomb in the chat. Like the Smart Bomb angle, where it like covers it, like that diagonal forward, it just falls really steeply. But there's also multiple projectiles, so they can hit like spread apart and just add block stun. And then at the same time, like you just said, the heavies do chip damage. I didn't think they did, but
no,
they
only the green ones do. The pigs do not chip. Pigs don't
strange.
chip,
That might be a mistake then, but as it is
chip.
right now, yeah, it's not like a tremendous amount of chip, but it is chip. So it will add up over time considering how often you do it.
And you'll just build an inordinate amount of meter while doing it.
Yeah, because it's like 7 hits, and it's 7 hits of 4.5k of chip that's building you meter at the same time. So, and that's like twice per jump.
So 6H in the air, one of the things that you can't summon assist during. Also 6H on the ground, you can't summon assist during. So
Cool, I guess a command special move, why not?
This move, the ground one, I don't think you should use.
Yeah, looking at it, like it feels like it has longer starter, but he's also really vulnerable, which is like the key strengths of the heavy version, the jumping version. Sorry.
So like he can't cancel it into specials either. So having no assists and no specials out of it means that he probably just shouldn't do that thing.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But the way that you get around some of his things is if you want to do air forward heavy, you blink your assist into the forward heavy, and then that way you get access to assist plus nonsense. And
that definitely makes sense. That's a cool way of managing, fucking around it.
So that's how he gets around everything with pigs, though. Like he can't cancel normally, but he from air ones he can go into super.
Okay, let's go.
But unlike pigs, he can summon assist during the stomp, and the stomp is very good. Because, like, if you see, these things all travel, so a lot of the time, like, look at this where Doom's getting hit with the first ones on the way up, and then the second one's on the way down.
Yeah, that is Frame Trap City.
It's
That might just be a
Mega-
block string, actually.
Yeah, it's just it's a true block string into that which is plus. So when he does that, column being plus is ridiculous, by the way. This thing is just very, very good. Do recommend. It's kind of like a Dormammu one, where it just is amazing, but then it's good for close range chip when he does it with the with ground demons, and it sets up a wall in front of you where if they air block it, you're plus, and
Yeah.
if they get hit,
I'm also with the chat on this. Two people in the chat just in all caps, that's plus. It makes sense because the pillar happens late. Like he throws the ball lands, then the pillar happens rather like immediately as it lands. So it essentially hits BT all the time, or looks like it hits BT all the time. Yeah, that is actually like
Mega
that's like plus 5.
Yeah, it's plus enough that you could see the difference in his jump over Dooms.
Yeah.
And that's for all.
But I hadn't considered that before as well. But yeah, I'm with Golden. That makes complete sense. That it is plus based on how it hits. But it's wild that it's plus.
So it's plus, and then he gets to start doing things like this is almost a string, so you need to do like crouch light in between, I think. But like they need to start advancing guarding, or else this is only at the range where you get the like partial hits though. But I think that in footsies, this and this beats most characters. This also arbitrarily just beats a bunch of characters, and it's nice and wide. I feel like both for Onslaught and for King Thor and for BlackHeart, they just decided that like all these characters deserve to have very wide columns.
That's a thing. That's an in thing with the big bodies is wide columns.
Their bodies are wide, and so are their columns. But Dark Thunder, I think is okay, but I don't think is like something that I prioritize particularly high. Like it's okay to do it out of like that, but and that's one of the things you could see that like the demons can fall very late, depending on like their spacing. So the farther away you are from them, the more like plus you end up being from the stand demons.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that let's see other things about BlackHeart. So him not being able to also for his air heavy, you also need to do the blink if you want to get the assist, not just for the pigs. It's also for this, which is probably good that it's not super. I mean, I prefer that he just be able to do it, but like it's a something to be aware of. And
yeah, like because they're not. They aren't special, so like in the game engine, he should be able to do it. But that's maybe something to let Kelly know about.
Oh, that's another thing. Like, so backdash is how you get out of a lot of situations, right? Like you're disengaging. When he backdashes, he could backdash with hitboxes that will last forever and come back to him and hit a huge range. So he has a very good like defensive thing to just like do when he's scared. I think that's another thing that's very nice about him is he has options when he's scared in a lot of cases. He doesn't have like any fast mash normals, but everything at mid range, he has ways of like disengaging that are low risk and pretty high reward. So,
yeah.
I'm a big fan of
I think that's important that he
characters.
doesn't have to choose between like zoning and running away when you can do both at the same time. Whereas a lot of characters will have some characters have projectiles that help them move backwards, like Carter Slade as well. But being able to like retreat with a special, with a hitbox is, you just said it as well. But it's so significant because it's like Magneto doing like air dash back mag blast. It's unapproachable.
Yeah, and even it covers more than Mag Blast even because it covers directly in front of him and below him, and it comes back to him. So, like, even on that partial hit there, like, if you had summoned an assist, the assist would still get hit by that top pig.
Yeah.
So, this move is just, like, a thing that some characters have no way of interacting with. This move is also a thing that some characters have no way of interacting with. And then, even though his buttons are slow, they are pretty enormous for a decent amount of them. Like, lightning, jump medium hits from, like, half screen away.
Yeah, it is a tremendous hitbox, and this is a nerfed hitbox as well. It used to hit like severely below
Oh,
it.
whoops, I need to restart it because he loses effects. That's one of the things to know is if you training mode with certain characters, their effects will start disappearing. Just restart training mode and you'll get their effects back.
Yeah. And if you don't, it will actually end up crashing your game, I think. Because I've had situations where the effects despawn, and then if I keep it too long, the game just crashes as soon as you try and load anything.
Oh, jank thing
But,
worth
yeah.
being aware of with BlackHeart's jump medium. So jump medium on whiff you could air dash cancel it, but on hit you cannot air dash cancel it.
Oh,
So he could do it on whiff, and I believe also on block. You cannot do it on block either, so you only get the air dash cancel it on whiff.
that is certainly jank.
So it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you need to know this about the character, but it's the thing you want to press when you don't want to have quite as much startup as demons, but you also want the big hitbox in front of you while you're moving around. And
Yeah.
Jump S has like a similar thing for like it's very big, but it hits a little bit lower than lightning, and it hits closer to him. Because if you do lightning very close to someone, it will not hit. But if you do the lightning a little bit farther, the lightning's hitbox hits farther forward, downward. So when you're closer up, you need to use Air S instead of Air Medium. But like, since he could whiff cancel, he can go into the air dash into air S in order to do stuff. That also
That's
means
funny.
that
It's almost like a mini OS.
yeah, it's good. And along with that, like we were talking about how Shocker is a bad character, but he has this one good thing.
I was just thinking about the comparison.
And this is like if the Shocker thing was on a good character instead of on a bad character.
Yeah.
So I feel like he has a bunch of stuff that's weird like that. He can't summon assists in a bunch of normal situations. He doesn't have all the normal cancel windows that other characters would have. He has a bunch of like weird properties where some things work on whip but not on hit or block. But I think that the basics of demons are good, pigs are good, and column is good is enough that he is just a very, very threatening character against most of the cast. Oh, and with the pigs, if you just like tag them with a tiny corner of a pig, and it's only one of them, so it's like, oh, that's not going to be a bunch of damage. The poison just adds up so quickly that you only need to hit with like one of the pigs to have it be like very substantially threatening.
Yeah. Because like that, the poison from a pig will do like several, or like many demons worth of chip damage if they get hit by it accidentally. As well, I think if an assist gets poisoned, it loses health. Like characters lose health at the same rate they regen it, so they don't start. Like if they call a red health assist, the assist stop regaining health basically, or it offsets it significantly. So they just like they gain health but much slower. It's like being able to clip an assist that's bleeding with pigs as well. Essentially nullifies them getting health back. Yes, Kevin, we are still going. he just typed OMG, but I know he's worth type. I've committed to just getting the last 8 characters out of the way, so we don't have to do a part 4 that's like an hour long. But yeah, I think the last couple of things with BlackHeart as well. Like he has like really good utility supers.
Oh, all of the supers.
Yeah, so he has like a pseudo beam, and then this is why I actually very rarely see the super used, but having an air super is like just generically very good. Is the demon super safe?
Yes.
I assume so, because they keep shooting after it recovers.
Like I'm gonna hold up. If I hold up and Doom is set to jump, I have way massive frame advantage. It's not even close.
Yeah, that's like plus 15 or 20. It's double digits plus for sure.
When you have them far away, or like something.
Yeah, at point. I mean, at point. Judging from point blank, it's probably slightly unsafe, but like from any range, I imagine is reasonably safe.
Actually, doing it at point blank is fine because that just pushes them full screen.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
But that means
it's more if they're in the corner
everywhere except in the corner. So if you start like messing with a Doom and he has his back here, and you're like not quite point blank, Oh, he's still plus. Okay, so no, that thing is just like plus, and
Yeah, it
unless
looks
you're,
like it's probably
point
neutral on
blank.
block at point blank, but if there's any space, it's plus on block.
Yeah, so like,
And if your opponent's push
here-
blocking to try and dodge chip, it will just make you more plus at the same time
Yep. So
as well.
he has.
So
a
that
safe
that means he's a
unlock
very good
super.
character to DHC into as well. And then Armageddon is also just like a blitz super as well. Is Armageddon one of the supers that like all the meteors still happen even if you DHC out immediately?
I believe if you DHC immediately. Yeah.
Golden Nut just said yes. So yeah, so this is like I like this duo. It's so good to set up characters like this who get pressure afterwards as well. Like if you make someone block a pillar, like a wide column into Armageddon into install is a very good way to spend 2 bars. I suppose there is one very technical downside to Higgs, is that the damage you do from poison doesn't build you any bar. So you can technically build less bar through someone's life bar over the course of a match.
And
But it's like
their
such a
base damage
non-
is very, very low too, so
Yeah.
you feel that. But then you could just use more of these and you're fine.
Yeah. But I think BlackHeart actually builds a lot of bar from like regular heavies and people blocking his assists. Like seeing it's kind of almost charming that BlackHeart Marvel 2 Sentinel was such a good duo. In how well he can like make someone block for like even a reasonable amount of time so drones cover full screen, and then you get a bunch of more guaranteed hit damage as well. So yeah, people were talking about earlier as well. He does have very jank combos, unfortunately. A lot of stuff like looks like it should work doesn't really work that well. His range is kind of weird because he has he has 2 button chains instead of the normal 3 button chains as well, and his crouching buttons are very odd as well.
End of his actually low. I feel like it has to be, but I say that in. So that's low. Okay. So crouch light is his only low.
Crash medium is that, and then
Crouch
it's down
medium is
forward
low.
heavy.
Oh, can he summon assist during this one? He still can't summon assist during this one either.
Okay.
And he
Yeah.
also
So not a low,
use
can't
special
summon assist. Yeah, so Crouch Light is his only low. So again, he's a character that he's never actually gonna mix you up. He'll just kind of hit you by accident and then convert it.
Yeah, he'll
so
like
people-
get you moving with the lightning, and then be like, "Oh, I'm going to kill you because you're doing stuff into a place where you shouldn't have been doing anything because I have hitboxes."
Oh, I also Golden Nut said I feel like RSH and Blackheart would be a good duo, and I assumed you meant Red She-Hulk, but Golden Nut meant Rashid. But yes, they
Oh.
would be very good together.
Both of those characters would probably like him. Oh, we should talk about he has amazing supers in every way, but he also has assists.
Yes. I think his assists are like quite good. I think this is probably the best Dark Thunder usage as an assist because this assist staggers, which is very very annoying for the opponent. If they misstep something, they just get staggered and you get like a pretty free combo from your point character or with your point character, providing you have like reasonable mobility. As well, but it's like all the other low-profile projectiles we've spoken. It doesn't interact with other projectiles in the same way, so you can often like, even though Blackheart might get hit by like a beam call, it can trade, and then you staggered your opponent's point and assist. Blackheart's been hit by a couple hits, and you've built bar from him blocking and getting hit, so it's like a win-win almost in that case.
Oh, and he
That's
has
quite a lot of damage,
Brazilian health,
132k.
too. Like I forget
Yeah.
about that because like I think of him as a squishy character, but he's like 1.2 million or something.
Oh Jesus.
He is like very very tanky. It's not even just like kind of tanky. It is.
Yeah, this is a character that like trades for days in neutral, and he benefits from it because again, it just helps him build bar in that process. So yeah, I think he's got a launcher assist. His launcher assist is actually genuinely bad. It's not like
Yeah, it's not Colossus's.
and then he has assume one of the pillars.
Yes, his pillar assist is good because his pillars. It is similar to Onslaught Shockwave assist, where except I think that it unlike that, let's set them to super jump height. I think if it hits them at super jump height, they fall like 2/3 of the way back to the ground.
I think they end up a bit below where they got hit from.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like it gives you more than enough hit stun to rise up to super jump height and get something from it as well. But yeah, so it makes him like, again, having such a healthy character, like a really good suite of DHCs, you'll end up DHCing out BlackHeart at some point. He's very easy to DHC from and into because he has such powerful safe supers. That also just really high damage on hit as well. And then like assists that you like genuinely good for neutral. So he's ends up being, I think he really should only be played on point normally, but he can easily be in and out of point as well. But he's actually, even then, he's fine as a mid because of Armageddon and all that. But yeah, it makes him like much more flexible of a character than you would think BlackHeart would be. And then he just has like really powerful neutral options as well. There were a bunch of things about him I didn't know, so I'm glad you took Lady for this one as well. But the bulk of it is like his heavies and pigs are really strong. You can probably play neutral doing only these buttons and using your super as well, and you'll be fine. But then when you use like all of his tools together, you'll find that there's a lot of things that just string together really nicely with assists. And he just racks up like loads of damage randomly, or he can obliterate assists with Armageddon into something else. But he just has really good matchups into a lot of characters and totally invalidates some others. But I think that gives us enough information to put BlackHeart
On the tier list.
on the good old list.
So, saying all those nice things about Blackheart and the fact that he has a bunch of weird things, like he can't dash cancel on hit for his there medium, and he can't summon assist or special cancel multiple of his moves that are important moves. How do you feel about him? My thoughts is that he is somewhere in the characters that are obviously unfair tier.
Yeah, for sure. I'm eyeing where Leon and Saki are, because they're good for a similar reason, in that they just have like a really oppressive style of keep away that just has so few gaps, and the risk reward is so skewed in Blackheart's favor, for a lot of this as well.
Yeah.
As far as like Blackheart and Saki are very similar, where it's like a lot of very safe non-committal keep away that is mostly via chip and residual damage rather than their combos, as well. I think they're probably equally good at dealing with assists. I think Blackheart needs to spend more meter to deal with assists, whereas Saki does it just like from random hits.
Though I do think Blackheart can keep a field of things on screen enough of the time that it's harder to summon assists into them. Oh no, but Saki has grenades. Wait a moment.
Yeah,
I had said that, and then I remembered grenade
Blackheart's
exists.
really good at meeting assists, but Saki will just like, if you miss space versus Saki, then like your assist gets hit by 5 grenades at once and they just die.
Yeah.
I do think he's better than Onslaught. They're both like versatile in different ways. Like they've got their column assists. They're both good at DHing in and out. I think Blackheart's more explicitly good as like a point character, but also good as a second, whereas Onslaught struggles on point because of his slow buttons, so you can't really like OS at the 99 the way you normally want to. I suppose Blackheart can't either, but he's also got a much safer option initially, which is just like up back and then do jump heavy air dash back, and you're away from the opponent.
Yeah. I like him in this zone around Onslaught, Saki, and Leon. I think that he has some weaknesses that are real and bad, but then like he really stomps on characters below him. And I think even good characters, when they're dealing with him when he's at like semi-advantage state, can be very displeased in how to fight him. I think like the only character that I feel, or the characters that I feel like really mess him up are like Jean and Guile. I feel like I say that a lot about like a bunch of the cast, is that like as long as they're not fighting Jean and Guile, they are happy. But like I think in those two matchups, it's like, oh, the fact that he needs to rely on having the demons in front of him so he doesn't get hit matters there, because they can just ignore that the demons are there and still hit him.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that feels like where Blackheart should belong.
And I had not realized quite how safe, like I did not realize that even at essentially point blank he's still plus with his demon super.
I assumed it was like, because this is another Cali thing, is to make supers have a ton of recovery. Oh god, nuts about to inform us or something as well. But I think it being like, doesn't Black Thunder does OTG? The assist.
As an assister on point or both?
As the assist. Oh no, it doesn't. Should have said no. Okay.
Wow,
Okay, so should have gone to cover. On point it does, as an assist it doesn't. Okay. That makes it slightly worse, but it's still a really good assist. But we considered it was good before we knew,
Oh no, it's
without
still
thinking it did OTG.
or OTG's on point. You said assist.
Yeah, that's what Shogun said. On point it does, assist it doesn't.
Okay.
But yeah, the fact that gating gives him like a very easy safety HE that also does a ton of chip damage and sets up advantage is like massive for a zoner, because it's not many zoners get like a safety HE in that way, and the ones that do are really good.
Yes. So BlackHeart, very good character. Put him on your team. Like I had kind of thought, like, oh, this is a character that is good on point and invalidates a lot of characters, but it seems like he's actually just a good team player who is also good on point and invalidates a lot of characters.
Yes. So with BlackHeart's placement now, we have all the big bodies put down. So I think
Oh, wait,
Young Legend
who's
was
the
the only
best
one that
big
had like a
body?
big body list, but
So
I'm assuming his list is completely in shambles in comparison to what we've put down.
I think you're right.
Yeah, Marvel Sentinel. I mean, if we're counting King Thor's top one,
Yeah.
big body.
King Thor, then Marvel
Sentinel,
Sentinel,
BlackHeart, Onslaught.
then BlackHeart, then Onslaught. Those characters are all very scary. Like we live in a game where we're not in the Hunter life where the big bodies are just like the toppest of top tier. Or well, we'll see after patch if that's still true for Net Impact. But like the big bodies in this game are viable. They are much better than big bodies in base game by a lot, like a lot.
Yeah, by a significant margin.
Okay, now a character that I think is going to be higher tier than that, which
Yeah,
is
so
Demitri.
this is the most recent batch of 5 characters that got released as well. And of the 5, he recently got some very significant changes as well. He got some release buffs in the patch that came out yesterday/today. I've lost my sense of time at this point. But even before those changes, there were a couple of people that saw Dimitri's tools and thought really highly of him as well. I know you've been excited for us to get to this character
Yes.
as well, so I'd be happy for you to share your thoughts, and I'll add in if there's anything else later on.
Okay, so Dimitri's ground normals are okay. That is not the thing that makes him amazing. Like his crouch light, okay, reaches far enough. It's mashable, which is fine. Medium reaches pretty far actually, despite just being a punch. Crouch medium, much less so. It's a low, but it's a low with low range. Crouching heavy reaches pretty far. Standing heavy also reaches like an okay amount. He cannot do dash into crouch block or dash into crouch button, which is important. But he's one of the characters that's good enough. Like in base game, the characters that have this are like, okay, Hulk has that, and Hulk's kind of okay. But then it's like Dormammu has this because Dormammu is broken, and Demitri is more in that side of things, where he has dash. So remember how like earlier I was like, wow, with crouching light from Doom, you could just like control a lot of stuff. So when he dashes, he can very easily his command throw, he could do it out of an invulnerable state and it'll beat everything. So if they are on the ground, you get to invulnerably move towards them, beat any normal or projectile that they are doing, and then you can punish them. And if they're in the corner, you get to like combo them and kill them for it.
Yes. So for the uninitiated, his dash works in the same way that Schumer's backdash does, where he literally becomes intangible. And is unhittable during the point where he's invisible.
So along with this, so his dash is weird, but his dash is also like Doom's, where if you hit someone, you could dash cancel your normals when you hit people. Okay, that's pretty good. Also, when they block your normals, you could also do it. That's pretty good. Also, if you whiff, you could also do it. So he can put buttons on
I didn't know you could do a
screen,
whiff.
and he can poke with buttons that are pretty good, and then disengage. So like he could put out a hitbox and then come back in with all kinds of nonsense and do it safely. Where it's like, if they run into this, you're fine. But then if they don't run into it, they need to deal with like fireball mix-ups. and he is very good because he can.
Has he always been able to do this, or is this a result of the most recent change that makes the
No,
dash
this
more of a
one
special move?
he's always been able to do. I found it and I was very confused because I had thought it was just on hit or block because like that's how Dooms works. I was like, oh, it's a copy paste of Dooms probably. I assume that he gets to do some cool things on block and whatever. But then I was like, oh no, this character just gets to do this on whip.
Yeah, that also makes him more unpush blockable.
Oh yeah, he cannot be advancing guarded like at all if you time your things to get around it. But oh, actually, if you do it too early, it's not that great. But it's still very
Yeah,
good.
when you wait for the pushback to start, it then completely nullifies the pushback.
Also, he has Morgan Flight, which has almost no startup, and Unfly has no recovery. So
Yeah, it's like it's 11 to 13 frame startup, which is the fastest in the game.
So he could cancel his specials into this, which is great. So like it lets him do things like follow behind fireballs with overheads. It lets him do things like go from immediate tracking teleport that gets anywhere plus assist into being able to block almost immediately.
Yeah.
So that is very good. He has some projectiles. He has a light one that moves a little slowly. Light and medium are similar to like Soulfist light and medium of being like different speeds, but he slides when he does these out of dash. So he could do a retreating summoning of a hitbox that he then gets to follow in behind safely. And he could do that out of his pokes.
Yeah, this was a product of the most recent change to Demitri. He used to not be able to cancel his dashes and specials. So now he can, and it also gives him like little slider momentum, which really works in his favor.
So I think that when he's trying to avoid people, he can be very crafty, just like moving around with back dashes into other things. And because he like loses his hurt box partway through his dash, if he's dashing from back here, he gets into a space where he's invulnerable and he can hit them out of things. And that's a very scary situation for your opponent to be in, where it's like they can't hit him, but he could summon a hitbox instantaneously. But you need to set it up because it's after like the startup of his dash. Like Morgan, he could flight cancel his specials, so things that would otherwise be commitments, he doesn't need to commit to anything.
Yeah, so anything that looks like a mistake could just be him repositioning, because he can do things like heavy DP or down up charge heavy, or sorry, quarter cycle back heavy into flight and just be at super jump height, and over to Colossus as well. So anything that can like look like a mistake could potentially just be a mix-up. As well, also lets them fix mistakes really easily because of the flight, like the extraordinarily fast flight startup and the one frame unfly.
Oh, that's another thing. His button into air dash or into dash cancel, into jump and cancel, into try dash is fast enough that it's a combo on hit and a block string on block if you execute properly.
That's hilarious. I didn't even know that either, but that makes sense. Because he has like really low air dash clearance as well. So that's just lets him. He can just do it so quickly as well. He's not even super jumping out of his dash. He just reaches that height fast enough from a normal jump to then try dash into a light, which is hilarious. Also, Steffi, you might think Dimitri's damage is low, but it actually isn't. He does have some specific combo routing, but if you leave out certain multi-hit moves, he actually can hit like 800, 850 for a bar, like pretty reasonably.
Yeah, he could do over 600k meterless, and then his meter use is fine. Oh, meter use, he has an install, so he has install DHC, which is the thing you want everyone to have.
Yes.
He also has an invulnerable DHC in that it doesn't have invulnerability pre-flash, but it has invulnerability post-flash.
I didn't know that, but that makes sense because he's not there. He's just bats.
Yeah, you cannot hit the bats. Demitri will mess you up from this state.
Yeah, so that makes it a good like counter to full screen Gambit, not the Gambit the character, but Gambit the attempt supers, but also means that you can DHE into him and skip all that pre-flash non-invincibility and just go DHE straight into the invincibility.
He could kind of freeform a lot of combos, which is cool, but also concerning at this point in his existence.
Yeah, he has a very generous level of hit stun, particularly in his heavies, NS.
And then even his air dash down back, one of the things, a lot of characters when they air dash down back, they can't hit you, but like Demitri very much can hit you from his air dash down back.
Yeah, his jump medium's like pretty standard, but it's perfect for this. Like in terms of its speed, like the way it comes out millimeters off the ground is superb for this as well. But he's especially being able to dash cancel his normals on whiff. Like, yes. Dimitri's a character that can always be doing something in a very safe way, where normally just like moving around flailing gets you hit a lot of the time. But Dimitri's cancelling into his normals on whiff, into dashes that make him invincible, into specials that gain momentum that you can cancel into flight, into a 13-frame flight and then unfly to be safe as well. One of the, I suppose, elephants in the room as well is that he can just do like Morrigan-esque fireball patterns and just do fireball, fly, fireball, unfly. It's not as good because you don't have Astral as an option as well, but it's just a thing that really shuts out pretty much any grounded character. Like if you can't put out like decent levels of durability, you can't keep up with his fireball patterns. And unlike Morrigan, at any point he can just choose to teleport behind you and then cancel that teleport into a flight and get a combo from it as well. Yeah, heavy fireball is basically like Turbo Buster.
Yeah, heavy fireball, I think his other fireballs are generically better, but I think that if you have time to setting it up controls a lot of space for a long time with a lot of durability in a wide way. And you could do flight cancel for it, so it's like very threatening. Oh, also, I have not covered this, but his DP is unreasonably good. It hits on one of the first few frames, I think it's like frame 3 or something, and he gets the combo off of it. So it's like, and its hitbox beats, it's one of the types of things where I would try to trade with foot dive with it occasionally. It's that good.
It does look like it has like a hit sphere, well I mean obviously it has a hit sphere, but like a hit continent around it. Because there's a lot of times where, like, even just in combos where it hits in situations where it shouldn't. And there's been some games where, like, it's almost like, it looks like it's hit something as a counter hit, like, because of how far away it's hit. But it wasn't a counter hit. And then, yeah, like, having a 3-frame DP that you can combo from, that's another little bargain thing.
But his is only one hit, unlike hers, so he gets to do a bunch of damage off of his DP.
Yeah, and Yoshi says that talking about like the keyboard patterns as well, that he doesn't have, unlike Morgan, he doesn't have shell kick to stop anyone approaching him from below. However, his jump S is still like an inordinately good normal because it completely like moves his hurt box around. It can make a lot of stuff just whiff. It's also ridiculously fast for a jump S. Like, it feels like it hits in like sub frame 10, like frame 8 or frame 9, which isn't as good as the 5-frame like shell kick, but shell kick does technically have a weakness, which is that it has landing recovery, whereas Demitri jump S is just like a regular normal that doesn't that like really moves his hurt box around. I think his low flight is actually a problem here. Can you do dash into jump and dodge the low because you don't have a hurt box in your legs? That works as well.
Yeah. So he could be pretty in there with the... Oh, I guess I need to start a little farther back. And if you just do jump, it'll go over the low there.
Yeah, so you could do like dash, jump, flight instead of grounded flight. And then fall with us.
And also, he has some... Even though his buttons are pretty standard, when he does like unfly H, it is fast and big and decent damage and decent block stun.
I genuinely don't want to think how fast that heavy flight startup the heavy startup is. It looks like it's like maybe like 7 or 8 frames. I don't know if I'm guessing because he hasn't said anything. Shum might not be in the chat as well, but like these are very difficult to contest. Like having that as his throw OS button as well, like this insanely fast button with a ridiculously good hitbox. Like at like shoulder level, it hits quite poorly below him. That he can then combo into trade into jump S or one of his fireballs that he can then flight cancel. Also on the topic of his DP, it's really fast and he can do it in the air. So you can like cut off approach just by doing a DP in the air as well. So he just has the ability to put out enormous hitboxes on the screen, cover them into like safe flights, or cancel them into specials into flights if you're doing normal instead of the specials. And constantly, again, we kind of alluded to earlier as well, but like constantly putting out hitboxes in a really safe way. Well, Sephi was impressed with that combo. So yeah, that was like 531k of like a fairly freeform combo as well. And then you get assist extensions, which actually add a decent bit of damage because the scaling's quite good. But because he has really high base damage too, his meat gain's really good. So he's like constantly chunking with these like 90k DP, 90k damage DPs and like 80k fireballs. All these normals as well. Oh, he does have another special move that is unfortunately not as good as I hoped it would be, which is the release charge fireball as well. But he does have a fun little quirk, which is because he's over Vergil, he can round trip glitch and retain this charge if he cancels into it by doing it on as well. Hello, Ramo. Yeah, all these characters are in fact S plus 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 tier. But unfortunately, the move is like it's a decent startup. It's a tracking fireball, but it has a ton of recovery. Like even with like from flight, it's situationally good. You'd normally just rather do a regular fireball, unfortunately. It's more of like hypergrav in the way it works, where yeah, like Isicera is doing now as well. You can kind of like do it as you're falling and then cancel it, and it just puts a big disjointed fireball that tracks.
Also, looks like it has that hypergrav thing where if it's far enough over their head, it won't go down.
Yeah, I've had that happen like during combos as well, which is unfortunate. Oh yeah, Remora Bishop is in fact the least played, so much so that he has his own tier below all the others.
Glass made sure that we have this tier that is just for Bishop.
Yeah, aptly named the Bishop tier, which is below the viable tier.
that says something, and the thing is honest.
Yeah, but it would be hilarious if Remora if Dan is worse, then it's Dan actually has like a fun tool, but he's unfortunately quite terrible. But anyway, with Ari Demitri, he's also got like his assist selection is kind of like whatever. He's got the big fireball assist, I think.
Yes.
Which is kind of nice. Yeah. So it's like Evil Reeves Buster, where it's like a fine secondary assist. It's really that did 155k. Was that part of? Just 150k on its own.
155k on its own, yes.
Yeah, and then I think I'm gonna assume it's like DP and the dive kick. I can't remember what the others just are. I just remember them being like.
He does a different version of the diagonal one. It doesn't.
Oh yeah, he does like.
It's different than the version he does on point, but it doesn't seem like he's this far away from Doom and it still is not hitting him. So you need to be like pretty close for it to actually like hit a thing on the ground.
Yeah, it looks like it's designed to hit the air specifically.
Yeah.
As well, which makes it a bit harder to use, but it's yeah. Again, it'd be cool if it was invincible. Like as a crossover counter, you might be able to like flight cancel it, which is neat. But I feel like I'm the only one that really thinks about that as well. And then yeah, he's got the dive kick, which has very little range.
Hard knockdown. Oh, does it hits from pretty high up? It looks like though.
It looks like it tracks them.
No, when you're far away, it's not. It does not hit them.
No, no, he just appears that high up in case you launch them into it as well. Oh, thank you for the raid, Zinigami.
So that assist sucks, and I think that he should always be on alpha assist. Essentially, the other assists are not worth it.
Yeah, they're just like they exist because they have to, but his alpha assist is like above and beyond the best.
So another thing is he has DHCs. He has installed DHC, which is good because it's an installed DHC.
Yeah. Oh, it's also worth mentioning that when he's in install, he gets a horizontal air dash as well.
Yes.
So it makes his flight movement better.
It's kind of like Dante in that case.
Yeah.
But
So there's more benefit to him being at super jump height as well. This install doesn't last that long, so it's not really worth going into the install just to be able to blink at super jump height. But it's like just in case.
and then let's have Doom block all this because I don't actually know from. I think his is a little bit closer to how we would expect, where we were thinking like, oh, when it's close and someone blocks, then his also pushes back just like BlackHeart's. That's good to know.
Yeah, this operates more like Akuma's does.
And
Well, it is functionally Akuma's super, but maybe slightly worse.
it also looks safe unless they're like point blank in the corner. Yeah, it's safe unless they are point blank in the corner.
Yeah,
So-
and it's fairly most commonly it's quite common to avoid that situation.
And if you're in that situation, just DHC and install instead and start mixing them.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it like so he's got it's a pretty good assist. There's a high damage. It's good for neutral. It's like a secondary assist. Great DHCs, fine for damage. DHC wise, damage wise, well, they don't do super amounts of damage, but it's enough. He can also just DHC into an invincible super. He is extraordinarily powerful on point. He has like options that characters dream they could have as well. Being able to flight cancel specials is always like a big thing that could easily be dangerous, and this is the character that exploits it really well. Because he has teleports, he has 3-frame DPs that have enormous hitboxes. He's got like mediocre ground normals, but he's got the movement to be able to get into a range where they matter. Being able to cancel them on whiff is enormous. I did not know he could do that, which is also
Yeah.
hilarious.
He's
basically
never
unpunchable.
unsafe. Like everything he does, he can technically cancel it. He just needs to like realize the situation and do the cancel.
Yeah, it's almost like the opposite of Vergil in that he can cancel his. Where Vergil can only cancel into supers, Demitri can cancel into everything,
All the
literally
time.
everything. Because you can cancel the button into a dash, and then the dash into a jump, and then you can just like do button into basically bold, like a manual bold move. In that sense, so he is riddled with options, with very few weaknesses.
So those weaknesses. So he has the Dormammu / Doom dash where he can't dash, crouch, block. This is a little bit better because he becomes invulnerable during part of his dash, but like it's still a thing that you need to like during the first like half of your dash. You need to pay attention to that. And I think that's where his weaknesses end. Oh no, the other thing is that when he's at super jump height, Morrigan could dash forward or backwards. When he's at super jump height, he could only move down.
Yeah, that's right as well.
So the thing that's worth being aware of is that if he wants to move down, the safest way for him to do that is in flight mode, air dash down back into medium into unfly, and he'll maintain the momentum of the medium going down back until he gets to the ground, and then you could unfly to get the rest of the way to the ground. That way it's a safe way to get to the ground with a hitbox that you also can block at any point out of.
Yeah, it's very tempting to air dash down back with S, but because it takes you out of flight modes, you can get hit the whole time you're on the way down. You'll land, but that point from super jump height to the ground, you're vulnerable. Whereas with the medium, you're getting the button, but also the unfly into block, which is the big difference maker.
And along with that, Air S is not cancelable, so you can't do like Air S into Fireball or anything like that.
Okay. Shuma has also informed that he gets health back when he grabs. So I'm assuming all the bites he grabs he heals, which I didn't know he did. I've probably seen it happen and just not acknowledged it. So again, it also makes it. He's also a pretty healthy character. I think he's a million. Can you correct me, Shuma? What's Dimitri's health? Because having a healthy character, oh, he's 950. That's still really good. So he's a healthy character that gets health back when he gets red health back, I presume, when he gets throws. Is frequently able to DHC in and out because he has really good DHC synergy. So this is a character that has effectively more than 950 because he will constantly be healing, unless he just gets hit really early. But he can build meter easily in neutral because he's making the opponent block a lot. He's got high base damage on a lot of things, like really high damage combos. He's really easy to DHC from because his billion bats or whatever it's called, OTGs. So he just, like any sort of knockdown, he can just do like an OTG super into like any other character. But this Demitri fella is kind of good.
Yeah, I think so. With all these things said, I think let's put Demitri somewhere on this list, and I think the place on this list is within the top tier. I am not sure exactly
Almost.
where within the top tier. What are your
Yeah, I think so. My immediate thought is above, at least above King Thor. I think he has like a lot of, I can't. They're not even rule breaking aspects because they're just things that already exist in the game, but they're just all combined and make him really effective. I think he's able to play like non-interaction in a more traditional way because he just chucks fireballs all the time as well. But he has insanely good offense.
Yes.
And the fact that it's like so risk-free offense as well. We can't give Jean Grey a friend because Demitri also has genuinely good support value.
Yeah, he has an install DHC, a safe on block DHC, and an invulnerable DHC.
Yeah.
Oh, and one of them OTGs for you.
Yeah. So it just makes him like it just like almost not necessarily everything you want in a DHC, but he's close to it while being like an inextricably good point character.
Yeah.
The reason why I find it difficult to put above Phoenix Wright and Maya is again like this is where I really feel like the cusp of characters that like Demitri feels like unfair in a pretty like normal base game way where he just has like loads of good options. I mean, being able to dash cancel things on whiff is huge.
Yeah.
But Phoenix Wright and Maya just makes you feel miserable when you fight that character.
Demitri doesn't combo break you while you are comboing him, and
Yeah.
Phoenix Wright and Maya has at least 7 moves that will all do that.
Yeah, and again, while Dimitri's like fine off point, Phoenix Wright and Maya almost thrives because they're like some of the best DHC options and like incredibly good. Well, one of them is like a mega good assist, and the rest of them are like just regular good. Demitri is decent as a mid. He's probably best as a point character, but he's fine as a mid.
Yeah, I think he's good. He's probably good in every situation, but I think that point and mid is where he would be best because, like, having a passable assist that's good as a secondary assist, like you were mentioning, you don't want it to be your primary assist because it has startup, but like having him in second means that you also have whatever your primary horizontal ground control assist is that's faster, hopefully. And then you have that plus his good DHCs, and then you get to play him on point. I am a fan.
Yeah.
I think that this is a reasonable place for him. He is awkward because of his dashes, and you need to get accustomed to like canceling everything, but you can cancel everything. So he's one of those characters that rewards you the more time you put into him. And I think he's one of the class of characters that just like rewards you for grinding training mode, honestly.
Yes, yeah.
Whereas, like,
He feels like maybe not necessarily as high of a skill ceiling as like a character like a Morrigan does, but he does have like a very elevated skill ceiling. And like a fairly high skill floor. Like you can play him very simply. You can just like if you know how to throw fireball flight cancel, you can still beat a bunch of characters. But to like contest with like a lot of the really good characters, like mastering the way he can move, being able to whiff cancel everything, just defeat push block, make people regret trying to swing on Demitri by doing dash into invincible command grab, or invisible dash into command grab rather. Is what makes this character, like among a bunch of other things, was what makes this character like an absolute threat. And he fights pretty much all characters decently well. To some, maybe except X and Jill, probably Gloria as well.
Yeah. I do think all 3 of those characters he probably like, but that's the thing is like I think that, but then I'm like, but if they're like going to try and punish a whiff of his, you can never punish a whiff of his because he could dash cancel it if it's a normal, and he could fly cancel it regardless of whether it's a normal. And...
Yeah, like that is such a defining thing is that he's not whiff punchable.
Or like it's the amount of startup and recovery on his flight in relation with how good his things are. Oh, and that his DP is enormous, because I feel like a lot of characters, they would be like, oh, this is a thing, but like if I get above them, then it's my turn, and there is no like angle that's actually good for you against Demitri. I think where he has good stuff for covering all of them, like his dash into DP goes at the 45 degrees immediately. Regular DP goes up and has just a hitbox that beats everything. And then like backdash into Fireball. I don't know if I showed this enough, but when
Slidey
he goes
dash.
back, yeah, he slides. So even if he's like at point blank, oh, actually, if you have a cool assist, you could do something like this and get like let's see, his Juri's heavy kick is her gamma, right? Do I have that?
No, that's flip kick.
No. So beta?
Heavy kick is alpha.
Alpha. Okay, so I think that you could be cool like this. Just a second. Oh, not quite on the timing. So you could actually like.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Confirm things off of your backdash, so you could do a poke that happens from the rest of the screen away and still like do things that are useful.
Yeah, that is really cool. But again, it just adds to like the flexibility of the character as well. He's so versatile. And you used the term earlier as well, which really describes him well, which is freeform.
Yeah, so
So as long as you understand that the bare bones, or the skeleton of what makes him safe as well, you can just kind of fluidly execute all those things as well. But sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying like he's low risk with the caveat that you're reacting to what they're doing, because it's not like, oh, he doesn't have recovery. It's you can manipulate his recovery so you could put it at any specific point and be safer. Where it's like he's not like Stars Jill, where it's like, oh, if you just do a certain string, you'll beat characters with that string. But I think that despite that, he's like, if you're looking at the screen, you could just react to what they're doing in so many situations that he is just incredibly powerful, and I think he's a good fit for every team.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay,
I was like a little bit dubious in the beginning because I wanted to like really get my hands in there. I was trying. I was like, I remember Heathcliff was trying him as well at the same time, and it got to a point where Heathcliff was like, I don't know if I believe in Demitri, man. And I was like, the more I play him, the more I think he actually is like top tier. Like, there's no way a character with all these options to go. Then you mentioned things I hadn't even considered before as well, like the dash cancel and the fact he can do a poke, dash cancel into a tri dash that combos on hit or block, and doesn't matter if you get push block. It's just like comical.
Yeah.
Morrigan definitely beats Demitri in the keep-away battle because of Astral Vision.
Astral is... His install is fine, but his install is not a game-defining install like Astral is.
Yeah, I think it hits to his normals as well, and he gets like a damage boost, but it's not like... It's more utility to get him in and out, rather than it being like the install makes him much more powerful.
And like 90% of installs in this game, when he's in install, he doesn't build meter. So unlike Morrigan, you're not just like, oh, I will arbitrarily do this forever because there's no... The downside is just that I spent a meter, but I could get it all back. He actually does like not build meter during it, which is important.
Yeah. I will also add, as far as base game goes, more than half of there are more installs you build meter during than you don't. Which I think a lot of people miss. Because all the common installs you can't build in meter during, but a bunch of them you can. But anyway, not super relevant. Because in Palette Swap, most of them you can't.
So,
I keep calling it Palette Swap in Community Edition.
I mean, the palette swap characters here, you're referencing the thing. So
Yeah.
Do we want to move on to... I think we have barely any characters left at this point.
We have 4 left as well. So we have Robbie Reyes, X, Cable, and then Dudley. I don't know if you want to just briefly cover Dudley now,
Okay,
and then finish with like,
Yeah, so Dudley and then these other 3 characters. So, could I take the lead on talking about Dudley?
Please.
Okay, so Dudley is a character that... Oh, let's see,
I think
what
that's
screen
enough.
do I
Let's
have
explain
up?
Dudley.
Dudley is a character. This is like we live in a society type of moment. But, so Dudley is a character that has bad neutral. All of his buttons are small. And he has bad matchups against anybody who could shoot him and anybody who has good footsies, and that encompasses essentially the rest of the cast. He could do cool stuff on combos, but I think that he doesn't actually have enough stuff. Like, ducking is almost cool, but not quite enough to be, like, reasonable. Because
Yeah.
it goes through projectiles, and going through projectiles is cool. But he's not good, and he loses to every class of character in the game.
Yes. I think none of his moves really do what they need to do. Like, he has nothing that's forward advancing as a normal. Forward advancing special cancelable as well. He has 3 of the normals that do the same thing. His medium, heavy, and launcher are all close range uppercuts. His overheads is terrible. It's like Dudley's biggest thing is his overheads, and he can't combo from it normally. I think he has to link a light instead of it just being cancelable. He has some air options. He has like attack plus S in the air, which gives him like a fake double jump. But he is really like a sitting duck when he falls, and he's like Little Mac of this game, where you don't want to leave the ground at all. There's discussion in the chat of does he lose the bishop, and the answer is yes, he probably does. I think he's quite a tall croucher as well, so he can't duck. Well, he can duck as in ducking through the guns, but he can't crouch guns. As well, but he loses extremely hard to push block. He has some gimmicky stuff like his short sing blow, the backswing into punch, counter hits. Oh, sorry, crumples on counter hit. And I think it has some invincibility, but there's never really a reason to swing on Dudley like this because he has no real like tools to actually open you up because you can just block and push block.
And all his buttons are so small that like his farthest reaching button is small enough that it doesn't hit you at the range where most people's like mid-range mediums go.
Yeah.
Oh, and he can't
so
cancel that button either. For his farthest reaching button is non-cancelable.
Yeah, it also hits much earlier than it should. Like it hits as his gloves hit the ground rather than when he pulls up, which is just a design thing, but that bothers me. But yeah, this is a character that has. Oh, actually, he has one particularly useful thing, which is that I think his DP super, whichever one like he dashes forward, it goes through projectiles. So it's like X23 super, where it has like pretty low startup, but you can dash through a lot of projectiles. Oh, not this one. I think it might just be his level 3 actually. That has some forward advancing. I think that has some invincibility. Yeah. Oh, his level 3. This super has the problem where it's not actually a hit grab until the fourth hit that connects, so people can get knocked out by assists. It also, because it moves forward so quickly, it can hit the first hit and then whiff the rest of them. So characters fall out of his combos as well. All of his supers are vulnerable in some way. Okay, that's fine. Unfortunately, it doesn't save them. It gives them some reversals, but it's just so you can get him out more quickly and then not play Dudley.
Yeah, it's like, but and the other thing is they may be invulnerable, but like the DP one is not gonna hit someone unless they're point blank. The quarter circle forward one is going to hit someone at some point, but like it's not like a bionic arm where it travels super fast.
Yeah.
And it's multi-hit, which makes it worse than bionic arm for other reasons. And so yeah, he doesn't have a bunch of redeeming qualities, and I like his ducking, but that's it because it goes through projectiles. But that is
it's the thing. It's the one thing that's in play the game is ducking, and the fact that the follow-ups you can cancel the ducking into with S or light, I guess, and he can link like the horizontal punch into something else. But again, it has like really stubby range, and I think it's probably unsafe on block. But yeah, Dudley lives a very unfortunate and sad life.
Yeah, if you would like to play Dudley, look at the character select screen and choose any other character, and they will probably make you happier while you are playing them.
Yeah.
Except,
Actually, with that being said, there is one thing about Dudley that is like inextricably better than all of his other tools, which is his alpha assist. He has heavy machine gun blow as one of his assists, which it's like Hinata's assist on crack. I think it's the only good Dudley thing. Although from the look of it, it whiffs on a bunch of hits. But maybe that's just yeah. That assist locks down for so long. Looking at it comparatively, it probably is about as long as Hinata, so maybe it's not as good. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought it went further.
Yeah, it used to, and then it it's the heavy machine gun blow, but with the medium one's range, or instead of the heavy one's range, because the heavy one's range is like actually okay,
Yeah.
but you should never use any of these because they're multi-hit things in Marvel.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like if you're ever gonna play Dudley, it's to pick Alpha Assist, but then you might as well just pick Hinata at that point.
Yeah,
too
we
Yeah.
want to throw the rose. But yeah, just do not recommend playing Dudley. If you like Dudley as a character, I recommend even more strongly against playing Dudley, because then he will make you sad about the character you love in Third Strike, about getting to
Yeah.
like launch people 5 times with your crouching roundhouse or whatever. So like
The loading demon arc of spending like a year being really excited for Dudley and then playing Dudley and then crashing out every single time
yes,
was a
immediately.
sad sight to see.
Yeah, he
Now
gets so hopeful for this character, but I think that Dudley shares the bishop tier. Should
I think so too, as well. I think it's quite unfortunate. This has nothing to do with the list. I think it's quite unfortunate that both the men of color are in the bishop tier.
it is
but it's the-
unfortunate. Like the melanin is being carried by people who are sunburned, like Evil Ryu, and then Rashid. Shadow Lady has. Oh no, Gloria gets to carry for the team, but
Oh, okay.
no, we actually
Hunk
have,
might be black. We don't know.
That's true. We have no idea that we just know that he's a human and he's never been killed. So literally
Yeah.
any human. But yeah, Dudley, Bishop and Dudley tier for Bishop and Dudley.
Yeah, I think we should just keep it as bishop tier, not even have the and Dudley, and just have the Dudley in there.
I think that I want to give him a little bit more love than that, because like
Okay.
I do think
Bishop and Dudley seems a bit more cozy. It's like a ship tier.
Oh my gosh, yes. Like, if you're playing Marvel not to win games, but to ship characters, you could put Lucas Bishop and Dudley on the team.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Shagunda just pointed out. Yeah, War Machine is black.
Oh, War Machine, yeah. And
So,
he's
so
good.
that is fine. Okay, it's okay then. Dudley can go
We
down
just
there.
can't see his skin, but he's
Yeah.
black.
Okay, that's fine. I forgot about War Machine.
So yeah, War Machine, maybe Hunk, Gloria, they're doing good for some of our people out there. But with that stated, let's move on from Dudley because his life is sad, and we would
Yes,
prefer.
we are on the
other
last 3 characters. Finally, nearly 10 hours
Congratulations.
into the 3rd stream.
Oh my gosh, that is a lot. Oh, and these characters, I feel like they are both characters that we could talk about a lot in some ways and very minimally in other ways.
Yeah, I think I have opinions on Robbie, but again, a lot of it speculatively.
Okay.
Professor X, I've seen played myself, and I've pretty decent opinions. I mean, Cable I've played a bunch of sets with, as well. As far as Robbie goes, I think he's I don't even want to say interesting. I may be a bit biased because I like Robbie Reyes the character, but I think there's a lot of things that are just like odd about him in this game. He has like okay normals. He has like a really jank stand light it's rapid fire, but it hits at like a mid range, so it's not particularly useful. But his crouch light is actually it's much higher than I thought it did as well. His crouch light's like fine. It's Wolverine's crouch light, so it's just like a good low profile button. It helps get under beams, which is nice. I think his mediums are all like fine.
Oh no, but you can't mash it.
Oh, he's
like-
not. He's too big.
He's a little bit too big to get under plastic.
Okay, never mind. That's not as good as I thought. Then it's still a low, which is fine. But it's like his mediums are okay. I've seen people think highly of his stand heavy, but it has like deceptively bad range. That stand medium whiffing like that is like something I see happen all the time as well. It looks like it should have a much bigger hitbox, but it doesn't. I don't know if it was changed at all. But the active frames are medium. Crouch medium actually seems pretty decent as an anti-air. It's good button if like someone's jumping at you. It's like a legit good anti-air. And then crouch heavy is just like bizarrely good as a slide. It's a slide with a follow-up if you hold it down, or maybe it's a double hit button. But
No, it's
he,
yeah.
it holds,
I
and he
think you
launches
could
the air. And it
also
has
hit it by double hitting. You could either do it by holding
Okay.
or by double tapping.
Yeah, I think double tapping it just meets the criteria of like, are you pressing the button at this time? But like Dan kicks, it has like a lot of a big hitbox on the way down, and it puts him airborne, and gives him options to do like some air specials as well. I think it stops being a low if you hold it, because it's puts him airborne. So yeah, his buttons like look good, but they're actually quite bad. His air buttons as well. I think his jump heavy is like fine. It makes him projectile invincible, the slide. Okay, that's something I didn't know about. So that's useful, I suppose. Well, not suppose, it is useful. Especially because it is a mobility option, which is cool. Jump S is like almost as good as Wesker's. Or breaks one projectile. It deals with projectiles, which is at least a projectile, which is useful. It gives it utility.
This looks like it should hit Doom and does not.
Yeah, it's like the trailer fire is happening like later or just doesn't have enough active frames. So the situations that look like a shit and it doesn't. His jump medium I think is pretty standard, and then jump heavy is like neat. Because it has like the multi-hits, which is good for like falling with a button or attacking people in the air, because you can usually hit with one of the two hits, so it's active for quite a while. He has I suppose before we get to like the bulk of his specials, his other thing is like his gimmick is he can cancel all of his normals and specials into attack plus S. So on the ground it zips him up forwards, and in the air it zips him down forward. Those are the only two directions he can go as far as I'm aware. This is the thing that I see people get hit by the most, and it feels... I don't believe that this is real. There is a big gap between the chain hitting and him zipping in. He can also only do overheads from this. Like he can land into like high-low or whatever, but you can up back this pretty reliably and dodge it, or like super jump out or interrupt this with like a super pretty consistently. Same thing with the ground one. It's like weird Spider-Man pressure where it looks harder to deal with than it is, but push blocks tend to beat a lot of these options because they always lead into overheads. So he then becomes like an overhead dispenser that doesn't have like great anti-push block options at the same time.
This thing I think is actually unreasonable though.
Yeah, this is the move I see people do as well. I believe he recovers in the air as well.
Yeah, he recovers as soon as he stops moving. He ends up being like, he could start blocking as soon as he stops moving forward. So
yeah, so like it gives him like a air dash with a hitbox that's basically unpunishable. So it's like it's good in like a weird and unfortunately designed way where it's just like it's done like that because he's meant to be able to combo after it. But as far as like the design goes, it just makes this move really irritating, and what are the only moves you should really be doing, because it's essentially undealable with as well. The other like spinny chain wheel things are like whatever, and he can cancel them into the zip as well, but then he could also he can only do highs from the zip, so you just up back or stand block.
Oh wait, you can't cancel them on, or at least on block.
Oh, that makes them substantially worse in that case.
No, even on
besides
hit,
that version.
Okay, so he just can't do this one thing.
Oh, he can cancel the ground ones. Oh, he can only do one special with the air at all, so that makes sense. So yeah, that's why you can do it on the grounds. So you can do grounded like heavy into zip because they're grounded ones, and then in the air he can only choose one special. Okay, that's interesting. That stops him from being able to do that thing over and over and over again, but it just means that one jump he gets his token attack dash that's nearly unpunishable.
Yeah, like if your opponent is full screen, being able to just like do that and then go into a combo and be plus on block and safe while also being like degenerate full screen hitbox is something.
Yeah, I think because it doesn't interact with projectiles. Again, it's like
But
it only really works if you have an assist to cover it.
I want to check that thing actually, because Shuma had said it goes through projectiles.
Oh yeah, I suppose crouch heavy into heavies.
Oh no, this is looking like it's getting caught both on ground and on air phase. So I'm not sure. Shuma, are you sure that
This was Golden Nut saying it, so I
Oh,
think
it's
it might just be misremembering.
okay.
I think it was Golden Nut that said it.
Okay. So
anyway,
looks like
so
that's not a thing for it. But it does let
Yeah.
you go into like instantaneous this thing, which makes it good anyways.
Yeah, Shumi just confirmed it doesn't as well. Maybe it did at one point in development, but at least it doesn't.
So
But
we
yeah.
talked about his spinny chains, but he has quarter circle forward moves.
Oh, he sometimes.
Sometimes he has quarter circle forward moves.
So
You want to talk about this class?
yeah, Robbie's thing is that he has his quarter circle forward specials, light, medium, heavy, and S. He throws a doodad, and it's they have a varying utility. Light is he throws a wrench in the air. It has like a big delay and then it comes down. It is an overhead. Medium, he throws like a pipe of some sort. It's active at and it retreats back to him, which is nice. So it puts a big hitbox. You can't cancel into this safely, but it's plus on block. Heavy, he takes a shot of tequila or whatever, and then stands it on the ground. Really good combo tool, really active, defeats a lot of projectiles. And then quarter circle forward S, he summons a cart. You will notice there is an install bar above Robbie's meter when he does these specials. What this does is it locks him out from all of his quarter circle forward specials the whole time the bar is active. And there is an increasing long lockout the greater the strength of the move. So light's like 1 or 2 seconds. Medium is like maybe like 2 or 3, maybe 4. Heavy is like 5 seconds. S locks you out of your quarter circle specials for over 10 seconds. So you just lose all of these options for summoning the car. So it has that design because you would otherwise have infinites. So it's kind of like it's a design choice that it's necessary based on how the moves have been implemented, but it just means there's a flaw with the move and a design choice. But it's like it needs to be on the car because the car is medium durability. It might be super durability as well. It blitzes through every single projectile. It summons on the delay. I don't think it goes away if Robbie gets hit either as well. The heavy version is it would just be classically an infinite because it OTGs, it puts him in hit stun for ages, and it's really easy to juggle from as well. The medium would just give him like an infinite block string and do a ton of tip damage, and then light would just give him a combo infinite because OTGs, and you could just constantly do like pipe. So it's a design choice I imagine Isicera as well, not particularly fond of. Losing like a quarter of your kit by choosing one special the specials have no real relation to each other either. So it feels weird that like if I summon the car, I'm not able to throw a pipe or do like a wrench. But it means that an option that's like they're not fantastic options anyway. I mean, the quarter circle heavy is great because it's really durable. It's his best combo move. It does a ton of damage, pulls it on a bar. Medium's like his best actual projectile to like poke with. Oh, here's the bolo as well, which is nice. It works exactly like Deadpool's as well. So if they get hit in the air, it will plummet them to the ground into an OTGable state as well, which is really nice. And then quarter circle back S is just like a combo for the move. It does a knockdown, which is quite nice. Actually, it doesn't work like Deadpool's because you can't normally do capture state into capture state, but this one you can. So that's funny. And yeah, so the quarter circle specials have like really mixed utility as a result of the lockout, as well, which is really unfortunate. I think the other thing that's probably important to mention because we didn't mention it is his movement on the grounds is not fantastic either as well. Like the speed of his dashes don't really match the animation, so he doesn't really go anywhere that quickly as well. So it's like they're blink dashes, so they're fine, but it's on the lower end of like good blink dash goodness.
I feel like he wants to move with attack plus S or air quarter circle back H more than he wants to with blink dashes.
Yeah, I suppose so as well. I like air S attack plus S as like a mobility tool, but as far as like for pressure, I don't think it's particularly real as well. but I think the quarter circle back heavy having essentially 0 recovery is just like it gives him like a lot of pressure. But then I think like some of the other characters we've spoken about, like what he gets from his pressure situation isn't fantastic. And then yeah, here's the air back heavy, which has like a really high level of hit stun, so it lets him convert a lot of stupid jump height hits into bolo reliably or into some other combo. Like you can do quarter circle back S and so on. So he has like pretty reliable air
He
to air
has a
confirms.
glitch here where his he gets to do this out of the startup of his attack plus S movement tool.
Oh,
Or-
I think that he can cancel the attack plus distance at any point, right?
No,
Or is it only after
but
he starts
before
moving?
it comes out. Like if you do any other button, it doesn't do this. It's only that move.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean now as well. Like before he's even thrown the chain, he's cancelling it.
Oh no, I think I think I may just be hitting medium a little bit too early on some of these.
Oh, like you're cancelling medium into... Oh no, but then it wouldn't...
Oh, but he could do that on whiff? Oh, he can.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. So he can chain into it on whiff.
On all of his buttons, and he has a double jump. Okay.
Okay. That's interesting.
But he can't double jump cancel. Can he double jump cancel jump medium? Yes.
You can double jump cancel the start of a back heavy.
Oh, this.
Or maybe the start of chain? Only mediums. So you can double jump cancel that mediums. So it's like Strider. That's intentional according to stream. It has a flag for the cancel. So that's strange, but I don't know if that has any real use for utility besides like realizing you've whipped wrong and then canceling it into something else.
I
But
feel
he
like
has
in
it.
a lot of those situations, his quarter circle backlight probably just like has more of a winning hitbox.
Yeah. Well, I will say his laugh when he does the quarter circle back slashes is great. The VA did a really good job.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
with all those
So
things
those are
stated-
dream. Oh, I think the other thing as well. He has 2 okay assists and then a really good assist. Because he has the wrench as one of his assists, which it lets him set off unblockables, which is fine. I believe it's Beta is the movie. I don't think he has on point where he throws like 6 of something.
So he
but
has a
it's-
shittier version where he could only throw 1 on point, but he could special cancel that one.
Oh, that's forward heavy. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, he throws 6 of those. Oh, they're knives. I see them as like kitchen knives now.
So,
But it's like his best assist by far. It's really fast. There's 6 of them, so they're probably quite durable. Like less durable than like Dante's charge shots, for example. Yeah, that assist is like quite good. The projectiles move basically instantly. This is where you find out they have like 5 durability each.
no, they apparently like have reasonable
Yeah.
durability because it was
Okay,
losing
that's
the
fine.
plasma beam.
Yeah, like
I think this other assist is better than you are giving it credit for.
the wrench, you mean?
No,
Or this.
the spinny chain.
Yeah,
It's
it does a lot of damage, which means it also does a lot of chip.
yeah, it does
Which
a
is-
lot of chip, and it's good for setting up like fuzzies because it's just so big.
Yeah. Does he get pushed back? He does. So that means there are situations mid-screen where someone will block this and he'll push them away, or he'll get pushed back and it'll just whiff some of the hits.
That seems
Like
accurate.
in the corner, it's hitting all the hits, which is fine.
Oh, that was a weird partial hit there. Looks like weird partial
Yeah, that
hits
was
are
like hit 1 and 5. Shuba confirmed it's 1 durability per knife, which is what we would expect for a 6 hit
like,
special.
generic good horizontal ground control assist though.
Yeah.
Or like decent. Not even good, but like decent horizontal ground control assist. It has enough block stun. Oh, it pushes people much farther than these kinds of assists normally do. You see that?
Yeah, I do think that assist is actually like much better than it probably has any right to be, as well. Especially for being like an assist only move, it just has like having that pushback. It leaves them standing. It's durable enough that it'll go through like a regular fireball at the very least and still have some presence. So it's fine. It doesn't pierce, which is a kind of sad life. But like if you pick Robbie, then like this is the most splashable assist because you can use it as a neutral assist. It also feels like it starts up much more quickly than some other neutral assists.
Yes. Agreed. So,
Which
with
is
all
a-
those things said about Robbie, he also has supers.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's super. But he has an RNG super, but it's I think it's almost always safe. The Pyrostorm. Oh, I forgot he had that super as well.
That super is good.
Is that
It's
invincible?
invulnerable.
Yeah.
It's invulnerable. You could do it on reaction, like to things like plasma beam. It hits higher than so like when people are jumping. Normally, bionic arm will just go under this type of thing, but this will actually hit people at the top of normal jump height, and it's invulnerable.
That's nice. I forgot. I always forget he has this. As soon as you mentioned supers, I was like, oh yeah, he has this other super.
And then, but the super you were gonna mention before I did the invulnerable one that. Oh, the other thing about the invulnerable one, it's a hard knockdown. So if you DHC into an install with someone who has an OTG, single hit invulnerable hard knockdown that hits people at ground height and normal jump height and reaches far enough that you could do stuff is actively good, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Like
But,
this is the type of super you can win from, especially because it's so fast that you can easily do stuff on reaction. And then yeah, Pyrostorm. The amount of damage this does varies, so the damage is pretty like middling, but I think it always hits late enough that you're plus on block if they block this like at all.
You could DHC before the first part spawns. I did not realize that. But then
Yeah,
if you
I think
wait
it's like
just
once he's raised his finger to the sky, like there, yeah.
that DHC did 517k.
Yeah, that's the power of a single hit button into the rest of a super that does an alright amount of damage.
And I believe
But it makes him
if
okay
you
to DHC into.
if you
He has a car super in the air, but it's like a combo move.
like I believe yeah, it comes out even if you hit him. So
That's also really fast startup.
it's fast startup, comes out if you hit him, controls the air and OTGs, and messes up things. So I think it's quite good. I think both the supers
Yeah,
are good.
it's probably just better than Clear's Meteor super, besides the fact that she can do it in the air.
Yeah.
Just because it has so little recovery. Or so much more stun, rather. And Goldnut says the costume was armored. So, we spoke earlier about air armored moves, but I think this is armored is a different way. He's in a car, so it kind of makes sense he's armored.
Okay, it's not frame 1 though, or actually I should see with the photon instead.
Yeah, I would assume that like once he's in the car, that has a long startup as well. Yeah, hyper armor presumably as well. Okay, I mean that's fine. It makes the super have it lets you fall somewhat safely. Not somewhat, it would be safely because you just don't die. And you can DHC from this as well. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, it's like looking at Robbie, I think the supers are the best things about him. Like he has really good ways of spending bar. He can probably build meter okay. Just because like this move is multi-hitting and does a lot of damage, so it builds a lot of bar in the process. He's got like big multi-hitting combos, moves in his combo, so he'll build a lot of bar in the process, and his damage is fine. I don't believe in his pressure.
Yeah.
I think he can set up like a lot of high hitting situations, but it's hard without having like a real air dash. It's hard for him to set up like high or fake high into low. And he has just sort of like a couple of obnoxious moves. I think having the double jump is nice. I think Bolo is good at catching people trying to air dash towards you. In the same way it's good for Deadpool. Quartz Back Heavy is just like a ridiculous move because it is essentially a hitbox to active recovery, or the lack thereof.
Yeah.
And then I think he's got like an incredible suite of supers.
Yep.
Like maybe like zoomed in screen level, like incredible. But then from full screen it's kind of whatever. But it gives him something like the Pyrostorm gives him something to DH out of while doing. But I think his Quarter Circle specials to just have like the utility is just so limited. The fact that it can hit full screen is actually pretty good. Okay, that super's even better than I thought.
Yeah, it comes out if you hit him. It hits full screen, and it is RNG. And since the pieces are smaller, it's way more possible to get like unstable RNG than you would with something as big as meteors.
Yeah, I think that was unsafe on hit. That the last one you just did. But again, it was full screen, so it's like whatever.
So, with all these things said about him, what are your feelings on where Robbie deserves to be within this ecosystem of characters?
It really feels to me like Robbie's best as a utility rather than a point character. Is like my impression of his tools. Um, like he's good at spending bar, and he's okay at building bar as well. And I think he's got an assist that's like it can function as a neutral assist, like your main neutral assist. It's good enough. So it's not as good as like some other key horizontal assists, most notably charge shots, which is 8 shots instead of 6, and faster in pierces.
Yeah.
But I think he struggles against correct push blocking in terms of like actually opening people up,
Agreed.
and I think that somewhat limits his like effectiveness. I'd say because of his support value. Oh man,
Because DHC
I
is
think because the
really
focus,
good. All of
yeah. So
all of that
like
resolve.
the comparison I'm making versus character who's probably best on utility rather than on point. It makes me think he's next to Sherry, in terms of his placement.
Above or below Sherry? Or does it matter to you?
I think it does. I think because he has a more varying suite of DHCs, where Sherry just has like a safe horizontal DHC, and then 2 uniquely good assists in that they just have like an extra bit on top of them, but only certain characters can benefit it. Robbie just has like a generically good assist and like actively strong supers
Yes.
that make it so that you can play him on point and he just kind of does Robbie things. But when he gets to like 2 bars, you have to respect invincible super into like install DHC or something that converts a hard knockdown. He has Pyrostorm that if he starts to get low, he can DHC in and out very safely, while also just racking up damage in the process. And then he can fall safely because he has car super in the air. And then because it does knock down, I think with the last car hit, you can also DHC into install. So he really benefits from having like that sort of support behind him. So I'd say better than Sherry.
Okay, so
do
is
I-
he as good as Charlie?
I,
I
we-
feel like both of us have such a strong aversion to half of his tools being on a cooldown, so you just can't use them in 90% of the time you're playing neutral,
Yeah.
that it makes it hard for us to admit that things like the basics of having degenerate forward moving hitbox that ends up being safer plus in most situations is just good enough that he should probably be up here.
Yeah, I'm trying to like not think about the quarter circle special tools, but I think the good assists, a safe way to poke, is important. Like it can be like the only special move you do, and you'll probably get some degree of success as well. Like quarter circle forward medium's okay, and then heavy for combos as well. And I do think like there are essentially a reversal, like sub 5 frame startup, DHC tool probably
But
has them
also
sit
his
in matchup
aerial
defining.
opponents. Like I feel like a lot of bionic arm type things, they either hit vertically or horizontally, and his hits a big range in both.
Yeah, I think thinking about it that way, where like if you see Dante do a weasel shot, you could react to the glyph happening and then super to like reversal it. I think that's like a very uniquely powerful thing. So I think yes, I think he can sit in matchup defining tools because he has a style of reversal super that hits an area where it normally doesn't. But then also has a couple other like good support options, like genuinely good support options, but just has like very middling point value.
Yeah. And I
As
do
well.
think the actual just like you I think you need to not be the type of player who the feels bad of the cooldowns will make you not want to play him, because I think that if you just got rid of his quarter circle forward moves, I likely would have a higher opinion of the character, just because the understanding of how you could use tools in neutral would just make sense. And
Yeah.
I feel like even though, of course, having a move, the only way that it makes you worse is if it's like Swiss cheese, where it like limits your movement or other things and has like input overlaps. But like, I really do feel like if he didn't have the illusion of having more moves, he would feel like a stronger character.
Yeah, he'd probably feel like a stronger character, but I don't think he would
You
be.
wouldn't actually be one, but that's the thing, is that I
Yeah.
think that we are,
There's
both of
that,
us, I
that
think, are
bias
rating
of
him
like a
slightly
limitation on
lower.
a character is always powerful. As well. But I think if he had like if he had like his slide kick hit low from like mid screen,
Hmm.
like if he had like a Strider slide kick, I think he'd be a bit more threatening.
Mhm.
Like he'd be a regular like mid range character, but like, without having that mid range low threat, he just kind of racks up chip damage and block strings for beat gain.
Yeah. So
But I think he has a couple like strong tools that Sam. I'd probably say he's better than Charlie.
yeah,
Maybe even
I think
Batsu.
that's I don't know. Batsu's light fireball may be better than this character.
Yeah, I'm looking at like point value versus support here.
That's true.
As well as
Batsu is
like
not.
Robbie's point value comes in spending bar, so it's like DMC5 Vergil in a more like tangible way, where he checks your existence by being at mid range with the quarter circle back super, and then
And that the fire rain comes out even if he gets hit, so he just needs to like stick his finger in the air, and then it's like, oh, this is good.
yeah, and that happens during the flash. So as long as you wait for it during the flash, you can DH him out safely or just like trade with supers, and you can do it into stuff like maybe like a hit of another super and then just tag from it. So you can force a trade and then tag and spend like one bar to get a character out. So it has like a varying level of utility, like in a positive way. So I don't know, he definitely exists in that realm. It's just I think it's somewhat superfluous whether he's above or below. But I'll let you make the final call.
I feel like Batsu's footsies are better than him, but just like the meter use, I think the meter use is enough that he's edges out over Batsu. Because
Yeah,
like the meter
I
use
can
is
see it as
all
well.
good. I had thought his meter use was like okay, but then like just going through these things and be like, oh, this hits people at the top of normal jump. Oh, this hits even if he gets hit, and it's only he only has like 4 or 5 frames before the point where it starts to summon, and like
Yeah, I think because of how fast quarter circle back is, it'd probably be good even if it wasn't invincible. But it just is invincible, so it gives him that like Golden Nut saying that his taunt builds in bar, which I didn't know. Frame 6 after flash the rain comes down, according to Schumer. So that's still quite fast.
his taunt does in fact build a bar.
Oh, it does. He's the DMC5 Vergil partner he needed. And apparently you can cancel it because it like has regular recovery if it's a special. That's genuinely quite good.
Can he do this out of? No, if he could do it out of his 6H, that would make it much better. But no.
Yeah. Oh, this is what quarter circle forward heavy's for. You chuck down the Molotov and you just taunt behind it, and he's invincible.
I think that this.
Oh, I wish it lasted. I almost wish it lasted longer just so the taunt would be a real thing. But
So we're putting him between Nero and Batsu.
yeah, I think that's still fine as well. I don't think the taunt changes enough. I think it actually is
No.
quite useful if like similar to the way Cyclops would like do it versus people super jumping against him. But until I see it in action, I don't think it's that particularly that game defining.
Yeah, I don't think the taunt, like with Cyclops, when you do it, it makes the rest of your kit better. This is like you get one tiny bit of bonus, and then you're back to doing other things.
Yeah.
So with that, do we want to, now that we've placed him, move on to our second to last character, Professor X?
Yes. Professor X indeed. So this character's fascinating. I when I first looked at him, I thought like kind of whatever, and then I got my hands on him. I thought he was actually quite interesting. He occupies like a fairly unique space. Oh, you're still on the tier list.
Oh, okay, thank
I don't
you.
know if that's. Oh, there we go. He occupies a unique space in that he has like really good, like his ground mobility is like quite good, and he has an 8-way air dash, but no like flight or double jump or teleport of the sort. So he's the only character that has an 8-way air dash and then no additional mobility, whereas Viper at least has the double jump. But he also has like legit good tools from his double jump. He has like a tri-dash light option, as well as like quite good ground mobility to be able to move in and out into a range where it matters. I think as far as his normals go, like they're again pretty standard as well. Like his stand heavy deliberately whiffs on a lot of standing opponents, so does stand light sometimes. So you're going to be doing crouching buttons a lot of the time, and his crouching buttons are just fine. I think his greatest weakness for a character like this is his rapid fire. His light isn't rapid fire. So he's a character that kind of has to go low because his standing confirms deliberately don't work. Oh, his light is rapid fire, or it's just fast.
I think it's just fast as. Yeah,
it's
just
like
fast.
Wesker's in that case. It just has like fast a bit, yeah. So you're doing like a lot of light medium in your chain, and you have to kind of be able to 2-button hit confirm if you're not calling assist while you're doing pressure as well.
Yeah, and heavy whiffing on crouchers is a problem because so he has this follow-up chain to both his crouching heavy and his standing heavy, which is if you keep pressing heavy, he does more things. But his standing heavy whiffs over crouchers, so you can't go into it from that. And crouching heavy knocks them off the ground. So a lot of his stuff only really works more ideally against like standing characters. Which
So
is...
that's what I used to think.
Oh?
But I don't think this is a problem.
Oh.
Because crouch heavy into quarter circle forward S as restand works from a lot of ranges. So you can hit confirm crouch light medium into crouch heavy and then do quarter circle forward S, and it will restand them right in front of you, and then gives you that standing string that you need. So at that hit stun, they're low enough on hit stun where you can do stand medium into stand heavy, and then they're standing and you get like the full sequence you want as well. So actually that alone I think fixes. I don't say fixes. It's obviously I feel like it's intentional design, no extremist design process, but it lets him poke into a string that is low pressure while having an overhead. That also lets him reset in whiffing's potential to command grab. But that also makes sense because that's like a nemesis thing. But he gets to do cool stuff from that too.
Also, though, if people block this, I think that it is in fact death, right?
Oh yes, so that's the importance of being able to 2-button hit confirm, is you have to recognize you've hit light medium and then do heavy into S. The alternative option though is if you just full send light medium, or if you like block confirm light medium heavy, his DP medium is command dash moves him backwards. So you can cancel into a chain that lets him retreat as well. Like giving up space for a character that essentially has no real projectiles is a bit rough, but it stops you from dying on hit or dying on block. But yeah, cancelling into S, quarter circle forward S on block is just asking for disaster. He has that heavy chain as well, so this gives him like another like easy way to hit confirm anyway. So you could, even if you normally don't want to use the ground bounce that early because it's really useful for his combos, but you could just do like on block heavy into 3 stands and you still get a combo from this. So he has ways to just do like short strings into the rest of his combo that work properly on a standing opponent as well, which fixes his combo structure. So as far as his actual specials go as well, so in terms of his firewalls, so quarter circle forward light is the Mind Pierce, which is a very short range projectile that has quite a lot but crumples on hit. It also, you can combo into this from medium, so you could do light medium, light Mind Pierce if you wanted to. And this seems unsafe, but he actually has a way to work around this that helps in his favor. Medium Mind Pierce is significantly slower, but goes full screen. And oh yeah, you know it already as well. You can cancel Mind Pierce into his down heavy, which is his meter gain.
But you can only do it on hit, so if you have a situation like that, you don't get to cancel anymore, which I think is
in that case, it doesn't matter on block then. You'll still eat shit for it. Mind Pierce is like no blocks done.
No, like
it
is available on block, but yeah, it doesn't have a lot of blocks done.
Oh, on whiff. Okay, sorry. Okay, that makes sense. Because I remember it working, but yeah. And then heavy is the anti-air version. Heavy is also the fastest startup, so it has like it has the startup of like.
I didn't realize it pushed that far back because I had used it in the corner primarily.
Yeah, it's like deceptively safe. It makes him a bit risky when he gets push blocked, but there are times where like I've seen this get push blocked and then someone run into the last active frame of the light pierce and just get crumpled, which feels really bad to get hit by, but as the one doing it, it didn't bother me that much. And then
he's like Thor, where his dash tri-jump light crosses up, which I think is very important.
Yeah, I think that's crucial for him, because it lets him set up like really nasty situations. It's particularly because especially when the opponent blocks, his jump S can cross over as well, I believe. But it's when the opponent blocks it sets them. It makes their like hurt box wider. You can get up more cross-up situations as well, which is cool. But yeah, heavy mind pierce is actually like a legit good anti-air because it just like strikes the 45-degree upwards angle really quickly. Oh, maybe not 45 degrees as well, but
30 degrees.
yeah. But if this does hit a super jump height, it has like a lot of hit stun to it, and you can with certain assists actually combo from it. But you can do like heavy mind pierce, cancel heavy mind pierce, and it works sometimes. But I think it has to hit in like a specific way. But there was a really cool confirm he had. I did it earlier today, and I can't remember what it is now. But the cancel into charge actually makes this move even better than I thought it was. Because it was like fine before, but it's actually like decently good. You can cancel 236S into charge on hit. No way. Yeah, I guess you can do it on block, but then it still has no blocks on, so there's still like a big gap.
Oh.
Like it would make sense to cancel on hit anyway. Oh, he's on all guard, that's why. No guard. Oh.
So when it's far away, that seems like an okay thing for it to be like, oh, if on poke, if it hits them, they're gonna like die. But then if they block,
so you can just buffer it as an OS, yeah.
Yeah, you should just be mashing the thing for if they happen to block. Then you.
It has quite a bit of recovery, Seppi. Because he's normally like holding it until you would get pulled back in. But yeah, on block that's kind of. I still don't think it's good on block as like a block string because it has no block stun.
Yeah, I think it's only fine if he's far away, but I think if you're using it as like a tracking poke that may happen to kill them on hit, that's probably fine.
Yeah, but it's just like a thing you should be doing by default, realistically. You also get like a tiny bit of bar every time you do this as well, which is funny. Yeah, so he has reverse DP, which are these. They are overheads on point, and they don't track. They you have to position them as well, so they're situationally useful. They fall from super jump height, so you can like attack people at like that sort of height in some manner without having to leave the grounds, which is good because his options when he leaves the ground are a bit more risky. But it just that's funny because it hits behind them, it's pulling them towards him. But yeah, it gives them a way to like attack people from there. You can also still use quarter forward S because it is just a tracking projectile that will put them in front of you. We mentioned it earlier with it was with Demitri. With the thing with tracking projectiles is if the character's too vertical, like too off vertically, the move just won't track. So there are times where you'll do it and it'll just shoot forward and not do anything. Particularly if they're at super jump height in the corner and you are on the ground, it will just go off screen and not track properly. But then if it does track, you get a juicy little combo. His damage isn't fantastic, but his meat gain is ridiculous. So he's really easy to DHG out from as well, which is nice. His other main grounded special is command grabs. So he has 3 different versions: light, medium, heavy. Light hits directly in front of him. Medium is anti-air. Heavy hits at a range. And you'll notice that they stun, much like She-Hulks do as well. The funny thing about medium is the range and heavy is anti-air. Sorry. The really funny thing about this combo is like the optimal thing to do damage-wise is to command grab them and then just do down heavy until you build like a third of a bar, and then do the rest of the combo. And then you'll also see, you might as well talk about it now since you've done it. But once you hit 4 command grabs in a match, Professor X gets an install where Onslaught's ghost appears behind him. And the main gimmick about Professor X is that when he dies with 5 bars, he revives. If you don't hit the 4 command grabs, he just respawns. His helmet comes off in the UI, and he just revives again. You can only revive once per match. If you get the 4 command grabs and then revive, you revive as Onslaught. So we'll see. So for what it's worth, Professor X has 650k health. So So reviving, he essentially has 1.3 million, and he turns into Onslaught. He has Onslaught's full moveset, with some slight differences as well. So he still has the teleport, but they're Phoenix's teleports instead of Dormammu's, because he's over Phoenix's slot. So he doesn't, instead of teleporting into the air, light teleport puts them in front, medium puts behind. But it also means he can't steal the corner. I think he still has the same issue where if he does heavy teleport, he doesn't get a tri-dash.
Oh,
Or tri-dash button.
his air ass just goes full screen instead of having to limit.
Oh, yeah.
That's
That's really good. Yeah, and he can still cancel it into teleport and stuff as well. There was one issue. Oh, his strings don't really work that well in the air because he has the slowness of Onslaught, but the hitboxes are. He can do BDB to heavy as well. Medium heavy S instead of light medium heavy S that Onslaught would normally have to do. So there's a lot of situations where heavy just misses. Because he doesn't have like the same level of hit stun as well. So you have to do like launch into heavy or launch into MMS, and just leave it out of his air string. But it's not super important in the grand scheme of things. So it's like a fine little like Easter egg, but this isn't the sort of thing you would play Professor X for. Because if you're going to play for this, you would just play Onslaught. Like I don't think Onslaught mode is good enough. Like this jump S is absurd. But I don't think it's good enough to like be like I'm gonna play Professor X to get Onslaught mode.
Yeah, it's not Dark Phoenix, and
yeah.
it's not guaranteed like Dark Phoenix because you need to hit 4 command throws? And
4 command grabs, yeah.
So, in general in Marvel, if you hit someone 4 times, you won a game and you got the first character in another game.
Yeah, like having not only do you have to have 4 command grabs, you have to do 4 command grabs and then die. So that means you've hit your opponent 4 times, but they've lived long enough, or enough characters to survive, that they've done enough to kill Professor X.
Yeah.
So it's very, very, like, situational. It's, it also means you have to, like, learn Onslaught, but with less range. So sometimes it can be detrimental. You'd rather, in some situations, you would actually just rather revive as Professor X. So it's, like, a weird thing to have to play around, but, yeah, it's.
Oh, and his are the flat drones instead of the upward angle drones.
Oh,
I didn't realize that.
interesting. I don't know if he has the armor that Onslaught has either. I actually didn't think to check that.
Heavy, I believe, does.
Yeah, that
wait,
doesn't seem to go as far.
Wait, is he just armored in general?
Oh, never mind.
This character's great. Never mind.
Yeah, let me fix my face.
Oh no, but his life looks like it is going down. And
Yes, that's a hard-coded Phoenix thing as well. So he is getting his health drained as he goes down as well. And he doesn't have like a healing field to heal himself in the same way Phoenix does. But that is it's hilarious that he's armored.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. Is he also armored in the air?
Sephi's also informed me that he can cancel any special. I assume I just confirmed it as well. He can cancel any special into teleport.
Oh, so he's armored ground and air.
Okay, that is actually way more significant.
Yeah. This
in that
character.
case. Yeah, maybe get a couple command grabs just in case. But again,
Yeah,
I still
you
don't think it's the
should
thing you
still
should
kill
play
someone
for.
Yeah.
But it's like you do get rewarded if you transform. That makes more sense. Super drones don't go away if you cancel them. So if you do like drones into X Factory, shoots all of them. But you can also just do like light drones teleport if you so choose as well.
Yeah, having armor while he's just out and about is being able to just like and he could dash button unlike Onslaught, so he could do like dash into. I'm not, my execution is bad, but I'm trying to do dash crouch into throw. So you could armor a thing and then do a 1-frame thing in order to kill him.
Oh yeah, I think the hit stop from the throw is from the stand heavy is messing you up. Yeah. DP super destroys projectiles and has no armor, so it's just hyper charging star. Cool.
So yeah, having armor all the time is something that like is worth being aware of. Like I think that's more when you're fighting against him. Like you can't plan on hitting 4 command throws and not already winning the game and having 5 meters and having him die, I think. Like, I don't think that's a feasible thing to ask for.
Yeah,
But-
I think it's the sort of thing you do to style on someone. But yeah, but I think it's like it's a cool thing to have. I think the other important thing to notice is like having armor with 650k health is much less good than 1 point. I'm assuming he revives with 650, based on how much damage the heavies were doing when you were testing just a moment ago as well. Like, it's pretty reasonable for Professor X to get like a command grab like per game because of the way his restand works as well. Like some sort of tick throw into it. But again, like getting a command grab into a stun means that character, regardless of what the character is, should just die.
Yeah. So if you
mini
make
boss
4
also,
of
yeah,
them,
that makes sense.
they should
Yeah.
have lost
Die 4
a
times.
game and also
And a character, yeah.
a character in their next game.
So yeah, it's a cute little thing. It's a nice gimmick. He still revives with 5 bars into Professor X again if he dies with 5 bars. So he still has that as a thing, but he shouldn't be played as if he's Phoenix. It's just like if you have 5 bars, he also builds a lot of meter in the process. It's also worth noting that his mind-based moves, so the S stands and his air special, which is the half circle back into attack, all drain bar from your opponent.
Well, that thing goes
so you
much
can-
farther than I thought.
Yeah, unfortunately, unlike Carter Slade, it's not like a movement tool. He is helpless until he lands when he does it. So if you whiff it, it's really bad. And he has no other air specials. It's like air dashing and committing to something is pretty dangerous.
Agreed.
You can guard break people without an incoming. Oh, I suppose because he has a command grab version.
So like if you just like summon an assist and then do the that.
Or like do a button into it, I suppose. Like the same way like Akuma would do a guard break. So you could like meet you an incoming and then cancel into that, and if they push block wrong, it just like grabs the end of their push block. I don't know if it would work that way, but I think it would only work if they push blocked.
Oh no, that worked. And that was just jump jab into this.
Yeah.
It worked once, but the timing was hard.
It looked more like a tick throw. I think you delayed it without thinking
Yeah.
about it, and it just...
No, it was a tick throw, but it was like you still get to do that on someone's incoming
Yeah, it's something that they have to remind themselves of.
because they can't tech it.
Yeah, but you'll see Doom lost like a... The thing's a little bit of bar. Half circle back S, which is an OTG only move, drains more bar as well. Oh, heavy is a command grab as well. Or was that a hit grab? Was he blocking?
Heavy is a command throw as well. It's just like it has a delay before it starts moving. So is his OTG half circle back something you should actually use though?
If you're playing like Professor X in like the traditional way, where he's a restand or reset character, it's a good way to like end a combo because it does like 30k. But no, you can't like reliably hit someone into an assist in the way that you can with quarter circle forward S. So it's like an option to finish off. Think of it like it's a sad comparison, but it's like Jill's DP Light, the OTG move, where it does like a lot of damage. So it's a good finish off tool. But unlike Jill, he has a bunch of other options he can use instead.
Yes.
So ultimately that is. Oh, I think the other like really defining thing he has is his quarter circle forward super is a tracking instant beam super. That does a ton of hits done and launches them super high in the air. Yeah, you can mess yourself up by doing a projectile into it as well, especially even if you do like mind break or whatever. But this super, if done normally, I think is actually unsafe on hit. But if they're anywhere in the air, it's you can actually get combo from it if they're high enough. So it's just like very generically good because it does like a really solid amount of damage. It does actually like about the same amount of damage Bella Vishanti does. Bella Vishanti is like 312k or 317k. But it's just like a single hit, 280k hit. We're talking about this when you mentioned it with Robbie as well. Like just being able to do this on response to your opponent, like air dashing and then DHing into another super. Yeah, you did this earlier, but I didn't need 600k with the RNG. That's insane. Because it was at the peak, so it was getting hit by all the things. Yeah.
Cross first attack.
Oh, it's too early. Yeah, Schumer said it was frame 6 that the
Yes.
That's when it starts spawning the things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right. Because it's not immediately, but it's fast enough that like most things will not hit you if they do it on reaction to flash before frame 6.
yeah.
So even
You can-
if they're
you
like
can usually,
half
like,
flash,
force
they
that
do a
trade,
thing.
yeah.
They're like they bionic armored or whatever. They still need to deal with that in a lot of cases.
So yeah, like, and so he has like a pretty small tool set ultimately, but I suppose that the other like his key thing is that his quarter circle forward S restands. It's like the unique in that case. So this move is by itself it's fake. There's a really important thing to note, and anyone who's playing Professor X has hopefully seen this, is that if you do like a really long combo and then combo into the restand, he is negative on hit. This move is based on hit stun. So your opponent, if they have really high hit stun, will recover instantly. And as a result, just punish you. So you need to be able to restand them into an assist. However, because it restands, they can't tech roll. You can call certain things like beams while you do the restand. It won't combo. They'll instantly tech on the ground and instantly be blocking an assist, and they can't throw out of it. You can put them in a force block standing situation, which is really powerful for then setting up his high-low game in the corner. And he is like really good corner carry as well. So in situations where
Glass?
you're confident, you're like, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Small counterpoint. If you hit them, they should be dead. Why are you restanding someone?
Yeah,
After you
that's actually what I was going to say. Like,
substantially hit
if you're
them?
just feeling confident or you're really greedy about bar and you want to reset and you're confident about it, then you go for it. But Professor X builds enough bar that he can normally DH you into a character and or use a damage engine and just kill from those hits anyway. Like, he tops out at like 700-ish K, maybe like 650 or something. I can't remember the exact damage numbers. But then he has such a versatile super from DHing to and from, and he'll usually build 2 bars from like a regular combo. And then you can kill from like double DHC or super, which is nice. But it's like an option if you want to like again style on someone or be rude.
So you're saying that both his revive his onslaught mechanic and his restands are both like style points things as opposed to things that you should actually think about doing in a match that you're trying to win.
Yeah, I think the restands, like you can use it for combos as well, but using it as a restand to reset into, I think is not an ideal plan because you should just be killing from the hits you touch them with, but it is a pretty like, because you can guarantee a situation that's difficult for your opponent to defend. It's like okay. But you don't want to give your opponents any chances, because if they do defend and they escape, then you can lose the game for it. So, like the command grabs are good; they're very fast startup. The anti-air one's useful. Heavy is a good way to like catch people at. Sorry, medium is good to catch people like sitting at a mid range because it has like a slightly longer extended range. And then the command grabs will lead to death because they do a lot of damage. And they're one hit. They have like the command grab scaling, but if you can find a character you can tag into. Oh. That just reminded me. I think Professor X is the best raw tag in the game. It can hit, like, if you restart and then tag it to Professor, it can hit people in the corner. So meaty that his raw tag is almost safe on block. I think it's Professor X I'm thinking of. There was like a character that just had like, oh, I think it got changed. It might be someone else then.
Maybe
There's a
it's
character
him
who did
once he's in install.
No, it was regular because I was doing it off round start.
Oh.
Maybe it was a character I was practicing again as well, but his raw tag was hit so far. But it was probably someone else, so it doesn't matter at this point.
No, it hits like if we look, Robbie is under his own X, Professor X is under the opponent's X.
Yeah.
Cable is also.
It might have been
under
like
his own
Cyclops
X.
I was practicing on who hit him. Cyclops is a wide boy. So is Dude. Again, it's not stupid. It's a funny thing that's like, it's actually, there's some matchups where it's useful because you can hit so meaty that it's actually slightly plus. Or neutral at least, and you get a big combo and hit as well. But yeah, I think, so as far as like the tools Professor X actually has that are like really good. He has like great ground mobility. His planks are fantastic. He's got an 8-way air dash, which is nice, but nothing to really do in the air with it, so it's more of a defensive option. Slash try dash high low. His quarter circle forward S is just like a bizarrely good poke because you can OS it into being safe, into like tiny bit of meter gain. His quarter circle forward super is just like tacitly good. Tacitly good rather is the word I think of. Where it just instantly tracks, has very low startup, very low post flash, does a ton of damage. That makes it good to DHC if you DHC from any super that's like remotely active, like you did earlier as well. You could like start a super, DHC into Professor X, and then the super will then hit afterwards, and you get a combo from it too. Which is nice. And he has like a pretty decent defensive watch from with medium DP, which is some like command dash backwards. And then heavy command dash putting him in the air, able to call assists, and then like a nice air dash range as well, which is it's alright. So it gives them some high left-right pressure as well, despite his not really being a character that kind of set up like the block string for it. So he's kind of alright. Oh, his assists as well. He has one of them is I think Light Mind Pierce. He has the restand assist, which is probably his best one. It's like hypergraph, but actually good because the way it tracks like very generously. And then I think the other assist is the sword, the Cerebro swords, but it's not an overhead as an assist. Yeah, so it tracks, but it's not an overhead. So that's like its benefit.
Not player 2. Crouch. Oh no, it's overhead.
Oh.
I think no, I have it on all guard. Wait, there we go. No, it is an overhead. It makes him stand. So it is an overhead tracking assist.
Is that meant to be? Oh, is it not an assist overhead on point?
No, I think it's overhead on point as well. Yeah.
It was another one of those moves that's like it's different on point than it is on assist.
Yeah, the thing that's different is the tracking. It tracks as an assist, but on point you need to aim it, which makes it substantially more committal in a way that's not great.
Yeah, but it's like that makes it like alright as an assist. It's slow enough that it's normally not a factor. Like moving tends to dodge it, but it hits at super jump height, which is good. It doesn't like knock down in the way that other assists do. And then this, I remember the hitting further, but it's like a quarter screen poke that restands in his
tracks very well.
Like it has really good tracking on it. As well, which is nice. Oh, and I suppose the other last thing to talk about is Professor X has a level 3, which is like a game winner. It's a quarter circle back, and it hits you with another like psycho ball that jams you. So it does 300k, and then I think it does 50k over like 100k over time. So it ends up doing 100k. It will keep going as well. But the downside to this is that the jam effect goes away if you tag out, if the opponent tags out, that is. So you can force a tag situation at the very least and try and take advantage of it there. But yeah, it flips. It's like model jam movement. It reverses you. So there's the way jam works is it flips your controls vertically and horizontally. So down back becomes up forward. It is possible to learn how to deal with it. There are players that have done that when they played against model players as their training partners. I don't think people are going to learn this with Professor X. Some crazy person will. The fact it costs 3 bars makes it a bit more limiting, but it is like if you hit their last character with this, you usually just win.
Yeah.
Which I think like having a checkpoint like that, I think is actually really valuable for a character that builds the amount of bar he does. So he builds bar really well. He has ways to open up opponents, but struggles at like full screen neutral. He has some projectile options, but they're not really that good. And then he has 2 fantastic supers. And like a fun little respawn mechanic. So one of the better users of meter in the game, but in a very like straightforward way.
So with that in mind, where would you place Professor X of the Krakoan Age?
I think he is probably one of the more complex characters to place.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's also a character that has like big like peaks and troughs.
Mm-hmm.
where I think against a lot of like real zoners,
Oh,
he just dies.
yeah.
But versus like anyone who has like pretty traditional projectiles or anything that he can contest with Mind Pierce, he does really well into. But I think he just has like bizarrely good um meter options, which I think really works in his favor.
Mhm.
I'd say part of me. Let me think about this. I, I feel like he's at least a matchup defining tool. I think his supers are really good. Um,
Okay.
he has high low pressure. He has good incomings.
Yeah, I think a character with an 8-way air dash can't actually be that much worse than matchup defining tools. Because
Yeah,
8-way air dash fundamentally lets you get around when people are shooting at you, and it also means that your character has something resembling mix up no matter what.
Hmm.
I think that this is the tier that he's in, is the matchup defining tools tier, because I'm looking and I'm like, I think Rashid is better than him for sure, and I think Juri's probably better than him, so I think he probably belongs in this tier here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to weigh up like the impactfulness of his really strong tools,
Mhm.
i.e., tracking super,
Mhm.
ground movement, and checkmate situation as well. I think that's something that's like, unique to this character that all of other characters don't. Is like being able to, if you hit the last character, and even if it's like a really bad hit and you jam bomb them, you would typically just win.
Mhm.
But then
But then most
I suppose
characters
it's not
just kill
that
if
good.
they use a level 3.
Yeah, I suppose I'd probably say like I'm eyeing kind of in between like Evil Ryu and Stranger, so either above or below Wesker. I think I don't know if
Mhm.
he's better than Stranger.
Yeah, I feel his movement is better than Stranger, and having good movement I think scales well. But
Yeah, I think like compared to Stranger though, a Stranger doesn't have good movement, but then his kit doesn't really require it
yeah,
because
that's true.
he has very like static wall based offense or defense.
Mhm.
Um,
And
yeah,
he's an amazing damage engine, and his assist is very good. And
yeah, but I think like compared to Nero, he has like a very simplistic game plan, but he can execute it,
Mhm.
and like he gets like quite immediate rewards
Yes.
from spending bar and just moving around the screen
Mhm.
as well. So I think that's my like read is that he's probably somewhere in that realm uh there. But I think there's as time goes on, he might get shifted around
Agreed.
up or down.
This is one of those characters where it's like once people get good with them, we'll see if it's like, oh, this character actually has these really good answers for these situations, or it's like, no, this character struggles with these things even when they're being piloted by someone solid.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so I think maybe that's for now. I think he probably does
yeah,
belong in like a not enough information tier, but I think if we had to place everyone, I'd my soul read is about there.
that sounds good to me. And now we have one character left. Thank you, Glass, for giving us just today 11 hours of your life into the middle of the night.
Yes, it is now 7 a.m. In the UK for anyone wondering. We've been talking since 8 p.m. GMT. So like again, if I hadn't woke up, I woke up at like 12 today, which I normally never wake up that late. But I was like, I'm not gonna be able to sleep on time anyway. And then it got to like 4 a.m. and we had like 8 characters left. Or so, and I was like, I don't really know if we want to set up time to do like an hour or like an hour and a half stream or something for a bunch of characters. So let's just do them there. But here we are down to the last, and we have Cable as our final character. This is a kind of a white whale character where people didn't think it was possible for ages, but Callie fucking figured it out. And now we have Cable in the game. You're still on the tail of the stream, I think.
Thank you. So, Cable, his base values are very, very high for just like...
Yeah.
If you just do like heavy Viper V, that is 182k there?
Yeah, his beams are like completely overtuned.
199K? Almost
So
200k on a beam.
Yeah, like the base damage from them is really high, which also means they do ridiculous meter gain and they do absurd chip damage. They have the Iron Man effect where the beam's active frames don't match the animation, so you can miss hits at full screen, which is why you're missing, why it loses some damage as well. He can wiggle the beam too, which makes it actually decently good as an anti-air or like a normal jump height control because you can aim it upwards. You can also aim it
flip
downwards.
it up for just like a frame.
Yeah,
that-
and just like
that
mess
way
with
it
people's
protects
push
you.
blocks as well.
Yeah. So like that way it covers both like ground height and air height from the same point.
Yeah, if you do normal jump Tiger Knee or like a really low Tiger Knee heavy beam as well, he'll do like 7 of the hits and then instantly recover. It's very difficult to get the version that lands on the ground, but he does get like nearly every. Yeah, he gets all but 1 hit and recovers basically instantly as well, which it makes it completely outclass the grounded heavy version. So it's a little bit higher execution at the same time, but it's like a really good way to poke. That is 200k. Oh my god, that's as much damage as some characters' supers.
Yes. That super, for instance, did 235k.
Yeah, and you can, as one might not be surprised, his cable can loop his air hyper viper. He has to do him pretty low, or start with air hyper viper. But he can loop a bunch of these supers and get a ton of damage for it as well. So one of the better ways of like dumping bar, good way to like obliterate assist. Yeah, there you go. Oh, almost worth it. It's not as like simple as one might think. There's somewhat tight timing. I don't know if it's harder in Marvel 2.
It's just different.
But
I don't think it's harder or easier. I think it's just like different in Marvel 2 than it is here, and I don't know the timing for here, and I do know how to kill people in Marvel 2.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where like I was getting it most of the time without any practice, but I still missed it a bunch of times as well. His air grenades is again just like it hits the exact angle at the opposite side of the screen. It also doesn't interact with projectiles normally, so I think it will go through a lot of things, or just out durability a lot of things too as well.
Oh, that was interesting. It had a situation where it came out, but then Doom still didn't get it.
Yeah, I saw that. Weird, yeah, but it can like work differently, which is I think it's losing durability. Oh, we've still got life health off, life regen off. But it's just it's a really good poke. It's similar to like Weasel Shot. You can see your opponent's doing something on the ground that you can jump over it and do heavy grenades, and it will like go over all of their projectiles and then put them in juggle state, and then you get like a nice little chunky beam, and then bam, 400k for a bar off of like a reaction, which is really nice. His forward heavy is like, again, it's really good against tall crouches or tallish crouches. Does a lot of chip damage, does a lot of regular damage. Doesn't combo into anything, I don't think.
I think
Might be able to get like light beam.
Combo into light. Oh no, not into light beam. Like you could do it into scimitar up close, I think, but that's not how you
Yeah,
want
but if you want to like convert into anything, you need to use an assist from full screen.
Like, the way that it was in previous games is you would do it into that. Oh, that worked. Okay, so it does work. Is you use scimitar to get off the ground and then AGB.
That's really cool. I was using like a lot of like, because you can do the shortcut where you do DP light into super without doing the second motion, and it will cancel into the super immediately. Yeah, I like that. So you get like a super low height AHVB without having to tag an E. So it's cool. Scimitar itself it's not particularly useful. I mean, it's useful in the sense that it leaves your opponent at super jump height. So if you end a combo or like a sequence with it, or you enter with this, it can put some characters in a really awkward position because they have to fall from super jump height. And then I suppose you can anti-air with the rod. I hadn't considered that, but it gives them a way to poke really high up as well, to the point where you see above where you normally can't see. I still got most of the hits of the DP as well. That was really cool.
That's a decent amount of damage.
So actually, probably a lot better than I thought. Give it credit for as well. Like 100k for an assist, a move that leaves them above super jump height and they have to fall down. It's pretty neat. I think all of his normals are pretty bad, especially his launcher. There are a lot of situations where his launcher will just whiff during a chain. He has an unfortunate thing where he does this so this is a design thing rather than a character issue. He does forward heavy. He pivots on his left leg, but then moves his left leg backwards, so he doesn't actually go anywhere. Like he should. It feels like to me like when he does forward heavy, he should take a big step forward, but he spins on the spot.
Yeah, it's fascinating because when he's standing, his right leg is behind him, but then he instantly switches to his left leg being in the spot where his right leg was.
Yeah, he like it's rather than pivoting, he spins. And then yeah, his launcher has like he has really high pushback on his heavies, and his launcher has really terrible range. So there are plenty of situations where a light medium heavy S chain will just whiff even at point blank. As well, like it is like a bottom launcher. So you're forced to do crouch heavy. The problem with doing crouch heavy is because he has like really high hit stun on his moves, but he also has very few combos. So there are situations where a combo from starting from crouch heavy into launcher doesn't work. Like the end of a combo doesn't work, but doing it stand heavy into launcher does, because of the difference in hit stun. So he also, by design, doesn't have any OTGs, so his combo structure is really limited, unless you spend bar on time flip. I think that's the name of the super. So he's like definitively not a combo character. Oh, he also has crackdown, like the reverse DP it has like a projectile attached to it, but it also is just a combo tool really. Yeah, time flip is really good. That used to do unscaled damage. But it's ridiculously safe. Like it doesn't do the full thing if they block it, only if they get hit. But he has basically no recovery, which is really cool. Well, it's cool when you're the capable player.
And it comes out if you hit him. And I think it comes out if you hit him frame 1. So,
yeah.
No, or
like, this is another Kali
thing.
thing. Is yeah, the Kali thing is like supers that just have really low startup and recovery. But yeah, time flip is like a reversal super as a result of that as well. Like if you can get through the flash startup, which isn't that long, yeah, that clone always comes out. It's also a child character, so it doesn't interact with projectiles. So yeah, he is like a very definitively a neutral character. He has no mix at all. He has no overheads. He can't combo from his throws. In the corner, he can get a snapback off his forward throw, but you need an OTG assist to combo from his throws. Which is why I was playing Cable high time, because you could do a lot of combos like throws into high time, because his throws have quite long knockdown time, which is nice. But yeah, his beams are just like completely cracked. Heavy beam in particular, Hyper Viper beam is just like generically good. I think it's like 4 frame startup. Yeah, I think it got changed from being like 2 frames or 1 frame or whatever it was normally. Wiggly beam is funny. He's an absolute anchor in the air. Although, actually, with that being said, I think all of his normals are bad except Jump S. This is another like Kali special. His Jump S is just like it's a good falling button. It's got good active frames, big hitbox. Not as active as like a Shocker and BlackHeart we've seen before as well, but it's his best falling button because he has really stumpy buttons otherwise. Yeah, as far as point goes, I think that's it. He's got a really good beam assist. It's like Saki's where it will it takes you off the ground, so it can be a bit awkward to combat from. But it is his, I think it is his heavy beam, or it might just be medium beam. Oh, I forgot he has this as well. The pose is funny.
It does 163k on hit. So.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. It'll do a bit less from full screen because it misses it. Oh no, actually, it did do all of this.
Versus 163. Oh, actually, more
that missed a hit, so that would have been like 104k or something.
But like contrast, it is doing like 50% more damage than Robbie's assist.
Yeah. So like in terms of like meter economy, the more like the amount of meter this builds on hit and block, you build a very significant amount of bar. Anytime your opponent blocks this move. It's got pretty okay lockdown. It's quite fast startup for an assist. it putting them airborne is like fine. It doesn't juggle the same way Plasma Beam does, so it's a little bit worse in that regard. But it just does obscene chip and block, which is nice as well. Damn, that was like 78% of his life bar. Yeah, there are some people that feel like the no OTG is like it's fine, but I think from a design point, every character has at least one OTG, and it really makes him suffer in that regards. But he has a bunch of other like.
You need to have something that is incredibly bullshit for you to not have an OTG. Like Gloria doesn't have an OTG, and that's fine. But I think everyone else needs to have an OTG or something that is equivalently not okay.
Yeah, and Cable has strong tools, but I don't think they're like magnificent in like the grand scheme of things as well. I think his atrocious buttons. He's an anchor in the air. He's got like solid anti-air. Scimitar's a really good super jump height poke. Grenade is really good. Forward heavy's okay. It's a good like thing to prompt with, but I think it gives up a lot of time that lets people dash underneath you. And then that's actually really fast reload start recovery. And then you're going to be doing like a lot of beam as well, which is just kind of like the core of the character, and then blowing up assist with air hyper viper.
I do think the fact that he could, if he's at the correct space and jump, he can hit people who are crouching and also hit people who are at the top of normal jump height. I think that's very, very good.
Yeah, having that option, it just makes it like, whereas a lot of characters have to choose that with a beam or just give up a zone, Cable has both, which is very, very neat. And like as Sarah mentioned before, you can just kind of flick it up and make someone block in the air or like interrupt an air dash and throw off people as well.
Because he could alternate in like, I think pretty close to one frame. Like you saw how I got like 6 alternations within one beam there?
Oh wow.
Yeah, you could hit like, I think every other frame if you time it decently.
Yeah.
And,
does he guard break himself if he does it at high height when he does beam?
no.
Okay, so it just has a lot of recovery, but he does have to do something on the way down.
Yeah, and heavy grenade being able to hit people on the ground from like not quite full super jump height, but most of super jump height is pretty good, I think.
Yeah. Once again, Bishop died, so walks a Cable could throw. So he has like a bunch of really good options. Again, I think it's like really matchup oriented depending on what characters you go against, but he just have very like universally good assists. I think he's actually quite bad off point. Like as an anchor, it's not the same as you would expect from like the assist character, one of the assist characters on Marvel 2. Well, he has like good point options as well. But he has potentially the worst incoming defensively in the entire game. Actually, no, Phoenix Wright does. Like one of the worst incomings. Like he has to take a lot of mix-ups, which is really tough. But he's also not fantastic on point at 99 because he has like pretty whatever mobility. He has bad buttons. If he does throw OS and he gets the throw, he gets nothing from it. Whereas some characters can win the game from throwing you a 99. Cable just has to do like a meaty grenades, and if he gets us wrong, he loses a lot of space. That makes him like it reminds me a lot of like Chris in that regard in terms of his strengths, where he has like a couple like really key tools, but a lot of other things that like really make him weak. And that really hold him back from being like top.
Yeah, I feel like the characters who like their only options for interfacing with stuff are either a grounded move or doing stuff at normal jump height. The fact that he just has this beats a lot of characters.
Yeah.
But I feel a lot of characters like Doom here, they don't need to do that. They can flank around and things like that, and everything about them means that they don't need to commit in the same ways that other characters would. And I think because of that like if you're a character that he has a good chance of making them block Viper Beam, then your life's actually probably pretty hard against him. But for everyone who's like, oh, they have the mobility or the like fast counter pokes that will shoot from full screen like a Wesker gun or something, I feel like with all of those things, it makes it so the amount that he's linear and he really just has like one thing that's really good, and Grenade's also good. I'm not gonna pretend Grenade's
Yeah,
not good.
I think there are situations where Grenade is better than Beam, but the Beam is just like the classically good option. It's not even classically good, it's uniquely good because it covers two different angles.
Yeah, so being able to hit both high and low on the same thing, and also being able to like sometimes be like, oh, I'm going to get down to the D, the second D on Doctor Doom in chip damage from full life on block is unreasonable.
Oh, actually, Ed makes a good point. I think his grenade still has like, when it explodes, the explosion itself has like incredible durability.
But
Like
then the
that-
actual grenade could get popped because we saw it got eaten by the like Doom plasma.
Yeah,
beam.
I don't think it has the correct grenade property where, like if it loses durability, it transitions into the projectile. It just loses its durability. So again, there's gonna, because these are the newest characters as well. There's gonna be things that are more subject to change that will affect things ultimately. I think Cable's like got a pretty core moveset in terms of how effective each tool is or isn't. That there's not really much I think that could be done that would make him like that would really bump him up.
Other than his normals just being better.
Yeah, I again I don't think like unless they make his normals good. I don't even think that will make that much of a difference. If anything, Cable's more likely to get nerfed and lose damage on his beam.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are still going back because this is the last character.
This
We're,
is the
we're
final.
pretty much at the end of Cable as well. We're almost at the very end. So, I think we'll use our catchphrase for today. With that being said,
So his
where does
three
Cable land
assists
on our list?
are Beam is the one we want to use. He also
Yeah.
has. Oh, but I remember people talking about his grenade assist also being reasonable. Like Scimitar, I don't think is a good assist. I think it just loses
Yeah.
the things and is not far enough forward. Grenade, I think, is active for a pretty long time.
That effect looks different than his normal one.
Yeah, that is different from that. So I don't know how decent Grenade is. Are all three of his THCs Hyper Viper Beam?
Yes, I
assume they
believe
are.
so. I didn't check with grenade assists.
Oh, that one was Grenade Assist and got it, so yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the other one's the grenade.
Okay, so, the final character. How good is Cable, the last character we have of the most recent set of people?
I think he's fine. He
Fine?
he has like a
Fine.
like fine derogatory. I think he's just like too normal. He has like the beam having the level of chip and damage it does is like the thing that's really saving him from being much worse than he actually is.
Yes. And being able to cover normal jump and crouch at the same time.
Yeah. Again, playing against Ken when playing this, it was really good at covering like tapping the assist and then like flicking up to hit Tatsu, which really helped as well. I think having good normals doesn't really help him, but having bad normals does hurt him at the moment.
Yes.
Because he's very bad in scrambles. Like no OTG means that his throws are so much less effective. He has no mix up at all. Like incoming mix is bad, pressure is bad. He has like an inordinately good super in time flip, just being basically safe on block and giving you a combo on hit.
And they
Viper
should
Viper
be
is just-
also being safe or plus on block and combo
Yeah.
on hit.
And I think Air Hyper Viper is like it's really good. It just is like an assist destroyer, especially if you are able to hit confirm it off the beam. Too, but I think he's so meter dependent, so team dependent to be effective. He can cover a lot of options, but if he does guess wrong or is playing against a character that doesn't have to deal with his like angle, he just becomes completely ineffective. And I think there are characters that can out durability him. At the same time, I think and grenade is just a nice little poke. It's good to stop like melee characters. I like in my head, I feel like he belongs in matchup defining tool, but there's part of me that believes that like really thinks he's probably in the level below that. I think his assist is good enough. Then maybe it isn't, but there's some other like decent assists. Actually, no, not really. So I'm like more conflicted on Cable, than anything. Where like I think I kind of want him to be better than he is, but there are just he just has so many weaknesses attached to him. Like he's so bad on incoming. He's terrible on anchor. Well, maybe not terrible because he can. If someone calls a distance against a beam character for any reason, then he just eviscerates them.
Also, to be fair, if they have already used their X Factor and you get to just like make them block Hyper Viper Beam on chip, it's doing like a third of their life, and that's without doing this first, so it's like on block, that was almost half of Doom's life. And it was a thing where he's plus.
Yeah, it'll do a bit less of chip as well, but that's still significant chip damage. So I think if it's like Cable versus, if we're talking like end game where Cable lands with X3 and the opponent has like 2 middling health characters, he probably just wins the game at that point. But if the opponent, oh actually, Ed did find something recently where he has more recovery on Air Viper and X Factor.
Yes, that is very bizarre.
No one has any idea why, but it happens. Nova's been looking into it but couldn't figure it out. I don't think she could figure it out anyway. But still, like, it is still ultimately it's Hyper Viper at the end of the day. But you can kind of like win against low health characters. It has like Dormammu effect, but not nearly to the strength of Dormammu.
I think that he has the area Hyper Viper Beam is a matchup defining tool, and I think so is being able to time flip, and so is being able to beam that hits the 2 most important locations. But I think everything else about him, as you said, is pretty bad. So I kind of want to put him at the bottom of the matchup defining tools. Like, okay, Nero, he has amazing uses for meter, but he doesn't really have a game plan. Cable has a game plan. He wants to shoot you and not interact, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like Cable is probably somewhere around here.
I probably have to agree. I think that like you mentioned as well, he can cover angles really nicely in ways other characters can't, without having to like gamble. He destroys assists. He spends meter really nicely. He racks up chip damage very significantly because of his extraordinarily high base damage.
Oh, meter.
So I think as he is
damage too.
Yeah. So I think as he is now, by that logic, yes, this area makes sense as well. He does sort of the same thing Professor X does, where you spend bar to like eliminate the opponent, but they're neutral plays in different ways. I think if and when Cable's chip damage eventually gets nerfed, or like base damage as beam gets nerfed, he probably would fall to like Charlie level.
Agreed. No, I think he would be worse than Charlie if he didn't have like just crack damage on both regular Viper Beam and Hyper Viper Beam.
Yeah, Hyper Viper's probably fine as it is now as well, but I think you could cut his beam damage by like a third, and it would to be more in line. Like that's how severe it is.
Yeah,
you could cut it by a third, it would still be in the higher end of beam damage, as well, which is hilarious. But as it stands now, he has a 200k damage beam when it hits all 8 hits, that he can do a millimeter off the ground and then recover instantly, and hit confirm it to a 250k damage super. So he's sitting pretty in the mid-level of the good characters.
Almost exactly the middle of the pack, actually, looking at it.
Oh, crazy. And
where he's not Dudley or Bishop, but he's also not Stars Jill or X.
Yeah, crazy. But that is now 73 characters placed on a tier list with about 23 hours, almost exactly 24 hours actually of discussion, which is what you predicted.
That was the prediction, but I was not predicting that like 11 and a half of those hours would be in one day for you. I was expecting
like, if you're fine with doing it, let's just do it and get it done. So I think as far as the list we have at the moment goes now is like glancing through it. I think one of the elephants in the room is Jean's placement. Like, I think if we weren't putting Leon or Ultron where Jean is now, she has that tier all on her own.
Yeah, I think that's warranted just because, like, I think that the absorption field is the most matchup defining move in the game. Where, like, I think that there is an entire class of characters like we were just talking about Cable. Cable against Jean, he can HVB her, but if she just gets field on and then starts moving towards him, what is his plan?
Yeah.
Like, I feel that she has a thing that's like that, where it's like, of the characters that are mid tier and higher, a lot of them rely on projectiles for a basic part of their game plan. And I think that just doesn't work against her. Not like it doesn't work like, oh, Psycho Crusher beats all projectiles, but like she could be doing other things that are acquiring value while also not caring what your projectiles are doing.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with any of that. But do you
But
feel like it's
do
still
we
worth
want
Jean having her own tier, or would you want to merge her into the tier above?
and just be
Rel-
like her tool is matchup defining, but like even though all these other characters are better on support than her, just be like that is fine.
Yeah. Or do we have two funny tiers? It was a serious tier ultimately. Um, but
Okay, so if Jean
like
does go into this tier, where is her overall power level? Because I think that as a point character, her power level is very, very high.
yes, I do too as well. I think I'd say like now we've deleted that tier. I've really been like, wow, it's really hard to place this character because she has the most polarizing tool in the game.
Yes.
Um, I oh, I think by default I'd probably put her next to Phoenix Wright and Maya. The reason being that these are like from this point onwards, these are like the really big, like rule breaky characters,
Yeah.
and Jean fits right into that slot as well. It's the same logic I had with Demitri, where like Dimitri's unfair in like a pretty reasonable way. In that that's not reasonable, but like he has a lot of things he has besides dash canceling, normals on whiff is like they're just things that exist.
Yes.
But Phoenix Wright and Maya and Beyonds are just all like, I mean, Hunk has tools that exist as well, but he has like movement that no one else can really do, and a better bold cancel. And then Gloria X and Jill, we've gone into great detail about as well. I think it's then if we were in scaling her power level to this, is it above or below Phoenix Wright and Maya? Do we value a character that invalidates all keep away characters? Or all projectile characters, or a character that invalidates all melee characters by having a combo break tool and also still having like crazy good keep away directly in front of him as well.
And I feel like Jean Grey has a real air game while Phoenix Wright and Maya doesn't, but they don't really need an air game to win.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing about like characters that are poor in the air is like how often do they need to get into the air. As well, Phoenix Wright can lay traps while you land. Like if you super jump towards him, he can just like summon Maya right next to him by doing like shield or something, and then position her afterwards. If you super jump away, then he can just kind of move underneath you, wait for you to come down into Maya.
And along with that, Phoenix Wright and Maya is one of the best damage engines in the game, and they have a high tier assist. And so I feel
Yeah,
like this feels like a reasonable place for Jean.
yeah. I think if we merge her into a tier, I think that makes like she fits in right there. As well, you say that Golden about Phoenix Wright and Maya breaks rules in a more egregious way. Like
projectiles are part of the game. She's just eliminating like a third of the moves in the game.
Yeah, like Jean Grey, like actually invalidates a great number of characters, whereas Phoenix Wright and Maya like invalidates a space on the screen, but then also has like really good support as well. Like they're both completely fucked up.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that Phoenix Wright and Maya is often less fun to play against than Jean because like having your combos broken feels fundamentally worse, I think, than most other things in fighting games where like you successfully made the choice that will hit the opponent and then you still lose the game from it. I think that feels worse, but that their actual power levels are very similar.
Yeah. Okay. I think it was definitely going to be somewhere up there, as well. But the support value definitely is the deciding factor with Jean versus anyone.
So, are any of these characters in a place that feels wrong now that we have the context of everyone here? I wasn't expecting Saki to be this high, but after seeing how her grenade works, I'm like, this thing has so low startup, so low recovery, and beats all the projectiles. So
yeah, I think even if it was like kind of what you'd expect grenade recovery to have, and startup wise, she'd probably still be like in this tier or at the top of the tier below it. But that the rest of her tools combined with her fantastic grenaders certainly goes up there as well. I think the only thing, probably the standout one here is people probably expected Leon to be higher, because
He's-
Tabs thought Leon would be in the same tier as Jean Grey. But then when you like compare where Jean Grey is in that top tier, like Leon doesn't really fit in between the likes of like PW, Jean, and Demitri.
No.
Like
He's
when you
very
really
good.
break out, when you lay it down this way.
Yeah, I think Leon is another character where like the fact that Jean has field makes it so he needs to play very differently than he would like to otherwise.
Yeah, yeah.
So any other outliers that should not be where they are at? Like Onslaught used to be better, but I think his nerfs have brought him both into a place that he's more fun to play against now, and he's more balanced with the rest of the cast.
Yeah.
Stars Chris, I originally did not have anywhere near this high, but everything you showed me with him, I was like, yes, I agree with this. This is good. This is also good. This third thing is also good. This fourth thing is also good. So I feel he's reasonable there.
Yeah, Rashid is another character I think moved up a lot from his original position as well, and I think deserves it too as well. Like light whirlwind shot,
Mhm.
light and heavy whirlwind shot. The angles they cover is just obscene, and his pressure is so good,
Agreed.
and his assist being really good as well.
I think people may be upset about where we have these two DMC characters because, like, these two DMC characters are very obviously top tier, and these two have things that look top tier about them, but the general cohesive whole is not.
Yeah, it comes back to what you were talking about earlier when you have people that have like such the most polarizing opinion possible on Gloria. The same sort of thing happens here is because DMC Vergil and Nero are doing a lot. And they do have like at the end of the day they have scrub killer moves, and
And things that
those tend
punish
to be the
like
people that
relatively good moves that people use commonly.
yeah, so they're the ones people will talk about the most. But when you like really lay out all their options and what they can actually do, you realize like just how powerful DMC1 Dante is,
Yes.
and just how like sloppy Nero is in neutral.
Yeah.
Because Nero is a character I think has seen like I think was probably universally considered to be like people were expecting him to be like top 10. Just because like he's doing a lot, he's moving around a lot, he's got big hitboxes and blah blah blah. But then like he really has a lot of things missing that like that differentiate him from like the other DMC characters. Because that means that actually makes him the lowest. I mean, I guess as far as if where you'd put like regular Trish on this list, he probably is better than Trish.
Mm,
But
I think Trish is just harder to play. Trish has an infinite that she could set up with like a bunch of her good assists that will build her meter for her good uses of meter that also set up unblockables for her team.
yeah, fair.
But she's hard to
Yeah, so
play.
Nero,
Like she is much harder to play than Nero, I think, for like basic
oh yeah,
functionality.
I think Nero's got like a weird learning curve, like level because you like all of his moves and the exceed make him seem more daunting, but they're pretty reasonable to figure out, and you can quickly learn like what moves are actually good to do in neutral.
Yes.
But yeah, it does make him the weakest DMC character.
So with that,
Someone had to be the weakest.
Batsu, I think this is a good place for Batsu. This is the highest I've rated
Yeah.
him, but I think that it's like reasonable to put him here.
Yeah, I think that the changes he got because they weren't really. I hadn't even seen them until we covered. I probably saw them when he posted them originally, which was like over a year ago. Probably would have been over 2 years ago. But then again, no one had really used Batsu on stream or like used that tool particularly. And then immediately it was just like, oh, he has this giant low startup hitbox in front of him with nearly no recovery that he can sometimes combo and hit or combo from. It's like, yeah, this is like de facto matchup defining. And he has a couple other neat options as well. Charlie was another one I did not expect to be this high.
But both of these characters, we didn't expect them to be this good, but they are this good after we talked about them.
Yeah, they definitely deserve that place there as well.
Shin
I think-
Akuma's so much lower than I would anticipate
Yeah.
him being, but then it's like, let's look at the assists that are like guns, triple buster, voltage, heavy guns, air control and ground control simultaneously, like flash kick. I feel
Yeah.
like all of those types, or especially flash kick actually, because flash kick beats all of the nonsense where Akuma can move around in the air and he could do things that normally characters can't interact with, but flash kick just beats all those things.
Yeah, I think he's another character that is getting like progressively worse as more characters get introduced.
Just because more good assists, and
especially
more
at, like an
DCs.
assist standpoint as well. Like there are just so many more good assists that you'd rather have in your team, and they're also just kind of good against Shinokuma's style. And then every now and again we get a character that's just like has obscene neutral. That's just like, oh, Shinokuma loses this matchup, even though he's has like really strong point tools. Guile is the best Street Fighter character, Shogun though.
Yes, by a
Yeah,
substantial
by
margin.
quite a
think.
margin. Yeah.
Let's see, who's
I think
the
if you
second
count,
best?
I mean, Shadow Lee's not really a Street Fighter character; he's a Marvel One character. But
Yeah.
the next one would be Rashid.
Oh, Rashid, yeah.
Yeah,
So
Rashid, Juri, then Ken afterwards.
Yeah. So Guile, best Street Fighter character by a lot, but it's just like he has 2 moves, but those 2 moves are amazing.
Yeah, and then Marvel 2 Sentinel has. Again, if we're counting King, I don't think King Thor as a true big body anymore. He's too mobile. But he's
and he has normal
still
health. He has 1 million instead of like more
Yeah.
than 1 million, which I think is part of your body being big is that it could get hit more than once and maybe live.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm claiming that Marvel 2 Sentinels reclaimed his throne as
Okay.
best big body.
Though BlackHeart and
Onslaught run.
Onslaught pretty close behind in there.
Yeah, like I think this like between like Leon to Chris, I think maybe Leon to Clear. I think they're all like fairly close in terms of their strength. Clear lacking the support value it hurts, but like Leon, Saki, BlackHeart, Onslaught have like really powerful strengths, and like because their keep away is ultimately the same, in that they're playing like screen control keep away sort of focus, but they all have different styles of it, which would make them really effective. And then Sentinel Shadow Lady have that support value that nothing else really offers. War Machine has like a unique support value. Again, I think it's just like generically good. It's the best safety HCs. Well, not the best safety, but he has like the best spread of safety HCs. And then Gwen and Ultron are just like really abusive pressure characters in different ways too. Yeah, I really like this list as well. I think the fact that we mentioned it the other day, or I mentioned it the other week as well. But I think going to training mode and like seeing a lot of these things in action really help when talking about these, because otherwise it's just like guessing. And there's a lot of things that, especially with these characters, that we didn't know about, and we had people come in and correct us as well, which I think was really nice. Because there's so many characters and a bunch of them are new. There's still things we're figuring out, or they get changed and we forget and whatever.
And it's also the case where characters get patched in pretty substantial ways. Like right now, Bishop and Dudley are in their own tier down here, but they're each like a couple really important buffs away from being like actually good characters.
Yeah, I think Dudley might need a quite a few things to change rather than just buffs, but it's they can get to the point where they are legitimate threats.
Yeah.
Even if it's just like 2 places above, not 2 places, but 2 like rows above.
Yeah, I think everybody from like here up is actually pretty scary. Like all the characters down here, it feels like I assume these characters lose the matchup unless proven otherwise for everyone above them, essentially.
Yeah.
And then once it gets to here, I'm like, oh, like even though a character may be above Lilith, some of the characters above Lilith, I think she will still mess with pretty well. Like if she's fighting Wolverine Laura, I think being able to move inside a projectile just means that she beats Laura when they're fighting each other pretty consistently. So I feel like all of these characters here, even though they aren't as good as like these characters up here, they have at least a couple matches in the characters that are above them where it's like, no, they could mess this character up substantially.
Yeah, I do still find Bison's placement amusing. Like he definitely belongs there as well. But like, considering we spoke about, it's like Psycho Crusher is one of the best moves in the whole game. He has an assist, and it's a crazy assist. He's not that good. That just shows the power level of a lot of these other characters. Is that like one Giga tool does not a top tier make.
Unless you're Guile, and he needs 2 Giga tools, but he does have 2 Giga tools.
Yeah. And then, actually, Orange Hulk's placement is another funny one, because he was a character I ranked in my head ranked much lower, and then I was doing the discussion about it, and as I kept talking, I was like,
he's pretty
wow,
good.
this character's maybe he's not that bad. And then you talked about some others, I was like, this character's kind of fucking good.
Yeah, I feel like Orange Hulk's a technical character. It is like you wouldn't expect a Hulk to be like a technical character, but then when you look at it, it's like, oh, he has all of these things that he could do that are pretty interesting and complex, and take advantage of the fact that he could blink dash now and all of these other things. It's like he's a good character that
Yeah.
is harder to play than some characters, but like he's still good.
Yeah, I like him. And Golden Nut said Golden Nut sees half and half on She-Hulk spot as well. You just have to watch the first part where I gushed about Red She-Hulk for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, and all of the
I managed
gushing
to,
was deserved. Everything good you said
yeah,
about her is a true thing, and you're winning the matchup against Red She-Hulk until you're not, and then you've lost your game, right?
yeah.
And she
Like,
has enough health that she could get zoned for a pretty long time and then still win the game out of it.
yep. And that zoning benefits her if she's not dying because she's just getting it back at the same time,
Mhm.
or getting meter back as a result of it too.
Yeah, if you give her
Yeah.
one extra arm, that could be the thing that ends the game against you. Like Red She-Hulk had been down here in my last list, and then it's like, no, she has too good of an answer when she is resourced to characters that would otherwise just like beat her when she doesn't have resources.
Yeah. Actually, I still have the previous list open. I'm trying to see who had the biggest upgrades. It might be She-Hulk. Not counting the fact that because she was bottom 3 in your previous list, and then she's ended up like 1, 2, 4, 5. She's like 16th from the bottom now. Well, 18th because I forgot about Lucas and
Big, you don't even count them as the bottom of your like the list ends.
Yeah, they are non-factors.
Before these
Actually,
two
no. There's a
gentlemen.
Jabril comment I think is the funniest thing I've ever read
Oh,
as far
no.
as Marvel goes as well. Where when he did his own tier list and he posted a tweet,
Mhm.
and someone was asking like, "Oh, how good is this team?" And he said, your team is untiered. It does not make the list." That's how I feel about Luke Bishop and Dudley. They are untiered
Dang.
characters.
So, if you are playing those characters, good luck to you, but you would probably be served in, if you want to win more, making decisions that characters select that are a bit more up here and a bit less here. But everyone else, I think, is like, these characters, if you're like, oh, these characters are bad, so I will disrespect them, and then you get like moderately outplayed, you will get destroyed because you're like, oh no, they're actually characters. But
Yeah. Oh, actually, let's see.
Hmm?
Shogunno said, Godnut, sorry, said Ivory dropped a bit. Actually, I think he's in roughly the same place he was before. There's just so many other characters that have been added, and other characters we've reevaluated like how effective they actually are.
Mhm.
That he's ended up in the same place but feels lower.
Yeah, we have more characters, and of the new characters, at least two of them are high tier.
Yeah. He
And
was actually above Ken last time. Ken got a
Mhm.
big upgrades.
yeah,
He was
I
one of the
agree
first
with
characters we
that.
spoke about, and you and I both were like, actually thinking about his tools, these are really messed up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I should know the character that did get the biggest upgrades was Stars Chris. He went from the bottom of influential strengths and weaknesses into the extra tier of obviously unfair in
Yes.
the
I mean, his Magnum
former
is
half.
very obviously unfair. It's like
Yeah,
you don't need more than having eyes to be like, oh, this beats everything, and he gets a combo off of it, and he pays for one super, but he gets 5 supers.
yeah. There are everyone who's ever played against Stars Chris has been hit by Magnum once and been like, "You gotta be kidding me!" It's just like an unreactable. Uh, it's like 11 or 12 frame start for Hyperdrive. It's ridiculous. And then he just like again, it could be a move. It could be a set where he just like that's his only move. Actually, for a long time it was like that. Whereas his other moves were like pretty mediocre. Um, but then all of his other moves got like buffed again and again and again. And then there were some things that just were originally good but weren't really like factored in or weren't used as
Mhm.
much. They weren't considered.
And I
Yeah, that
was
character's
undervaluing his ability to interact in the air. Shotgun
yeah,
is good enough because I think that I had been interpreting when he's either full screen or closer, it's or close to the opponent, that it's just like he's just okay in the air. But I hadn't really recognized that if he's like in between half screen and 2/3 screen in the air, he is very powerful against the people he's interacting with.
yeah, definitely.
So I think this
Ah,
looks good.
yes, I think.
Dan's now the third worst. I think that this is a more correct answer than Red She-Hulk. It's definitely better than my last tier list.
Yeah, so previously bottom three was Bishop, Surfbot, Regielk. Now it's Dudley, Bishop, Dan.
But
Surfbot's
Dan
been
is
bumped
in a
up
tier
to
that's different because Dan
top
has
bottom
pressure.
5. Yeah,
Ooh, this
and
is
yeah,
looking
Surfbot
good.
being 5th from the bottom is also really funny.
Yeah, I mean, he has strengths. The characters below him have much less on that like having strengths thing. He has weaknesses that matter too, but like he has strengths.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm happy with this list as well. There's some characters I want to see more of and see if they influence placement at all, like tools used in a way I didn't consider before.
Okay,
But
I have a kind of silly question. In
okay.
each of these tiers, who is the character you're most excited to play after you're like being like, oh wait, I see that they could do a bunch of stuff.
Okay,
Because
a Kraus I didn't play before because
yeah,
Kraus would be the obvious pick for top one as well. I have been playing, like I mean, with the top tiers, I've known all their
oh yeah,
strengths for a long time and assumed Dimitri's as well. So I'd say by default Demitri, but I'd probably want to play Gal the most of the characters I don't already
oh
play.
he's so fun.
In the obviously unfair tier of, I guess playing Stars Chris again. I've been loving him a bit more recently as well, but I'm very curious about giving Saki a proper try, which is a character I've like dabbled with but not like played. That I think is like really neat in an interesting way. In the list below that, I would say it was definitely Batsu.
He's so fun.
Like Batsu and Kyosuke I practiced before then. Batsu I went immediately made a team around him and been like, this character's pretty fun. Then in the list below that, I don't think I'd be
Nobody's
particularly
calling
excited to play one. Yeah,
Other than
like
characters
Red
you
Shield I already
already
play
like
as well.
Yeah.
Nothing else. I mean, using Colossus to try out launcher assist, I think would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, Inviable is they're fine where they are.
Yeah, they're
What
fine
about
where they are.
yeah.
This is how you know that both Glass and I like playing characters that could win games. Is the response to Viable is they are fine where they are. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
what about
pretty
you in this
similar.
case?
I think
Oh,
I was reminded that Charlie is cool. I forget the fact that oh actually I'll start down at Viable because I do have a character in Viable I like.
okay.
When I went into training mode, I was like Jake sucks, but Jake is really fun. And so I think Jake is the character from Viable that I would like to play.
Mhm.
And then in this next tier up, I kind of want to just like do things with the homies because I feel like it is an aspect of Commando that is strong that is not highlighted enough. So I kind of just want to play Commando just to be like, hey, you need to respect homies to the general
Yeah,
populace.
I think he would have some like again the key thing for anyone who wasn't there from the beginning as well. Like the reason he's down here is like his keyboard is okay, but he needs to get going and he needs support to do that. I think he probably has like really cool sequences
Yes.
as well that just rack up chip damage and let him get like a mid range where things become a lot less reactable. But
And then I think up here, there's I think almost this entire tier is fun to play, actually. Less so, I'm less drawn to Cable, Nero, and Robbie, but like I think everyone else in this tier, I'm like, this would be fun. The one that jumped the most for me was Charlie, just like going into training mode with him being like, wait, Sonic Boom into teleport and install. He could just keep doing that. There's no like resource attachment. He could just be doing this. And I think that Charlie is one of those characters that I had him rated pretty low. And then just like he's gotten enough buffs and the things that he did, I was underrating previously. So I think Charlie's
yeah,
probably super fun. Every single character and obviously unfair. I like obviously unfair things. It's one of I think that's what draws me to characters in the first place is when they're obviously unfair. But I think of these characters, I want to play all of them, but the ones from today, seeing Saki's grenades makes me want to see if I could do more with her grenades.
yeah. I think I do think there is potential she could move up from here.
Though also Blackheart, because like Blackheart, the things that I want to do with him are relatively simple, but I also think they are pretty unfair. So I'm
Mm,
curious if they are fun enough to do when they are simple. Like Guile is simple, but playing him is actually surprisingly fun despite how simple he is. And I feel like Blackheart is likely similar to that. But I need to
yeah,
check
like
her
that immediate reward for like most things you execute
Mhm.
just like feel nice. too. There's all like immediate feedback with Guile. And I imagine that BlackHeart's the same thing with his little green goblins.
And then at the top level, Demitri. He's new and he's top tier, and both of those things appeal to me. So
Yeah, Dimitri's
this will
he's so
probably
fluid and fun to move with.
this will go on to YouTube at some point. So people who are watching a 12-hour YouTube video on the tier list, first of all, you need to watch the previous 2 videos for this video to make sense. So
It's
you need
required learning.
another 12 hours. But once you do that, please let us know which of these characters are you hyped for after seeing like, oh, they could do all this cool stuff. So
Yeah, and then if there's any characters you think that belong in different tiers, let us know.
Mhm.
Share your
And-
thoughts on why you think.
Oh, and subscribe to Kevin Haas so you could see these characters in tournaments, because he runs palette swap tournaments and he runs community edition tournaments, and that is where you will be able to see why we're like, Hunk is really good, and you're like, I don't know, you just showed some stuff in training mode, but then you see a top 8 in the bracket, you're like, oh, Hunk OCV'd like 5 people in this bracket. Okay. So I think this is a good space. Is there anything that you would like to say to the stream? Anything you want to promote? People, if you're somehow in the EU but you don't know about Dry Games server and you like
Yeah.
Marvel, go to the Dry Games server. It is where you will be able to like play this with people. But
Yeah, it is mostly base game stuff as well, but
Mhm.
we have a small section of people that play modded. So if you play it but don't feel like you have anyone to play it with because you don't have a server, we have one. Again, if the Americans joined Kevin Haas server, really a lot of active players. Every single day there's people looking for games as well.
yes,
Particularly Black Akatsuki.
yes.
But yeah, any Europeans, I'd say join the server, but I don't know if there'll be a link to the server or anything.
We could probably get one into
yeah.
like YouTube comments or YouTube video description, probably.
Yeah. But there'll definitely be people to play with as well. And if you haven't played modded before and you just wanted something in the background, give it a try.
Yeah.
As long as you have the game, this is free. Just people do this for the love of the game.
Oh, and people
That's
just
what we
like
spent.
labbing this too. Like, even if you're not going to play
Yeah.
anyone, having all of these characters, there is so much like random cool combo synergy between like Stars Jill as a support for Ultron, where he has like access to her incendiary assist or whatever. Like, you can come up with a bunch of cool things that nobody has ever done before because the population of players is just not super enormous, and these characters can do so many cool things.
Yeah, there was a lot of tech waiting to be found, and that's what I was like. I played exclusively labbing,
Mhm.
modded just from labbing for like 3 years, and then started playing games with it. So it's even if you just mess around with it, it's hilariously good fun.
Okay, and with that, I think that means we're gonna call it for our 12-hour stream. Everybody, if you have the opportunity to do something nice for Glass, he not only stayed up, but he stayed up until the sun rose on his area.
Yeah, so the light is up now.
So give him some love and support. Play Juri. Juri's a character he made. I'm sure that he would like to see people do cool shit with her. So if you're a
Yes, more
lab
Juri players,
monster
please.
with Juri, maybe think of thanking Glass by coming up with like a cool mix-up for her or combo video or something, because she has all these cool things she could do. Like, we just learned in this session that Juri gets a combo after her charged heavy super. So there's a bunch of new stuff that may be possible that people weren't doing with her before that
Yeah,
successfully
even I didn't
would
consider it,
try.
and it was something I added. So there you go.
Okay, so
But
with
yeah, I
that,
really hope that the overview of all the characters has helped people, even the people that do play the game,
I think
pick
it'll
their
help
characters
them
as well.
the most, because I
Yes.
think that they had like some rough ideas of why some of these characters were good or bad, but like all of the specifics here, I think every character that we put somewhere, the only character that we said very little about was Dudley, but every single other character essentially we in depth said why they are where they are.
Yeah. Or covered the key things quickly, but
Mhm.
yeah. So yeah,
And
I think that's everything from us.
okay, and with that, we're signing off for now. Subscribe to the Havengers and Kevin Ha, and enjoy yourself some Marvel. Ciao and be blessed, y'all.
Peace.